Tang Yuan, a prominent businessman from the Blue Star, unexpectedly traversed to Earth and acquired a grand collector system. By fulfilling collection tasks, he could reap rewards. Entrepreneurship, struggle, hard work, all of that be damned. In this lifetime, Tang Yuan merely desires to lead an ordinary life, reclaim his youth, remedy past regrets, and indulge in the pleasures of existence. Chapter 1. The Grand Collector System. In the coastal city of Zhonghai, within the Geological Crystal Museum, Tang Yuan strolled through the expansive hall, observing the vibrant array of crystals before him, his gaze as tranquil as a still lake. Unbeknownst to anyone, Tang Yuan was not of this world. He hailed from another realm, a parallel universe known as Blue Star, where the technological and cultural advancements mirrored those of Earth, albeit with differing historical narratives. In Blue Star, the Huaxia civilization has perpetually been a global superpower, experiencing occasional periods of decline, but swiftly regaining its former glory, commanding respect from both Eastern nations and Western barbarians alike. Tang Yuan thrived in such an environment, excelling academically despite his impoverished beginnings. Through relentless effort over several decades, he achieved a remarkable transformation, amassing a fortune in the billions by middle age, earning him a place among the wealthiest in Blue Star. Alas, he barely had the chance to savor his success before succumbing to a sudden illness, passing away in his home. 2 days prior, upon regaining consciousness, he found himself transported through time, now a 22-year-old graduate student poised to study for a master's in finance at Zhonghai University, sharing his name and identity. In stark contrast to his previous life struggles, this version of Tang Yuan could be deemed a winner. His parents were accomplished entrepreneurs. His father managed a real estate firm in Australia, while his mother operated a vineyard in France, ensuring their family's annual income was comfortably above average in a city as elite as Zhonghai. If one were to pinpoint a childhood misfortune, it would be the absence of parental presence. Since he could remember, the number of times he saw his parents each year could be counted on one hand, spending his formative years under the care of his grandparents. Nevertheless, despite their busy careers, his parents' affection for him never waned. He attended prestigious international private schools with exorbitant tuition fees, and his monthly allowances were always punctual and generous, a stark contrast to his previous life. As he contemplated his memories, he wandered through the museum, captivated by the constantly shifting colors of the crystals transitioning from pink to red, then purple to black, each taking on unique forms, some resembling butterflies poised for flight, others like plump white buns, and yet others like dog ears fluttering in the breeze. Before he knew it, he had traversed the entire exhibition hall, eventually reaching the gift shop where an array of crystal souvenirs awaited. Approaching the glass counter, he was greeted by a sales assistant. "Hello, student. Which crystal catches your eye? I can show you," she inquired, noticing his interest. "Please bring me one each of malachite, rhodonite, amethyst, yellow fluorite, and black tourmaline. Just tally it up," Tang Yuan politely requested. "Certainly, just a moment," the assistant replied with a nod before turning to fetch his selections. 5 minutes later, Tang Yuan emerged from the Geological Crystal Museum, a bag containing the 5 types of crystals in hand. The daytime temperature in Zhonghai was still around 30 degrees Celsius in September, and the heat and glaring sunlight prompted him to seek a cool, secluded spot. Once under the shade, he retrieved the 5 crystals from the souvenir bag. Each crystal, roughly the size of an adult thumb, was encased in a small glass dome, their combined value amounting to less than 100 yuan, yet they formed a visually appealing display when arranged together. A gentle breeze rustled the branches, filling the air with a soft whisper. After ensuring he was alone, Tang Yuan focused intently on the 5 colorful crystals in his palm, silently uttering, "Task submitted. Congratulations on successfully completing Experience Task 15. Collect 5 color crystals. Congratulations on triggering a novice reward. 100-fold critical reward. Congratulations, you are about to receive the following rewards. 5 Ferrari LaFerrari Apertas, 100 million renminbi. Note 1. All rewards provided by the system are lawful and compliant. You may use them with confidence. Note 2. Collected items submitted as task materials cannot be resold. Violations will result in warnings, and after 3 warnings, the system will freeze your account." As Tang Yuan whispered these words in his mind, a flurry of notification chimes echoed in his consciousness, accompanied by a series of virtual prompts appearing before his eyes. 100-fold critical reward? 100 million renminbi? 5 Ferraris. At that moment, even with his extensive experience navigating the business world, Tang Yuan found it challenging to maintain his composure in the face of such extraordinary rewards. He comprehended the immense value of this bounty. 100 million renminbi was a substantial sum, capable of granting any ordinary individual the luxury of a carefree life. While the LaFerrari Aperta was a limited edition convertible release to commemorate Ferrari's 70th anniversary, with only 209 units produced worldwide, each priced at a staggering 4 million euros, and notoriously difficult to acquire. In 2018, not a single individual in China owned one, yet Tang Yuan had received 5 at once. Even disregarding additional value, these 5 LaFerrari Apertas were worth over 20 million euros. Tang Yuan had invested less than 10 yuan and received nearly 260 million times his investment in return. Such an astronomical return rate was simply astonishing. Had he harbored any entrepreneurial aspirations upon his arrival, they were now obliterated. Entrepreneurship? What folly! With the grand collector system at his disposal, he merely needed to methodically complete the collection tasks prescribed by the system to receive a continuous stream of rewards, freeing him from any financial worries. Moreover, he surmised that the grand collector system had only revealed a fraction of its potential, and only upon completing all 5 experience tasks would the full extent of the system unfold before him. Gazing at the 5 colored crystals resting in his palm, Tang Yuan felt a surge of clarity. The once nebulous direction of his life crystallized with newfound purpose. In his previous life, Tang Yuan perpetually raced along the path of struggle, never granting himself a moment's respite. Though he ultimately reaped numerous rewards, he also forfeited many experiences along the way. Given the chance bestowed upon him by fate to start anew, in this life he yearns to embrace the simplicity of being an ordinary individual, wandering freely and gracefully through the world. Striving? Struggling? Let them all be damned. I choose to lie flat. Chapter 2. The first vehicle in the country, your account 1691 received 100 renminbi, 000 on September 3rd, with a balance of 100 renminbi, 232, 849. 00 after the transaction, China Merchants Bank. At this moment, Tang Yuan, en route to school in a ride-hailing car, gazed at the bank transaction notification on his phone. His heart enveloped in tranquility. Wealth instills courage. Gold fortifies a man's resolve. With money in his pocket, one walks tall and fears no journey. Whether on blue star or earth, Tang Yuan believed this principle to be universal, for in a peaceful society, the sense of security that money provides is unparalleled. As he lost himself in thoughts of how to savor life next, his phone vibrated unexpectedly. He glanced at the unfamiliar number on the caller ID, slightly taken aback. Yet he dismissed his surprise and answered the call. Hello, may I speak with Mr. Tang Yuan? A respectful voice greeted him on the other end. This is Tang Yuan. Who am I speaking to? He replied with a raised brow, maintaining his composure. Good day, Mr. Tang. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Evan Fan, the CEO of Ferrari Greater China. You can call me Evan. According to the delivery address provided by our headquarters, we have now arrived at the main gate of Zhonghai University's Suhui campus. Would it be convenient for you to collect your vehicle now? Faced with Tang Yuan's inquiry, the caller introduced himself and promptly stated his purpose, speaking with a tone imbued with respect and a hint of caution, as if wary of slighting Tang Yuan in any way. At the school gate, Tang Yuan was caught off guard by the promptness of the system's reward. Have you really arrived? Yes, Evan confirmed. Tang Yuan paused for a moment, then surmised why the system had directed the car to the university. His only fixed residence in Zhonghai was the graduate dormitory he was about to occupy. Had they designated the graduate dormitory as the default delivery point? As he contemplated that Evan would soon hand over 5 LaFerrari Apertas at the school gate, a slight headache began to form. Such ostentation at the start of the semester, was that truly wise? Wouldn't that inevitably attract envy? However, considering that Evan and his team were already present, he felt it would be rather inconsiderate to send them away now. So after a moment's thought, he decided to say nothing further. Please wait at the school gate. I will arrive in approximately 10 minutes. With that, he hung up the phone. At that very moment, 5 enormous trucks, resembling colossal beasts, were parked in an orderly line before the main gate of Zhonghai University's Suhui campus, each bearing the iconic yellow prancing horse emblem of Ferrari. It was midday, and many students were entering and exiting the campus, casting astonished glances at the spectacle. Evan stood before the 5 trucks, and as he lowered his phone, an inexplicable sigh of relief escaped him. He felt a burden lifted, an unusual sensation given that he rarely felt such pressure even when speaking with his superiors. Gazing at the 5 trucks, Evan's thoughts wandered. As the CEO of Ferrari Greater China, He had overseen the acquisition of no fewer than 50 top-tier supercars over the years, yet not once had he treated an occasion with such gravity as today. With only 209 units of the Ferrari LaFerrari Aperta produced worldwide, none had yet graced China, until headquarters quietly dispatched 5 units just 2 days prior, all belonging to a single individual. After successfully receiving these 5 LaFerrari Apertas, Evan immediately contacted headquarters for information, only to be told he had no right to know and should await further instructions, shrouding the event in mystery. For 2 full days, Evan had practically lived at the office, his phone never out of reach, until half an hour ago when headquarters finally revealed the identity of the enigmatic owner, prompting him to rush to the designated location without delay. In a mere 10 minutes, time slipped by unnoticed. During this interval, many curious students had gathered nearby, drawn by the commotion. Even the security guards at the gate watched with keen interest. After all, the area where Evan and his team parked was a public temporary parking zone. Even if they stayed longer than expected, it was beyond their jurisdiction. And who could resist the allure of a well-paid spectacle? Thus, when Tang Yuan alighted from the ride-hailing vehicle and beheld the throng at the school gate, he was momentarily taken aback. Good heavens! The Chinese penchant for spectacle transcends time and space, proving indelible. He shook his head, slightly bemused. Yet now that the situation had unfolded, he had no choice but to advance towards the center of attention. With each step closer to the focal point, he felt the weight of numerous gazes upon him, culminating when he stood before Evan. "Are you Mr. Tang?" Evan inquired, uncertainty etched on his face. "I am Tang Yuan," he replied, nodding slightly. Upon receiving Tang Yuan's confirmation, an enthusiastic smile brightened Evan's face, and he extended his hands in greeting. "Mr. Fan, it seems this is not the most suitable place for a chat. Shall we attend to business first and converse later when the opportunity arises?" Tang Yuan addressed Evan directly. "Of course, you are right. This is indeed not ideal for conversation," Evan agreed, nodding repeatedly. He gestured towards the staff nearby and called out, "Gather the team. Let us begin the unboxing." As Evan's command echoed, the workers sprang into action. Clang! The 5 trucks simultaneously opened their gates, revealing a forklift within each, with meticulously sealed wooden crates secured by protective measures. Once the gates were opened, the forklift drivers hopped into their vehicles, while the staff set up temporary ramps for the crates. Everyone executed their roles with precision, the entire process unfolding with remarkable efficiency. In no time, the 5 forklifts transported the sealed crates to an open area, and the students who had been observing from a distance gradually found themselves encroaching upon the scene, their numbers steadily increasing. Is anyone willing to share the scoop on what is happening here? Are those wooden crates filled with Ferraris? Who could possibly be significant enough to have vehicles delivered right to the school gate? Could it be that young man who just arrived, prompting all this commotion? Whispers rippled through the crowd, creating a buzz of excitement. "Mr. Tang, shall we proceed with the unboxing?" Evan turned to Tang Yuan once the crates were successfully retrieved. "Let us open them," Tang Yuan replied, nodding slightly, his voice calm yet resolute. At this very moment, the thought that the unprecedented Ferrari LaFerrari Aperta would soon grace his eyes, and that 5 of them would appear simultaneously, stirred a sense of anticipation within Tang Yuan, despite his mastery of composure. Chapter 3. The Ferrari LaFerrari Aperta. Unboxing. Upon receiving a signal from Fan Avon, the numerous staff members present sprang into action once more, commencing the unboxing procedure in a left-to-right sequence. "Mr. Tang, shall we move a little closer?" Fan Avon inquired with a smile, glancing at Tang Yuan. Tang Yuan nodded slightly and took the lead towards the wooden crates, with Fan Avon following closely behind, maintaining a respectful distance. As the first wooden crate was gradually dismantled, the curiosity of the onlookers reached its zenith. Under the collective gaze of the crowd, the Ferrari LaFerrari Aperta hidden within the first crate was finally unveiled. Instantly, a collective gasp resonated through the crowd. The first LaFerrari Aperta was a vibrant yellow, featuring a streamlined body, elongated headlights, an ultra-low chassis, and star-shaped wheels, basking in sunlight as if it were radiating light. "Wow, could this be the legendary LaFerrari?" one exclaimed. "Brothers, I'm a bit nearsighted. Could you help me check if there's a 70 emblem on the rear left?" "Indeed, there is a 70 emblem. What of it?" "Goodness, brothers, this is not just any ordinary LaFerrari. This is the LaFerrari Aperta, released by Ferrari to celebrate its 70th anniversary. Only 209 units exist globally, and not a single one is in China. Not one in the entire country. So, this is the first one domestically? Look at the license plate. It's V00001. With a fine steed comes a fine saddle. It's only natural. As the first yellow LaFerrari Aperta emerged, the atmosphere erupted with excitement, punctuated by exclamations of disbelief and admiration. Many car enthusiasts could not tear their eyes away from the vehicle, their gazes fixated as though it were not a car, but a stunning beauty clad in a bikini. In contrast to the exhilarated crowd, Tang Yuan appeared remarkably composed. Even with a tempest of emotions brewing within, his exterior remained serene, a skill honed through years in the business realm. If he could not master the art of masking his emotions, he would never have achieved such success. He would have long been devoured by competitors. Did Tang Yuan not admire the LaFerrari Aperta? Of course, he did. Who could resist the allure of possessing a world-class supercar in their youth? Oh, but wait, 5 of them. In his past life, he had envied classmates who drove supercars. He had dreamt of cruising with a beautiful girl, basking in the envious gazes of onlookers. Although he eventually acquired all the supercars he desired after achieving success, the feeling was different at various ages. Some experiences, once missed, could never be reclaimed, much like how many cherished chocolate in their youth. Back then, without the means to indulge, each bite brought pure joy. Yet, upon attaining wealth, the ability to purchase as much chocolate as one desired could never restore that innocent delight. Tang Yuan approached the yellow LaFerrari, gently caressing its sleek metallic surface, absorbing the myriad envious gazes surrounding him, a flicker of nostalgia passing through his eyes. The crowd before him was a reflection of his past self, standing as a mere onlooker. Now, he had become the object of admiration. Unbeknownst to him, a long-buried regret within Tang Yuan began to dissipate as he slowly opened the butterfly doors of the yellow LaFerrari Aperta. Inside, he discovered a transparent document holder on the passenger seat, filled with purchase paperwork, tax certificates, vehicle registration documents, customs clearance forms, and other essentials. Everything appeared complete and legitimate. Mr. Tang, would you like me to introduce the features and operation of the LaFerrari Aperta? Van Avon appeared at his side, crouched by the car door without regard for his status. Please, a brief introduction will suffice, Tang Yuan replied, nodding in acceptance of Van Avon's offer. The vehicle you are currently seated in, Mr. Tang, is a limited edition supercar created to commemorate Ferrari's 70th anniversary. It is equipped with a 6.3-liter V12 racing engine, paired with a high-efficiency 120 kilowatts electric motor, delivering a combined power of 950 HP and 900 Newton-meters, coupled with a 7-speed F1 dual-clutch transmission. It accelerates from 0 to 100 km/h in just 3 seconds, with a top speed exceeding 340 km/h. Following Tang Yuan's nod, Van Avon proceeded to detail the car's performance and driving mechanics comprehensively, ensuring Tang Yuan gained a thorough understanding of the vehicle. Once Van Avon concluded his explanation, Tang Yuan inserted the key and turned it, cautiously pressing the accelerator. Vroom, vroom. In an instant, a resounding roar reverberated throughout the venue. Sitting inside, Tang Yuan experienced the sheer thrill of the machine, his eyes shimmering with excitement. Truly, this was a supercar of unparalleled caliber, offering an extraordinary experience. If not for the impending report, he would have relished the opportunity to hit a racetrack and revel in the pure exhilaration of the engine's power. At that moment, Tang Yuan felt akin to a girl receiving her cherished electric toy, reluctant to part with the remarkable vehicle. However, he recognized that this was not the time for an in-depth exploration of its capabilities. After a brief taste of the mechanical symphony, he exited the car. During this time, the wooden crates enclosing the other 4 LaFerrari Aperta vehicles were gradually opened as well. The 5 LaFerrari Aperta cars, adorned in yellow, red, black, white, and green from left to right, bore license plates numbered V00001, V00002, V00003, V00004, and V00005. The sight was undeniably awe-inspiring. As the crowd beheld the 5 LaFerrari Aperta lined up in perfect order, their initial shock transformed into a state of numbness. Never before had such a spectacle been witnessed in the country. Today, they beheld 5 LaFerraris at once, all seemingly belonging to one individual. Was this not absurd? Was this not extravagant? Even if one counted all their legs, they would barely have 3. How could one person possibly drive so many cars? If envy could kill, Tang Yuan would have been slain 100 times over by the gazes of those around him, filled with admiration and jealousy. However, Tang Yuan paid no attention to the curious gazes of the onlookers, for he was engrossed in a serious contemplation. How should he drive these 5 cars into the campus? Chapter 4. A small gift. Zhonghai Transportation University's Suhui campus is the oldest of its kind, steeped in history and adorned with beautiful surroundings. It boasts over 40,000 students, 80 of whom are postgraduate and doctoral candidates, while only 20 are undergraduates, predominantly in their final years. Tang Yuan is about to attend the prestigious School of Advanced Finance, which was established under the aegis of Zhonghai Transportation University, modeled after world-class business schools, offering a comprehensive suite of high-end financial management education, including MF, MBA, EMBA, PhD, GS, and EE programs. The MF, or Master of Finance, is the only degree accessible directly after completing an undergraduate program, while degrees such as the MBA and EMBA typically require over 3 years of full-time work experience. Tang Yuan completed his undergraduate studies at Zhejiang University and secured a recommendation for further study. With his family's encouragement and career aspirations, he ultimately chose Zhonghai Transportation University's Advanced Finance School, known as a leading institution in the country, slightly trailing only behind Tsinghua and Peking University. For most, entering this esteemed school represents the pinnacle of achievement. Students at Zhonghai Transportation's Advanced Finance School not only have to be exceptional, but also come from affluent families, as the annual tuition of 80,000 yuan is a significant sum for an average household. Noticing the growing crowd around him, Tang Yuan recognized that he could no longer linger. He briskly approached the security booth at the entrance of the campus. The onlookers instinctively parted to create a path for him, their eyes filled with curiosity. Upon reaching the security booth, Tang Yuan gestured to the guard inside and politely said, "Hello, sir. I am a freshman in the 2018 cohort of the School of Advanced Finance. I haven't had the chance to complete my enrollment procedures yet. Could you possibly allow me to drive my cars in first?" Many students pursuing degrees such as MBA and EMBA at Zhonghai Transportation University include successful entrepreneurs and executives from listed companies, allowing students to drive onto the campus. The parking fees are reasonable. The first 10 hours are free, and thereafter, an additional 25 yuan is charged for each hour. As long as one is willing to pay, they can park for as long as they like and bring in as many vehicles as they desire. This policy is quite sensible, considering that most MBA students are part-time, commuting daily for classes and rarely exceeding 10 hours of parking. You say you are a new student of our school? You want to park all 5 of those supercars here? The security guard, upon grasping Tang Yuan's intention, couldn't help but widen his mouth, his tone rising in disbelief. Indeed, Tang Yuan confirmed with a smile, nodding once more. Please wait a moment. The guard swallowed nervously, then hurriedly closed the window and rushed off to consult his superior. Standing at the gate, Tang Yuan remained calm, gazing at the lush French parasol trees and the historic reddish-brown buildings within the campus, filled with anticipation for the next 2 years of his academic journey. Soon, the guard who had spoken to him returned, accompanied by a middle-aged man in a leather jacket who exuded an air of authority. "Young man, this is our school security chief, Li Tao." The guard introduced them upon their meeting. "Chiefly, my family wanted to surprise me with these gifts, which I did not inform you about in advance, and I apologize for any disruption to the school's normal operations." Tang Yuan spoke with a hint of regret. Small gifts? Over 1 billion yuan worth of supercars. And he calls them small gifts? This is absolutely absurd. Li Tao's lips twitched at the sight of the 5 colorful supercars, and his mind began to conjure outlandish identities for Tang Yuan, his thoughts spiraling into a fantastical realm. "No worries," Li Tao responded, somewhat taken aback by Tang Yuan's apology. Waving his hands dismissively, "I contacted the Academic Affairs Office of the Advanced Finance School earlier and confirmed your identity. You may drive your cars in. When you complete your enrollment procedures, ensure they register your license plate, and you will have free access to the campus in the future." Tang Yuan nodded gently, smiling as he replied, "Thank you, chiefly. I will drive in now, and look forward to visiting you again. You're too kind." Although Li Tao was unaware of Tang Yuan's true background, the mere fact that he could refer to over 1 billion yuan worth of supercars as small gifts indicated that he was someone beyond Li Tao's reach. The young man's humility and courtesy only served to enhance Li Tao's admiration for him. With the issue of entering the campus resolved, Tang Yuan did not linger by the security booth. Instead, he swiftly returned to the central area and called over Fan Iwan. "Mr. Fan, may I borrow 4 people to help drive these supercars into the school?" "No problem." Without a moment's hesitation, Fan Iwan replied, "Mr. Tang, I'll drive one, and I will find 3 others. With their driving skills, there won't be any issues." "All right, let us get going. The rest should clean up the area and restore order at the gate as soon as possible," Tang Yuan said, leading the way to the yellow Ferrari LaFerrari Aperta, opening the door and settling inside, while Fan Yuan instructed his subordinates, selecting 3 drivers who then joined him in the remaining 4 Ferraris. Vroom, vroom. As the 5 LaFerrari Aperta roared to life simultaneously, the thunderous sound reverberated through the air. The onlookers instinctively stepped back, and as they witnessed Tang Yuan steering the yellow Ferrari into the campus, the atmosphere erupted with excitement once more. They've entered the school. It's confirmed. He is indeed a student here. Today marks the registration for new students across various departments. There's no doubt he is a freshman. Oh, sisters, look at how handsome he is driving that Ferrari with one hand. I think I might be in love. Please, if you want to attract a wealthy young man, just say it outright. We're all clever enough to see through the charade. Sisters, don't invite me to any more parties, as a sensible girl. I plan to start preparing for motherhood from today. There was an inexplicable sense of a romance novel's domineering CEO unfolding in reality. Who could possibly be the fated woman? Do you think it's possible there isn't just one, but a whole group? As the crowd of students watched the Ferrari convoy gradually disappear from view, they buzzed with chatter, and news of a super-rich young heir began to spread rapidly throughout the campus. Chapter 5. The Odd Roommate. The Advanced Finance Institute is situated in the northwest corner of Zhonghai Jiaotong University. Following the campus navigation directions, Tang Yuan swiftly parked the 5 LaFerrari Aperta vehicles in the institute's parking lot. Although the parking area was already home to numerous luxury cars such as Porsches, Lamborghinis, and Rolls-Royces, the moment Tang Yuan arranged the 5 vibrantly colored LaFerraris, the brilliance of those other opulent vehicles was instantly overshadowed, transforming them into the most striking sight in the entire lot. Mr. Fan, thank you for today, Tang Yuan expressed, gathering the keys and relevant documents of the supercars as he turned to Fan Yuan with a grateful smile. Mr. Tang, you are one of our most esteemed clients at Ferrari. It is my honor to serve you, Fan Yuan replied, slightly bowing with great humility. He then produced a business card from his pocket and presented it to Tang Yuan with both hands. Mr. Tang, here is my business card. Should you require anything in the future, please do not hesitate to contact me. Tang Yuan nodded slightly, accepting the card. After all, Fan Yuan is the CEO of Ferrari in Greater China, which surely grants him a certain standing in Zhonghai. This could prove useful in the future. For instance, if Tang Yuan wished to find a racetrack for a thrilling day, a call to Fan Yuan would undoubtedly yield assistance. As they exchanged pleasantries, Tang Yuan completed the final handover procedures, requiring his signature on numerous documents. Only after signing all the paperwork was the official transfer of the 5 LaFerrari Aperta vehicles finalized. Following the conclusion of the process, Fan Yuan, recognizing that Tang Yuan had other matters to attend to, refrained from prolonging his visit and departed the Advanced Finance Institute with his subordinates. Once they left, Tang Yuan shouldered his backpack and proceeded to the university's academic affairs office to complete his enrollment formalities as per his admission notice. The entire process was seamless, and upon completion, Tang Yuan received his dormitory key along with a freshman welcome package, which included a canvas bag emblazoned with I Safe MF, a red polo shirt, a student handbook, a 2018 MF freshman roster, and a red thermos featuring the Safe logo. As he held the items, Tang Yuan couldn't help but reflect on the privileges afforded to freshmen who pay an annual tuition of 80,000 yuan. The Advanced Finance Institute consists of a single main building, with functional areas on the ground floor and dormitory accommodations on the upper floors. Within this edifice, students enjoy an integrated environment for both study and living, complete with a CAF, study rooms, a gym, and yoga studios. With only 100 full-time finance master's students admitted, the living conditions are exceptionally favorable, featuring 2-person suites around 40 square meters in size, comprising 2 rooms, a living area, and a bathroom, allowing each student to have their own private space. Such luxurious accommodations are a well-guarded secret among the students of the institute. What? Why is it a secret? Well, it's to avoid inciting envy among students from other faculties. If others were to discover that the students of the Advanced Finance Institute enjoy such splendid living conditions while they endure shabby 4-person dormitories, it could very well lead to an uprising among the student body. Aware of the relatively good living conditions, Tang Yuan chose not to seek off-campus housing, as staying on campus would undoubtedly be more convenient during his studies. Nevertheless, he still intended to purchase a property. However, with the vast collector's system at his disposal, he preferred to wait until he had amassed more funds to make a single, substantial investment. After all, with only 100 million yuan at his disposal, securing a luxury residence in a city as elite as Zhonghai presented a considerable challenge. Exiting the academic affairs office, Tang Yuan took the elevator straight to his dormitory, located on the 11th floor, room 1101, at the easternmost end of the corridor. With the key provided by the office, he easily unlocked the door. However, upon pushing it open, he was taken aback by the scene before him. The room was enveloped in a haze of smoke, the floor littered with sunflower seed shells and empty drink bottles, accompanied by a cacophony of expletive-laden shouts. "Number 4, are you an idiot? You just threw a flashbang at my feet, and now you're tossing grenades at my face. Do you want to blow up your father? Damn it. You even stole my medkit. If I run out of health, I'm done for. Someone, help. I'm down. Don't run away. Heal me. You idiot." As Tang Yuan waved away the thick smoke filling the room, he cautiously stepped inside. If he were not mistaken, the young man seated at the computer desk, fervently expressing his frustrations in a most colorful manner, would be his roommate for the next 2 years. Tang Yuan suddenly pondered that if he decided to rent a place now, it might still be feasible. Damn, how cowardly of me to even consider it. As he contemplated this, the young man slammed his hand on the desk, cursing vehemently, before grabbing a cigarette from beside him and lighting it. However, just as he was about to take a couple of puffs, the computer screen went black, and he finally noticed Tang Yuan's silent presence behind him, causing him to jump in surprise. "What the hell? Are you a ghost? Trying to scare me to death?" The young man spun around, his tone aggressive. "What is your name?" "Guang Yun Tao. Did you do all this?" Tang Yuan gestured towards the mess strewn across the floor, raising an eyebrow in inquiry. "What of it? Can't stand it? If you don't like it, clean it yourself. This is a communal area, and I'll do as I please." Having just engaged in a heated exchange, Guang Yuntao sprang from his chair, glaring at Tang Yuan defiantly. Standing at roughly the same height as Tang Yuan, around 180 centimeters, he had a more robust physique. His dark complexion contrasted with his sleeveless sports tank top, adorned with trendy accessories around his neck, and his short-cropped hair exuded an air of rebelliousness. Tang Yuan observed Guang Yuntao, whose temper flared unexpectedly. He maintained an expressionless demeanor, silently regarding him, regardless of the hostility radiating from Guang Yuntao's gaze. It was as though the intensity of the moment was rendered futile against Tang Yuan's calm, unwavering presence, which was eerily serene. "What are you staring at? Speak up," Guang Yuntao blurted, feeling an inexplicable unease under Tang Yuan's indifferent stare. He took a step forward, widening his eyes in an attempt to intimidate, hoping to elicit fear from Tang Yuan's gaze. However, his efforts were in vain. Tang Yuan's expression remained as placid as still water, unfazed and unblinking. In that moment, the two locked eyes, and the room descended into an eerie silence, a palpable tension enveloping the space. Buzz. After an indeterminate period, the sudden vibration of a phone shattered the oppressive atmosphere. Tang Yuan retrieved his phone, still holding his gaze on Guang Yuntao until he finally glanced at the screen, turned away, and answered the call. Guan Yuntao felt an inexplicable sense of relief when Tang Yuan ceased to scrutinize him. However, before he could exhale in comfort, Tang Yuan's calm voice drifted from beside him, causing his heart to lurch once more, his body tensing in response. "Hey, Xiangzi has been sentenced?" "Alas, the day has finally come," Tang Yuan sighed, his tone imbued with an indescribable weariness. He paused momentarily, then turned to cast a meaningful glance at Guan Yuntao, before picking up his belongings and retreating to his room, murmuring, "Please let Xiangzi know that after all these years as good brothers, I must pay him a visit before he departs." As Tang Yuan stepped into his room, the living area descended once again into silence. Yet at that moment, Guan Yuntao felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss, his entire being numb. Sentenced? So this day has finally arrived? Before he leaves? And those indifferent eyes, along with that last significant glance. As Guan Yuntao reflected on these thoughts, he suddenly felt an unaccountable weakness in his legs. Oh my heavens! What kind of ruthless individual is my roommate? Guan Yuntao sank into a chair, his eyes silently murmuring as countless scenes from films and novels flashed through his mind, each thought amplifying his fear and making him feel a chilling sensation at his neck. Chapter 6. I would even call you father. Closing the door behind him, Tang Yuan slowly set down the phone, glancing at the caller ID which displayed an overseas number. The voice on the other end, tinged with a Taiwanese accent, continued, "Comrade, please be serious. You are currently suspected of fraud. If you wish to avoid arrest, please pay the bail immediately. Otherwise, the consequences will be severe." Faced with such a crude scam, Tang Yuan disregarded it entirely and hung up, his previously indifferent demeanor replaced by a smile. He stood at the door, listening to the quiet outside. It was eerily silent. Perhaps he's calmed down, Tang Yuan mused, nodding in satisfaction, his smile widening. Compared to the cunning foxes of his past life, Guan Yuntao's naivety struck him as somewhat endearing. Placing his belongings on the table, Tang Yuan finally took the time to survey the bedroom. It spanned approximately 10 square meters, furnished with a standard single bed, a desk, and a wardrobe. The soundproof windows provided ample light, yet the overall ambience felt sparse and somewhat outdated, with many wooden floorboards warped and the furniture appearing rather worn. The space is adequate, though the environment leaves much to be desired. I'll inquire with the counselor tomorrow about possibly refurbishing the dormitory. Tang Yuan stroked his chin, ideas brewing in his mind. After a day of busyness, he felt fatigue wash over him. He reclined on the bed, intending only a brief rest, but soon succumbed to slumber. An hour later, he awoke, rubbing his eyes. Remembering his belongings stored at the delivery point, he grabbed his phone and exited the bedroom. Hey, need some water? Just as Tang Yuan stepped out, he was met with the sight of Guan Yuntao, his face plastered with an ingratiating smile. In his left hand, he held a bag of mineral water, while his right bore a selection of beverages, entirely shedding his previous defiance. The living room was transformed. The scattered sunflower seeds and empty bottles had vanished, and the once smoky air was now fresh and subtly fragrant. Observing this drastic change, Tang Yuan couldn't help but subtly lift the corners of his mouth, remaining silent as he regarded Guan Yuntao with a steady gaze. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. As time passed, the smile on Guan Yuntao's face grew increasingly strained, the fear instilled by Tang Yuan creeping back over him. Could this big brother truly be planning something against me? He thought, panic rising. Just as the tension became almost unbearable, Tang Yuan slowly raised his hand, pointing to the bottle of water Guan Yuntao held. Please hand me a bottle of mineral water. Oh, sure. We have Nongfu Spring, Yibao, Waha, and Bai Suishan. Which brand would you prefer? Guan Yuntao exhaled in relief, hastily retrieving the bottles for Tang Yuan to choose from. Nongfu Spring, please. Thank you. Tang Yuan blinked, realizing he might have exerted too much effort in his request. No need to thank me. Guan Yuntao was taken aback by Tang Yuan's gratitude, his surprise evident as he waved his hands in response. When did you arrive? Tang Yuan asked casually after taking a sip of water. I checked in the day before yesterday. Why did you come so early? My home is in Zhonghai. While gaming at home, my mother always nags me. It's much more enjoyable to game in the dormitory where no one can bother me, allowing me to play as late as I wish. Do you know where our college's package storage point is? Of course. Is your luggage still there? Come on, I'll take you. The two engaged in light conversation, and despite Guan Yuntao's eagerness to assist, Tang Yuan accepted, recalling the substantial amount of items he had shipped from home that he could not carry alone. The package storage point at Gaojin Academy was located behind the main building near the parking lot. As they walked and talked, Tang Yuan gleaned more about Guan Yuntao. Guan Yuntao was essentially a local, his parents running a factory in Jiaxing. He had moved to Zhonghai with them over a decade ago and had completed his undergraduate studies at Zhonghai Jiaodong University. He had secured a place for further studies through a recommendation, leading to their current encounter. Through their brief interaction, Tang Yuan sensed that Guan Yuntao was not inherently bad. Rather, he had been spoiled by his family, resulting in his somewhat arrogant demeanor. Brother, what is happening over there? Why are there so many people? Just as they approached the parking lot, they noticed a crowd gathered, easily numbering in the hundreds. Tang Yuan glanced over, recognizing that the commotion centered around the very spot where he had parked. He knew precisely why they were gathered and responded nonchalantly, perhaps they are admiring a car. Could be. Is there a business tycoon in the MBA program this year? I want to see what car is worthy of such attention. Guan Yuntao, eager for excitement, rushed toward the crowd before finishing his sentence. Tang Yuan, realizing he was unaware of the location of the package storage point, had no choice but to follow suit. As Tang Yuan squeezed through the throng and finally located Guan Yuntao, he found him in an ecstatic state, flushed and exuberantly bouncing on his feet. Brother, a Ferrari LaFerrari. Moreover, this is not just any ordinary Ferrari LaFerrari. It is the 70th anniversary edition of the Ferrari LaFerrari Aperta. Currently, there is not a single one in all of China, yet here stand 5 of them at once. Upon seeing Tang Yuan, Guan Yuntao pointed excitedly at the 5 impeccably lined up Ferrari LaFerrari Apertas, his words tumbling out in a flurry of enthusiasm. Do you really adore this car so much? Tang Yuan replied with a calm smile. Adore? It's beyond mere affection. I dream of experiencing this car firsthand. If the owners would allow me to sit inside, I would gladly call them father. Clearly, Guan Yuntao was a supercar aficionado, as his gaze had not wavered from the 5 Ferrari LaFerrari Apertas since he laid eyes on them. Tang Yuan raised an eyebrow and inquired with interest, "Which color do you favor among these 5 vehicles?" "Without a doubt, the green one. The red is too flamboyant, the yellow too gaudy, the white too plain, and the black too somber. Only the green captivates me, exuding a sense of understated elegance, much like a cobra lurking in the jungle. I'm utterly enamored." Guan Yuntao answered without a moment's hesitation, his words racing forth. "Oh," Tang Yuan mused. Finding his companion's taste quite unique, he discreetly retrieved the key for the Ferrari LaFerrari Aperta and gently pressed the unlock button. Chapter 7. When Mushue beep. As Tang Yuan pressed the unlock button, the headlights of the distant red Ferrari LaFerrari Aperta flickered to life, accompanied by 2 audible beeps. In an instant, the previously chaotic crowd fell silent. Everyone understood the significance of the headlights illuminating, while Guan Yuntao stood transfixed, gazing at Tang Yuan as if under a spell. "Sorry, I have a few keys. Let me find the green one for you." Tang Yuan felt a bit embarrassed as he returned the key to his pocket and pulled out another, pressing it toward the nearby Ferrari LaFerrari Aperta. Beep. Once again, the car's lights ignited, yet it was still not the green one, but rather the black. "Don't worry, I should find it soon," Tang Yuan said, his expression darkening slightly. He muttered to himself that he must label these keys upon returning home to prevent such awkwardness in the future. After several attempts, he finally located the key to the green Ferrari LaFerrari Aperta and successfully unlocked it. Phew! Tang Yuan exhaled in relief, only to notice an inexplicable silence surrounding him. The onlookers were fixated on him, their gazes filled with envy and admiration, while the women's eyes instilled a sense of trepidation in him. "Brother, are all 5 of these Ferrari LaFerrari Apertas yours?" Guan Yuntao's throat felt dry as he gazed at the key in Tang Yuan's hand, his voice barely above a whisper. "Considering you tidied up the dormitory and brought me to collect my luggage, I shall grant you the chance to fulfill your dream," Tang Yuan chuckled, handing the key to Guan Yuntao. "Experience it for yourself. You can start the engine for a moment, but hurry back. I have errands to run." Guan Yuntao's heart raced uncontrollably as he beheld the key before him. "Oh, esteemed father, please wait a moment. Your child will return swiftly." Tang Yuan chuckled softly. "Guan Yuntao, to be honest, I preferred your initial rebellious demeanor. Could you revert to that?" "Of course," Guan Yuntao replied earnestly, straightening his posture and lifting his chin, embodying a defiant spirit. He took the key from Tang Yuan and strode confidently towards the green Ferrari LaFerrari Aperta. Tang Yuan watched with satisfaction, appreciating the idea of having such a spirited underling at school, someone who would keep the dormitory tidy while also enhancing his presence when out and about. Quite good. I should take the opportunity to mentor him," Tang Yuan mused, observing Guan Yuntao's robust figure, finding the plan increasingly appealing. As Tang Yuan contemplated, Guan Yuntao had already settled into the green Ferrari LaFerrari Aperta and ignited the engine, its powerful roar erupting like a thunderous symphony. Guan Yuntao's exhilaration was palpable, reminiscent of a child filled with boundless energy. Despite the crowd's covert glances at Tang Yuan, he remained unperturbed, standing still with his hands in his pockets, exuding an air of tranquility. Such composure, if exhibited by an ordinary individual, might evoke perceptions of arrogance. Yet, with Tang Yuan, it seemed entirely justified. Not to mention, his striking appearance and demeanor only amplified this sentiment. Even if he were a beggar, possessing the keys to 5 Ferrari LaFerrari Apertas would still elicit admiration for his distinguished aura. When wealth speaks, all truths fall silent. Harsh, yet it is the reality. As Tang Yuan's thoughts drifted, a delightful fragrance wafted by, reminiscent of fresh bluebells and sweet peaches. Instinctively drawn to the scent, he turned to discover a striking girl beside him, her tall stature suggesting she was at least 175 centimeters. Clad in a light pink athletic top and deep pink shorts, she showcased her enviable figure, particularly her long, toned legs. As his gaze traveled upwards, the alluring curves of her waist led to delicate collarbones and a graceful neck, culminating in a stunningly beautiful face. Her skin was a rare cool white, and her long black hair was pulled up high, indicative of her dedication to fitness. She stood effortlessly like a work of art, drawing the attention of many boys who momentarily forgot the Ferrari LaFerrari Aperta in favor of her presence. "Senior, I am Wen Mushue, a third-year student from our university's physical education department, class of 2015. May I get to know you? Ignoring the myriad of gazes from the crowd, she brightly introduced herself to Tang Yuan, her smile radiating confidence and charm, showcasing a perfect set of pearly white teeth that left many boys in awe. Is there something you need? Tang Yuan scrutinized Wen Mu Shui for a moment before diverting his gaze, his expression as placid as water, his tone calm and natural, treating her as he would any ordinary individual, devoid of any special consideration. Indeed, Wen Mu Shui was exceptionally beautiful, even stunningly so, but what of it? Young and attractive girls were abundant in the streets, yet the number of wealthy individuals with a fortune exceeding 100 million at such a young age was exceedingly rare. Moreover, with Tang Yuan possessing a grand collector system, his future wealth was destined to soar beyond this point. Women? Beautiful women? Young, charming, and obediently lovely women? Tang Yuan would have as many as he desired in the future. He had understood this principle long ago in his previous life. Thus, he would not treat Wen Mu Shui with undue deference simply because of her beauty. A mere greeting would not suffice. He would not rush toward her like a dog scrambling for a bone. Wen Mu Shui was clearly unprepared for Tang Yuan's demeanor. Throughout her life, whether dealing with top scholars or affluent young gentlemen, a simple smile from her would elicit enthusiastic responses. She had never experienced such indifference before. Mu Shui. Just as Wen Mu Shui felt a sting to her pride, a boy came bounding over from a distance, a bottle of cold drink in hand. Why didn't you wait for me earlier? Here, this is your favorite drink. Have a couple of sips to cool off. Hearing the commotion beside her, Tang Yuan turned his gaze once more. Chapter 8. The day of unfolding horizons. The boy who appeared beside Wen Mu Shui was tall and handsome, clad in an LV shirt and shorts, his limited edition sneakers adorning his feet, and a Rolex watch gleaming on his wrist. His gaze toward Wen Mu Shui was unmasked with admiration. Thank you. Wen Mu Shui accepted the drink with gratitude, yet her attention remained steadfastly fixed on Tang Yuan. Noticing that Wen Mu Shui's focus was entirely on Tang Yuan and not him, the boy's expression shifted, his eyes narrowing with hostility, reminiscent of a husky warding off intruding dogs. Mu Shui, who is he? He inquired, his tone tinged with a hint of jealousy. Wen Mu Shui bit her lip, refraining from answering, and continued to gaze at Tang Yuan, softly stating, Senior, during my school years, I filmed some videos in my spare time, and I currently have around 700,000 followers on Douyin. Just now, my fans messaged me, stating that 5 Ferrari LaFerrari Apertas, which have never before appeared in our country, are at our school. They are eager for me to film them. I intended to take just a couple of photos, but it seems I've encountered the owner. I hope it's not too presumptuous of me to ask if you could allow me to film your Ferrari LaFerrari Aperta? Throughout her speech, her eyes remained locked with Tang Yuan's, her expression softening towards the end of her request. Unmoved by Wen Mu Shui's fervent gaze, Tang Yuan replied nonchalantly, It is indeed rather presumptuous. Wen Mu Shui was taken aback by his response, her smile faltering. What's with the arrogance? Is having a LaFerrari so impressive? Before she could voice her thoughts, the boy beside her interjected, displeased, glaring at Tang Yuan. He then turned to Wen Mu Shui, speaking gently, Mu Shui. If he wants to lend it, that's fine. My brother has a Porsche 918, another one of the 3 divine cars. In a couple of days, I'll take you to see him. You can film as you wish. Witnessing this interaction, Tang Yuan not only remained unfazed, but also wore an expression of intrigue. Glancing at the boy before addressing Wen Mu Shui, Is he your boyfriend? The boy, who had been so eager to impress, instantly tensed at Tang Yuan's inquiry. Casting a hopeful glance at Wen Mu Shui, she, too, was caught off guard by the question, her gaze fleetingly assessing the young man beside her, quickly arriving at a decision. No, he is a very good friend of mine. Wen Mu Shui replied with a smile, her demeanor relaxed. Upon hearing her response, the boy's expression fell, his previously bright eyes dimming. Tang Yuan observed the change in their expressions with a subtle smirk. As a seasoned tea connoisseur, he sensed the undertones of a green tea character in Wen Mu Shui, and his interest in her began to stir. Appreciating the nuances in tea had always been a passion of his. Tomorrow at 2 in the afternoon, come here to film the car, Tang Yuan stated. Wen Mu Shui was taken aback by his sudden agreement, her heart racing with excitement. As a Douyin influencer, she was acutely aware of the immense traffic that Tang Yuan's 5 Ferrari LaFerrari Apteras could generate. Since their appearance at Zhonghai Transportation University, news of the cars had spread like wildfire across the internet, igniting the supercar community. If she could seize this moment to create a comprehensive video featuring Tang Yuan's remarkable cars, she would monopolize all traffic related to the LaFerrari Aperta. Thank you, Senior. You're so kind. The typically aloof Mu Shui now bestowed her sweetest smile upon Tang Yuan. Snap. The boy, witnessing Mu Shui's radiant smile directed at Tang Yuan, felt his heart shatter. Let me clarify, I do not accept free rides. After you fill my car, you must treat me to a meal, and it must be a fine one. Tang Yuan cast a sidelong glance at the boy, silently delivering another blow, and thought to himself, brother, do not harbor resentment. This is for your own good. Such a girl is beyond your grasp. Let an older brother handle her. As the saying goes, if I do not enter hell, who will? Ah, little green tea, prepare for my onslaught. With this thought, Tang Yuan felt his image transform into one of righteousness. All right, it's settled then. Tang Yuan's proposal struck a chord with Mu Shui, and without hesitation, she agreed. Snap, snap. The boy's heart sank further at the thought of his goddess dining with another man the following day. Brother, may I borrow a pin? Just as the boy was lost in despair, Tang Yuan pointed at the decorative pin clipped to his shirt pocket. The boy, instinctively complying, handed it over. Extend your hand. Tang Yuan took the pin and turned to Mu Shui. When Mu Shui blinked, uncertain of his intentions, yet obediently extended her right hand. Tang Yuan gently grasped her delicate arm, feeling its cool and smooth texture, a delightful sensation. The unexpected physical contact made Mu Shui instinctively want to withdraw her arm, yet she restrained herself, allowing Tang Yuan's hand to hold her. Without any ulterior motive, Tang Yuan swiftly wrote a series of numbers on Mu Shui's fair, soft arm using the pin. This is my phone number. Please add me on WeChat and contact me in advance tomorrow. The tip of the pin glided across her skin, causing Mu Shui to feel a tingling sensation, her cheeks flushing crimson without her awareness. With a hint of shyness in her gaze, she nodded at Tang Yuan. At that moment, the boy standing beside Mu Shui felt the weight of his breath intensifying, as if he were on the brink of bursting. Damn it! You're flirting with my goddess while I lend you my pin. Am I not a complete fool in this situation? The more he pondered, the angrier he became, unable to suppress his feelings. His fists clenched tightly. However, just as he steeled himself, he softened again in mere seconds. Before him stood a robust boy, resembling a burly figure, addressing Tang Yuan with utmost reverence, calling him father repeatedly, likely showing more respect than he would to his biological father. The boy glanced at his own physique, then at the other's, and decisively chose to avoid conflict, silently accepting the pin Tang Yuan offered, his expression stiff as he muttered a polite acknowledgement. Ah! Another day of broadening horizons. Chapter 9. To love her is to embrace her. When Mu Shui watched the two departing figures fade into the distance, suddenly feeling a flicker of anticipation for tomorrow. Mu Shui, am I merely a better friend in your heart? Just as her mood brightened, a voice tinged with 3 parts anguish and 7 parts disappointment echoed in her ear. Upon hearing this, when Mu Shui's expression shifted rapidly, and she turned to the boy with a gaze filled with complexity. Zhang Yu, I understand your feelings, but I am just an ordinary girl from a humble family, while you come from wealth and have a bright future ahead of you. We are destined to have no future together. You are a good boy, and I do not wish to hinder you. You deserve someone better. You are the best in my heart. Zhang Yu's eyes reflected stubbornness, and then he glanced at the phone number on Mu Shui's fair arm. Burning with jealousy? And him? Just because he owns 5 LaFerraris and is wealthier, you gravitate towards him, believing he is your future? Zhang Yu, if you think this way, there is nothing I can do. Facing Zhang Yu's rising emotions, when Mu Shui's eyes revealed a hint of sorrow. I once thought you were the one who understood me best, yet this is how you perceive me. Many students from our physical education department graduate only to find themselves unemployed. I do not have affluent parents like yours. I want to stay in Zhonghai, and I must rely solely on my own efforts. The only opportunity one sees is in the realm of short videos. If I can't become a content creator with 1 million followers, I could sustain myself through advertisements. Do you think I enjoy putting on a smile? Do you think I willingly dine with strangers? It is all just a charade. I thought you would understand, but it seems you do not. As she spoke, when Mu Shui's eyes glistened with unshed tears, her feigned strength stirred a surge of guilt and remorse within Zhang Yu, leaving him flustered. Mu Shui, I am sorry. It is all my fault. I misunderstood you. Will you forgive me? Zhang Yu pleaded, his voice softening immensely. I initially thought that even if we could not become a couple, we could still remain friends. When Mu Shui paused for a moment before shaking her head, forget it. Let us leave it at that. Please refrain from contacting me for now. Don't call or visit my dormitory. Let us both take some time to cool off. Without allowing Zhang Yu a chance to respond, when Mu Shui turned and left, leaving him in a state of melancholy, feeling he had deeply hurt such a kind, beautiful, self-reliant, and diligent girl. The more he contemplated, the more he felt inadequate and narrow-minded. How does the saying go? To love her is to embrace her. Yes, embrace. With renewed determination, Zhang Yu gazed in the direction when Muxue had departed, resolutely declaring, "Muxue, be yourself. We shall meet at the pinnacle of our future." Meanwhile, after leaving the parking lot, Tang Yuan and Guan Yuntao continued towards the package drop-off point. Along the way, Guan Yuntao curiously inquired, "Big brother, how did you get in touch with Muxue? She wanted to borrow my car to film a video." Tang Yuan casually replied, then countered with a question, "Do you know her?" "Of course." When Muxue from the Physical Education Department and Su Xiaoxiao from the Foreign Language College were known as the Mingxing Pearls during their time at the Minhang campus. Now that they are both in their junior year and have moved to the Suhui campus, the title will likely soon transfer to the Suhui Pearls. Seeing Tang Yuan's interest in Muxue, Guan Yuntao eagerly shared all the information he knew. At that moment, he was thoroughly convinced of Tang Yuan's status. Regardless of his background, whether it be black or white, the mere fact that he owned 5 LaFerrari Aperta vehicles indicated he was not someone Guan Yuntao could provoke. Their family was affluent, with a total net worth that could barely reach 9 figures, enough to afford a Lamborghini worth around 8 million. However, if they wished to upgrade, their family assets would need to double, which was nearly impossible. For someone like Tang Yuan to splurge 5 billion on supercars was utterly inconceivable. Clearly, in terms of wealth, Tang Yuan was on an entirely different level. Coupled with the psychological impact Tang Yuan had initially left on him, Guan Yuntao felt no rebellious sentiment. Rather, he was consumed with thoughts on how to win Tang Yuan's favor. Unaware of Guan Yuntao's thoughts, Tang Yuan continued, "The Minhang campus is the undergraduate division of Zhonghai Jiaoda, with nearly 30,000 students. If they are referred to as the Mingxing Pearls, it seems Su Xiaoxiao, the other girl, must be quite remarkable as well. Indeed, if Muxue represents the epitome of a cold goddess, Su Xiaoxiao embodies the essence of a seductive goddess. Although not as tall as Muxue, her figure is far more alluring. With a youthful face and a melodious voice, she has a Douyin account with a follower count slightly lower than Muxue's, around 60,000. Occasionally, she hosts live singing sessions to earn some living expenses." When Guan Yuntao mentioned Su Xiaoxiao, a knowing smile crossed his face. As Tang Yuan stood before the package drop-off point, searching for his belongings sent from home, he engaged Guan Yuntao in conversation. "Based on your description, it seems many would pursue Muxue and Su Xiaoxiao in school?" "It's not too many, really." Guan Yuntao had entirely immersed himself in the role of Tang Yuan's subordinate. As Tang Yuan retrieved a piece of luggage, Guan Yuntao helped carry another. Showcasing his considerable strength, "The students who gain admission to our school are quite intelligent, and most possess self-awareness. Many may secretly harbor feelings for them, but those who dare to act are either exceptionally talented individuals or well-connected second-generation heirs. While these individuals are few, I've heard the competition is quite fierce. Have they made any choices?" Tang Yuan had gathered all his luggage, ready to carry it back in one trip, and he and Guan Yuntao headed towards the dormitory. "From what I know, they probably haven tea. Although they sometimes seem close to their suitors, I have never heard of anyone establishing a relationship with them. Given their allure, if anyone were to successfully captivate them, it would undoubtedly be flaunted without hesitation. There's no way they would keep it under wraps." Guan Yuntao pondered this for a moment before responding with a hint of conjecture. "Hee. Intriguing." Tang Yuan chuckled lightly, a flicker of curiosity crossing his gaze as he subtly speculated about the true nature of the two girls. However, he chose not to elaborate, instead finding a casual excuse to divert the conversation. Chapter 10. Aiming to be an unambitious prodigal after transporting his numerous belongings back to the dormitory, Tang Yuan departed once more. Selecting a yellow LaFerrari Aperta that matched his attire, he sped towards the headquarters of China Merchants Bank located in Zhonghai. A bank, at any point in time, serves as a reservoir of resources. Tang Yuan was acutely aware of this fact, hence after settling matters at school, his first course of action was to establish a high-end private banking account at China Merchants Bank. Depositing a substantial sum of 100 million, acquiring special privileges in a first-tier city like Zhonghai seemed improbable. However, even without such privileges, the basic benefits afforded to high-end private banking clients were exceedingly abundant. Among these, Tang Yuan prized the dedicated service most. As a user of China Merchants Bank's elite private banking, whenever he required assistance, he could directly call the dedicated hotline. For instance, should he wish to attend a concert and secure front-row seats, He would merely need to communicate his desires via phone, awaiting a callback as the bank utilized its resources to fulfill his request. Moreover, with branches scattered nationwide, the bank possessed an immensely diverse array of resources. It could be said that as long as one had the financial means and their requests did not contravene national laws, China Merchants Bank could generally accommodate them. By becoming a client of their elite private banking service, Tang Yuan essentially acquired a near-omnipotent virtual concierge capable of providing satisfactory solutions to the majority of life's demands. With his 100 million cash deposit, Tang Yuan smoothly became a member of the high-end private banking clientele after placing 10 million in a 6-month fixed deposit. Although the physical card needed to be custom-made and would take some time to reach him, he could now access all the privileges of the elite private banking service through mobile banking. Having completed his banking business, Tang Yuan exited the Zhonghai headquarters and, using a map, sought out a high-end department store nearby for some light shopping. Driving his striking yellow LaFerrari Aperta naturally drew the attention of countless onlookers. Whether halted at traffic lights or parked, many paused to snap pictures. Of course, he was not short of young women approaching him to chat and exchange WeChat, among whom were numerous attractive girls. Yet, ever discerning, Tang Yuan only added one girl who could ride horses, politely declining all others. After finishing his shopping, the night had fallen, and he chose not to linger outdoors, driving back towards the school. Upon returning to the dormitory laden with bags, he found Guan Yuntao, engrossed in the game they had played earlier, completely oblivious to Tang Yuan's arrival. Tang Yuan placed his items in the bedroom, then emerged quietly, intrigued as he observed Guan Yuntao's intense engagement. From memory, Tang Yuan recognized the war-themed game as PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. In this game, players must gather resources on the map, battling against one another within an ever-shrinking safe zone to be the last one standing. In his past life, the allure of games had been a significant temptation for Tang Yuan. He often envied his roommates who played together, but his aspirations and pursuits prevented him from squandering time on gaming. Restraint, and more restraint. Whenever he felt the urge, he would mentally reassure himself that once he achieved wealth and leisure, he would indulge in all the games he had longed to play. However, is there an end to the pursuit of wealth? Upon earning 1 million, one desires 10 million. Upon reaching 10 million, one aims for 100 million. The insatiable appetite for money knows no bounds, and as his business expanded, work consumed all his time. Thus, until the day he unexpectedly passed away at home, he never had the chance to play those games he had yearned for in his youth. Was it regrettable? Though given the choice to start anew, he would still prioritize his career. It was undeniable that this aspect did evoke a sense of longing. Now, free from financial worry, should he allow that past regret to persist? Certainly not. This answer was unequivocal. He had already lived enough of the life of another's child in his previous life. In this lifetime, he aspired merely to be a carefree scoundrel. Damn, a headshot from 100 meters away. What the hell are you cheating? Just as Tang Yuan's thoughts began to drift, Guan Yuntao suddenly removed his headphones, angrily slamming his fist on the table, exclaiming in frustration, "Oh, when did you come back?" After a day filled with various incidents, Guan Yuntao had grown quite familiar with Tang Yuan, and his address had shifted from the formal big brother to the more affectionate Yuan Guo. "Just got back," Tang Yuan replied with a smile, then pointed at the computer. "Could you teach me? I'd love to experience it for myself." Guan Yuntao paused momentarily, then quickly leaped from his chair. "Yuan Gu, please sit down. No need for formality. Although this game differs from traditional shooters, once you familiarize yourself with the tools and map, it's quite easy to pick up." "Is that so?" Tang Yuan wasted no time with pleasantries, sitting before the computer and, under Guan Yuntao's guidance, embarked on his inaugural attempt. "Yuan Gu, once you land, your first task is to find a weapon. This is the DP-28 light machine gun, nicknamed the Big Plate Chicken. It packs a punch but has significant recoil, making it hard to control. Get a shotgun. It's unbeatable in close quarters, often referred to as equal opportunity. No matter your skill level or gear, a shot to the body will drop you immediately. Don't forget to grab some medkits and drinks. You must collect ammunition too." Under Guan Yuntao's tutelage, Tang Yuan gradually grew accustomed to the game. However, as a novice, his gameplay was particularly clumsy. After barely surviving for 10 minutes without encountering another player, he was swiftly eliminated by a sniper shot. Though his demise was tragic, Tang Yuan felt as if he had unlocked the door to a new world, experiencing a profound sense of novelty and enjoyment. Is this the joy of gaming he had yearned for? Indeed, it was quite fascinating. At that moment, standing beside Tang Yuan, Guan Yuntao continued to vent about the previous encounter, while Tang Yuan suddenly conceived new ideas regarding the dormitory's renovation. Yuntao, there is something I'd like to discuss with you. Interrupting Guan Yuntao's tirade, he spoke earnestly. Yuan Gu, please, go ahead, Guan Yuntao replied readily. Tang Yuan nodded slightly and then pointed to the dormitory beneath their feet. If I were to say that I wanted to renovate the entire dormitory inside and out, would you have any objections? What? My brother, are you serious? Guan Yuntao replied, his expression one of disbelief. Setting aside whether the school would allow it, you would be spending your own money for the renovations, and 2 years later, when we graduate, this dormitory will be left for others. That would be quite a loss for you. Guan Yuntao was utterly astounded by Tang Yuan's proposition. Our dormitory is at most 40 square meters. Even with the most luxurious renovations, it would barely cost over $1 million. Tang Yuan spoke nonchalantly. Spending a little over $1 million for 2 comfortable years seems quite worthwhile to me. Guan Yuntao exclaimed, what a world of the wealthy. To you, $1 million sounds as trivial as 100. Does your family's money just fall from the sky? Guan Yuntao stared at Tang Yuan in disbelief, murmuring his inquiry. Tang Yuan fell silent for a moment, pondering how to respond. If he revealed that his wealth was even easier to come by than a gust of wind, wouldn't Guan Yuntao go mad? Ultimately, Tang Yuan chose to sidestep the question. I'll handle the school side. You just say whether you agree or not. Dear guardian, please proceed as you wish. I have no objections. Seeing Tang Yuan's seriousness, Guan Yuntao could hardly refuse such a fortuitous opportunity that had seemingly fallen from the heavens. He agreed with unreserved enthusiasm. Tang Yuan, pleased, snapped his fingers. Come on, guide me through another round? Absolutely. Chapter 11. The collectible level. The following morning, Tang Yuan and Guan Yuntao awoke early. After a brief wash-up, they donned the red polo shirts provided by Gaojin Academy and made their way to the school stadium. Today marked the opening ceremony for the 2018 graduate students of Zhonghai Transportation University. Not only the freshmen of Gaojin Academy but also newcomers from other faculties were to gather at the stadium for the ceremony. The total number of graduate students in the 2018 cohort exceeded 5,000. By the time Tang Yuan and Guan Yuntao arrived at the stadium, the place was already teeming with people, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Where is our Gaojin Academy section? Guan Yuntao inquired, standing on tiptoe and craning his neck to look around. This year, our academy has fewer than 100 new students, likely fewer than the number from other faculties, Tang Yuan estimated. Let's head forward. As they walked, Tang Yuan casually observed the newcomers' appearances. However, throughout the journey, not a single individual scored above a 90 in his eyes, prompting him to reflect. Indeed, if one wishes to see beautiful women, one must venture to the arts and humanities schools. Although they may lack in intelligence, education, and culture, the abundance of attractive and well-formed girls is undeniable. Shaking his head, Tang Yuan quickened his pace. As he suspected, their Gaojin Academy section was indeed just ahead, arranged in a 9x9 square formation. By the time they arrived, many had already taken their seats. In contrast to the uniformly yellow-skinned students from other faculties, the Gaojin Academy section displayed a rich diversity of skin tones, yellow, white, and black. Each year, the student body of Gaojin Academy comprises 3 segments, the first being exempted students from prestigious domestic universities, the second consisting of students from Hong Kong, Macau, and Taiwan, and the third being international students, typically in a ratio of 7-to-1. Since it was their first encounter, Tang Yuan did not recognize anyone and simply found an empty seat. However, Guan Yuntao had many acquaintances and quickly excused himself to catch up with them. As time passed, all the seats filled up, and just before the opening ceremony commenced, Tang Yuan finally spotted their class advisor, a middle-aged man around 40, slightly balding and wearing framed glasses. He spoke with a friendly demeanor, his eyes crinkling into smiles. His Chinese name was Huang Bin, and his English name was Johnny. Due to time constraints, Huang Bin introduced himself briefly and then found a place to sit. Shortly thereafter, the opening ceremony for the 2018 graduate students of Zhonghai Transportation University officially began. Despite Zhonghai Transportation University being a top-tier institution, it could not escape the conventional format of Chinese opening ceremonies. One by one, school leaders, faculty representatives, and student representatives took to the stage to speak, leaving Tang Yuan feeling quite bored. Just as he was beginning to doze off, a series of sounds suddenly jolted him awake. Experience Task 2-5. Collect 10 stamps. Grade requirement. Collectible level. Time limit. 7 days. Reward. Unknown. Simultaneously, 4 consecutive virtual system prompts appeared before Tang Yuan's eyes. A new task. Recalling the generous rewards from the first task completion, Tang Yuan's heart ignited with enthusiasm. However, he quickly composed himself and began to scrutinize the newly released task. This second experience task introduced an additional grade requirement compared to the first, which had not been present. Collectible level? Tang Yuan murmured to himself. It was evident that the system had raised the difficulty. If he hoped to complete this task as he had the first, merely purchasing a few inexpensive crystals from a souvenir shop would be unrealistic. Otherwise, the system would not be aptly named the Great Collector System. It would be better suited as the Waste Recycling System. What criteria define the collectible level? Tang Yuan pondered for a moment before tentatively inquiring of the system. Collectible level. Items with certain historical, scientific, and artistic value. Initially, Tang Yuan held little hope, but to his surprise, the system provided a corresponding answer. Upon seeing the system's response, he felt a sense of clarity. The entire new student ceremony lasted approximately an hour. After it concluded, the freshmen of Gaojin Academy did not disperse. Instead, under Huang Bin's guidance, they returned to the Academy's lecture hall for a brief meeting, primarily focusing on daily management and academic arrangements. Finally, he created a large group chat on WeChat for everyone before announcing that they could disperse and engage in free activities. Huang Bin was the first to leave, yet the students in the classroom did not rush to exit. Some stood up to introduce themselves, while others mingled among the crowd, making connections with like-minded peers. As for Tang Yuan, he sat quietly in a corner, entirely disinterested in socializing. It wasn't that Tang Yuan was intentionally aloof. Rather, he simply preferred to be lazy. Why exert oneself when it's far more comfortable for others to take the initiative? In fact, even without making an effort, many approached him to say hello. The size of Gaojin Academy was relatively small, with fewer than 100 new students. The news of Tang Yuan arriving at school in 5 LaFerrari Aperta cars had already spread throughout Gaojin Academy and even the entire Suhui campus of Zhonghai Transportation University, thanks to the highly developed social networks. While all students at Gaojin Academy came from well-off families, none could rival Tang Yuan in terms of wealth. There was hardly anyone comparable to him. Such exceptional social resources were naturally coveted by all. Faced with a multitude of proactive classmates, Tang Yuan welcomed everyone without reservation, mutually exchanging WeChat contacts. After all, they would be seeing each other frequently over the next 2 years, and it would be a pity to miss out on any amusing or eccentric classmates. Thus, in the blink of an eye, noon arrived. Tang Yuan followed Guan Yuntao and his newly acquainted peers, leaving the lecture hall to head to the cafeteria for a meal. Chapter 12. Are you using this to test the cadre? In the afternoon, Tang Yuan strolled down the corridor of the main office area of Gaojin College, his gaze flitting across the door plaques, seemingly in search of something. Eventually, after making 2 turns, he located the office of Huang Bin. Knock, knock, knock. Tang Yuan gently tapped on the door. Who is it? Come in. Huang Bin's voice, accompanied by the sound of footsteps, came from within the office, and the door was quickly opened. Teacher Huang. It's me, Tang Yuan. Huang Bin's hair appeared slightly disheveled, suggesting he had just woken from a nap. Tang Yuan. I know you. Come in, come in. Upon recognizing Tang Yuan, Huang Bin's face broke into a warm smile, inviting him into the office. Teacher Huang, I'm truly sorry to disturb your rest. Tang Yuan closed the office door behind him, a hint of apology on his face. It's nothing. I had just laid down. Huang Bin waved his hand with a smile. Tang Yuan, is there something you need to discuss with me? Tang Yuan nodded slightly. Teacher Huang, I came to seek your assistance in coordinating a matter with the college. Oh, what is it? Huang Bin settled at his desk, putting on his glasses, a serious expression crossing his face. Teacher Huang, my dormitory has aged quite significantly, so I wish to find a renovation company to privately fund the refurbishment of my dormitory. Tang Yuan spoke straightforwardly, without preamble. Privately funded renovation? Huang Bin paused, clearly taken aback by Tang Yuan's request. Tang Yuan, private renovations are unprecedented in our college. Implementing this would likely involve multiple departments and could be quite troublesome. Huang Bin's expression turned slightly troubled, his tone somewhat tactful. Tang Yuan had anticipated such a response. He quietly brought forth a gift bag he had concealed and placed it on the desk, retrieving 2 packs of cigarettes and gently setting them before Huang Bin. Teacher Huang, could you consider this matter? Huang Bin's eyelids flickered at the sight of the cigarettes. As a seasoned smoker, he was certainly familiar with the brands by Sha and Tianxia. Although the prices of cigarettes had been strictly regulated since last year, making it illegal for a pack to exceed 1,000 yuan, the reality was different. The official price for these 2 packs was indeed 1,000 yuan each. Yet acquiring them at that price was nearly impossible for the average person, akin to the soaring prices of Feitian Mutai. Understanding the market well, Huang Bin realized that to obtain these 2 packs, one would need a baseline of at least 4,000 yuan. Although Tang Yuan's gesture did not completely sway Huang Bin, it had begun to tip the scales in his favor. Tang Yuan, I can think about this, but I can't guarantee the success rate. Huang Bin looked at Tang Yuan, his resolve beginning to waver. Upon hearing this, Tang Yuan quietly retrieved 2 bottles of Feitian Mutai from the gift bag, pushing them slowly towards Huang Bin. Teacher Huang, could you please give it another good thought? Seeing Tang Yuan's swift display of generosity, Huang Bin felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Are you using this to test the cadre? Well, this is even the Zodiac Edition Mutai from the Year of the Dog. Each bottle must be over 3,500 yuan. Huang Bin silently calculated the total. 2 Zodiac Mutai bottles coupled with the cigarettes nearly approached his monthly salary. Tang Yuan, this matter has no precedent in our college. Even if I deliberate, the success rate is likely only 50, and that's only if I pull some strings. Under the pressure of Tang Yuan's sweet enticements, Huang Bin was beginning to feel overwhelmed. Cigarettes and fine liquor were always considered hard currency in China. What lay before him, seemingly cigarettes and liquor, was akin to piles of cash. But it wouldn't be right for teacher Huang to owe favors. Tang Yuan feigned a frown, then habitually reached into the gift bag again, this time producing 2 brand new iPhone XS Max, emblazoned with a 512 GB label. Teacher Huang, I kindly ask you to give it your utmost consideration. Huang Bin gazed at the 2 pristine devices, inhaling deeply as his mental defenses crumbled. The total market value of the iPhones exceeded 20,000 yuan. If the previous gifts of cigarettes and liquor were mere sweeteners, the digital devices were akin to missiles of temptation, proving exceedingly difficult for someone of Huang Bin's salary class to resist. Tang Yuan, leave this matter to me. I will have an answer for you tonight. Huang Bin capitulated entirely, overwhelmed by Tang Yuan's generosity. Very well. Thank you, Teacher Huang. I will await your good news. Tang Yuan's smile was radiant, reassured by Huang Bin's commitment. You're welcome. It is my duty to assist my students. Huang Bin waved his hand, responding cheerfully. Some matters are best left unspoken. Both Tang Yuan and Huang Bin understood the unspoken agreement between them, opting to maintain the facade rather than expose the underlying reality. After a few more casual exchanges, Tang Yuan excused himself, citing Huang Bin's need for rest, and departed the office. Stepping out, Tang Yuan's expression quickly regained its composure. The world is indeed pragmatic. There exists scarcely a problem that cannot be resolved with sufficient financial incentive. If there is, it merely indicates that one's offer was not high enough. Clearly, the price Tang Yuan had just proffered was ample for Huang Bin. With the dormitory issue successfully addressed, Tang Yuan felt quite pleased. Though he might have numerous residences across Zhonghai and beyond in the future, preserving a small stronghold at school was a commendable choice. 100,000 yuan would suffice to refurbish the 40-square-meter dormitory splendidly. A projector, 2 high-end computers, the occasional movie, and gaming. Wasn't this the lifestyle Tang Yuan had once dreamed of during his studies? Costs? If they brought joy, they were negligible in Tang Yuan's eyes. As he contemplated how best to transform his dormitory, an incoming call from China Merchants Bank interrupted his thoughts. Chapter 13. A little trick. Hello, Mr. Tang. This is the private banking hotline service department. We are returning your call from an hour ago. Upon answering, a soft and pleasant female voice resonated from the other end. Tang Yuan paused, standing by the window. Have you found the place I inquired about? Mr. Tang, according to your request, we have contacted a private collection gallery specializing in the collection, appraisal, and sale of seals. If you wish to collect seals, they may have what you seek. If there are no seals to your liking here, in 10 days, China Guardian will hold a special auction themed around seals in Yinjing, which you may wish to pay attention to. The other party spoke at a measured pace, not only addressing Tang Yuan's needs, but also providing him with an alternative solution. Very well. I understand. Please send the address of this private collection gallery to my phone via text message. Possible. I would appreciate it if you could assist me in contacting them to schedule an appointment. Tang Yuan was quite satisfied with the efficiency of China Merchants Bank. After the freshman ceremony concluded in the morning, he promptly reached out to the bank's specialist hotline, and to his surprise, a solution was provided within just over an hour. Mr. Tang, when would you like to schedule the appointment? A gentle voice inquired over the phone. After a brief moment of contemplation, Tang Yuan replied, Would 4 p.m. this afternoon be possible? If not, please schedule it for tomorrow. Certainly. Once we contact the private collection gallery, We will send the appointment time along with the address to your phone via text message. Is there anything else we can assist you with? Upon hearing the representative's inquiry, Tang Yuan thought for a moment and then requested, please help me find a reputable interior design company specializing in apartment design in Zhonghai. Once you find one, give me a call back. The renovation market, regardless of location, is often a mixed bag of quality, particularly in a super first-tier city like Zhonghai. If Tang Yuan were to search for one himself, it would be both time-consuming and fraught with pitfalls. Thus, he decided to delegate this challenging task to China Merchants Bank, allowing them to filter through the options. While there was no guarantee that the company selected by the bank would be entirely reliable, it certainly offered a better chance than his own search, enhancing the likelihood of finding a trustworthy option. Understood. I have noted your request. Once we identify a suitable renovation company, we will call you back, the private banking representative assured him decisively, without a hint of hesitation. After concluding the business at hand, Tang Yuan hung up the phone. Upon returning to his dormitory, Tang Yuan rested briefly in his bedroom before rising again, acutely aware that he had less than 15 minutes left until his scheduled meeting with Wen Muxue. It was truly astonishing. In this world, it seemed that not a single piece of traditional Chinese attire could be found in the wardrobes of his compatriots. Opening his closet, he rummaged through all his clothes, unable to suppress a shake of his head, expressing his dismay. In Blue Star, not only would there be traditional Chinese garments in the wardrobes of Han Chinese, but even in those of foreigners. Whether at home or abroad, individuals donned in traditional attire were ubiquitous, especially during celebrations or banquets when everyone would wear traditional formal wear. The absence of even one piece of traditional Chinese design in his wardrobe was simply intolerable for Tang Yuan. In the grand civilization of Huaxia, with a history spanning 5,000 years, it was lamentable that contemporary youth took pride in wearing foreign brands such as LV, Chanel, and Burberry. Sighing, Tang Yuan recognized the prevailing trend in the country made it unavoidable. He could only choose a couple of his favorite outfits from what he had on hand, secretly resolving to address his wardrobe issues in the coming days. After changing, he grabbed his phone and car keys, exchanged a few words with Guan Yuntao, and leisurely made his way to the college parking lot. Under the scorching sun, with not a cloud in sight, the intense heat swept across the land, rendering even the previously lively single dogs at the school gate listless, sprawled on the ground, panting heavily. Upon arriving at the parking lot, Tang Yuan noticed that when Muxue had already arrived. Holding a sun umbrella, she stood in the shade of a tree. Compared to yesterday's sporty attire, today she opted for a more casual look. Aware of her advantages, she wore a black tank top paired with black denim shorts cinched with a belt, complemented by canvas shoes. Her fair arms and long, beautiful legs were fully exposed, and her slightly wavy long hair cascaded over her shoulders. With a delicate yet unpretentious makeup, she effortlessly became a breathtaking sight. "Senior, over here." As Tang Yuan spotted Wen Muxue, she waved and called out to him, her smile radiant, akin to a melting iceberg. Tang Yuan nodded slightly, maintaining his leisurely pace as he approached her, casually remarking, "You arrived quite early." "Of course. If I had come late and annoyed you, what if you decided not to take photos with me?" Wen Muxue responded with a smile, her voice laced with a hint of playfulness. "Here. These are the keys to the 5 cars. Make haste. I'm giving you just 1 hour," Tang Yuan stated, his tone casual yet imbued with an undeniable authority. Senior, could you teach me how to start the LaFerrari Aperta?" When Muxue gazed at Tang Yuan, her voice gentle, Tang Yuan glanced at her with a hint of exasperation. "Get in the car, and I'll show you once." "Hee. Thank you, senior." Upon hearing this, Wen Muxue eagerly followed Tang Yuan toward the nearest white LaFerrari Aperta. Under the blazing sun, the interior of the car was extremely hot. After opening the door, Tang Yuan did not immediately sit down but stood outside, allowing the air inside to circulate. During this time, he briefly introduced Wen Muxue to the basic operations of the LaFerrari Aperta. Once the temperature within the car had cooled down, they both took their seats. As the butterfly doors of the LaFerrari Aperta closed, the outside noises were immediately shut out. Simultaneously, the delightful scent of Wen Muxue's perfume filled the car, compelling Tang Yuan to adjust his posture, sitting up a bit straighter. It must be said that Wen Muxue was quite an astute girl. Throughout Tang Yuan's explanation, she maintained a posture of resting her chin on her left hand, her beautiful eyes fixed on him, exuding an irresistible charm. This sight of Wen Muxue reminded Tang Yuan of a classic tea-tasting principle, perfectly aligning with her current demeanor. What defines a green tea girl? It is one who wears minimal clothing, displays the purest expressions, and performs the most alluring actions. As long as she embodies these 3 points, she is undoubtedly a green tea. However, such tricks held little sway over Tang Yuan, a master of discerning these subtleties. He merely offered a slight nod in acknowledgement. Did you learn? After concluding his brief tutorial, Tang Yuan glanced at Wen Muxue and inquired. She nodded, her eyes sparkling with amusement. Senior, with your understanding, how many girls have you had sitting in the passenger seat? Quite a few, Tang Yuan replied candidly, turning to face Wen Muxue, a slight smile curling at the corners of his lips. He then countered, and you? How many boys have had the pleasure of your company in the passenger seat? In that instant, Wen Muxue's smile faltered slightly. Senior, does the taxi driver count as a boy? He does. Then I have indeed had quite a few boys in the passenger seat. She blinked playfully, her tone teasing. Faced with Wen Muxue's evasive response, Tang Yuan merely smiled and refrained from further comment. He opened the butterfly door and stepped out of the car, advising, be mindful while filming. Don't expose my personal privacy. All right, Wen Muxue replied cheerfully, her gaze flickering as she observed Tang Yuan's retreating figure. She found his recent smile to be inexplicably profound. At that moment, Wen Muxue began to perceive Tang Yuan as distinct from other young men. If any other boy had been alone with her in the car, her usual tactics of leaning in, gazing intently, and offering sweet smiles would have left him blushing and bursting with vanity. Yet, her tried-and-true methods seemed to have no effect on Tang Yuan, who maintained an expression as calm as still water. Was he perhaps so accustomed to temptation that he had become immune to such charms? Wen Muxue pondered, a thoughtful expression gracing her delicate, cool visage. An hour slipped by in an instant. Tang Yuan, seated beneath the shade of a tree, had utilized this time to research various aspects of stamp collecting, acquiring a rudimentary understanding of the subject. Senior, I'm done. Wen Muxue's voice wafted to him like a fragrant breeze as he was perusing information about the major auction houses. Tang Yuan instinctively looked up, and the sight of her long, slender, and immaculate legs struck him with a powerful visual impact. It seemed a waste for such legs not to be draped over someone's shoulder. Tang Yuan mused inwardly, noticing his gaze lingering on her legs. Wen Muxue felt a flicker of joy. She had finally reclaimed a measure of confidence in Tang Yuan's presence. Since we're done, shall we go? Tang Yuan did not linger on Wen Muxue's beautiful legs for long. He stood, dusted off his trousers, and returned the 5 keys to his pocket. Shall we head straight for a meal? Wen Muxue inquired, trailing behind him. Do you have plans tonight? If you do, we can postpone. If not, accompany me to buy something, and then we can eat afterward. As they approached the 5 LaFerrari Aperta vehicles, Tang Yuan casually replied, I have no plans tonight. What needs to be done today should be completed today. If you wish to shop, I shall accompany you. With her hands clasped behind her back, Wen Muxue displayed a radiant smile that was rarely seen, as if it were free of charge, all directed toward Tang Yuan. Then let us go. Tang Yuan nodded slightly, his eyes scanning the array of colorful LaFerrari Aperta, ultimately settling on the red one. With the flicker of headlights, he and Wen Muxue opened the butterfly doors and climbed inside, igniting the engine, lowering the convertible top, and donning sunglasses. Tang Yuan had become adept at these basic operations after yesterday's driving experience. Senior, may I ask you a question? Wen Muxue, feeling the gentle breeze, looked at Tang Yuan's slightly handsome profile and inquired with a smile. Go ahead. Tang Yuan grasped the steering wheel, guiding the vehicle toward the school gate. Why did you buy 5 LaFerrari Aperta all at once? Although they differ in color, their essence is fundamentally the same. This question, long held within her, finally escaped her lips. Tang Yuan glanced at Wen Muxue's exquisite legs and suddenly asked, Do you have a habit of wearing stockings? Occasionally, Wen Muxue replied, momentarily taken aback by his unexpected question. Since you wear them occasionally, I presume your wardrobe must contain various styles and colors of stockings? Tang Yuan countered. Wen Muxue nodded, affirming his assumption. If their essence is the same, why do you purchase so many different styles and colors? Tang Yuan looked at her with a smile in his eyes. Of course, it's to match different styles and colors of clothing. Without hesitation, Wen Muxue answered, You buy different styles and colors of stockings to complement your outfits, while I buy different colored LaFerrari Aperta for the same reason. Look at your black attire today. I'm dressed in white. If we chose to drive the black and white LaFerrari Aperta, it would clash with our outfits. Among the remaining colors, only red harmonizes with our attire. So I selected the red LaFerrari Aperta for today's excursion. Tang Yuan spoke as if conveying a self-evident truth, while Wen Muxue sat stunned by his response. A LaFerrari Aperta, worth over 30 million, purchased in quintuplet, merely for the sake of coordinating with daily attire? Was this something a normal person would do? When Mushue's long-held perceptions of wealth shattered, her eyes reflecting confusion. Was this the everyday life of a rich heir? Was this the shopping habit of the upper class? It was unfathomable. Unbeknownst to her, when Mushue's understanding of affluent heirs and high society underwent a profound distortion. Meanwhile, Tang Yuan's image began to amplify in her mind. Those once considered elite in her eyes now seemed unworthy of even carrying his shoes. Noticing the subtle change in when Mushue's gaze, Tang Yuan couldn't help but smirk slightly. His earlier remarks had been deliberately crafted for her ears, intended to enhance his significance in her perception while cultivating an air of mystery. In psychology, there exists a phenomenon known as the forbidden fruit effect, where the more elusive something is, the more it incites desire. The more inscrutable Tang Yuan appeared, the greater when Mushue's curiosity would grow, compelling her to delve deeper into his character. For women, curiosity often heralds the onset of danger. When a woman becomes curious about a man, it signals the beginning of her entanglement. What of the green tea bitches? What of the femme fatale? As Tang Yuan revealed more of himself, he doubted when Mushue could maintain her composure. Once she became infatuated, it would only be a matter of time before their paths intertwined more closely. Chapter 15. Treasure Seal Studio. Both Tang Yuan and Wen Mushue harbored their own thoughts, enveloped in silence. China Ocean Transportation University, celebrating its centennial, exudes a rich cultural heritage through its architecture and greenery. As Tang Yuan navigated the LaFerrari Aperta through the campus, he endeavored to keep the engine's roar subdued. Yet the low rumble occasionally drew the attention of numerous students. Throughout the day, as a freshman from the 2018 cohort of the prestigious Gaojin Academy, Tang Yuan's reputation had already spread across the university. While many might not recognize his face, the 5 LaFerrari Aperta he owned had become his unmistakable emblem. As fellow male students watched Tang Yuan's fiery red LaFerrari Aperta glide past, they struggled to maintain their composure, a blend of envy, admiration, and resentment flickering across their faces, though they managed to suppress their emotions. Until they caught sight of the girl seated in the co-pilot seat beside Tang Yuan, who turned out to be Wen Mushue, one of the renowned Shuangzhu of Suhui. Countless boys experienced an instant emotional upheaval. Some even felt their eyes welling up with tears. That scoundrel Tang Yuan. Is he endowed with a dog's nose? Just a day into the semester, and he has already ensnared my goddess. This must be a premeditated scheme. Brother, you must tell me, their outing is merely for studying, right? They surely won't engage in anything else, will they? Learning English at a hotel? Starting from the very basics? 30 years in Hashi, 30 years in Hadong. Do not underestimate the youth in poverty. As long as I embody the spirit of Mengda, I still have a chance. From this moment forth, when Mushue has collapsed in my heart, she professes her love for animals, yet consistently neglects me. Her devoted admirer, truly a woman of contradictory nature. Indeed, without wealth, I can only admire her sweetness from afar. Only with riches can one savor her saltiness. No matter how erudite I may be, it pales in comparison to someone who can drive a LaFerrari with one hand. Driving the Ferrari LaFerrari Aperta, Tang Yuan felt an inexplicable wave of hostility wash over him. He furrowed his brow, glanced around, and suddenly appeared to discern the source of the problem. It seems you have quite a few admirers at school. Look at those boys. Their glances directed at me are filled with a desire to leap forward and drag me out of the car for a good thrashing. Tang Yuan turned to Wen Mushue, teasingly remarking, "You better hurry and leave. If they truly decide to charge at us, I cannot promise to protect you." Wen Mushue playfully replied, her radiant smile having captivated countless boys, simultaneously inflating Tang Yuan's level of animosity. As they approached the school gate, Tang Yuan chuckled, "Then hold on tight. I'm about to hit the gas." "All right." When Mushue secured herself, gripping the seatbelt tightly. Vroom. The thunderous roar of the engine, coupled with a powerful thrust, transformed the leisurely drive through campus into a swift surge, as the red Ferrari LaFerrari Aperta shot forward like an arrow. The students lining the road were momentarily stunned. The red Ferrari had already vanished from their sight. Did you see that? This is the disparity between people. What we yearn for, others can simply accelerate towards. An almost graduated doctoral student sighed deeply as he watched the Ferrari disappear. "Bro, are you talking about the car or?" his junior asked, momentarily puzzled and cautiously inquiring. "Of course, I'm speaking of the car. What else could it be?" The doctoral student was bemused, his expression filled with confusion. Cough, cough. It's nothing, just a misunderstanding. The junior quickly waved his hands, dismissing the awkward moment. In the distance, having successfully merged into traffic, Tang Yuan gradually reduced his speed. Unfazed by the gazes of other drivers and passengers, he maintained an air of nonchalance, while Wen Muxue, on the other hand, reveled in the envy-laden looks that thoroughly satisfied her long-standing vanity. "Where is your family from?" As they found themselves stuck in traffic once more, Tang Yuan, feeling somewhat helpless, casually inquired, "Hee, why don't you take a guess?" Wen Muxue leaned closer to Tang Yuan, not directly answering his question. With nothing else to do during the traffic jam, Tang Yuan didn't mind engaging in a guessing game with her. "Give me a hint." "Well, do you know where the fireworks are most intense during the New Year?" Wen Muxue pondered for a moment before offering this clue. "I know." "Where?" "The hotel." As soon as Tang Yuan spoke, Wen Muxue's smile froze instantly. "What's wrong? Am I mistaken?" Even if the King of Heaven himself were to arrive, the most intense fireworks would still be at the hotel, Tang Yuan declared, his expression earnest. "Oh dear, that is not the kind of fireworks I meant. You misunderstood. I was referring to firecrackers." Wen Muxue explained, her cheeks slightly flushed in embarrassment at Tang Yuan's innocent mistake. "Oh, I see. You should have mentioned that sooner." Tang Yuan waved his hand, pretending to be enlightened. "I'm from the north. My hometown is in Spring City." Wen Muxue, not allowing Tang Yuan to guess any further, directly revealed her answer. "Ah, so you're from the north. No wonder you're so tall." Tang Yuan nodded slightly. "How tall are you? Really? You must be at least 175 centimeters, right?" "My height without shoes is 177 centimeters." Wen Muxue spoke with a hint of pride regarding her stature. "It's a pity you're not modeling. With that height, you'd be a natural. Modeling has poor job prospects, and the industry is quite chaotic. What about being a flight attendant?" "I get motion sickness." "Oh." Having such a beautiful companion like Wen Muxue made the traffic jam feel far less tedious. Through their casual conversation, they came to understand each other better, and their relationship grew considerably closer. Once they exited the congested area, Tang Yuan gradually increased his speed. The private collection gallery arranged for him by China Merchants Bank was located in the Pudong area, and it was somewhat distant from XH District. After driving for nearly half an hour, he finally arrived at the private collection gallery. After finding a parking spot, Tang Yuan parked the red Ferrari LaFerrari Aperta and stepped out with Wen Muxue. "Bowing Zhai?" Wen Muxue gazed at the quaint standalone building in front of her, softly reading the inscription on the wooden plaque, then turned to Tang Yuan with curiosity. "What is this place?" "If you come inside with me, you will find out," Tang Yuan teased, smiling as he led the way. Upon hearing this, Wen Muxue's eyes sparkled with intrigue, and she followed closely behind Tang Yuan. Chapter 16. The Eternal Master Knock, Knock, Knock. Standing outside the courtyard's traditional Chinese gate, Tang Yuan gently tapped the door ring a few times before standing with his hands clasped behind his back, ceasing all movement. After about half a minute, the sound of footsteps approached, and the gate slowly opened. "May I ask if you are Mr. Tang?" The woman who opened the door appeared to be around 30 years old, dressed in an elegant traditional qipao, with her hair styled high. Though her features were merely average, the classical and gentle aura she exuded significantly enhanced her charm. "I am Tang Yuan. I have a prior appointment with Mr. Sunday." Tang Yuan nodded slightly in greeting, responding softly, "Mr. Tang, please come in." After confirming his identity, the woman stepped aside, welcoming Tang Yuan and Wen Muxue inside. Within the courtyard, there stood a magnificent ginkgo tree, its golden leaves shining brilliantly in early September, adding a poetic touch to the entire setting. Surrounding the ginkgo tree, the owner had also planted various flowers and plants, creating a lush and pleasing sight. Wen Muxue, visiting such a place for the first time, marveled at the layout and scenery of the courtyard. In a place like Zhonghai, where land is incredibly valuable, having an independent courtyard in the city, not to mention the leisure to cultivate trees, seemed excessively extravagant. Compared to Wen Muxue, Tang Yuan remained composed. Following the woman in the qipao, he soon made his way to the central pavilion in the courtyard. "Grandfather, Mr. Tang has arrived." The woman clad in a qipao ushered Tang Yuan into the room and briefly acknowledged the elderly man seated in the grand armchair. "Yuan, please serve tea to our guest." The old gentleman slowly rose, greeting the qipao-clad woman, and then approached Tang Yuan. "I never imagined, Mr. Tang, that you would be so youthful and yet possess an interest in seal collection. This truly surprises me. I have been fascinated by antiques and cultural artifacts since childhood." I used to live in the Jiangsu and Zhejiang region, where I often visited antique shops. Now that I am studying in Zhonghai, I find myself wandering around in my free time, Tang Yuan replied, blending truth with a hint of pretense. These days, few young people appreciate antiques. It is commendable that you have such a passion. Tang Yuan's response evidently resonated with the elder, softening his gaze and infusing his words with a touch of nostalgia. Despite the connection established through the China Merchants Bank, both parties refrained from rushing into the main topic. Tang Yuan accompanied the elder to the reception area, sipping hot tea and engaging in light conversation. Throughout this, Wen Muxue remained quietly by Tang Yuan's side, observing him converse amicably with the obviously distinguished elder, a flicker of admiration shining in her eyes. After a brief interlude over tea, Tang Yuan steered the conversation back to the matter at hand. Old son, I have heard that you are a master in the study of seals, and your collection is unparalleled throughout Zhonghai. Might I accompany you to appreciate your collection? Ha ha ha. Youthful enthusiasm is indeed admirable. Sun Fujing chuckled, then, with assistance from his granddaughter, rose slowly. My collection is on the second floor. Let us ascend. Upon entering, Tang Yuan had observed that the first floor was dedicated to living spaces, leading him to surmise that the collection resided upstairs, which proved to be correct. Thus, he and Wen Muxue followed Sun Fujing up the stairs. In contrast to the intricate layout of the first floor, the second floor was notably simpler, filled with independent glass display cabinets and pedestals. Under the gentle lighting, each seal, whether exquisite or ancient, radiated its unique charm. This sight was truly breathtaking for Wen Muxue. Come. Young friend Tang, take a seat here. The elder, evidently proud of his collection, beckoned them toward a display area by the window. Tang Yuan gestured to Wen Muxue before following Sun Fujing and settling directly opposite him. Young friend Tang, I possess a total of 527 seals, varying in material and collectible value. Do you have any specific preferences? Sun Fujing inquired with a warm smile after taking his seat. Old son, to be candid, I am here with the intention of purchasing some seals for personal enjoyment and collection. As for specific preferences, I currently have none. If it is convenient for you, might I request to view a selection of seals with varying collectible values? Tang Yuan expressed, sincerity gleaming in his eyes. Of course, if they are part of your private collection, there is no need to present them. I would not wish to feel regret upon discovering something I cannot possess. Private collection? Sun Fujing chuckled, shaking his head. You see, all the seals here constitute my private collection. I cherish them dearly. Point to any seal, and I can recount its material, age, and provenance with ease. Over the decades, I have handled far more than 8,000 seals. I firmly believe that only time can bestow eternal significance upon antiques, and we are merely their admirers. Therefore, should you wish to take any of these seals, you have my full blessing. As he concluded, Sun Fujing gestured toward his collection, his tone tinged with reminiscence. I do not seek eternity, only to have once possessed. Your open-mindedness earns my utmost respect. Tang Yuan inclined his head in appreciation, smiling in praise. Ha ha ha. Your description is quite apt. That is indeed the sentiment. Sun Fujing laughed heartily. Wait here. I shall select some seals for your consideration. With that, Sun Fujing rose once more and headed toward his collection area, while his granddaughter picked up a redwood tray lined with soft silk, quietly following her grandfather. I never expected you to have a penchant for collecting antiques, Wen Muxue remarked, gazing at Tang Yuan's profile with a curious expression. Is it so surprising? Tang Yuan, feeling pleased with the course of events, responded with a smile. Not surprising. I thought boys usually preferred collecting sneakers. Wen Muxue blinked, a hint of confusion dancing across her delicate features. Sneakers? Tang Yuan's eyes briefly flickered with disdain. How can one chase after modern products that thrive on marketing hype when they have not yet grasped the treasures handed down by their ancestors? That would be sheer folly. Wen Muxue opened her mouth to retort but found herself at a loss for words, unable to counter his point. Meanwhile, while Tang Yuan and Wen Muxue engaged in their light exchange, Old Sun and his granddaughter returned after having made a circuit of the collection. Chapter 17. The master unveiled. Sun Fujing resumed his seat, and the woman in the qipao gently placed a tray laden with seals before them. Tang Yuan's face brightened as he beheld the array of uniquely shaped seals, each exuding a warm luster. The collection of seals fundamentally adheres to two types. The first type is the collection of seals, which appreciates the beauty of the seal engraving, the aged elegance of the poetic inscriptions, and the aesthetic charm of leisurely expressions. The second type is the collection of stone, which values the transparency of the seal's material and the inherent artistry of the seal's knob, particularly those made from Tianshan yellowstone and chicken bloodstone, which are highly prized. After settling down, Sun Fujing picked up a handkerchief to wipe his hands and selected a seal from the tray. Take, for instance, this Shoshan 3-color lychee stone figure knob square seal. While it may not have originated from a master craftsman, its precious material and exquisite carving render it a work of art. Imitating Sun Fujing's actions, Tang Yuan also wiped his hands before receiving the Shoshan 3-color lychee stone figure knob square seal from the elder, examining it closely. The deep red, light yellow, and pure white hues transitioned beautifully, and atop the pristine white square seal sat a lifelike sculpture of an elderly man, appearing remarkably clear and natural. Not content to simply admire it himself, Tang Yuan held the seal for a moment before passing it to Wen Muxue beside him. Old son, does a seal like this possess collectible value? Tang Yuan inquired with keen interest. Certainly. The collectible value of seals is primarily assessed through 6 aspects: the user, the era, the condition, the material, the craftsmanship of the seal knob, and the intended use. As for this Shoshan 3-color lychee stone figure knob square seal, its condition and material are of the highest quality, hence it undeniably holds some collectible value. Noticing Tang Yuan's curiosity about seal collection, Sun Fujing smiled and began imparting knowledge on the subject. Tang Yuan then pressed further. Old son, what would be the approximate value of this Shoshan 3-color lychee stone figure knob square seal? I acquired this square seal from a friend 10 years ago for 30,000 yuan. Its current market value is likely nearing 50,000 yuan. Sun Fujing responded. Tang Yuan nodded slightly but said nothing further. Subsequently, Sun Fujing presented several seals of comparable caliber to the Shoshan 3-colored lychee stone figure seals for Tang Yuan and Wen Muxue to appreciate, including a Qingtian stone beast seal, a Shoshan Gaoshan stone beast seal, and a Shoshan white lychee stone antiquity seal, among others. These seals, distinguished by their quality and material, had become collectibles, with the vast majority lacking inscriptions. Even when inscriptions were present, they were often crafted by obscure artisans, and the value of these seals generally remained below 100,000 yuan. Old son, you are a connoisseur of seal collecting. You must have some seals crafted by renowned masters, Tang Yuan remarked. Having examined these seals that possessed preliminary collectible value, he began to feel somewhat dissatisfied and inquired about seals of greater worth. Ah, indeed. I have prepared some for you in advance. Sun Fujing chuckled and then selected a seemingly ordinary rectangular seal from the tray. After gently polishing it, he handed it to Tang Yuan. Taking the seal, Tang Yuan scrutinized it closely under the light. It was evident that this seal was crafted from Qingtian stone, featuring a jade-like green hue adorned with subtle natural patterns on the upper half, while the bottom exhibited a vermilion red color. The gradient of the 2 colors created a unique aesthetic appeal. On the side of the seal, there were 6 carved characters, Wuyun Shu, Mufo Zhua. After a moment of careful examination, Tang Yuan managed to read them. He then turned the seal over to inspect the inscription at the bottom, taking his time before successfully deciphering the words. May flowers bloom and the moon be full, may one live long. Do you know who Mufu is? Sun Fujing suddenly inquired. Observing Tang Yuan's earnest expression, Mufu, Tang Yuan paused before shaking his head. I know who Du Fu is, but I truly do not know Mufu. To be unaware of Mufu while collecting seals is akin to being oblivious of Wang Shiji in the realm of calligraphy and painting. Huang Shiling, styled Mufu, was a master of painting, calligraphy, and seal carving during the late Qing dynasty, as well as the founding master of the Yishan school in seal carving. His inscriptions are characterized by clever arrangements, robust carving techniques, and a polished yet profound quality. At auctions, whenever Huang Shiling's seals appear, they invariably ignite fierce competition. The Qingtian stone seal you hold is in excellent condition and is considered a fine work even among Huang Shiling's numerous creations. Sun Fujing shook his head, feeling a tinge of helplessness that Tang Yuan was unaware of Huang Shiling, yet he still took the time to introduce him, as sharing his collection with others brought him great joy. Such a prestigious provenance for this seal. What might its value be? Tang Yuan pondered. After a moment of appraisal, he habitually passed the seal to Wen Muxue. Upon hearing Sun Fujing's introduction, she became equally intrigued and began to examine the seal closely. 6 years ago, at the Poly Spring auction, I successfully acquired this seal for 410,000 yuan. If it were to be auctioned now, its estimated value would likely exceed 500,000 yuan. Sun Fujing replied somewhat casually to Tang Yuan's inquiry. Upon hearing this, Tang Yuan's expression remained unchanged. However, when Mu Xue, sitting beside him, found it difficult to maintain her composure. The moment she heard the price, her pupils dilated, and the small seal in her hand suddenly felt as heavy as a mountain. 500,000? What does that even mean? That's enough to buy a brand new Mercedes-Benz E-Class outright. In other words, this tiny seal is worth a Mercedes-Benz E-Class? Absurd. Ridiculous. When Mu Xue's naive worldview was once again severely shaken. A master-level collectible at a price of 500,000 is indeed reasonable, Tang Yuan remarked with a smile. Old son, are you willing to part with this seal? The price is negotiable. When Mu Xue instinctively turned to look at Tang Yuan, her eyes wide with astonishment. Although she knew Tang Yuan was exceedingly wealthy, the idea of spending 500,000 yuan merely to purchase a seal was beyond her comprehension. With a smile, Sun Fujing replied, as I mentioned, I'm merely an appraiser. If you, young Tang, truly desire it, then consider it yours. Old son, how magnanimous. Ha ha ha, though I must admit, it does tug at my heartstrings a bit. Once you agree, you cannot go back on your word, Tang Yuan jested. That won't be an issue, Sun Fujing reassured him. Chapter 18. You truly are not being polite with me. From Huang Shiling, the founding master of the Yishan school, to Qian Julai, the foremost seal master of the past 3 centuries, and finally to Qi Baishe, who carved his own path. The numerous treasures in Sun Fujing's collection began to reveal themselves before Tang Yuan. These seals, crafted by renowned masters, were valued between 300,000 and 1,000,000 yuan. As the fiery sunset gradually succumbed to darkness, Sun Fujing's private collection gallery welcomed another guest. Tang Yuan stood before a glass display case, having closely examined a Shoshan Tianhuang stone B seal for quite some time. Finally, he made his decision and turned to Sun Fujing's granddaughter, Sun Qiong, saying, Sister Qiong, let us select this Qi Baishe carved Shoshan Tianhuang stone B seal as the final piece. The woman in a Qi Pao looked momentarily surprised. Are you certain? This Qi Baishe seal is quite valuable. I do not know the exact price, but it is estimated to be nearly 1 million. The inscription on this seal reads blessings of longevity, which I find very meaningful. If a senior celebrates their birthday in the future, gifting this to them would make for a wonderful present, Tang Yuan replied, his expression unchanged, showing no signs of concern over its price. Very well. Since you have made your decision, I shall retrieve it for you, Sun Qiong said, casting a deep glance at Tang Yuan. Even having grown up in a wealthy family, she was taken aback by Tang Yuan's grand expenditure today. Including the Qi Baishe carved Shoshan Tianhuang stone beast seal, Tang Yuan had selected a total of 10 seals thus far, 2 exquisite seals by Huang Shiling, 2 by Qian Julai, each priced above 500,000 yuan. And the remaining 5 seals also had substantial value, ranging between 100,000 and 300,000 yuan, all boasting remarkable collectible worth. The total value of these 10 seals exceeded 4 million yuan. Throughout this selection process, Tang Yuan's expression had not altered. To him, it seemed as though he were merely shopping for cabbage at the market rather than selecting precious artifacts. As for one Mu Xue, who had remained by Tang Yuan's side, her initial shock had now morphed into a state of numbness. She suddenly realized that those wealthy second-generation individuals who frequently flaunted their sneakers, luxury watches, and high-end cars were utterly trivial in comparison. Today, Tang Yuan had truly shown her what the consumption power of a top-tier heir looked like, as he effortlessly spent over 4 million yuan on seal collecting, all merely out of passion. When Mu Xue, you must cling tightly to Tang Yuan's leg. This may very well be the most formidable opportunity you have ever encountered. If you can seize it, you might truly soar to great heights. When Mu Xue gazed at Tang Yuan's silhouette, silently resolving to herself after Tang Yuan finalized his selection of 10 seals, he ceased further browsing. For these seals were sufficient to fulfill his system task. Following Sun Qiong, Tang Yuan soon found himself in the presence of Sun Fujing once more, who was entertaining the recently arrived guest. Have you completed your selections? Let me see what you have chosen, young Tang. Sun Fujing smiled warmly as he noticed Sun Qiong and the others approaching. However, upon catching sight of the seals on the tray, his expression darkened, and he glared at Tang Yuan, exclaiming, "You rascal! I allowed you to choose freely, but you truly are not being polite. And you? Why didn't you safeguard my interests? When he asked for them, you simply handed them over." After expressing his frustration at Tang Yuan, he turned his gaze to Sun Qiong, admonishing her as well. Remember, you initially insisted on being generous and accommodating. Whatever Mr. Tang desires, we must fulfill. Sun Xiong, observing her grandfather's displeasure, couldn't help but chuckle slightly, confidently retorting, "Oh, I was just being courteous." Sun Fujing, distressed, stomped his feet in frustration. While the grandfather and granddaughter bickered, Tang Yuan shifted his attention to a newly arrived guest, a woman in her 40s, impeccably maintained, exuding an air of elegance and grace. Tang Yuan had no particular intentions regarding her. Rather, it was her attire that captivated him. She donned a pure white Tang-style coat adorned with silver cloud patterns, complemented by a light brown dress. The fabric shimmered under the lighting, giving her an ethereal glow. Every woman, regardless of age, possesses a keen eye, and perhaps sensing Tang Yuan's gaze, the elegant woman turned to look at him. Aware of his forwardness, Tang Yuan offered a slight nod of acknowledgement before redirecting his focus back to Sun Fujing and Sun Xiong. The Shoshan Tianhuang stone beast seal carved by Qi Baishe is priced at 1 million. The Qing Tian stone seal by Huang Shiling is 520,000. The Shoshan Farong stone beast seal by Huang Shiling is 560,000. The four-sided Qing Tian stone seal by Chen Julai is 700,000. And Chen Julai's self-use Shoshan stone seal is 500,000. In total, these 5 esteemed seals amount to 328 million. The remaining 5 exquisite seals are priced at 230,000, 140,000, 280,000, 320,000, and 170,000 respectively, totaling 114 million. Combined, the total is 442 million. I have been collecting seals for decades, and both in collecting and selling, I am known for my fairness in the industry. If you, young Tang, find this price acceptable, you may take these 10 seals today. If not, there is no need for any psychological burden. Seeing Tang Yuan glance over, Sun Fujing wasted no time and began quoting the prices for the 10 seals on the tray with grandiose flair. Sister Qiong, just swipe the card. Faced with Sun Fujing's valuation, Tang Yuan did not haggle and promptly handed his bank card to Sun Qiong. The price was of little concern to him, provided it was not exorbitant. His primary focus lay in authenticity. Tang Yuan chose to trust Sun Fujing for 2 key reasons. Firstly, the rigorous internal selection of the high-end private banking sector of China Merchants Bank reassured him that such a reputable institution would not engage in disreputable practices for trivial gains. The fact that Sun Fujing had emerged from their extensive vetting process indicated his reputation and credibility were well regarded. Secondly, Tang Yuan possessed a grand collector system, intending to submit these 10 seals as task items. He firmly believed that the system would easily discern any authenticity issues. With such dual assurances, Tang Yuan felt unencumbered by the fear of deception. Would it be genuine or counterfeit? The system would reveal the truth upon submission. As for pricing, the works of renowned seal engravers like Qi Baishe, Huang Shiling, and Chen Julai were quite transparent. A simple online search would yield the necessary information, eliminating the possibility of inflated pricing. Chapter 19. Inheritor of National Intangible Cultural Heritage Sister Qiong, just swipe the card. The assembled crowd was taken aback by Tang Yuan's promptness. Not only Sun Fujing, but even the elegant woman seated opposite him could not help but glance at him. Yuan, please assist Mr. Tang with the paperwork. Sun Fujing cast a lingering glance at his cherished collection before sighing and instructing Sun Qiong. She complied, taking the bank card from Tang Yuan and carrying the tray towards the back. Please, have a seat. After the paperwork, we still need to package them. Sun Fujing beckoned to Tang Yuan, smiling. Tang Yuan nodded slightly and, accompanied by Wen Muxue, found a spot to sit. Yet, his gaze once more fell upon the elegant woman, and he could no longer restrain himself, inquiring, "Madam, may I be so bold as to ask where you commissioned your exquisite traditional attire?" The woman's outfit, its material, craftsmanship, and design, perfectly aligned with Tang Yuan's aesthetic sensibilities, and he discerned that it was not a mass-produced design, but rather a bespoke creation, evident in its impeccable details. Taken aback by Tang Yuan's sudden inquiry, both Sun Fujing and the woman exchanged puzzled glances before Sun Fujing curiously asked, "Mr. Tang, are you interested in traditional Chinese attire?" Indeed, whether it be traditional Tang suits, Zhongshan jackets, or modern interpretations, I find them all fascinating. However, I've struggled to find a suitable designer. This lady's attire beautifully retains the essence of traditional Chinese style while incorporating modern tailoring techniques, which resonates with my taste and has piqued my interest. Tang Yuan replied with a genuine smile, his demeanor calm and collected. If that's the case, you have indeed inquired of the right person. Sun Fujing gestured towards the woman before him, introducing her. Allow me to present her. This is Fang Rong, a national-level master of Yun brocade art, a representative inheritor of national and tangible cultural heritage, and the recipient of the highest award in Chinese fashion design, the Golden Top Award, in 2013. She currently runs a clothing studio that specializes in high-end bespoke Chinese-style garments, catering to many celebrities and business magnates. Upon hearing Sun Fujing's introduction, Tang Yuan's expression shifted slightly in surprise. Initially, he had only appreciated the woman's elegance and her attire, not realizing the depth of her credentials. What a pleasure to meet you. I am Tang Yuan. He stood and extended his hand to Fang Rong, who gracefully reciprocated, rising from her chair. Though she was unaware of Tang Yuan's background, his previous display of financial prowess suggested he hailed from a wealthy lineage. Mr. Tang, it is rather rare among contemporary youth to find someone so passionate about cultural artifacts and traditional Chinese clothing. Fang Rong's voice was smooth and melodious as she greeted him. China's rich history spans 5 millennia, teeming with cultural treasures. I firmly believe that whether in clothing or other forms, only our national style represents the pinnacle of artistry. As Tang Yuan spoke these words, he radiated a profound confidence, a confidence deeply rooted in his past life, a cultural self-assurance bestowed by the nation, inherent and profound. Tang Yuan exuded an intense confidence that both Sun Fujing and Fang Rong could keenly perceive, leaving them both astonished and deeply gratified. In a strict sense, they considered themselves inheritors of traditional Chinese culture, and witnessing such a fervor for tradition in Tang Yuan evoked a profound sentiment of reassurance about the future of their heritage. Ms. Fang, do you offer custom menswear at your studio? Tang Yuan inquired, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Absolutely, Fang Rong replied. Our studio caters to both menswear and womenswear. With a diverse array of design styles, we are well-versed in various traditional tailoring techniques and silk weaving crafts, including keisai, yunjin, suzhou embroidery, and a plethora of fabric grades. We truly have it all. Nationwide, our studio stands at the pinnacle of high-end custom Chinese apparel. While I cannot claim to be the absolute best, I confidently assert that we are among the top 3, she concluded, a hint of pride illuminating her face. Tang Yuan nodded slightly, his expression reflecting admiration. In an era where information flows freely, the veracity of claims can be easily verified, and he did not doubt Fang Rong's assertions. Even if there were embellishments, they would be minimal. Ms. Fang, if that is the case, shall we exchange WeChat? Once I find some time, I would love to visit your studio, he proposed, taking out his phone with a smile. Certainly. I will send you the address shortly. You are welcome to come by whenever you like, Fang Rong responded, eager to accommodate him. As someone who specialized in high-end custom work, she primarily catered to the affluent, and Tang Yuan had already demonstrated his wealth, making him a highly desirable client. After adding each other on WeChat, Tang Yuan also connected with Sun Fujing. Young Tang, I have a group chat that includes many seasoned collectors from across the country, each with their own interests and expertise. We often share information about upcoming appraisal events, specialized auctions, and items for sale. Would you like to join? I can add you, Sun Fujing offered. Absolutely. Mr. Sun, please take me in, Tang Yuan exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement. The extensive collector system he possessed would undoubtedly continue to provide him with tasks, and having access to such a group would greatly facilitate his future endeavors in collecting. Done. Once you join, please change your name to your real name, and be cautious not to discuss unrelated topics, lest you be removed by the group admin. Sun Fujing chuckled, imparting this advice. Rest assured, I will not cause you any trouble, Tang Yuan promised earnestly. As the conversation unfolded with Sun Fujing serving as a bridge, Tang Yuan and Fang Rong gradually engaged in more dialogue, exchanging pleasantries and becoming increasingly familiar with one another. Meanwhile, when Mu Shue found herself unable to interject, relegated to the role of a silent bystander. Yet, even in this capacity, she felt a wave of happiness, for without Tang Yuan, she would not have been exposed to such experiences, private museums, million-dollar seals, and top-tier domestic designers, all of which had previously seemed so distant to her. After approximately 20 minutes of conversation, Sun Xiong returned to the hall with a beautifully packaged gift box containing 10 seals, along with a bank card and numerous documents, which he handed to Tang Yuan. Upon receiving the items, Tang Yuan did not linger, bidding farewell to Sun Fujing and the others as he departed with Wen Mushue from the Baoyin Zhai. Chapter 20. The mindset of the affluent. As night descended, the entire Zhonghai shimmered with brilliance. Skyscrapers sparkled with vibrant neon lights, and a multitude of vehicles traversed the intricate, elevated highways, resembling a galaxy of twinkling stars against the dark canvas of the night. Along the Bund, Tang Yuan navigated his Ferrari LaFerrari Aperta through the streets, the cool evening breeze alleviating the heat of the day. In this precious locale, luxury vehicles such as Rolls-Royces, Lamborghinis, and Bentleys were commonplace, yet they paled in comparison to Tang Yuan's LaFerrari Aperta. Look, it's the convertible LaFerrari. I saw online that it's apparently a student's car, and he owns 5 of them. Wow, every girl in the passenger seat of those supercars is bound to impress. Just imagine if those legs wrapped around your waist. It's simply unimaginable. Passers-by on both sides of the Bund cast envious glances at Tang Yuan's striking red LaFerrari Aperta, many raising their phones to capture the moment for their social media. What a traffic jam. How much longer? Tang Yuan asked when Muxue, glancing at the slowly moving vehicles ahead. Only 200 meters left. Look, it's right there. We can see it, she replied, checking her phone's navigation before straightening up and pointing ahead. Have you been to the Nest restaurant before? Tang Yuan inquired. No, when Muxue said, tucking a loose strand of hair behind her ear. This is a trendy restaurant on the Bund. It's my first time here. Western cuisine? Yes. Dining at a place like this must be quite pricey, he mused. Not a problem. I do live streams on Douyin, so while it's not a lot, I can definitely treat you to a meal here, she assured him. As they chatted, Tang Yuan finally maneuvered the car into the parking lot of the Nest restaurant. After parking, they made their way inside. So many people. Oh no, it seems we have to wait. When Muxue exclaimed, her expression shifting to one of dismay as she noticed the crowd at the entrance. 2 for you? A staff member greeted as they entered. Just then, the doors swung open again, and a throng of patrons flooded in, causing the already cramped waiting area to become even more congested. Standing at the entrance, when Muxue was suddenly jostled by the incoming crowd. Be careful. Tang Yuan immediately reached out, wrapping his arms around when Muxue's waist and pulling her close. As the captain of the school cheerleading squad and a student of physical education, she maintained an excellent physique, her slender waist seemingly delicate yet surprisingly resilient. Holding her close was an exquisite sensation. The unexpected intimacy caught when Muxue off guard. Her body instinctively tensed as she contemplated resisting this closeness. Although she had nurtured many fish in her pond, she had always maintained a certain distance from them, fully aware of her own worth and the nature of men. Thus, she had always remained composed, allowing for flirtation but drawing the line at anything beyond. However, in the face of Tang Yuan, she found herself breaking her usual principles, not resisting or rejecting him, but instead becoming somewhat proactive. She allowed him to embrace her waist and even leaned her head gently against his shoulder. In the midst of a bustling crowd, the two appeared to be a young couple. Sir, there are still 17 tables ahead of you, and the estimated wait time is approximately 70 minutes. This is your waiting number. The staff, noticing more guests arriving, spoke rapidly before handing the waiting number to Tang Yuan and swiftly moving on to greet the next group. It's going to be quite a wait. Shall we find another place? Despite the space that had opened up behind when Muxue, she remained nestled against Tang Yuan's shoulder, her voice laced with a hint of flirtation, resembling a cat clinging to its owner. The ambience within the Nest restaurant was dimly lit, exuding a somewhat ethereal atmosphere. Initially, Tang Yuan had merely intended to protect when Muxue, but with the danger now past, he noticed she showed no inclination to break free. Naturally, he would not act the virtuous gentleman. After all, a beautiful, youthful woman like her was hardly something any man would willingly refuse. Do you wish to dine here? Tang Yuan inquired softly, gazing into when Muxue's alluring eyes. I do want to eat, but there are too many people, when Muxue pouted slightly, responding in a hushed tone. Very well. Wait for me here. I'll go in and see. Tang Yuan nodded slightly, loosening his arm that was wrapped around her slender waist. What are you going to do? When Muxue asked, a bit puzzled, Tang Yuan smiled mysteriously, offering no reply, and, amidst her curious gaze, he strode directly into the restaurant. 5 minutes later, following Tang Yuan's phone instructions, when Muxue quickly found a window-side table, there sat Tang Yuan, beaming at her from a clean, tidy table. How did you manage that? When Muxue exclaimed, genuinely astonished. Would you like to know? Tang Yuan responded with a smile. When Muxue nodded eagerly, her face alight with curiosity. Tang Yuan, seeing her interest, elaborated. It was quite simple. After I entered, I found a young couple nearly finished with their meal. I told them it was my girlfriend's birthday and that she desperately wanted to eat here. I asked if they could finish up and let us have the table, and I would cover their bill. They readily agreed. And then I called the waiter over to tidy the table and informed them that I was a friend of the previous guests, requesting to settle the bill together. After this little maneuver, I successfully secured this table. Tang Yuan reclined in his chair, recounting the entire process to Wen Muxue. Is that even permissible? Did the restaurant staff agree? Wen Muxue asked, wide-eyed and somewhat incredulous. Tang Yuan shrugged casually, replying, initially, they had their reservations, but once I presented a 10,000 yuan membership card, they had no objections. Besides, the previous guests had already left, leaving them with no alternative but to comply. Chapter 21. This is not a good habit, so you bought the previous table's bill and recharged the membership card. That sounds like quite a loss. When Muxue remarked, her expression tinged with regret. Loss? While I did recharge the membership card for 10,000 yuan, that money is still mine. Later, we can use the card for our expenses, and the restaurant even gifted me an additional 500 yuan. The previous guests only spent 700 yuan, so in total, I only paid an extra 200 yuan to avoid a 70-minute wait. To me, that is an exceedingly worthwhile trade. Tang Yuan replied as he accepted a hot towel from the waiter, meticulously drying his hands. Upon hearing Tang Yuan's explanation, admiration flickered in Wen Muxue's eyes as she smiled and said, the impoverished trade time for money, while the affluent trade money for time. I never understood the meaning of that until now. Tang Yuan chuckled, neither confirming nor denying her statement, for it was indeed the truth, albeit not particularly beneficial for societal harmony. Wait a minute, wasn't it agreed that I would treat today? Why did you recharge the membership card? When Muxue suddenly realized, I thought our visit to Bao Yintai would conclude swiftly, but we ended up browsing for over 4 hours. Now it's almost 9, and I've delayed you for so long. This meal should be on me, she insisted, signaling the waiter for the menu. No, I will pay. You can borrow my car for your shoot. It is only fair that I treat, when Muxue insisted, shaking her head vigorously. Let us not argue. I've already recharged the card. Next time, it's your turn. Tang Yuan interjected firmly. Seeing his resolute demeanor, when Muxue relented and accepted, order whatever you like. I'll eat anything except fish. Tang Yuan received the menu from the waiter and handed it to Wen Muxue. You choose, he said. Why won't you eat fish? He asked, intrigued. Well, I've never liked fish since I was a child. I find it too fishy, Wen Muxue replied candidly. Averse to fish? That is not quite a good habit. Tang Yuan mused silently, though he refrained from commenting further and began placing his order. 2 grilled Boston lobsters, a portion of raspberry black beer ribs, 2 servings of fresh scallops, 2 servings of ribeye steak, 1 serving of French oysters. Tang Yuan ordered without glancing at the prices, selecting what he fancied, leaving the nearby waiter astonished. The expenditure for their table was nearing tenfold that of other 2-person tables. Will we be ordering too much? When Muxue whispered once the waiter departed. With so many culinary delights at Zhonghai, it remains uncertain whether we will return to this establishment. So we must sample their signature dishes, Tang Yuan replied with a smile. All right, when Muxue conceded, shifting the conversation to other topics. The service at the nest was prompt, and soon an array of dishes adorned their table. Taking pictures before the meal, a ritual for women, when Muxue expressed her regret, if you weren't driving, we should have tried their cocktails. Though I don't know how they taste, they do look delightful in pictures. Ah, your words just reminded me. Tang Yuan pondered aloud. What do you mean? When Muxue asked, somewhat confused. While the Ferrari LaFerrari Aperta is quite spectacular to drive, it only accommodates 2. If we were to go out for drinks, it would be rather inconvenient. Thus, I plan to book another car in a couple of days. What do you think of the newly launched Rolls-Royce SUV, the Cullinan? I find it quite handsome, suitable for self-driving or letting a chauffeur take the wheel. Tang Yuan paused, looking earnestly at Wen Muxue. Her heart raced as she met his serious gaze, and she felt a flutter within her. She had thought she would never believe in love again, yet at this moment, she found it hard to resist the allure. A wealthy young man was undeniably difficult to refuse. So handsome. When Muxue murmured, do you also find him quite handsome? If so, let us indulge in a Rolls-Royce Cullinan. We shall find a moment in the coming days to visit the dealership. Tang Yuan nodded slightly, incorporating this matter into his plans, while a different thought began to brew in his mind, one that required further contemplation. The two enjoyed their meal for over an hour, engaging in numerous conversations that deepened their bond. As they emerged from the Nest restaurant, the clock had already surpassed 10 in the evening. However, the Bund remained ablaze with lights, and countless pedestrians strolled along the riverside. Standing at the entrance of the Nest, Tang Yuan refrained from initiating a conversation, instead observing Wen Muxue to gauge her intentions. "Oh dear, I'm so full," Wen Muxue exclaimed, rubbing her abdomen, before turning to Tang Yuan. "Shall we take a walk along the bund?" "Certainly," Tang Yuan replied, a flicker of surprise passing through his eyes. Just as he was about to step towards the bund, Wen Muxue suddenly called out to him. "What is it?" he asked, somewhat perplexed. Without a word, Wen Muxue lowered her gaze and retrieved a tissue from her back. She stepped closer to Tang Yuan, gently wiping the corner of his lips, her sparkling eyes filled with affection as she softly remarked, "Senior, you have something on your lips." In that moment, the space between them was merely a fist's breadth apart, allowing them to feel each other's breaths. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Suddenly, Tang Yuan raised his hand, intending to grasp Wen Muxue's hand, but just at that instant, she took a step back, playfully saying, "Senior, let us move." With that, she led the way outside, her graceful silhouette and subtly swaying waist captivating the attention of many men. Watching Wen Muxue's retreating figure, Tang Yuan chuckled softly to himself. Is this how it begins? How intriguing. Chapter 22. The weight of ambition by the banks of the Huangpu River. Tang Yuan and Wen Muxue strolled amidst the crowd, gazing at the towering skyscrapers like the Zhonghai Center, the Zhonghai Global Financial Building, and the Oriental Pearl Tower, which seemed to pierce the clouds, evoking a profound sense of insignificance. "Senior, what do you plan to do after graduation?" Wen Muxue asked, leaning against the railing after walking for nearly half an hour. "What to do?" Tang Yuan pondered, shaking his head gently. He gazed into the night, his expression deepening. "If I must articulate a goal, it would be to save her life. The world is vast and magnificent. If one does not relish it, has one not lived in vain? But isn't it often said that a man must have his own career to gain respect in society?" Wen Muxue countered, somewhat perplexed. "Why should one's existence be defined by others? Only you can determine what kind of person you wish to become and the life you desire. Some prefer to devour their meals hastily, while others savor every bite. Not everyone rises at 7 in the morning, nor does everyone eat just one bowl of rice at a time. Life is filled with infinite possibilities. Not every choice must be the correct one. As long as you cherish it and have no regrets, you may discard societal expectations and choose what you truly desire. What is true open-mindedness? It is allowing others to be themselves, just as you permit yourself to be you." Tang Yuan turned to face Wen Muxue, his eyes filled with earnestness and sincerity. "What does it matter if one lacks skills in this life? What if one achieves nothing? Many individuals may lack choices, trudging forward with their heads down. But possessing the grand collector system, I am destined for a life of boundless wealth. Why should I live shackled by the perceptions of others? Every journey is solitary, yet the essence of success is known only to oneself. When one reaches the end of the water, they may sit and watch the clouds rise. To live freely within the bounds of propriety, that is the life I desire." Faced with Tang Yuan's pure and sincere gaze, Wen Muxue opened her mouth but found herself at a loss for words, realizing that her philosophical understanding was not at the same level as his. If 2 hours ago, Wen Muxue was merely captivated by Tang Yuan's wealth, at this moment, she found herself deeply drawn to his profound thoughts. Whether it was his display of affluent thinking at the restaurant or his current outlook on life, his nonchalance and poise greatly expanded her horizons, evoking genuine admiration. "And you? What do you wish to do after graduation?" Tang Yuan inquired, noticing Wen Muxue's momentary distraction. "I wish to remain at Zhonghai. As for other matters, I have not yet considered them," she replied, a hint of confusion evident in her eyes. "You still have 2 years. Take your time to ponder what you truly love. Reflect on what you genuinely desire. Only by understanding your heart can you make the right choices." Tang Yuan felt an unprecedented sense of ease today, free from the shackles that once bound him, his mind and body liberated. Thus, in good spirits, he generously offered Wen Muxue some advice. Unbeknownst to them, their discussion had taken on a higher caliber, though throughout the conversation, Tang Yuan held the dominant position, while Wen Muxue, with her relatively limited life experience, remained in a subordinate role, absorbing his insights. After leaning against the railing for a while longer, they began their return. By the time they reached the Nest restaurant's parking lot, the hour was nearing midnight. The night had grown deeper, and the temperature had dropped slightly. Tang Yuan retracted the convertible roof of his Ferrari LaFerrari Aperta, and they settled into the warmth of the car. "It's quite late. Perhaps I should find a hotel nearby?" he suggested casually, glancing at the time. "Senior, my roommate is waiting downstairs for me to return and has not slept. If I were to leave her hanging, she would surely sever ties with me," Wen Muxue replied, her eyes shimmering as she bit her lip. Senior, you won't hold it against me, will you? Of course not. I was merely concerned that your dormitory might have locked its doors. Tang Yuan smiled, his expression remaining unchanged. In truth, Wen Mushua's response was entirely anticipated. He had inquired with that intention. As a seasoned tea connoisseur, he was well acquainted with the various strategies employed by women, the core of which revolved around exploiting a man's sense of gain and loss. Observing Wen Mushua's demeanor over the past 2 days, she maintained an aloof goddess persona in front of outsiders, yet when in Tang Yuan's presence, she appeared as a melting iceberg, as if all her smiles were reserved solely for him. As their interaction deepened, she began to introduce more physical contact, such as leaning against him before the meal, wiping his lips afterward, and holding hands while crossing the street. If an ordinary boy or one lacking the acumen to discern such tactics encountered Wen Mushua's advances, they would likely find their vanity greatly satisfied, leading to the illusion that she harbored significant affection for them. However, once such emotions took root, the boy would inevitably fall into her trap, resulting in her becoming increasingly distant, engendering a sense of anxiety about potential loss. In simpler terms, the fundamental survival strategy of a femme fatale can be succinctly expressed in 8 words. You advance, I retreat. You retreat, I advance. When she perceives your despondency, she will rekindle her enthusiasm, igniting your hope anew. Conversely, when she senses your fervor, you may grow indifferent, leaving you to grapple with uncertainty. Initially, she provides you with emotional value. Later, the roles reverse, and the emotional value you offer will surpass hers significantly. Emotional value is, in essence, a form of sunk cost. As the male counterpart invests increasingly in this sunk cost, he may transition from emotional expenditure to material investment, becoming ensnared and ultimately submerged in the depths of this emotional quagmire. From Tang Yuan's perspective, Wen Mushua has been continuously providing him with emotional value over the past few days, akin to a baiting process. If his intuition serves him correctly, this baiting phase is drawing to a close, and Wen Mushua will soon initiate a new phase, swiftly withdrawing from his vicinity to evoke a sense of disparity. Should her tactics be even more refined, she might enlist her admirers to cultivate in Tang Yuan a sense of crisis and competition. After all, whether in the realm of humanity or the animal kingdom, the emergence of same-sex rivalry often incites a frenzied response, as the allure of victory and self-esteem is an irresistible temptation for most men. When Mushua seeks to manipulate Tang Yuan, and he, too, is eager to exert influence over her. She believes herself to be in the upper echelons, yet Tang Yuan has been observing her from a vacuum for quite some time. The desire for gain and loss? This stratagem can be wielded by women, but men can equally employ it. Ultimately, it hinges on whose methods are more adept and whose mindset more stable. The first to falter shall become vulnerable to exploitation. Such intriguing battles have always captivated Tang Yuan. The prospect of molding a green tea individual into a reflection of oneself is undeniably a source of great accomplishment. With a thunderous roar, Tang Yuan sped towards the school in his Ferrari LaFerrari Aperta. The game that belonged solely to the two of them had only just begun. Chapter 23, Physical Condition 8. Senior, I had a delightful time with you today. It's getting late. Please rest early. I'm off to bed. Good night. In the parking lot of Gaojin Academy, Tang Yuan glanced at the message Wen Mushua had sent him 2 minutes prior. He chuckled nonchalantly, choosing not to respond, and exited her chat window. He was entirely indifferent to such trivial games. In a typical, healthy male-female relationship, following a date like today, both parties would usually continue conversing for quite a while. However, when Mushua abruptly extinguished the possibility of further dialogue with her succinct message. Were it an ordinary young man facing such a situation, he might experience regret, self-doubt, and anxiety, reflecting on whether he had acted inappropriately during the date, thus provoking her discontent and resulting in a sense of insecurity. Yet, the astute Tang Yuan, well-versed in the ways of green tea, remained unfazed, opting for silence as a countermeasure. Upon returning to the dormitory with several boxes of stamps, he found his gaming-obsessed roommate, Guan Yuntao, still engrossed in a game, though this time with less fervor. As soon as Tang Yuan stepped into the room, Guan Yuntao turned to look at him. "Hey, brother Yuan, you're back," Guan Yuntao exclaimed, his astonishment palpable. "Isn't it normal for me to return? What's so surprising about that?" Tang Yuan replied with a smile, changing into his slippers at the door. "I thought you, and when Mushua would." Guan Yuntao scratched his head, a hint of suggestiveness in his tone. "You thought we would go to a hotel? Please. We've known each other for less than 2 days. If Wen Muxue were that promiscuous, she would have been taken long ago. Tang Yuan was well aware of Guan Yuntao's thoughts. By the way, you seem to be well informed. How do you know who I went out with? Brother Yuan. It's not that I'm well informed. It's just that you're too conspicuous. Your departure from campus in that red Ferrari LaFerrari Aperta with Wen Muxue has gone viral on the campus forum. It's hard not to notice. Guan Yuntao shrugged, somewhat helplessly. Is the attention really that intense? Tang Yuan asked, momentarily taken aback. Intense is an understatement. You should check the school forum yourself. You're practically becoming the enemy of all boys. They're all turning into lemon-sour individuals. While maneuvering his character in the game, Guan Yuntao stood up and approached Tang Yuan, his eyes brimming with curiosity. Brother Yuan, what progress have you made with Wen Muxue? Rest assured, I won't tell anyone. My lips are sealed. What goes into my mouth never escapes. I borrowed her car for a photo shoot, and she treated me to a meal. Our relationship is that simple. Tang Yuan succinctly replied, casting a glance at Guan Yuntao. Is that all? Guan Yuntao looked skeptical. What else could it be? Tang Yuan shook his head, lifting the stamp boxes as he headed to his room. I'm off to bed. My back is sore. Riding in a supercar is quite uncomfortable. With a resounding thud, Tang Yuan closed the door to his room, leaving Guan Yuntao alone in the living area. Sore back? The last remark from Tang Yuan was somewhat mumbled, leaving Guan Yuntao puzzled. What did he just say? Something about discomfort? Discomfort? Guan Yuntao was taken aback, his expression morphing into one of intrigue. According to online gossip, Brother Yuan and Wen Muxue had left school at 3 o'clock, and now, 9 hours later. What kind of meal could possibly last that long? Furthermore, Tang Yuan had an alluring scent reminiscent of high-end hotel shower gel, suggesting he had likely just taken a shower. Therefore, the only logical conclusion was that Brother Yuan and Wen Muxue had booked a room by the hour. As these thoughts spiraled, Guan Yuntao's eyes sparkled with excitement, his entire being vibrating with exhilaration, feeling as though he alone had grasped the truth. Mother was right. I am indeed the smartest treasure in the world. Meanwhile, in his room, Tang Yuan remained blissfully unaware of Guan Yuntao's vivid imagination regarding his relationship with Wen Muxue. If he knew, he would merely say, "Please write a more detailed account of the bed scenes for me. Thank you." At that moment, Tang Yuan was busy unboxing. Having retrieved the exquisite stamps he purchased from Bao Yinzai, arranging them on his desk from highest to lowest value. I have a little anticipation. Tang Yuan gazed at the meticulously crafted stamps, rubbing his hands together with excitement. He took a deep breath, focusing all his attention on the stamps before him, silently declaring, "Task submitted. Congratulations on successfully completing the experiential task 2-5. Collect 10 stamps. Great assessment. Qualified. Congratulations on triggering the novice benefit. 80-fold critical hit reward. Congratulations. You are about to receive the following rewards. Constitution 8, 8 billion renminbi. Note, the Constitution 8 reward must be claimed within 24 hours. During the Constitution enhancement process, you will enter a deep sleep lasting 6 hours, so please allocate your time accordingly." As countless virtual system prompts appeared before Tang Yuan's eyes, it signified that the 10 stamps sold to him by Sun Fu were indeed genuine. Constitution 8? Incredible. The system possesses such a feature? Does this mean he can soar to new heights? Upon comprehending the system rewards, Tang Yuan was filled with astonishment and joy. Compared to the item rewards from the first experiential task, the allure of Constitution 8 was evidently more enticing. After all, while a Ferrari LaFerrari Aperta, no matter how expensive, has a price, the enhancement of one's constitution cannot be measured by money. After all, the body is paramount, and wealth is ultimately superficial. What does Constitution 8 signify? What is my current constitution? Tang Yuan pondered internally, wondering why the system did not provide a data panel for points allocation, perhaps due to it being a trial phase. He did not delve deeply into what Constitution 8 entailed, as he would soon understand after the enhancement process. It was now 12:17 a.m. 6 hours would be sufficient. Calculating the time, he realized he still had nearly 9 hours before his morning class, allowing him to undertake the Constitution enhancement during sleep. With anticipation igniting within, Tang Yuan hurriedly exited his bedroom, quickly washed up in the bathroom, and then returned to lock his bedroom door. After stripping down to only his underwear, he dove beneath the covers. With such a function, becoming a master of civil engineering was within reach. Filled with expectation, Tang Yuan selected to extract the reward on the system page. In the next moment, he inexplicably fell into a deep slumber, while an invisible force began to surge within him. Chapter 24. Profound transformation. The following morning, as the dawn light filtered through the gaps in the curtains, Tang Yuan, who had been in a deep sleep for 6 hours, gradually opened his eyes. The deep slumber left him momentarily dazed, but this state quickly dissipated, and he became fully alert. Task submission, system rewards, Constitution 8, body enhancement. Tang Yuan abruptly sat up in bed, quickly donned his slippers, and rushed towards the bathroom. Standing before the mirror at the wash basin, he gazed at his reflection, a flicker of astonishment crossing his features. If the previous version of Tang Yuan could be described as merely somewhat handsome, after achieving Constitution 8, he could now confidently shed the somewhat. His fair and flawless complexion exuded sharp features, with striking eyebrows, deep, bright black eyes, and subtly curved lips, while his facial features seemed relatively unchanged at first glance. The transformation was profound. Such subtle adjustments had elevated Tang Yuan into the ranks of handsome men. Though he may still fall short compared to idolized celebrities, he would certainly stand out in a crowd, and for the vast majority of women, his current appearance would undoubtedly be captivating. These alterations were all aesthetic. Next, Tang Yuan began to investigate the changes within his physique. The most apparent transformation was that his body had become remarkably well-proportioned. The previously visible excess fat on his abdomen and thighs had vanished. Even without professional measurements, Tang Yuan could discern that his body fat percentage had significantly decreased. Though he had not achieved the sculpted physique of an 8-pack abs or muscular chest, he was nonetheless very satisfied with his current form, believing that further opportunities for body enhancement would arise as the features of the Grand Collector system unfolded. In addition to changes in physique, Tang Yuan noticed he appeared to have grown taller. Fetching a measuring tape, he confirmed this observation, discovering he had increased from 180 centimeters to 183 centimeters, a full 3 centimeters taller. At the age of 22, such growth would have been unimaginable without the system's enhancement. It seemed like a dream. Fortunately, the growth was only 3 centimeters, which would not be too conspicuous. If anyone inquired, he could easily dismiss it with an excuse of fluctuating heights due to age. Relishing this newfound height, Tang Yuan felt a wave of relief. Had he grown 10 centimeters overnight, he might have needed to take a leave of absence to avoid attention. After a moment of reflection, his gaze shifted downward. Finally, the most exhilarating moment had arrived. Soon, Tang Yuan had thoroughly examined his external changes, and it was time to explore the internal ones. The internal transformations were less straightforward compared to the external ones. Noticing the time was just past 6 o'clock, with ample hours before his 9 a.m. class, Tang Yuan returned to his room, swiftly changed into athletic wear, and exited his dormitory, making his way to the school's track. The morning air was refreshingly crisp. Upon arriving at the track, he observed numerous students jogging or stretching. He discreetly approached the fitness equipment area to conduct a physical assessment. Tang Yuan began with a strength test, leaping to grasp the pull-up bar and initiating a series of pulls. 1, 2, 3. Previously, he had recorded 12 repetitions, but after the enhancement, he swiftly surpassed his old record, achieving 27. As he descended from the pull-up bar, Tang Yuan calmly regulated his breathing while contemplating the changes in his body. Strength had likely not increased. Rather, his endurance seemed to have improved, signifying a notable enhancement in his cardiovascular capacity and muscular endurance. Stretching his arms, Tang Yuan's eyes gleamed with contemplation. Deciding to move on from the pull-up test, he gradually walked onto the track. After a brief warm-up, he began to jog around the field. Running was the optimal method to assess cardiovascular fitness and muscular endurance. Maintaining his previous pace, he neither hastened nor slowed, keeping a steady rhythm. On the standard 400-meter track, he had previously managed 5 laps. But today he effortlessly surpassed that record, completing 5 laps without feeling fatigued. Unlike before, when he would be breathless and panting, he experienced none of those sensations. To test his limits, he continued running at a consistent pace, ultimately stopping after completing 21 laps. Gasping for breath, Tang Yuan walked to ease the strain on his leg muscles. In that moment, despite feeling exhausted, his eyes sparkled with vitality. The sensation of abundant energy, allowing him to sweat freely, was utterly delightful. He found himself quite enamored with this feeling. After various assessments, he could definitively conclude that while external changes were evident, the internal enhancements primarily manifested in endurance. Aspects such as strength, agility, and intelligence showed no significant alterations. Contentment enveloped Tang Yuan as he reflected on the system's rewards, fostering a newfound appreciation for its wonders. With anticipation in his heart, he returned to his dormitory, only to find that Guan Yuntao was still slumbering. He quietly made his way to the bathroom for a quick shower and, after freshening up, proceeded to the cafeteria for breakfast. Chapter 25. The power of branding. In the ensuing days, Tang Yuan found himself quite occupied. Following numerous discussions between Huang Bin and the university administration, Tang Yuan's dormitory renovation proposal received approval. Thus, on the second day of classes, Tang Yuan, accompanied by Guan Yuntao, vacated their dormitory and checked into a nearby five-star hotel. Simultaneously, he engaged a design and renovation firm from a list provided by China Merchants Bank, expediting the process to ensure completion in the shortest possible time. With nearly 9 billion in cash flow at his disposal, Tang Yuan activated his unique skills, persuading the design firm to allocate additional manpower, thereby reducing the construction period from an initial month to a mere 5 days. During this time, Tang Yuan also visited Fang Rong's fashion studio. Fang Rong accorded him great importance, personally welcoming him and guiding him through various departments, including design, garment production, and materials. After the tour, even with Tang Yuan's previous experience, he had to concede that Fang Rong's studio was indeed highly professional, both in design and craftsmanship, leaving him thoroughly impressed. Consequently, on the day of the visit, he ordered 10 bespoke outfits from Fang Rong, encompassing formal attire for official occasions and casual wear for daily use, all crafted from premium fabrics. The deposit alone for these 10 ensembles amounted to 800,000. For an entire week, Tang Yuan maintained a disciplined routine. His days were occupied with either attending classes or overseeing the renovation progress, while his evenings were spent either playing PUBG with Guan Yuntao or engrossed in books in their hotel room. This seemingly unambitious lifestyle, often viewed with skepticism by others, brought Tang Yuan an unexpected sense of satisfaction and comfort. Meanwhile, his dynamic with Wen Muxue continued to evolve. As he had anticipated, Wen Muxue's demeanor towards him grew cold after their last encounter. In the initial days, it felt as though she had vanished. Unless he initiated conversation, she remained silent. However, a shift occurred on the fourth day when Wen Muxue posted a video on her Douyin account featuring the exclusive Ferrari LaFerrari Aperta. This video quickly garnered attention, surpassing 100 million views and 500,000 likes within 6 hours, significantly boosting her online presence and propelling her follower count past the million mark. Following the video's success, Wen Muxue sent Tang Yuan a formal thank you message via WeChat, devoid of the warmth previously shared between them. Tang Yuan responded with a simple "you're welcome" and offered no further commentary. His approach was clear. If she withdrew, he would reciprocate in kind. Their interaction resembled a game of fishing, with both parties maintaining a taut line, each a skilled angler. Should one falter, the roles would swiftly reverse, transforming the other into the caught fish, led by the nose. As for whether the fish might eventually slip the hook, Tang Yuan remained steadfast in his belief in the power of branding. Thus, following this exchange, silence enveloped them once more. On September 9th, after a week of labor, the dormitory renovation was successfully completed. Although the work had finished 2 days prior, the space was still enveloped in dust. Tang Yuan seized the remaining 2 days to hire a cleaning service to prepare the dormitory. That evening, Tang Yuan and Guan Yuntao returned from their temporary hotel accommodation. "Brother Yuan, why am I feeling inexplicably excited?" Guan Yuntao inquired, his face betraying a hint of nervousness as they stood outside their dormitory. "What is there to be excited about? I merely made some simple adjustments. The layout hasn't changed significantly," Tang Yuan replied, puzzled by his friend's reaction. As they conversed, the door of the nearby dormitory, room 1105, swung open, revealing a familiar face. "Oh, you guys are back?" the newcomer exclaimed, his eyes lighting up upon seeing Guan Yuntao and Tang Yuan. "You have sharp ears. Come clean. Are you a spy?" Guan Yuntao retorted upon recognizing the voice. "Watch your tongue. I am as genuine as they come. You are the spy." The newcomer, Li Qiming, a fellow student from Yinjing and a first-year master's student in finance, had previously become acquainted with Guan Yuntao at their undergraduate institution. Both had been avid gamers, and recently, Li Qiming had often visited to play games with Guan Yuntao. Thus Tang Yuan had come to know him as well. "Brother Yuan, your dormitory has been renovated?" Li Qiming grinned, teasing Guan Yuntao before approaching Tang Yuan with familiarity. "It's done. Come in and have a seat," Tang Yuan invited with a smile. "Is it convenient?" Li Qiming's eyes sparkled with excitement, his feigned nonchalance failing to mask his eagerness. "We're all classmates. What could possibly be inconvenient?" Tang Yuan responded casually, then pressed his thumb on the fingerprint lock. causing the door to open with a satisfying click. Wow, you even have a fingerprint lock? Li Qiming exclaimed in astonishment. Can you not be so dramatic? Try to be a bit more composed. Guan Yuntao shot him a sidelong glance, a hint of disdain evident on his face. However, before he could finish his thought, Tang Yuan entered the room and turned on the lights. Upon seeing the transformed dormitory, Guan Yuntao's mouth fell agape. What the heck? Is this our original dormitory? This is what you call a simple renovation? Guan Yuntao exclaimed in disbelief. Brother Yuan, do you have some misunderstanding about the term simple? Li Qiming stood there, bewildered. As Guan Yuntao's astonishment sparked his own curiosity, he hurriedly squeezed past to peer inside. Upon doing so, Li Qiming's demeanor shifted dramatically. Guan Yuntao, you truly have the luck of the gods. How many widows did you save in your past life? Chapter 26. Diverging narratives. Unfazed by Guan Yuntao and Li Qiming's dramatic reactions, Tang Yuan donned his slippers and carried his luggage into the room. Once inside, Guan Yuntao and Li Qiming explored the space as if they had entered a grand palace, their exclamations of wonder echoing throughout. My word, a double-door refrigerator. And there's a water dispenser and a coffee machine, not to mention a wine cabinet, and a central island. Li Qiming gazed at the row of brand-new kitchen appliances to the left of the dormitory entrance, his eyes widening in astonishment, his tone involuntarily rising. Heh. Why not take a look at the bathroom as well? At that moment, Guan Yuntao was grinning widely, gesturing towards the bathroom while winking mischievously. Upon hearing this, Li Qiming walked over with a hint of skepticism, only to erupt in exclamations again. What the hell? An intelligent toilet, a double sink, an independent water heater, a multi-mode showerhead, a washing machine, and a dryer. Guan Yuntao, you truly deserve a beating. Heh. Now, take a look over here. Guan Yuntao leaned against the door, pointing at the emblem in the upper corner of the washing machine. Do you know what brand this is? Miele? I just saw this emblem on the refrigerator, wine cabinet, and coffee machine. Are they all from the same brand? Li Qiming asked, suddenly realizing after examining the emblem. This brand is Miele, a global luxury kitchen appliance brand that originated in Germany, Guan Yuntao replied. Is it expensive? How much is that double-door refrigerator outside? Li Qiming inquired with curiosity. I really don't know the exact price, Guan Yuntao responded, slightly embarrassed as his prior bravado faltered. Then how do you know about the Miele brand? I happened to come across it on Douyin. Damn, I thought you were quite knowledgeable. Let us just ask Yuan Gu directly later. That makes sense. The two murmured as they quickly exited the bathroom. The entire dormitory spans 45 square meters, with Tang Yuan and Guan Yuntao each occupying 10 square meters, and the bathroom taking up 8 square meters, leaving approximately 17 square meters for the living area. Without altering the overall layout of the dormitory, the renovation focused primarily on soft furnishings, with minor structural changes. First, Tang Yuan completely removed the wooden flooring, replacing it with easily maintainable marble tiles. Next, he repainted the walls with imported latex paint featuring extremely low formaldehyde levels, which pose little to no risk to adults. Lastly, he replaced all doors and windows, installing fingerprint locks on both Tang Yuan and Guan Yuntao's bedroom doors. These were the main aspects of the structural renovation. As for the soft furnishings, Tang Yuan felt that the previous living room appeared somewhat sparse, so he added a wall-mounted island counter near the entrance, adjacent to which were a double-door refrigerator, a temperature-controlled wine cabinet, a coffee machine, and other functional appliances. On the opposite side of the island, the bathroom remained unchanged, but Tang Yuan created a simple wet and dry separation area and upgraded all the bathroom appliances. Upon exiting the island area, one would reach the true living room space, furnished with a black Italian sofa, a small coffee table, a suspended 4K projector, an automatically retractable 100-inch projection screen, and a robotic vacuum cleaner. Additionally, Tang Yuan arranged a dual computer desk by the window, featuring 2 top-tier gaming desktops. In the bedroom area, he transformed the original single bed into a double bed, enlarged the wardrobe, and designed a foldable desk that could be tucked away in the corner. Compared to Guan Yuntao's bedroom, Tang Yuan's only addition was a safe, which he placed inside the wardrobe, leaving the rest of the room largely unchanged. While Guan Yuntao and Li Qiming toured the dormitory, Tang Yuan lugged his suitcase back to his bedroom to unpack. A week prior, after undergoing physical enhancement, Tang Yuan experienced significant changes in both height and physique, rendering many of his clothes unwearable, prompting him to purchase a new wardrobe. After finishing his unpacking, he emerged from his room to find Guan Yuntao and Li Qiming engrossed in the desktop computer on the dual desk. Wow, an RTX 2080 Ti graphics card. You're truly something. Wow, an X370 motherboard. You're unbelievable. Wow, a water-cooled chassis. You must be kidding me. One was radiating excitement, while the other was turning red with envy. Observing their reactions, Tang Yuan couldn't help but smile slightly. So, what do you think? Is this computer configuration satisfactory? I'm not very knowledgeable. I just put together whatever I found online, he said while retrieving a can of ice-cold cola from the refrigerator. Hearing his words, Guan Yuntao turned around, brimming with enthusiasm. Yuan Gu, with this setup for gaming, when we play together, if I don't ensure you dominate, I'll slap myself. Yuan Gu, not only will I ensure your victories, but I'll also help you secure a spot in the top 10. You loot, I charge ahead. If there are enemies, I'll cover you. If you're low on health, I'll let you finish them off. You say go east. I want to go west. What do you think? As Li Qiming noticed Tang Yuan had emerged from his room, he hurried over, eagerly seeking to impress Tang Yuan, nearly causing Guan Yuntao to lose his composure. Wow, a rhyme already? You seem so honest, yet you're quite the charmer. Yuan Gu, whatever he can do, I can too, and I can even serve you drinks. Feeling threatened, Guan Yuntao quickly joined Tang Yuan's side. Tang Yuan sat on the sofa, bemused as he watched the two of them vying for attention. IST, this game meant for 4 players? I could just buy 2 Alienware laptops in a couple of days, and then we could all sit at the island counter, right? Li Qiming and Guan Yuntao exchanged glances. If you sit at the island, I have to sit next to Yuan Gu. Why should you? I have the best skills and can provide Yuan Gu with the best gaming experience. Only because Yuan Gu is my godfather. Damn, you're shameless. Tang Yuan watched the two as they began to argue once more, feeling slightly exasperated. If they were 2 women, he could understand. But these were 2 towering men. How did the atmosphere shift so unexpectedly? Chapter 27. A Rare Treasure. Stop. From now on, you two will play rock, paper, scissors, and whoever loses will sit at the island. Tang Yuan intervened to halt the strange rivalry between them. Yuan Gu, I noticed that most of the appliances in our dormitory are Miele products, Guan Yuntao said, shifting his focus from arguing with Li Qiming to inquiring about the appliances. These appliances must be quite expensive? Not too bad. The temperature-controlled wine cabinet and the double-door refrigerator are a bit pricey, around 100,000 yuan. Other appliances like the washing machine and coffee machine average about 30,000 yuan. In total, all meal appliances add up to roughly 400,000 yuan. I can't quite recall, Tang Yuan replied casually while lowering the projection screen with the remote. Wow. Both Guan Yuntao and Li Qiming gasped simultaneously. Although they had somewhat prepared themselves for the costs, they were still taken aback upon hearing Tang Yuan's figures. While both came from well-off families, there was a significant difference between having wealthy families and being wealthy oneself. Even Guan Yuntao, the wealthiest among them, barely touched the threshold of 7-digit savings. Do not claim that hundreds of thousands have been spent on dormitory renovations. It is only during leisure drives with friends that one truly dares to press the accelerator with fervor. I provide the funds, and you provide the effort. Henceforth, I shall entrust you with the responsibility of maintaining the dormitory's cleanliness. Is there any objection? After Tang Yuan lowered the projection screen completely, he proceeded to power on the projector and casually inquired of Guan Yuntao. No objections. I'll take care of the cleanliness from now on. Guan Yuntao confidently patted his chest and readily agreed. Tang Yuan smiled at this response and chose not to elaborate further. In truth, does a dorm equipped with a robotic vacuum truly require manual tidying? Even if it does, the extent of assistance he could provide would be quite limited. However, Tang Yuan understood the importance of balance. If he were to continually give while Guan Yuntao merely received, their relationship might swiftly become imbalanced. Thus, allowing Guan Yuntao to contribute a little was beneficial for maintaining their amicable student rapport. Brother Yuan, I'm planning to order some takeout. Shall we indulge in a drink? It would be a fitting celebration for our new abode, don't you think? Guan Yuntao suddenly proposed this idea to Tang Yuan. Sounds good. I haven't eaten yet this evening. Tang Yuan nodded slightly, then turned to Li Qiming. Since we're all here, let us enjoy together. A larger gathering is always more lively. Since Brother Yuan has spoken, I shall not be modest, but I want to dine for free. I'll cover the drinks today. Li Qiming rubbed his hands together, smiling as he agreed. Once the late-night snack plan was established, the trio split their tasks and promptly set to work. In a mere half-hour, the coffee table in the dorm's living room was laden with an array of delectable dishes, with some even temporarily piled on the island counter due to space constraints. After a week of acclimatization, Tang Yuan and his companions had grown quite familiar with one another. Thus, once the snacks and drinks were fully arranged, the three gathered around the coffee table and commenced their feast. Finally, it was time to begin. About half an hour into their meal, Tang Yuan's phone vibrated. As he glanced at the message on the screen, his eyes instantly lit up. He swiftly exited the variety show playing on the projection screen and cast the live stream link onto the screen. The live broadcast displayed a spacious circular hall, bustling with activity, everyone dressed in formal attire, creating a lively atmosphere. "Brother Yuan, what kind of live stream is this?" Guan Yuntao, who was skillfully savoring a dish, inquired with curiosity upon seeing Tang Yuan switch the display. Tang Yuan removed his gloves and casually replied, "This is a live auction from the Yinjing Poly Auction House. There's a special session starting soon." "An auction?" Guan Yuntao and Li Qiming exchanged bewildered glances. "Brother Yuan, do you intend to participate in the bidding?" Li Qiming cautiously asked. "Yes." Tang Yuan nodded gently. In fact, a week prior, he had received the third experiential task from the Grand Collector system, with the task details as follows. Experiential Task 3-5, collect 5 antique fans, quality requirement, treasure level, time limit, 15 days, reward, unknown. Compared to the previous experiential task he completed, the difficulty of this third task had increased, with the quality requirement escalating from collectible to treasure level. The system defined treasure level as items possessing significant historical, scientific, artistic, and economic value. The mere change of 2 words from higher to certain represented a vast disparity in significance. What constitutes a treasure? A rarity of extraordinary value. Based on Tang Yuan's conjecture, items of treasure level would be worthy of exhibition in major museums both domestically and internationally. Thus, after receiving the task, Tang Yuan began gathering information regarding antique fans. Soon enough, he discovered details about a dedicated auction for antique fans on the Poly Auction House's official website. Over the past few days, he visited the Poly Auction House branch in Zhonghai, paying the deposit, obtaining a bidding number, signing the commission bidding authorization, etc. With sufficient cash flow, these processes were completed smoothly. At this moment, a staff member from the auction house was seated by a telephone, holding Tang Yuan's bidding number, eagerly awaiting his call. As for the auction items, Tang Yuan had received a catalog days prior, including not only photos of the items but also detailed descriptions. Overall, he had a clear understanding of which items he deemed essential, which items were negotiable, and which he chose to forego. Finally, as the clock struck 8, the auctioneer stepped onto the stage, signaling the official commencement of the special auction dedicated to Antique Fans Chapter 28. Master of the Art World, good evening, esteemed guests. I am Zheng Liping, the auctioneer from Yinjing Poly Auction House. We now present our first item, 1000-character classic by Pu Ru and Qi Kuan. Starting bid, 20,000 RMB. After the auctioneer took the stage and greeted the audience, the auction officially began. As bidding for the first item commenced, the LED screen in the live feed showcased images of the antique fan, featuring Pu Ru's 1000-character classic alongside Qi Kuan's Autumn Mountains. Soon, attendees and telephone bidders began to engage in a bidding frenzy, causing the price of this antique fan to soar past 500,000 RMB in no time. My heavens! It has multiplied 25 times. Guan Yuntao was utterly astonished, even forgetting to savor the dish in his hand. The starting bid for all antique fans today was 20,000 RMB, offering no reference value. This was merely the beginning, with fans soon to escalate to over 100 times their value. Tang Yuan glanced at Guan Yuntao and smiled, explaining, over 100 times? Does that mean it could exceed 1,000,000? For just one antique fan? Is it truly that exorbitant? Li Qiming expressed his astonishment. If you were aware of the identity of the creator of this antique fan, you might not hold such a perspective. Tang Yuan pointed at the first item, currently up for bidding on the screen. Pu Ru, full name Aizenjaro Pu Ru, was a descendant of the Daoguang Emperor, with his grandfather being the Prince Gong, renowned for his poetry, calligraphy, and painting skills, earning the title Southern Zhang. Northern Pu alongside Zhang Daqian, and also being compared to Wu Hufan as Southern Wu, Northern Pu. Knowing such a figure's autograph, do you still consider it expensive? Tang Yuan smiled, glancing at Li Qiming as he posed the question. Goodness, this person has such a remarkable background? Upon hearing Tang Yuan's introduction, Li Qiming displayed a hint of astonishment. Brother Yuan, how do you know all this? Aren't you a bit too impressive? Guan Yuntao's gaze towards Tang Yuan was tinged with admiration. Tang Yuan waved his hand dismissively. My interest in antique fans led me to research some information, and I happened upon Pu Ru, so I know a bit about him. It's merely coincidence. However, Guan Yuntao and Li Qiming clearly found Tang Yuan's modesty hard to believe, assuming he was simply being humble. Just as the three conversed, the first item was ultimately sold for 786,000 RMB to a mysterious buyer bidding over the phone. As the auction progressed, each exquisite fan was successively bid upon, with the lowest price hovering around 200,000 and the highest nearing 1,000,000. When the 13th item, titled Rinchen Landscape, running script commentary, came up for bidding, Tang Yuan, who had been notably silent, finally began to engage. With his persistent bids, he swiftly acquired this piece for 1,940,000, elevating the atmosphere of the auction to a small crescendo. Yet, for Tang Yuan, this was merely the beginning. A mere 10 minutes later, he placed another successful bid for the 15th item, Quiet Contemplation, 7-character poem in running script, at 1,820,000. He then proceeded to secure the 19th item, Banyan Leaf Insect, and the 20th item, Frosty Morning Chrysanthemum, for 2,490,000 and 2,410,000, respectively. It could be said that all four of the most valuable and artistically significant fans in this special auction had been collected by Tang Yuan. The creators of these treasured pieces were none other than renowned masters. Huang Binhong, a modern luminary in landscape painting, Fu Baoshi, whose masterpiece Majestic Mountains of Maoshan fetched nearly 200 million in 2017. Qi Baishi, a modern master of Chinese painting and a global cultural figure, and Pan Tianqiu, whose work Eagle on Stone Mountain was sold for 243 million in 2015. Each of these artists was a titan in the art world, now all acquired by Tang Yuan. With 4 out of 5 targets successfully achieved, Tang Yuan felt a sense of satisfaction and relief. Had he not fortuitously encountered this auction, acquiring 5 treasure-level fans within 15 days would have been a formidable challenge. Why are you all just standing there? Have you finished your meals? Tang Yuan turned, donning his gloves once more, ready to indulge in some small crayfish, only to find Guan Yuntao and Li Qiming staring at him in astonishment, as if caught in a spell. Brother Yuan, if I haven't miscalculated, you spent a total of 8,660,000 for these 4 fans, averaging nearly 2,160,000 each. With that amount, you could easily buy an apartment in a second-tier city. What are you after? Guan Yuntao gazed at Tang Yuan, who appeared unfazed. Initially, he believed their disparity lay in him being on the 10th floor, while Tang Yuan occupied the 100th. Later, he thought it was akin to Tang Yuan being in the stratosphere. Now, he realized that they were not even from the same world. The things Tang Yuan engaged with were beyond his comprehension, and even his parents would likely struggle to grasp it. If he were to spend 2 million on a car, his parents might approve, but spending that amount on a fan would likely prompt them to consider starting anew. What am I after? Simply what I adore, Tang Yuan replied, not disclosing that his motivations stemmed from completing a system task. Yet, this statement was not a lie, for he indeed selected his collections with an appreciative eye, not merely to fulfill a task. In the context of this fan collecting experience, fans valued over 1 million could be regarded as treasures due to inherent limitations. Had Tang Yuan solely aimed to complete the task, he could have purchased less expensive fans, as the final reward remained unchanged. Between saving money and pursuing his passions, Tang Yuan chose the latter. Having experienced various facets of life, he no longer placed great importance on wealth. Since profit was assured in the end, why not collect items that brought him joy? The difference was merely a matter of how much he earned, so he selected based on his preferences, opting to spend lavishly on beloved pieces rather than save by acquiring items he did not cherish. Chapter 29. The divorce case. The auction featured a total of 30 items, and from its commencement to the nearing conclusion, every fan was successfully sold without a single item left unsold. Next, we present item 29, Huanglu Diagram, self-composed poem in running script by Zhang Daqian. The starting price is 20,000 RMB. As the final item emerged, staff on both sides of the auction room promptly answered their ringing phones, indicating that many were silently monitoring this concluding piece. In the dormitory, as Tang Yuan once again picked up the phone to contact the staff assisting him with the bidding, Guan Yuntao and Li Qiming, seated beside him, had become utterly numb. Brother Yuan, are you still going to bid? Li Qiming could not contain his curiosity. Tang Yuan nodded slightly. This is a work by Zhang Daqian, of immense artistic and collectible value. Such pieces are rare and therefore must not be missed. As they spoke, the price of Zhang Daqian's personally pinned fan skyrocketed like a rocket, soaring from the initial bid of 20,000 000 to 2, 760, 000, shattering the highest transaction record of the event, with the price continuing to escalate rapidly. Within a minute, it surpassed 4,000,000. In 3 minutes, it broke the 5,000,000 mark. My goodness, it has reached 5,000,000. This world is utterly insane, Guan Yuntao exclaimed, his eyes wide with shock. At that moment, Tang Yuan, who had been silent until now, finally spoke up, 600,000. As his words concluded, the staff member representing Tang Yuan promptly raised the bidding paddle. 600,000. In an instant, the previously tense bidding atmosphere experienced a brief pause, as Tang Yuan's bid represented a substantial increase of 700,000 from the prior price. However, the allure of Zhang Daqian's fan at 6,000,000 was undeniable, and after a few seconds of hesitation, many bidders resumed their offers. 7,000,000. Undeterred by the competition, Tang Yuan raised the price by another 1,000,000. This time, many in the room began to hesitate as 7,000,000 approached the fan's estimated value limit. Continuing to bid could potentially exceed the fan's highest valuation. In the dormitory, Guan Yuntao clutched his chest, breathing heavily. A fan, comparable to a Lamborghini. If this trend continued, it was conceivable that this fan could surpass the value of his Lamborghini. Meanwhile, Li Qiming, sitting beside Guan Yuntao, trembled with his wine glass in hand, afraid to breathe lest he disturb Tang Yuan's bidding. Previously, Li Qiming had considered his family's circumstances to be relatively favorable. Though not as affluent as Guan Yuntao, he regarded himself as a wealthy second generation in comparison to most ordinary individuals. Yet, at this moment, he felt as impoverished as a beggar in the presence of Tang Yuan. Unaware of Guan Yuntao and Li Qiming's sentiments, Tang Yuan remained focused on the bidding. After his offer of 7,000,000, bids began to trickle in again within seconds. However, compared to earlier, the number of bidders had noticeably dwindled, with only a handful remaining, each bid cautious. 8,000,000. Tang Yuan, uninterested in wasting time with these opponents, raised the price again, increasing it by 1,000,000, which silenced the entire room. Aside from the auctioneer on stage, who continued to stir excitement, all the guests in the audience fell silent. The staff responsible for telephone bidding on both sides of the venue had largely disconnected their calls, except for Tang Yuan's proxy, who remained on the line. 8 million. Going once. 8 million. Going twice. 8 million. Third and final call. Duong. Sold. The auctioneer recognized that this price was essentially the limit, so she swiftly completed the process without further delay. With the gavel's fall, it signified that the fan, personally inscribed by Zhang Daqian, had been successfully acquired by Tang Yuan. Thus, Tang Yuan had accomplished more than half of the collection task for the 5 fans. In a few days, when the 5 fans were transported from Yinjing to Zhonghai, Tang Yuan would proceed to the Zhonghai branch of Poly Auction to settle the payment and collect the items, thereby completing the third experiential task issued by the system. Contemplating the rewards for completing the second task, Tang Yuan was filled with anticipation for the third task's rewards. Come, let us drink. In high spirits, Tang Yuan turned to raise his glass, inviting Guan Yuntao and Li Qiming to join him in a toast. The two exchanged glances and, in tacit understanding, lifted their glasses to comply with Tang Yuan's request, yet they refrained from mentioning the recent auction. Both hailed from affluent families, and under the influence of their parents, their perspectives were far more mature and pragmatic than those of ordinary students. To them, Tang Yuan represented an opportunity, one that could potentially elevate their entire families, contingent upon whether they could cultivate a friendship with him over the next 2 years. Insincerity would undoubtedly lead to failure, for no one is a fool. Only genuine emotions exchanged for genuine emotions might yield a glimmer of hope. Tang Yuan remained oblivious to Guan Yuntao and Li Qiming's ulterior motives, and even if he were aware, he would not be concerned. Adult friendships inherently reflect a system of mutual benefit. Are there sincere feelings? Perhaps. But the harsh reality is that such sentiments often pale in comparison to friendships laced with ulterior motives. After the live auction concluded, Tang Yuan resumed watching a variety show he had not finished earlier, enjoying beer and engaging in lighthearted conversation on various topics. The atmosphere growing increasingly warm with the deepening of their drinks. Brother Yuan, there's something I've been meaning to ask, Guan Yuntao said. a hint of inebriation evident in his voice after downing another bottle. With newfound courage, he turned to Tang Yuan. Tang Yuan raised an eyebrow. What is it? Speak. It's about the first day we met. I heard you mention something about a Xiangzi being sentenced. Who is this Xiangzi? Guan Yuntao inquired cautiously. Oh, Xiangzi is a good younger brother of mine. A couple of days ago, his parents were embroiled in a divorce lawsuit, and since he is a minor, custody was awarded to his mother. Tang Yuan replied casually, a flicker of amusement in his eyes. What? Guan Yuntao was taken aback, unable to fathom that the matter he had been anxious about for days was neither a violent crime nor a murder case, but rather a divorce case. Is it really that absurd? He stammered, instinctively pressing for more details. Brother Yuan, what did you mean when you said you would definitely see him before he left? After his parents' divorce, his mother is going abroad, and since he was awarded to her, he will naturally accompany her. Of course, I intend to see him before he departs. Tang Yuan explained matter-of-factly. Chapter 30. May I cut in? As midnight approached, the gathering began to disperse. Despite his robust appearance, Guan Yuntao's tolerance for alcohol was quite low. After barely 5 bottles, he appeared dazed and unsteady. Is Su Xiaoxiao still live-streaming? Li Qiming remarked as he tidied the coffee table, noticing a notification on his phone. Does she not tire from attending classes during the day and streaming at night? Su Xiaoxiao? Which one from our school's foreign languages college? Tang Yuan asked absently while gathering empty bottles into a trash bag. That's her. Li Qiming confirmed, nodding. Her previous streaming schedule was fixed from 8 p.m. to 10 p.m., but lately, she seems to have extended her hours, sometimes streaming until the early morning. What is her Douyin account? Tang Yuan inquired, his interest piqued. Su Xiaoxiao, with Xiao written as the smaller character, pronounced the same but with different characters, Li Qiming promptly responded. Tang Yuan nodded slightly, choosing not to delve deeper. With their combined efforts, they quickly cleared away the post-gathering litter. After helping Guan Yuntao into the bedroom, Li Qiming returned to his dormitory to rest, while Tang Yuan went to the bathroom for a quick wash. Back in his room, Tang Yuan lay on his bed with his phone. Su Xiaoxiao? Recalling Li Qiming's earlier mention, he opened Douyin and searched for the name Su Xiaoxiao, swiftly locating her profile. As he observed her flashing avatar, he entered her live stream. I've fallen for someone who makes me reckless. I once believed this was the world I sought in the live stream. Su Xiaoxiao was singing Stephanie Sun's song Dark Night. Her voice was clear and pure, rich with emotion as she seemed completely immersed in her performance. Tang Yuan glanced at the upper right corner of the screen, noting around 300 viewers. Though not a massive crowd, it appeared lively, with continuous chatter in the comments. Judging from the background behind Su Xiaoxiao, she was likely renting a place off campus for the purpose of streaming, rather than staying in a dormitory. After a brief observation, Tang Yuan's attention returned to Su Xiaoxiao. Renowned alongside Wen Muxue as the Pearls of Suhui, Su Xiaoxiao was undeniably beautiful. At that moment, she wore a French-style white shirt paired with a gray pleated skirt, her flaxen hair cascading down her back. Her youthful almond-shaped eyes sparkled with clarity, complementing her delicate, fair oval face, embodying the quintessential image of a first love that countless boys dream of. However, while Su Xiaoxiao possessed an enchanting face reminiscent of first love, her figure was quite mature. Even without wearing form-fitting clothes, her exceptional physique was hard to conceal. A true university belle. Just as Tang Yuan was observing her, Su Xiaoxiao finished her song. And at that moment, a fan ranked first in the comments section sent a private jet. As dazzling effects illuminated the screen, a sweet smile broke across Su Xiaoxiao's face. Thank you, brethren. Are you not signing off yet? Don't you have class tomorrow? Quickly, the comment from the top fan, known as Social Bandit, appeared in the chat. I have 5 more song requests. Once those are done, I'll be off to sleep. Naturally, Su Xiaoxiao paid considerable attention to her benefactor. As soon as he commented, she promptly replied. Song requests? Tang Yuan raised an eyebrow and asked in the comments, how do I make a request? Simultaneously, as he posed the question, Social Bandit commented again, Xiaoxiao, I'll bring you breakfast tomorrow and deliver it right to your classroom, so you can sleep a little longer. Upon seeing this comment, Tang Yuan clicked on the fan's profile, discovering that he was indeed a student at Zhonghai University of Transportation, likely a senior, a year younger than him and a year older than Su Xiaoxiao. Undoubtedly, the individual currently at the top of the leaderboard is likely acquainted with Su Xiaoxiao. Observing their generous gestures of sending gifts and offering breakfast, the term sycophant inevitably surfaced in Tang Yuan's mind. Realizing this, he became curious about how Su Xiaoxiao would respond to such direct flattery. Would she choose to answer or evade the question? A hot air balloon could request a song, and as both Tang Yuan and the top-ranked user sent their messages simultaneously, Su Xiaoxiao cleverly sidestepped the latter's attentions by answering Tang Yuan's inquiry. Her response seemed to carry an undertone of avoidance. Tang Yuan, noticing her tactic, couldn't help but smirk. However, at that moment, the top user known as the social bandit, Mr. N, suddenly tagged Tang Yuan, commenting, "The rules for song requests are written in the upper left corner. Can't you read? Oh, is this the wrath of a sycophant?" Instead of feeling anger, Tang Yuan found the situation even more amusing. Without uttering a word, he added funds to Douyin and promptly sent a hot air balloon, commenting, "I would like to request the song Green Light by Stephanie Sunday. Thank you for the gift." The request was acknowledged. Song request successful. You are now 6th in line, with 5 songs ahead. Upon seeing Tang Yuan actually send a hot air balloon, Su Xiaoxiao's eyes lit up, and she expressed her gratitude. Tang Yuan then remarked, "6th place is a bit long to wait. May I cut in line?" Just as he sent this message, Mr. Un, who had slipped to 2nd place, retorted, "Do you think this is a karaoke bar? Everyone is in line. You can't just cut in because you sent a hot air balloon. If you continue to disrupt the order, I will have the moderator kick you out." Supporters quickly rallied behind Mr. N, filling the chat with mockery directed at Tang Yuan. "You can't cut in line. Everyone is waiting." At that moment, Su Xiaoxiao echoed their sentiments, stating, "You can't?" Hearing her response, Tang Yuan chuckled softly. Chapter 31. The Good Girl and the Bad Girl. Just as Su Xiaoxiao thought this was a minor incident, a dazzling special effect suddenly erupted in her live stream. The system notification read, "User TY has sent a carnival." The unexpected carnival left Su Xiaoxiao momentarily speechless. Meanwhile, the previously boisterous spectators fell silent upon witnessing the gift Tang Yuan had bestowed. "Thank you, TY brother, for the carnival. Thank you." After a brief moment of astonishment, she rose from her seat, covering her mouth with her left hand, her eyes brimming with surprise and disbelief. The carnival, the most valuable gift on Douyin Live, was worth 30,000 Do coins, equivalent to 4,300 renminbi. Even at her peak, she had never received such a lavish gift. Tang Yuan observed Su Xiaoxiao's repeated expressions of gratitude and added another comment, "Can I cut in now?" Su Xiaoxiao appeared slightly troubled by his inquiry. At that moment, Mr. N, now relegated to 2nd place, interjected once more, this time with a noticeably more courteous tone. "TY, even if you've sent a carnival, you still need to follow the rules, right? You're making it difficult for Xiaoxiao." Ignoring Mr. An's remarks, Tang Yuan swiftly sent 5 more carnivals in one go. Su Xiaoxiao, who had been contemplating whether to grant Tang Yuan special treatment, was now breathless, her legs feeling weak. With the extravagant effects, Tang Yuan commented again, "Can you kick out this person named Social Bandit, Mr. N? If you do, I will send you 10 more carnivals." At that moment, in a dormitory at the China-Europe International Business School in Suhui, and Yu, who had been lying in bed watching his idol's livestream, nearly exploded with rage upon reading Tang Yuan's comment. "And you're worth quite a bit. Kicking you out could exchange for 10 carnivals. Do you think your goddess would compromise for money?" While Yu seethed, laughter erupted from a nearby bed, laced with mockery. "How could that be? We've known Su Xiaoxiao since she entered school. 3 years of affection can't be worth 10 carnivals." As Yu sat up, confidence surged within him. "Damn it. They think they can kick me out? Just wait till I unleash my fury." Yet, before he could retaliate, his screen abruptly went black, displaying the message, "You have been kicked out of the room by the host." Hilarity ensued among his roommates. "Huh, and Su Xiaoxiao really kicked you out. Looks like your 3 years of devotion mean less than 10 carnivals to her." As Yu's head buzzed, his roommates' laughter grew louder, tinged with schadenfreude. "No, Xiaoxiao." Reflecting on their shared history, Yu felt utterly drained, collapsing to his knees, tears brimming in his eyes as he howled to the heavens. Unbeknownst to Tang Yuan, who had no idea of Yu's turmoil, he fulfilled his promise and sent 10 more carnivals to Su Xiaoxiao. Our live stream should be harmonious and friendly. Mutual sabotage is strictly prohibited. If similar situations arise again, offenders will be kicked out. Let this serve as a warning. After expelling Yu, Su Xiaoxiao adopted a serious demeanor, proclaiming in the live stream that her action was not motivated by the 10 carnivals, but rather by a desire to maintain order. Hearing her explanation, Tang Yuan formed a rough definition of her character. Suhui Shuangzhu? Perhaps it should be Suhui Shuangbiao. However, if when Mu Xue and Su Xiaoxiao were not green tea bitches, he would find them uninteresting. After all, good girls do not disappoint, while bad girls do not waste time. For the moment, Tang Yuan had no intention of pursuing good girls, as he could not guarantee he would not disappoint them. Conversely, he felt no pressure when engaging with bad girls. What constitutes a bad girl? In Tang Yuan's previous life, any girl with ulterior motives, who mixed certain needs into her emotions and sought to achieve some form of transactional benefit through relationships, was deemed a bad girl. These women approached Tang Yuan for various reasons, perhaps for money, fame, or resources. He held no disdain for such arrangements. Mutual benefit was acceptable, as long as they exchanged loyalty for his fulfillment of their desires. Certainly, there exists a prerequisite. The essence of this girl must not be malevolent. She may embody realism, play the green tea role, be a siren, or even resemble a white lotus, yet she must never be vicious. A bad girl cannot genuinely embody the true essence of bad. As for those who yearn for pure love, anticipating a lifelong partnership and an eternal bond, Tang Yuan currently refrains from engaging with them, for such encounters would lead to complications. To forsake an entire forest for a single tree? Tang Yuan cannot comply. To deceive the other party, crafting a facade of devotion? That, too, is beyond his capability. Perhaps one day in the future, Tang Yuan may alter his perspective, desiring to find a girl whose eyes are solely for him, to wed and bear children, but certainly not at this moment. Observing Su Xiaoxiao on the screen, he is inexplicably stirred with emotion. Let us sing a song. Once finished, he declared, I'm off to sleep. Feeling suddenly fatigued, he left a comment. All right then, I present to you a song by Sun Yinzi titled Green Light. Without uttering a word, Su Xiaoxiao promptly pinned the song Tang Yuan had just selected to the top. The other viewers in the live stream were not astonished by her action. After all, the purpose of a live stream is to generate income. Tang Yuan had just generously bestowed 16 carnival gifts, equivalent to nearly 70,000 RMB. Many ordinary individuals struggle to earn that amount in an entire year. Given such earnings, is it not reasonable to seek some privileges? The audience remained placid, with no one stirring up trouble. Thus, Green Light was swiftly rendered by Su Xiaoxiao. As her melody faded, Tang Yuan sent another 4 carnival gifts, achieving a whole number. Good night, he commented before exiting Su Xiaoxiao's livestream. However, just as he contemplated closing Douyin, a private message from Su Xiaoxiao appeared. Brother, may I add you on WeChat? Upon reading this, Tang Yuan raised an eyebrow. After careful consideration, he sent her his WeChat ID. Within 10 seconds, he received a notification of a friend request. Without hesitation, he accepted Su Xiaoxiao's request. Once they successfully became friends, Su Xiaoxiao sent him a goodnight emoji, to which Tang Yuan reciprocated. Subsequently, he activated his phone's Do Not Disturb mode, charged his device, and turned off the lights to sleep. Chapter 32. The Call for Counterattack in the Dead of Night, at Ming Shi Yuan. After concluding her final song request, Su Xiaoxiao quickly ended the stream. Nearly 5 hours of broadcasting left her utterly exhausted, yet her spirit soared with exhilaration. A total of 20 carnival gifts. Converted to RMB, it amounted to nearly 90,000. Even though the platform would claim a substantial portion, the remainder would still grant her several thousands. In one night, she earned what many would take a month to accumulate. Most importantly, she had successfully added this super magnate on WeChat. Should she manage to cultivate this connection, he might become her greatest support. With 1 million followers, I shall reach that milestone in due time. What does it matter if you are a step ahead? Observing her follower count nearing 700,000, Su Xiaoxiao let out a soft hum, a glint of determination flashing in her eyes. Since her enrollment, many have drawn comparisons between her and Wen Muxue, dubbing them the pearls of Minhang. Initially, she was unfazed, but over time, influenced by her surroundings, she began to regard Wen Muxue as her rival. If the latter became the cheerleading captain, then she would lead the music club. If Wen Muxue garnered accolades in national sports events, then she would triumph in national language competitions. Various overt and covert battles had unfolded over the past 3 years. She understood that this rivalry was mutual, with Wen Muxue also vying against her. Originally, they were evenly matched, yet just a few days prior, Wen Muxue had shared a video of the first Ferrari LaFerrari Aperta in the country on her Douyin account. In a mere day, she amassed hundreds of thousands of followers. Not only did her follower count soar past 1 million, but she was also hailed by many netizens as the goddess of crossover. For a time, Wen Muxue basked in the limelight, leaving Su Xiaoxiao feeling envious. Over the past few days, she lamented that had she been the one to find Tang Yuan before Wen Muxue, their circumstances might have been radically different. What significance lies in long legs? Men are all creatures of appetite. The cafeteria will always be their true home. Glancing down at her burgeoning assets, she mumbled, her tone laced with disdain. A D-class powerhouse looking down upon a B-class novice. After a moment of self-encouragement, Su Xiaoxiao packed away her streaming equipment and picked up her personal phone, opening Tang Yuan's WeChat moments. Having just added him, she hadn't had the opportunity to peruse his posts during the live stream. However, upon viewing them, she was taken aback. This magnate known as TY was indeed Tang Yuan. As she scrolled through Tang Yuan's WeChat moments, she was utterly astonished. His posts were visible for half a year, showcasing his summer vacation photos. As a prominent figure in the school, Su Xiaoxiao had once glimpsed him from afar, making recognition effortless. TY, the initials of Tang Yuan. How could she be mistaken? After double-checking, she was confident in her assessment. Rumors circulated that he was entangled with Wen Muxue. How then could he suddenly appear in her live stream, showering her with such generosity? He must be aware of her relationship with Wen Muxue. In an instant, Su Xiaoxiao's curiosity ignited, her mind racing with the swiftness of renowned detectives. Could it be that Wen Muxue employed her baiting tactics on Tang Yuan? What a greedy woman! Such tactics may lure small fish. But could she truly catch a whale like Tang Yuan? If that were the case, then she would not hesitate to intercept. The most familiar person often turns out to be your adversary. After years of subtle rivalry with Wen Muxue, she had deciphered each other's methods, allowing her to surmise the truth with remarkable accuracy. The more she pondered, the more exhilarated she felt. Was she not tempted by a magnate like Tang Yuan? Of course. Yet, out of respect for Wen Muxue, she refrained from approaching him, fearing to miss the opportunity and invite trouble upon herself. However, the situation had changed. Tang Yuan had generously gifted her numerous presents, and it was only fitting to treat him to a meal as a gesture of gratitude. Surely no one could object to that. With this thought in mind, she quickly scrolled to the top of Tang Yuan's moments. The latest post, dated 2 days prior at 6 in the morning, bore no text. Only an image of a small sun alongside a photo of the school playground. To her surprise, Tang Yuan had a habit of morning exercises? Su Xiaoxiao murmured, suddenly struck with an idea. Wait, Wen Muxue hadn't even liked Tang Yuan's post? Su Xiaoxiao and Wen Muxue had exchanged WeChat contacts at an event. Although they had never spoken, they silently monitored each other's updates. Tang Yuan and Wen Muxue undoubtedly exchanged WeChat contacts. This is beyond dispute. However, when Tang Yuan posted on his moments, Wen Muxue did not give it a like. This small detail reinforced Su Xiaoxiao's certainty that her suspicions were indeed correct. Sitting on her bed, Su Xiaoxiao pondered for a moment before accessing her livestream backend to take a screenshot of the 20 carnival tokens she had received that evening. 2 minutes later, she updated her moments with a simple note, a little commemoration, accompanied by the screenshot. Although she knew these tokens were sent by Tang Yuan, she did not reflect that in her words or images. After posting, she silently liked all of Tang Yuan's moments. Once that was done, Su Xiaoxiao set an alarm for 4:30 a.m. but, after some thought, moved it up by half an hour. Showering, washing her hair, applying a face mask, and doing her makeup, with an hour and a half, she should manage if she hurried. Leaving at 5:30, she would reach the playground in 10 minutes, certainly feasible. Standing in the bathroom, she removed her makeup while reviewing her entire plan. At 1 a.m., she went to bed. Glancing at her moments, within a mere 10 minutes, she had received hundreds of likes and dozens of comments. In the past, she might have patiently replied to a few, but now, they were all just a bunch of nobodies. Tomorrow, I shall sound the horn for a counterattack. Quickly move aside. Don't delay this fairy's sleep. Chapter 33. Practicality is paramount. The following morning, the sun rose gently in the east, casting threads of golden light across the land, filtering through the lush foliage, and the air was infused with the fragrance of the phoenix trees. Su Xiaoxiao traversed the dew-laden path to the playground, scanning her surroundings until she spotted Tang Yuan, who was jogging. Clad in black sportswear, his pace was unhurried, yet each step was firmly grounded, and he seemed to radiate light under the sun. Observing him from the sports equipment area, Su Xiaoxiao noted, he looked significantly more handsome in person. Though neither she nor Wen Muxue were particularly shallow, who wouldn't he prefer a younger, more attractive, and vibrant man when wealth was already abundant? Given Tang Yuan's physique, he belonged to a rare echelon, which only heightened Su Xiaoxiao's desire to conquer him. 15 minutes later, her yearning for conquest intensified. After all, previous experiences had taught her that a man's looks were secondary. Practicality was paramount. Before she knew it, half an hour had elapsed. During this time, Su Xiaoxiao had idled near the sports equipment area, having only slept 3 hours the night before, and she found herself growing weary waiting for Tang Yuan. Yet, fortune favored the diligent, and at precisely 6:10 a.m., Tang Yuan finally slowed his pace. Upon seeing this, Su Xiaoxiao was instantly invigorated. She quickly checked her reflection in a small mirror, ensuring her makeup and hair were impeccable before grabbing the prepared bottle of mineral water and briskly approaching him. Indeed, our goddess Xiaoxiao possesses an enviable figure, perfectly curvaceous with an impossibly slim waist, a physique that is the ultimate dream for many men. Su Xiaoxiao's form was indeed striking, yet when Mu Shui's physique was equally formidable, those long legs could easily captivate anyone. Wait, are you still half asleep? Why are you eyeing her? Hey, look. Su Xiaoxiao is headed straight for Tang Yuan. Did she come specifically for him? What's happening? Isn't Tang Yuan entangled with one Mu Shui? How is he now involved with Su Xiaoxiao? Is he trying to have it all? One Mu Shui isn't enough. Now he is also after Su Xiaoxiao. Can his waist endure this? Brother, is there a chance he doesn't need to move at all? As one of the prominent figures in Su Hui, Su Xiaoxiao's popularity was unquestionable. In the past half hour, she had unknowingly attracted a throng of energetic young men. Now, as these boys watched their dream goddess stride toward Tang Yuan, they were nearly grinding their teeth in envy. If gazes could kill, Tang Yuan would have been instantly obliterated. In truth, Tang Yuan, who was stretching at that moment, remained blissfully unaware of the unusual attention he was garnering today. Ever since that day he began morning exercises, he had developed a fondness for it. As long as it wasn't raining, he would come to the playground each morning without fail. Senior. Just as Tang Yuan was contemplating whether to have a large meat bun or seafood porridge for breakfast, a clear and melodious voice interrupted his thoughts. HM? That voice sounds familiar. Tang Yuan furrowed his brow, instinctively looking in the direction of the sound. Since Tang Yuan was in a half-squat position while stretching, his line of sight was level with Su Xiaoxiao's chest. In that instant, he made a decision regarding his breakfast choice. HM. It has to be the large meat bun. Su Xiaoxiao? Tang Yuan did not linger on any inappropriate thoughts. Upon lifting his gaze to find it was indeed Su Xiaoxiao, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. Senior, you were the one sending gifts in my live stream yesterday, right? Su Xiaoxiao stated plainly, naturally extending the bottle of mineral water toward him. Tang Yuan accepted the water without hesitation, nodding in acknowledgement. That would be me. He was not surprised by Su Xiaoxiao discovering his true identity. He had anticipated this possibility when he shared his WeChat ID with her. In fact, he had expected her to approach him eventually, though he hadn't anticipated it would happen so soon. Senior, I intended to find a time in a few days to properly thank you with a meal. But what a coincidence that you also have a morning exercise routine, leading us to encounter each other here. Upon hearing Tang Yuan's acknowledgement, Su Xiaoxiao's face lit up with a pure smile, reminiscent of morning dew. Tang Yuan took a moment to appraise her. Beneath a white sports sun hat was a flawless, delicately made-up face, and her sandy-colored hair was soft and voluminous, clearly just washed. She wore a white sports outfit paired with a pink sports skirt, and her slender legs were clad in athletic socks, completing her look with blue sneakers. Exuding an aura of youthful freedom, whose morning exercise routine includes makeup and freshly washed hair. Do you take me for a fool? Tang Yuan silently scoffed in his heart. Yet he said nothing outwardly. Some things were better left unspoken. I've been coming to the playground daily. Why haven't I seen you before? Tang Yuan twisted open the mineral water and took a sip, following her lead with a question. I usually hang around the school monument. I just happened to come here today. Faced with Tang Yuan's inquiry, Su Xiaoxiao hesitated momentarily, but quickly concocted an excuse to deflect. By yourself? Yes. How dull it must be alone. If you're willing, we could exercise together in the future. Tang Yuan finished speaking and casually added, of course, if you're unwilling, then never mind. I was just saying it casually. How could that be? Having someone accompany me is indeed quite nice. At this moment, Su Xiaoxiao's smile appeared somewhat forced, and she finally understood the feeling of shooting oneself in the foot. Daily morning exercises? Rising at 4 every day? Oh dear. Is this not a pace that would drain her dry? Chapter 34. This question is beyond the scope. Tang Yuan observed Su Xiaoxiao's stiff smile, the corners of his lips curling slightly. He said nothing further and straightened his posture, concluding today's morning practice. Senior, let's have breakfast together. Su Xiaoxiao exclaimed, her eyes sparkling at Tang Yuan's intent to finish. Tang Yuan, I sent you gifts yesterday simply because I found your singing delightful and admired your diligence. Moreover, Since we are from the same school, those gifts were earned through your own efforts. You needn't thank me, nor do you need to treat me to a meal. If my gifts have burdened you in any way, it would contradict my original intention. So, just accept it with ease. The stars will not disappoint those who strive. You deserve applause and flowers. Tang Yuan looked down at Su Xiaoxiao, his expression suddenly becoming earnest. Faced with his sincere gaze, Su Xiaoxiao felt a slight tremor in her heart, an unexpected wave of emotion washing over her. Senior, may I, as a junior, invite you to breakfast? Certainly. Tang Yuan nodded slightly. Then let me treat you to this first meal. After all, as a senior, it would be unreasonable to have the junior pay. Ah? Well then, tomorrow, it will be my treat. Su Xiaoxiao, eager to interact more with Tang Yuan, readily accepted his proposal after a brief, feigned hesitation. I need to return to my dormitory to shower. Shall we meet at the cafeteria later, or would you like to wait for me in my dorm? Tang Yuan casually inquired. Back to the dorm? Su Xiaoxiao felt a flicker of interest but, out of caution, asked Tang Yuan, would that be inconvenient? Not at all. Our dormitory at Gaojin Academy is apartment style, with a shared living room between 2 bedrooms. If you come back with me, you can wait for me in the living room. Tang Yuan shook his head and replied to Su Xiaoxiao. Wow, your dormitory at Gaojin Academy is so nice. No wonder the students from your school never mention their dorm conditions. Su Xiaoxiao exclaimed, a genuine touch of envy crossing her face. If only the conditions in her foreign language college were as good as those at Gaojin Academy, she wouldn't need to rent a place and could simply live stream from her own room. In Zhonghai, where every inch of land is precious, even a modest 1-bedroom apartment costs a staggering 3,000 yuan per month. If it weren't for her consistent live streaming income, she wouldn't be able to afford such rent. After her admiration, she continued, since I have the chance today, I must take a look inside. Then let's go. We should hurry. Tang Yuan responded and led Su Xiaoxiao towards Gaojin Academy. Along the way, Su Xiaoxiao was lively and engaging, adept at finding topics for conversation. They laughed and chatted, quickly returning to Gaojin Academy. At the dormitory entrance, Tang Yuan raised his hand to grasp the doorknob, and with a click, the door swung open automatically. Your dormitory has an electronic lock? Su Xiaoxiao exclaimed in surprise. Tang Yuan chuckled, you're overthinking it. The other dorms use regular keys. Only mine has an electronic lock. With that, he stepped into the dormitory and, after changing into slippers, handed Su Xiaoxiao a pair of disposable slippers. Once she entered, her reaction to the luxurious decor mirrored that of Li Qiming when he first arrived. Senior, did you pay to renovate the entire dormitory? Su Xiaoxiao asked. Disbelief etched across her face. Yes, not bad, right? Tang Yuan replied with a smile while pouring her a glass of lemonade. How much did this cost? And you can only live in this dorm for 2 years. Su Xiaoxiao instinctively accepted the lemonade, murmuring her thoughts. Soft furnishings and hard renovations together cost nearly 1 million. How many 2-year periods can one have in life? As long as I am comfortable, the money is well spent. Su Xiaoxiao opened her mouth but found no words. Realizing their values were on entirely different planes. Much like children from impoverished families would never understand why those from wealthy households would choose to eat vegetarian when they could have meat. Watching Tang Yuan's back, a flicker of desire ignited in her eyes. Women are invariably drawn to strength, and men like Tang Yuan held a profound allure for Su Xiaoxiao. Sit and rest for a moment. I'll quickly shower and be out soon, Tang Yuan said, stepping into the bathroom with a change of clothes. Soon, the sound of running water echoed from within. Seated in the living room, Su Xiaoxiao lost herself in thought, her cheeks flushing slightly. Just then, a sound emanated from the previously closed door, and Guan Yuntao, appearing groggy and clad in sleepwear, emerged from his room. Since Guan Yuntao's room faced the sofa, he immediately spotted Su Xiaoxiao seated there, creating an awkward atmosphere. I must be dreaming. Guan Yuntao rubbed his eyes, muttering to himself, perhaps my method of opening the door was incorrect. Let me try again. He turned silently back to his room, reopening the door to find Su Xiaoxiao still sitting on the sofa. Seeing this, Su Xiaoxiao felt compelled to break the silence and stood, greeting him. Hello? I am Su Xiaoxiao, a friend of Senior Tang Yuan. I am waiting for him to finish showering so we can go have breakfast. At that moment, Guan Yuntao realized he was not dreaming. He awkwardly waved his hand in greeting. Why you? Hello? Simultaneously, his mind raced with thoughts. Known factors. Shower, breakfast, Su Xiaoxiao. A temporary room, discomfort, Wenmuxue. Question. What is the relationship between Tang Yuan, Wenmuxue, and Su Xiaoxiao? In mere moments, Guan Yuntao felt his mental CPU nearing its limit. Damn, This question is beyond the scope. Ultimately, Guan Yuntao chose to return to bed, seeking answers in his dreams. Chapter 35. Rumors abound. It was early morning on a Friday, and outside the school cafeteria, numerous students flowed in and out. When Tang Yuan and Su Xiaoxiao arrived, the crowd was at its peak. Su Xiaoxiao still wore her pure and adorable sportswear, while Tang Yuan had changed into his usual casual attire for classes, a white short-sleeve shirt paired with olive green cargo shorts, his feet clad in sneakers. Perhaps due to just showering, he appeared quite refreshed. At the Suhui campus of China Communications University, Tang Yuan and Su Xiaoxiao are undoubtedly the superstars of the school. At this moment, they are sharing laughter and enjoying a meal together in the cafeteria, instantly attracting the attention of many onlookers. What is happening? How did Su Xiaoxiao, the goddess, end up in the company of the wealthy heir Tang Yuan? Wasn't he entangled with Wen Muxue? Now, he seems to be with Su Xiaoxiao instead. Hey, watch your words. What do you mean by ending up together? Perhaps our goddess merely crossed paths with him by chance. Brother, it's time to accept reality. The goddess you dream of might be quite occupied with someone else. Many people, upon seeing Tang Yuan and Su Xiaoxiao, couldn't help but whisper among themselves. Ignoring the prying eyes, Tang Yuan and Su Xiaoxiao settled down in a relatively secluded spot after purchasing their breakfast. However, much to Tang Yuan's chagrin, within 5 minutes of sitting down, the previously empty seats around them quickly filled up, predominantly with boys, all glaring at him with wide eyes and heavy breaths. Looks like you have many admirers. In the face of these hostile stares, Tang Yuan remained unfazed, maintaining a calm smile, indifferent to their gazes. Don't pay them any mind. Su Xiaoxiao chimed in sweetly, as she picked up a large piece of beef from her bowl of beef noodles and placed it onto Tang Yuan's plate. Here, have some beef to replenish your strength. Snap. In that instant, it seemed as if Tang Yuan could hear the sound of numerous hearts shattering. Thank you, he replied, internally surprised by Su Xiaoxiao's boldness in such a public setting. Was it a show of affection, a provocation, or a direct approach? Tang Yuan found it difficult to decipher Su Xiaoxiao's intentions, yet regardless of her motives, he remained unperturbed. He would stand resolute, ready to counter whatever she had in store. Perhaps he might not gain, but he would not lose either. The two leisurely enjoyed their breakfast. Tang Yuan savored a fluffy white meat bun, while Su Xiaoxiao relished her beef noodles. Are you thirsty? I'll go fetch some water, Su Xiaoxiao suddenly suggested, rising to her feet. I'll get it, Tang Yuan offered gallantly. What would you like to drink? Juice would be nice, she replied. Tang Yuan nodded slightly and took a step towards the drink stall, but just as he moved, he felt a delicate hand grasping his large one. Let us go with mineral water instead, Su Xiaoxiao said, looking up at him with her pure, beautiful face slightly flushed, her soft voice akin to a gentle caress. Snap. Tang Yuan felt her silky hand in his, and once again, he could hear the sound of hearts breaking around him. All right. In the face of Su Xiaoxiao's boldness, Tang Yuan merely smiled and proceeded to the beverage stall, returning with 2 bottles of mineral water and a couple of different flavor juices. Here, he said, keeping 1 bottle of mineral water for himself and handing the rest to Su Xiaoxiao. You can save the juice for later in class. Upon hearing this, Su Xiaoxiao's lovely eyes crinkled into crescent moons. Thank you, senior. After finishing their meal and disposing of their plates, the two exited the cafeteria together, parting ways only at the intersection. See you tomorrow morning, senior. Su Xiaoxiao waved at Tang Yuan as she left. See you tomorrow, he replied, waving back before strolling away with an air of nonchalance. As one of China's top universities, China Communications University is a hub for academic excellence. Yet even scholars are not immune to gossip. By the end of the morning, the news of Tang Yuan and Su Xiaoxiao sharing breakfast had spread like wildfire across the campus, with each retelling becoming more exaggerated than the last. Did you hear? It seems Su Xiaoxiao and Tang Yuan are flirting. What flirting? They were holding hands this morning in the cafeteria. They must be together. I saw it with my own eyes. What? Someone said they saw the two returning together from off-campus? Are they moving that fast? Have they already booked a room? Absolutely true. My boyfriend's good friend told me he saw them doing morning exercises together on the playground, with photos to prove it. When Muxue, the campus belle, found herself in a dire situation, having been betrayed, Su Xiaoxiao was shamelessly stealing someone else's boyfriend. Yet, one must admit, with Tang Yuan being a super wealthy heir, if I possessed Su Xiaoxiao's looks and figure, I wouldn't hesitate to compete for him. After all, seizing such an opportunity could lead to a meteoric rise. Hey, your version of the story differs from mine. I heard that when Muxue used tricks to anger Tang Yuan, and only after their fallout did Su Xiaoxiao swoop in to claim him. As the saying goes, rumors spread easily, but refuting them requires effort. Within just half a day, the tales of Tang Yuan, Wen Muxue, and Su Xiaoxiao morphed into countless versions, each one seeming plausible, detailed, and coherent, as if they were first-hand witnesses. In the university gymnasium, within the dance studio, Wen Muxue, clad in a purple yoga outfit, stretched on her mat. Normally, her yoga sessions filled her with tranquility, but today, her mind was in turmoil, unable to settle. Recalling her roommate's earlier words left her feeling increasingly suffocated and restless. Finally, unable to endure it any longer, she raised her hand to signal the instructor, grabbed her phone from the side, and exited the classroom. In the corridor, when Muxue opened the university forum, and without needing to search specifically, she quickly stumbled upon numerous messages and photos regarding Tang Yuan and Su Xiaoxiao, images of them laughing on the playground, dining together in the cafeteria, and even holding hands. Alongside these photos were various rumors, a blend of truth and fiction that made it difficult for Wen Muxue to discern reality. Frustrated, she exited the forum and opened WeChat, navigating to Tang Yuan's chat page and clicking on his moments. To her dismay, she noticed that every post had likes from Su Xiaoxiao, which had not been there 2 days prior. Next, Wen Muxue checked Su Xiaoxiao's moments and saw a post from midnight, showcasing a carnival with a staggering 20 attendees. Who could possess such influence? Immediately, she thought of Tang Yuan. This realization deepened her distress. As someone accustomed to the art of seduction, Wen Muxue had always found success in her pursuits, employing a strategy of warmth followed by coldness, making it nearly impossible for her targets to escape her grasp. However, the situation was not unfolding as she had anticipated. She had overestimated her allure and underestimated Tang Yuan's. To an average student, her beauty, physique, education, and abilities were indeed rare treasures, but Tang Yuan was no ordinary student. He could leave 5 luxury sports cars worth over 100 million to gather dust, and casually spend more than 4 million on a stamp due to a mere hobby. With such a privileged status, he would undoubtedly attract a plethora of young and beautiful women. Take Su Xiaoxiao as an example. She is a girl who is undoubtedly on par with me. Upon seizing an opportunity, she immediately approached Tang Yuan without a thought for the consequences, launching a direct and fierce assault. Tang Yuan, with casual ease, revealed a mere glimpse of himself, causing her fanbase to skyrocket by hundreds of thousands in just a few days, elevating her to the status of a million-follower influencer. If Su Xiaoxiao successfully attached herself to Tang Yuan, surpassing me would merely be a matter of time. The thought of Su Xiaoxiao potentially stepping over me in the future caused the ever-competitive Wen Muxue immense discomfort, leaving her breathless. Su Xiaoxiao, Tang Yuan is mine. Do not even think about it. So what if she plays directly? Who cannot do that? A glimmer of determination flashed in Wen Muxue's eyes as she resolved to change her strategy. If she did not do so soon, it might truly be too late. Ding ding ding. Just as Wen Muxue made her decision, the school bell rang, prompting her classmates to file out of the dance studio. Xiaoye. Wen Muxue suddenly called out, stopping her roommate. Xue, why are you standing there like a fool? Hurry and change your clothes, then let us grab a bite. Her roommate Liu replied upon seeing Wen Muxue. Xiaoye, could you do me a favor? Wen Muxue asked quietly. What kind of favor? Liu inquired. Wen Muxue's cheeks flushed slightly as she continued. Could you help me take some photos? In the dance studio? Liu was taken aback, her gaze scanning up and down. Wearing yoga attire? Wen Muxue's face turned even redder as she nodded affirmatively. Yes, in the dance studio. Just in yoga clothes. Chapter 36. Unable to hold on as evening descended, the sky was ablaze with colors. Tang Yuan, with his backpack slung over his shoulder, strolled leisurely along the shaded path of the school, followed closely by Guan Yuntao and Li Qiming, who were engaged in hushed whispers. Unable to contain himself any longer, Guan Yuntao quickened his pace, bouncing up to Tang Yuan. Brother Yuan, heh. Let's get to the point. Stop grinning so creepily, alright? Tang Yuan cast a sidelong glance at Guan Yuntao, easily perceiving his ulterior motives. Guan Yuntao scratched his head, saying, Brother Yuan, I'm not one to gossip, but I'm genuinely curious about your relationship with Su Xiaoxiao and Wen Muxue. What do you think our relationship is? Tang Yuan anticipated Guan Yuntao's inquiry and refrained from providing a direct answer, instead responding with intrigue. How would I know that? Guan Yuntao grinned. Mainly, rumors are rampant with various versions circulating, and they all seem to have their own narratives. If I keep digging, I might end up believing them myself, which is why I came to you for confirmation. People will say what they wish. As for my relationship with Su Xiaoxiao, it is merely that of ordinary friends, far from what the rumors suggest. Tang Yuan shook his head, finding the online speculations somewhat absurd. With such imaginative minds, why not write a novel and earn a little money while amusing fellow readers? As night fell, Tang Yuan joined his classmates for a game of basketball at the outdoor court. Afterward, he returned to his dormitory, enjoyed a refreshing shower, and called Guan Yuntao and Li Qiming over to play PUBG. After some time honing his skills, Tang Yuan had become a competent warrior. Coordinating seamlessly with Guan Yuntao and Li Qiming, he took on the role of the assault trooper, responsible for eliminating foes, while Guan Yuntao acted as the sniper, providing cover and taking out threats. Li Qiming, meanwhile, served as the medic, carrying essential supplies, smoke grenades, and health packs. At crucial moments, he even became a human shield, all in the name of ensuring his dear brother had a good time, which in turn led to a windfall of rare loot for Tang Yuan. As time flew by in the game, it soon became late. I'm done for the night. I'm going to get some rest. If you two want to keep playing, Qiming can take my spot. Yawning, Tang Yuan rose from his gaming chair, stretching as he addressed Li Qiming, who was seated nearby. Brother Yuan, it's only 11 p.m., and tomorrow is the weekend. Let us play one more round. We're sure to win. Guan Yuntao protested, unwilling to let Tang Yuan leave. I have things to attend to tomorrow. We can play another time, Tang Yuan replied, dismissively waving his hand. All right then. Guan Yuntao, hearing that Tang Yuan had prior commitments, ceased his entreaties and turned to Li Qiming. Are you tired? If not, come to my room for a couple of rounds of Honor of Kings? Sure. Li Qiming readily agreed, clearly not fatigued. Seeing the two engrossed in their own game, Tang Yuan paid them no further mind. Heading to the bathroom to freshen up before returning to his own room, he turned on the humidifier and bedside lamp, adding a few drops of sleep-inducing essential oil to the humidifier. With the main light off, the atmosphere conducive to sleep enveloped the room. Tang Yuan lay down on his bed, habitually scrolling through social media. As he browsed, a wave of drowsiness washed over him, yet it was swiftly dispelled by a set of 9 photos that Wen Muxue had posted half an hour earlier. In the photos, Wen Muxue donned a purple backless yoga outfit, skillfully executing various challenging yoga poses. The first image featured the renowned stick pose, requiring the individual to balance like a staff, with arms folded at 90 degrees to support the body, while the waist and left leg formed an arch and the right leg pointed skyward. Achieving this pose demands extraordinary flexibility. Otherwise, one risks injury. Despite the formidable challenge, Wen Muxue appeared effortless, her long, slender leg resembling a straight javelin reaching for the heavens, exuding an astonishing beauty through the combination of stillness and motion. The subsequent images showcased a variety of poses, including the standing split, Hanuman pose, bow pose, plow pose, forward bend, downward dog, and meditative yoga, each radiating distinct beauty. Tang Yuan found himself wide awake, filled with an exuberance that nearly overflowed. This little enchantress. Is she truly unable to hold back? Tang Yuan mused as he gazed at the photos on his phone. While it might seem somewhat presumptuous to say, he felt that Wen Muxue had intentionally shared these images to provoke him. Clearly, Tang Yuan's conspicuous appearance with Su Xiaoxiao in the cafeteria had instilled a sense of urgency in Wen Muxue. In truth, Tang Yuan's initial flirtation with Su Xiaoxiao was partly motivated by interest in her, but it also served to create a sense of competition for Wen Muxue, deliberately inciting her feelings of unease. When a big fish feels it might slip away, what does the angler do? Naturally, they tighten the line and pull with all their might. Yet, unbeknownst to them, this process is perilous. With a moment's carelessness, the angler might find themselves pulled into the depths, reversing the roles of hunter and prey. In the present moment, Tang Yuan embodies the great fish, while Wen Muxue assumes the role of the angler. Tang Yuan's objective is to tighten the fishing line held by Wen Muxue, and when the opportune moment arrives, with a mere exertion of force, he can pull Wen Muxue down into the depths of the sea that he inhabits. As for Su Xiaoxiao, while she brings a sense of crisis to Wen Muxue's very existence also cultivates a sense of urgency for Su Xiaoxiao. Choosing between the two? Such decisions are for children. Adults, of course, desire both. After admiring a photograph of Wen Muxue, Tang Yuan proceeded to do nothing further, silently opening Douyin, entering Su Xiaoxiao's live broadcast room, and swiftly gifting her 10 carnival tokens before hastily logging off. Having completed these actions, Tang Yuan placed his phone aside and drifted into slumber. Chapter 37. The scenery of Mount Luofu the following day, in the morning. After enjoying breakfast with Su Xiaoxiao, Tang Yuan ambled towards the parking lot, selecting a white Ferrari LaFerrari Aperta, which he smoothly drove out of the campus. Approximately 20 minutes later, he arrived at the base of the China Overseas Center building in Lujiazui. After parking the Ferrari LaFerrari Aperta in the underground garage, he ascended to the 56th floor via the elevator. This level housed the office of Poly International Auction House, established within the China Overseas premises. Having previously visited for auction procedures, Tang Yuan navigated the space with familiarity, quickly locating the office. "Good day, sir. How may I assist you?" Upon entering, the receptionist at the Poly China Overseas office promptly stood up, exuding grace and warmth as she inquired. "Hello, I am here to collect an auction item." Tang Yuan opened a message on his phone. "Last night, your headquarters informed me that my auction item has arrived at your office." The young woman accepted Tang Yuan's phone to verify the message, then respectfully gestured for him to enter. "Mr. Tang, please come in." Tang Yuan nodded slightly, reclaimed his phone, and followed the young woman into the office, eventually being welcomed into a luxurious reception room, where the office manager personally attended to him. After exchanging pleasantries, they commenced various handover procedures. Involving funds exceeding 10 million, the entire process was somewhat intricate, consuming nearly half an hour of Tang Yuan's time. Upon completion, Tang Yuan lifted a precious calligraphy fan by Zhang Daqian, gently shaking his right hand to fully open the exquisite piece. The fan's front depicted a vividly lifelike scene of Mount Luofu, featuring winding mountain paths, rushing streams, cascading waterfalls, and grand architecture. The vibrant colors, painted on a mud gold fan surface, showcased a striking contrast between the golden hues and the cool greens of the landscape, exuding a sense of opulence while subtly hinting at profound and distant realms. Turning to the back, one could find two poems pinned in running script by Zhang Daqian, their eloquent verses and calligraphy perfectly complementing the scenic depiction on the front, forming a harmonious union. Upon entering the dream of Luofu, the melody of the zither resonates thrice. Recently, Mount Quang has been laden with dust and grime. The waterfall ought to feel ashamed of its sound here. Tang Yuan recited the poetry inscribed on the fan, his admiration evident. "It is simply perfect. This fan, viewed up close, is exponentially more magnificent than in pictures. The 8 million spent is truly worth it." Seated beside him, Zhang Zhishan, the manager of Poly International China Overseas Office, echoed Tang Yuan's sentiment, explaining, "Mr. Tang, ordinary calligraphy fans are typically 9 inches long, and those exceeding a foot are exceedingly rare. The fan you hold measures an astounding 12 inches, exuding grandeur with every fold. Moreover, both the fan bones and surface are custom-made by the eminent modern bamboo carver, Sheng Bingyun. Indeed, the handle feels distinctly unique." Tang Yuan lightly brushed his fingers along the fan bones, nodding in acknowledgement. "Furthermore, prior to the auction, we employed conservation experts to utilize modern technology for special lamination protection of this fan surface. This unique material appears invisible and colorless yet effectively safeguards the fan, providing a degree of waterproof, fireproof, and corrosion-resistant capabilities." Zhang Zhishan observed Tang Yuan's interest and continued his explanation. "Oh, had you not mentioned it, I would not have discerned it." Tang Yuan expressed slight surprise, then pointed to the other 4 fans. "Have these 4 fans also undergone special lamination protection?" Zhang Zhishan shook his head. "Mr. Tang, among all the items in the calligraphy fan auction, only the one in your possession has undergone special lamination due to its considerable value. The others do not have this protection." Tang Yuan understood Zhang Zhishan's reference to the special lamination protection, realizing that the procedure was likely complex and costly, reserved for items of significant worth. However, for Tang Yuan, the special lamination of this Zhang Daqian fan was sufficient, as he held a particular affection for this fan among the 5, while the others, despite their unique characteristics, paled in comparison. With the recent warm weather in China Overseas, possessing such a fan was indeed a splendid choice. If Zhang Zhishan were privy to Tang Yuan's current thoughts, he would likely be astounded. To wield an 8 million calligraphy fan merely as a common fan? Such an act is beyond the realm of ordinary individuals. Yet, Tang Yuan is no ordinary person. Since the system prohibits him from selling these collectibles, it is destined that they belong solely to him. Thus, rather than letting them gather dust, he prefers to put them to use. After admiring the Zhang Daqian fan for a moment, Tang Yuan returned it to its collection box and inquired of Zhang Zhishan, "Have all the procedures been completed? If so, I shall take my leave. Mr. Tang, it is only 2 hours until noon. Why not stay for a meal together?" Zhang Zhishan, eager to forge a closer connection with such a high-profile client as Tang Yuan, promptly extended an invitation upon hearing of his intent to depart. Tang Yuan smiled politely and declined. Manager Zhang, I must forego the meal. I have other matters to attend to. Perhaps another time. Seeing Tang Yuan was not merely being courteous, Zhang Zhishan refrained from further persuasion. Mr. Tang, might we connect on WeChat? At Poly International Auction House, aside from public auctions, we occasionally host small-scale treasure identification gatherings, appreciation events, and private auctions, exclusively for our elite clientele. Should similar events arise in the future, I would contact you in advance, allowing you to participate at your convenience and preference. Additionally, should you wish to bid in future auctions, I could personally assist in the handover procedures, sparing you the need to drive here again. Zhang Zhishan maintained a lowly demeanor, recognizing that while it may seem numerous individuals casually spend tens of millions in the realm of collectibles, the actual number dispersed throughout the nation is quite limited. Despite China overseas being a super first-tier city with a thriving economy and billionaires aplenty, fewer than 100 individuals can casually spend tens of millions at an auction. Such individuals represent significant potential, each requiring careful relationship management by Zhang Zhishan. Tang Yuan, evidently, is viewed as one of those promising prospects. That does sound appealing. Let us connect on WeChat then. Please scan my code. Tang Yuan nodded slightly, intrigued by Zhang Zhishan's words, and proceeded to take out his phone, opening his WeChat QR code to connect with Zhang Zhishan. After adding each other on WeChat, the two engaged in a brief exchange of pleasantries before Tang Yuan picked up the invaluable collection of hidden fans, leaving the Poly International Zhonghai office under the personal escort of Zhang Zhishan. Chapter 38. Facial Enhancement Card. Once outside the office, Tang Yuan took the elevator down to the underground parking lot and returned to his exquisite white Ferrari LaFerrari Aperta. Inside the confined space of the vehicle, he carefully extracted the 5 hidden fans from their elegant collection box and laid them out on the passenger seat. Task submitted. Tang Yuan focused his attention entirely on the fans before him, silently reciting, "Congratulations on successfully completing Experience Task 3-5. Collect 5 hidden fans. Great assessment. Qualified. Congratulations on triggering a new player bonus, 60-fold critical reward. Congratulations, you are about to receive the following rewards: 1 facial enhancement card and $900 million. Note: the facial enhancement card reward must be claimed within 24 hours and allows the host to optimize any one organ, ear, nose, eye, lip, or teeth, to perfection. During the optimization process, you will enter a deep sleep for 8 hours. Please allocate your time accordingly." As countless virtual system prompts appeared, it signified Tang Yuan's successful completion of the system's experiential task once again, and the rewards did not disappoint him. The mere $900 million significantly increased his wealth, coupled with the over 800 million renminbi already in his account, bringing his total liquid assets to nearly 7 billion renminbi. It is worth noting that this sum is neither stock value nor fixed assets, but actual cash flow. Such a staggering cash flow of 7 billion renminbi is a rarity in Zhonghai, with few individuals capable of amassing such a fortune. If just 2 minutes prior, Tang Yuan had only dipped a toe into the ranks of the nation's elite wealthy, now he had fully immersed himself, crossing the threshold completely. The disparity between the two states was indeed monumental. Beyond the monetary reward, what Tang Yuan valued most was the facial enhancement card. According to the system's description, this card allows him to optimize one of his organs, ear, nose, eye, lip, or teeth, to an unparalleled degree. If the previous physical enhancement was a comprehensive upgrade, then this facial enhancement card represented an extreme refinement of a singular attribute. What does extreme mean? It signifies optimizing a specific organ to its utmost potential within the constraints of one's genetics. Achieving perfection in a singular aspect is often far more challenging than mastering a multitude of tasks, making the facial enhancement card even more precious in Tang Yuan's eyes than the physical enhancement. The dilemma arises again. If only this were an organ optimization card, if I hesitate even slightly, I would be unworthy of being a man. Tang Yuan sighed softly, a hint of melancholy crossing his face. However, he quickly dismissed such feelings, realizing his own greed had gotten the better of him. He began to contemplate. Among the 5 options, ear, nose, eye, lip, and teeth, he first eliminated ear and nose, as their primary function is utility, with limited impact on aesthetics. Tang Yuan's ear and nose function adequately and are visually acceptable, rendering optimization unnecessary. With ear and nose ruled out, only 3 choices remained: eye, lip, and teeth. The eyes need no elaboration. They are the windows to the soul, and perfectly optimized eyes can significantly enhance one's appearance while providing practical benefits. Among the remaining options, the lips, if optimized to perfection, could greatly enhance beauty, though their functional utility is limited. In contrast, straight, white teeth can also considerably elevate one's attractiveness and serve a functional purpose. Tang Yuan felt a pull towards all three options, yet after careful consideration, he decided to prioritize optimizing his eyes. Beautiful eyes are a significant advantage for both men and women. Although his vision is not nearsighted, he does have some astigmatism, causing double vision when driving at night. Thus, treating this issue would greatly benefit his daily life. As for the lips and teeth, while an attractive mouth is useful for women, it holds less significance for men. Moreover, achieving neat and white teeth is relatively straightforward with current dental technology, making it somewhat replaceable. Additionally, Tang Yuan's teeth are already in good condition, well-aligned, and not discolored due to his non-smoking habits. After much contemplation, he ultimately resolved to optimize his eyes. Of course, this would have to wait until he went to sleep that evening. With a rumble, Tang Yuan ignited the engine after receiving all his rewards. Expertly maneuvering the steering wheel as he exited the underground parking lot of the Zhonghai Center, heading towards the nearby Zhonghai Global Financial Center. During the drive, he reflected on the previous 3 system experience tasks. Each of the 3 tasks varied in requirements, progressively increasing in collectible grade, from the first task with no requirements, to the second with collectible grade, and finally to the third, which demanded a treasure grade. As the requirements rose, so did the rewards. Tang Yuan speculated that the tasks issued by the system would differ significantly based on the collectible grade. If the initial task with no grade requirement were likened to a 1-star task, then the collectible grade task would be a 2-star, and the treasure grade task a 3-star. Concurrently, tasks of different star levels corresponded to varying levels of rewards. When Tang Yuan completed the first experience task, he triggered a new player bonus of a 100-fold critical hit, receiving 100 million renminbi and 5 LaFerrari Aperticars. Setting aside the LaFerrari, from a monetary perspective, the foundational reward for the 1-star task without the 100-fold boost should be 1 million renminbi. For the second experience task, Tang Yuan triggered an 80-fold critical hit, acquiring a reward of 800 million renminbi, suggesting that the foundational reward for the 2-star task should be 10 million renminbi. Following this logic, the foundational reward for the 3-star task should be 100 million renminbi. As for the additional rewards, Tang Yuan believed the system had its unique algorithm, but due to the intangible nature of their value, he could not currently estimate them. Overall, even without the new player bonus, fulfilling a task still yielded returns vastly exceeding his investment, with little chance of loss. Moreover, the collectibles purchased after completing system tasks were not subject to recovery by the system. They simply could not be resold, leaving Tang Yuan with actual ownership. With 2 experience tasks remaining, after completing these, he anticipated gaining insight into the full scope of the Grand Collector system. Tang Yuan murmured to himself, a glimmer of expectation crossing his face. Chapter 39. The Splendor of Wealth. Zhonghai Global Financial Center, 69th floor. Ding. With a crisp sound, Tang Yuan stepped slowly out of the elevator. Mr. Tang, greetings. Welcome to Wanbao Shanghua. I am Zhao Haichao, the Senior Human Resources Consultant at Wanbao Shanghua. I have been in contact with you during this time. Tang Yuan stepped out of the elevator and was immediately greeted by a man in a sharp suit, who approached him with brisk strides. The man extended his hands warmly, exhibiting utmost enthusiasm and respect. Hello, Tang Yuan said, shaking the man's hand. Consultant Zhao. In just a few short days, you have managed to connect me with 5 qualified candidates for the position. Truly, Wanshi Xinghua deserves its reputation as a leader in human resources across the Asia-Pacific region. Mr. Tang, you flatter us, Zhao Haichao replied, bowing slightly. Despite his verbal humility, the pride on his face unmistakably revealed his deep pride in the company. Wanshi Xinghua, officially known as Wanshi Xinghua Greater China Limited, commenced its journey in 1997 in Hong Kong and Taiwan. To date, it has extended its services to over 20 cities, including Zhonghai, Yanjing, Yangqing, and Pengcheng. With its headquarters now situated in Zhonghai, its parent company, Wanshi Xinghua Global, stands as one of the premier headhunting firms worldwide, boasting a history of over 70 years and providing diverse human resources services to more than 400,000 enterprises across 68 countries. Over 90 of the Fortune 500 companies count themselves among its clientele. 5 days prior, while Tang Yuan was preoccupied with decorating his dormitory, he reached out to Wanshi Xinghua in Zhonghai through the ultra-high-end private banking resources of China Merchants Bank, entrusting them to assist in finding a suitable personal assistant. Such a straightforward recruitment request might have seemed trivial, Yet the stringent conditions Tang proposed were akin to those expected of a secretary to the CEO of a Fortune 100 company. This elevated the commission fee he would need to pay, naturally capturing Wan Shixinghua's attention. With the endorsement of China Merchants Bank, Wan Shixinghua promptly dispatched Zhao Haichao to connect with Tang Yuan. Although Zhao initially intended to visit in person for discussions, Tang's busy schedule necessitated a more streamlined approach, leading to their communication being conducted entirely via WeChat and phone calls. Tang had anticipated that, given his stringent criteria, it would take Wan Shixinghua considerable time to find suitable candidates. To his surprise, he had underestimated their capabilities. Zhao Haichao contacted him the previous evening to schedule interviews for today. The decision to recruit a personal assistant was one Tang Yuan had made after careful consideration. With the presence of the great collector system, his wealth was destined to increase. And as his affluence grew, so too would his expectations for quality of life, along with an escalating need for security. In the near future, or rather, the present, Tang planned to assemble his own teams: management, security, medical, legal, investment, and personal chefs. Both the formation and subsequent management of these teams would pose considerable challenges, thus necessitating an exceptional, highly skilled, and experienced personal assistant to oversee his affairs. Moreover, as a custodian of the great collector system, Tang would inevitably seek to amass various collectibles. As a man determined to lead a life of leisure, he could not afford to squander his time on such matters. He aspired to be the master of the system, not its servant. With money capable of resolving countless issues, why waste time? These various reasons fueled Tang's desire to hire a personal assistant, a desire that intensified following a recent deposit of $900 million into his China Merchants Bank account. Money could grant one everything, creating disparities among individuals. Yet every life is singular, and a mere 50-cent bullet could extinguish any life, including Tang's own. Despite the high level of security in the country, where firearms are nearly non-existent, lethal instruments are not limited to guns. A knife, a kitchen tool, or even a shard of a beer bottle could just as easily claim a life. With a cash flow of $70 billion, who could predict whether someone might take a desperate risk? One must never test human nature nor rely on it for safety, which is why Tang urgently required to bolster his security measures, placing this matter at the forefront of his priorities. As Tang's thoughts swirled, he followed Zhao Haichao into Wan Shixinghua's offices. The Zhonghai headquarters, occupying an entire floor of the Zhonghai Global Financial Building, was lavishly decorated, epitomizing high-end elegance. As Zhao guided Tang through the office, he elaborated on the company's history, primary operations, and corporate culture, ultimately leading him into a quaint tea room adorned with antique charm. Situated beside a floor-to-ceiling window that offered a breathtaking view of Lujiazui. "This is lovely," Tang remarked after a brief observation. Different executives have unique preferences. Some prefer formal interviews in a conference room with the human resources team, while others opt for intimate conversations in tranquil tea rooms. We design various interview scenarios to cater to our clients' distinct needs, ensuring the best service experience, Zhao Haichao explained with a smile, standing at the door. Tang nodded slightly and took his seat at the head of the tea table. "Consultant Zhao, if the candidates have arrived, let us proceed with the interviews." "Of course, Mr. Tang, I will arrange that immediately," Zhao Haichao acknowledged, recognizing Tang's impatience. He promptly retrieved his phone to contact his subordinates. Approximately 2 minutes later, 2 young women in uniforms entered the tea room, their movements fluid and practiced as they brewed a fragrant pot of tea for Tang. Once the tea was prepared, Zhao Haichao escorted the 2 women out of the room. 5 minutes later, a gentle knock at the door signaled the arrival of the first candidate, who stepped inside at Tang's invitation. Chapter 40. Mastering the Arts, Goods, and Royalty. Chengqing, 42 years old, holds a Master S degree in International Business from Columbia University. She joined SoftBank Group in 2001 and subsequently GE in 2012, having served as the Deputy Director of Corporate Development and Strategic Management at SoftBank and as Vice President of the International Market Strategy Division at GE. In the serene tea room, Tang Yuan swiftly perused the first candidate's resume. It was undeniably impressive. Both SoftBank and GE are ranked among the world's top 100 companies, with GE placing 26th on the 2017 Forbes Global list. Chengqing's role as vice president in such multinational enterprises attests to her considerable talent. Tang reviewed the extensive resume in just 5 minutes, setting it aside to focus on the candidate before him. She appeared shrewd, adorned with silver-rimmed glasses, exuding the formidable presence of a strong woman. "Ms. Cheng, may I inquire why, having attained the position of vice president in a GE division, you wish to change jobs?" Tang asked, gazing at her intently. "Certainly, I seek a new breakthrough in my career, she replied. The General Electric Group appears vast, yet it is, in reality, burdened with inefficiency and rife with corruption and discrimination. In the recent presidential promotion, based on past performance and ability, I surpassed all other vice presidents. However, due to the color of my skin, I lost out to an older woman who is inferior in every regard, with no hope in sight. Why should I waste my time there any longer? Thus, I decisively chose to resign. Cheng Qing replied calmly, her words imbued with tranquility. Tang Yuan nodded slightly. So, your purpose in coming here for an interview is to seek a new breakthrough in your career, is that correct? Indeed, Cheng Qing responded succinctly. Upon hearing this, Tang Yuan gently shook his head. Miss Cheng, if you approach this interview with such intentions, I fear the position I offer may not suit you. I seek a personal secretary to assist with my daily life, not a female executive to expand my enterprise. What? A look of astonishment crossed Cheng Qing's face. You offer an annual salary exceeding 10 million, yet you simply wish to find someone to manage your daily affairs? Mr. Tang, do you not think this is somewhat of a misallocation of talent? In the face of Cheng Qing's challenge, Tang Yuan merely smiled, choosing not to respond. For some truths can be rather injurious to one's pride. The elite have always existed to serve a select few. Throughout history, whether it be the great scholars who governed nations or the valiant generals, their ultimate service was invariably to royalty. Mastering the arts of both civil and military affairs has traditionally been for the benefit of the sovereign. In this modern era, the same holds true. In the eyes of the majority, Cheng Qing is already among the elite. Yet, in the perspective of someone of Tang Yuan's wealth, her existence is primarily to generate value. Creating revenue for a corporation is one form of value, while providing personal service is equally valuable. In the eyes of the highest echelons of power, there is scarcely a distinction between the two. This explains why many diligent workers often find themselves eclipsed by those who are constantly in the presence of leadership, leading to frequent complaints of injustice in the world. In reality, both types of individuals provide value, albeit with differing emphases. Ms. Cheng, our goals do not align. Therefore, there is no need to continue wasting time. Perhaps we shall meet again in the future. After Tang Yuan spoke, he picked up his warm teacup and began to sip. Cheng Qing, realizing this was a signal for her departure, frowned slightly, said nothing, stood up, and left the tea room in haste. Subsequently, before noon, Tang Yuan interviewed 3 more candidates. Each resume was resplendent, with all possessing experience as executives in Fortune 100 companies, their educational backgrounds impressively distinguished. Unfortunately, these candidates shared a common goal with Cheng Qing. They all sought a breakthrough in their careers with Tang Yuan. He understood their aspirations, as the salary offered was sufficient to rival that of many CEOs of domestic listed companies, some of whom did not even reach such heights. Such lofty ambitions. It is indeed challenging to find someone exceptional yet devoid of grand aspirations, Tang Yuan sighed, noting that only one applicant remained. Given the disappointing precedents set by the previous 4, he anticipated that the final candidate would likely prove fruitless as well. After consuming a few bites of the luxurious Japanese bento prepared by Zhao Haiqiao, he wiped his mouth and summoned the staff outside. Please bring in the last applicant. Tang Yuan gestured toward the bento box before him, instructing the staff accordingly. Certainly, we will arrange that for you. The staff moved swiftly, tidying up before exiting the tea room to prepare for the next candidate. Approximately 5 minutes later, the final applicant arrived before Tang Yuan. This individual appeared significantly younger than the previous 4. Perhaps due to exceptional self-care, she appeared to be around 30 years old. With an oval face and willow-like brows, she exuded an elegant and refined demeanor, embodying a classical charm that stood in stark contrast to the assertive presence of the earlier candidates. Good day, Mr. Tang. I am Xiao Yayue, and here is my resume. The woman approached Tang Yuan gracefully, softly introducing herself while offering her resume with both hands. Please have a seat. Tang Yuan accepted her resume and gently invited her to sit. Xiao Yayue complied, her demeanor radiating a confidence and depth that were impossible to conceal despite her unassuming presence. Noticing the difference between her and the previous candidates, Tang Yuan felt a spark of curiosity but remained silent, lowering his gaze to examine Xiao Yayue's resume. Xiao Yayue, female, born in 1982. Upon reading this, Tang Yuan was somewhat astonished, for she appeared far younger than her 36 years. However, he quickly redirected his attention back to her resume. Chapter 41. A clear awakening. It was inconsequential to look, but upon doing so, one is taken aback. Good heavens! Where did such a remarkable individual emerge from? As Tang Yuan perused Xiao Yayue's resume, his astonishment grew. She had taken the college entrance examination at 16, achieving a score of 736, earning the title of provincial champion in Jiangsu and Zhejiang, and subsequently enrolled at Yinjing University. At 26, she graduated from Yinjing University's Guanghua School of Management with a doctorate in sociology. At 27, she passed the national examination and began working in the general office of the Ministry of Commerce. At 31, she resigned to become the executive secretary to Ms. He Jing, CEO of Singapore's Temasek Holdings. At 35, she chose to resign again to travel the globe. Such a resume starkly contrasts with those of the previous 4 candidates. While their experiences followed a clearly defined upward trajectory with ambitious goals, Xiao Yayue's career path appeared erratic. Despite having entered a ministerial role right after graduation, with a promising future ahead, she opted to resign and move to Singapore just as her career was gaining momentum. Her second position was equally prestigious, as Temasek Holdings is a state-owned holding company regulated by Singapore's Ministry of Finance, managing stakes in 36 national enterprises, including 14 wholly owned companies, 7 public companies, and 2 limited liability companies, employing approximately 140,000 individuals with an investment portfolio valued at $220 billion. The executive she served, He Jing, ranked 6th among the world's top 50 businesswomen, according to Fortune magazine last year, and her husband is the Prime Minister of Singapore, placing her at the pinnacle of global influence. The role of an executive secretary already positions Xiao Yayue among corporate high management. Had she remained, she would likely ascend to the position of president at a subsidiary of Temasek Holdings. Yet, at the peak of her career, she chose to travel the world, an act of sheer audacity. Such a character compelled even Tang Yuan to exclaim, "What an extraordinary individual!" He slowly set down Xiao Yayue's resume and turned his attention back to her. "May I inquire why you made such choices?" Tang Yuan gazed at the classically beautiful face before him. Unable to contain his curiosity any longer, he inquired, "Why did you resign twice?" Xiao Yayue seemed to anticipate his question, her smile serene as she replied, "The first time was due to the monotony of life within the system. It felt as though I were enclosed, devoid of freedom and self-identity. Such a life was not what I desired, so I made the decisive choice to resign. Regarding my second job, I genuinely enjoyed it. Mr. He treated me exceptionally well, acting as both mentor and friend, imparting much wisdom and allowing me to view the vast world from a higher platform. However, his son was utterly unbearable. On one occasion, he even attempted to assault me while intoxicated, which I met with a stern lesson. Although Mr. He bore no ill will towards me afterwards and even supported my stance, the incident left an indelible mark on our hearts. To avoid further awkwardness, I chose to resign once more." Facing Tang Yuan's attentive gaze, Xiao Yayue recounted her 2 work experiences with a calm demeanor, even addressing the more difficult aspects candidly. She was truly carefree and magnanimous. After hearing her narrative, Tang Yuan could not help but commend her, then asked, "What prompted your desire to travel the world after your second resignation?" Xiao Yayue chuckled softly. "As I mentioned, being alongside Mr. He opened my eyes to a broader world. I felt that turning 35 would be a significant turning point for a woman. If I did not pursue certain experiences then, I might miss the opportunity later. Thus, over the past year, I traversed all 7 continents and oceans. I ventured to South America to experience the most primal grasslands, traveled to Northern Europe to witness the splendid auroras, challenged myself with skydiving in East Africa's Great Rift Valley, braved icy waters in Antarctica, and ascended Mount Everest in Tibet. At each destination, I hired professional photographers to capture my adventures, filling my 1 terabyte hard drive with countless photos and videos. While there remain many places unvisited and experiences unfulfilled, I believe I can still pursue them after turning 35. Listening to Xiao Yayue's account, Tang Yuan felt she truly lived the life she desired, aware of her wants and, crucially, knowing when to pause and rest. This was something even the former Tang Yuan could not perceive. Since there are still many places to explore and things to accomplish, why not complete those before returning? He asked with interest. Xiao Yayue's face suddenly lit up with youthful playfulness. "Would you prefer to hear the truth or a fabrication?" "Let's start with the fabrication." Tang Yuan poured himself another cup of tea, then refilled Xiao Yayue's cup, a gesture he had not done during the entire interview. "I wish to reserve those experiences and places for my future self, to leave some expectations for my life. And the truth? After a year of play, I've run out of money." Tang Yuan nearly spat out his tea upon hearing her response, and though he managed not to, he was indeed choked, coughing for quite some time before recovering. "You worked as a senior executive at Temasek for 4 years, earning millions annually, and you've spent it all in just 1 year? He asked incredulously. Oh no, not entirely. I simply depleted my funds. The year before last, I purchased a house in China Ocean. If I were to continue my travels, I might have to sell it. Xiao Yayue offered Tang Yuan a couple of tissues, smiling as she explained. Wiping his mouth, Tang Yuan began to understand Xiao Yayue better. High intelligence, emotional acumen, strong principles, capability, a love for freedom, independence, and clarity. These were the labels he affixed to her. Of course, they had just met, and the accuracy of these labels remained to be seen, but thus far, her worldview and character aligned well with Tang Yuan's expectations for a personal secretary. The pressing question now was, what did Xiao Yayue truly desire? Chapter 42. Personal secretary money? It was a crucial factor, yet not the decisive one. Both Xiao Yayue and the previous 4 candidates had no trouble finding high-paying jobs given their qualifications. They each had their own goals, ideals, and values. This was a process of mutual selection. Tang Yuan was seeking his ideal employee, while they were discerning a suitable employer. The reason Tang Yuan asked the 4 prior candidates about their career plans immediately after reviewing their resumes was that if their aspirations did not align with his expectations, further discussion would be futile. Tang Yuan found Xiao Yayue particularly appealing, yet he knew he still had to pose the necessary questions. Thus, he asked, Ms. Xiao, do you have any plans or goals for your future career development? Understanding that the interview had shifted into a more serious tone, Xiao Yayue composed herself. Reflecting briefly before responding earnestly, I believe that if the objective of work is merely to attain higher positions and salaries, it becomes rather mundane. Truthfully, I have no specific plans or goals. The essence of work lies in pursuing material satisfaction, personal interests, and experiential fulfillment. I do not expect to possess all 4. If I can achieve 3, I consider it a good job. Therefore, Mr. Tang, perhaps you might first share what kind of position you intend to offer me. Upon hearing her response, Tang Yuan felt a wave of relief. Finally, a refreshing answer. The previous 4 candidates, after being asked the same question, practically recited their career aspirations up to the age of 60. In essence, it could be summed up in 4 words. Ambitious aspirations? Tang Yuan mused internally. While verbally he replied, the position I am offering is quite similar to your role at Temasek, except that this one is as the president's secretary, where you will assist the president with a focus on work, while the latter is a personal secretary dedicated to serving me with an emphasis on life. Life? In what aspects? Xiao Yayue inquired, her brow slightly raising. Tang Yuan noticed her subtle reaction and smiled, assuring her, rest assured, I do not seek to exploit the talents of those close to me. There are many beautiful women who can warm my bed, but few capable assistants who share my concerns and understand my needs. After hearing Tang Yuan's words, Xiao Yayue's gaze flickered, her previously tense demeanor relaxing. Soon, I will be assembling my own teams, a management team, security team, medical team, legal team, investment team, private chef team, and so forth. If you choose to accept this position, one of your primary responsibilities will be to help me build these teams, and subsequently, you will manage them. In simple terms, you will become my chief steward for life. Any matters I have will be directed to you, and you will provide solutions for me to choose from, which you will then execute. Tang Yuan endeavored to express his needs clearly and directly, leaving no room for ambiguity. Well, I believe I have grasped the essence of this role. It appears to be a fusion of a professional and personal secretary. If I were to liken you to a celestial body, you would be the star, and I, the planet, revolving around your endeavors. Is that the crux of it? Xiao Yayue nodded slightly, summarizing Tang Yuan's requirements. Tang Yuan affirmed, precisely. Regardless of the size of your team, it amounts to merely 100 or so individuals. Does such a straightforward position truly warrant an annual salary in the tens of millions? A flicker of doubt crossed Xiao Yayue's face. Straightforward? Tang Yuan's smile bore a hint of depth. Not necessarily. Why the air of mystery? She mused, sensing an underlying pitfall. It feels as though there's a catch. Xiao Yayue pondered internally, yet outwardly inquired, what does the compensation entail? The basic remuneration is detailed in the job listing, which I trust you have perused. I shall refrain from reiterating it. Do you have any particular requests? Tang Yuan countered. I wish to extend my annual leave to 1 month, without paid leave. I can forego my salary during that period. Having been prompted by Tang Yuan, Xiao Yayue candidly expressed her stipulation. Agreed. I shall approve a month's paid leave each year. Tang Yuan replied with little hesitation. Such promptness? Xiao Yayue was momentarily taken aback, unprepared for his readiness. You may only take your annual leave after a year of service. If, after a year, you remain by my side, It will signify that I value your contribution, Tang Yuan remarked lightly. Feel free to voice any requests you deem appropriate, as long as you believe your worth aligns with your demands. In that instant, Xiao Yayue perceived an air of maturity and wisdom in the man before her that belied his age. His earlier statements were both sweet and firm. The implication was clear. While he was generous, he expected her to demonstrate her value. The more she desired, the greater her contributions must be. Otherwise, she faced the prospect of departure. An inexplicable curiosity regarding the job ignited within Xiao Yayue. She yearned to discern how such a seemingly simple position could command a salary in the millions. That is my sole requirement. I have no further requests at present, she replied with a gentle shake of her head. Very well, I shall instruct Wanbao Shenghua to draft the contract for us. Do you require additional time for consideration? Having successfully secured Xiao Yayue, Tang Yuan felt content and respectful enough to seek her opinion. No further consideration is needed. Let us proceed to sign. Xiao Yayue, having resigned from roles in both government and multinational corporations without hesitation, displayed no indecisiveness in her response. Tang Yuan nodded slightly, then promptly called Zhao Haichao to arrange for the drafting of the contract. 20 minutes later, as the two exchanged documents, it marked the official appointment of the Yinjing University PhD as Tang Yuan's personal secretary. Chapter 43. The Pitfall on the Bund, at an outdoor CAF. Tang Yuan and Xiao Yayue, after leaving Wanbao Shenghua, found a nearby spot to sit. The day was splendid, with sunshine casting a warm glow over the bustling Huangpu River, creating a delightful atmosphere. Do you have accommodation in Zhonghai? Shall I assist with your lodging and transport? Tang Yuan asked, gently stirring his coffee while inquiring. I have a residence in Zhonghai, so you needn't worry about lodging. As for transportation, I have yet to purchase a vehicle and primarily rely on ride-hailing services. Xiao Yayue replied candidly. Tang Yuan nodded. Since you can manage your accommodation, I shall convert the lodging allowance into cash and deposit it directly into your salary monthly. Regarding transportation, I will arrange for an executive vehicle in a few days. Do you prefer a sedan or an SUV? I favor SUVs. I like larger vehicles, Xiao Yayue said, tucking a loose strand of hair behind her ear. Although the lodging allowance was trivial compared to her salary, she appreciated Tang Yuan's proactive approach, which heightened her regard for him. Very well, I shall take care of that. Tang Yuan snapped his fingers and continued. Now that the labor contract is finalized, I will not hesitate to assign you two tasks. The first is to assemble a security team, and the second is to gather information on currently available high-end standalone villas in Zhonghai, as I intend to purchase one shortly. Both matters are urgent, and I hope for swift results. After taking a sip of his Blue Mountain coffee, Tang Yuan observed Xiao Yayue's serious demeanor. She retrieved a small notepad from her bag and inquired, Mr. Tang, could you elaborate on the scale, professionalism, and budget for the security team? My intention is to fully acquire a security company, Tang Yuan responded thoughtfully. Quality over quantity is paramount. I would rather invest 1 million annually for a single elite than 50,000 for 10 incompetent individuals. Regarding funding, do not concern yourself. Select according to my expectations. Xiao Yayue paused in her note-taking, her expression reflecting surprise. The notion of fully acquiring a security company not only streamlined management but also fostered loyalty among the bodyguards. Given her future plans for domestic and international property acquisitions, her demand for security personnel was substantial. Post-acquisition, you will oversee management. My requirements are simple. Ensure my security needs are met while maintaining a balanced budget, Tang Yuan clarified, observing her reaction. At that moment, Xiao Yayue suddenly understood the enigmatic smile Tang Yuan had earlier displayed. She now recognized that this position indeed harbored pitfalls, potentially a significant one. What began as a security team had morphed into the full acquisition of a security company, which she would then be tasked with managing. If this trajectory continued, the security team could evolve into a security firm, the legal team into a prestigious law office, the medical team into a private hospital, and the investment team into a renowned investment bank. A wave of melancholy washed over Xiao Yayue. Was this truly the role of a personal secretary? It seemed far more suited to a corporate president. The world, it appeared, held no treasures without a price. With a resigned sigh, she resolved to embrace her responsibilities, quickly revitalizing her focus. Mr. Tang, based on your specifications, I believe we should prioritize security companies in Port City. Xiao Yayue promptly offered her professional insight. Why is that? Please elaborate, Tang Yuan prompted, raising an eyebrow. Port City, being an autonomous region, aligns with international standards, making its social security significantly superior to that of the mainland. A security company that thrives in such an environment must possess a higher level of professionalism, and most personnel there are well-versed in firearms, enabling them to adeptly navigate complex security situations abroad. Overall, the acquisition of the security company in the harbor city stands as the most cost-effective option. Based on her years of experience and insight, Xiao Yayue provided Tang Yuan with a well-reasoned explanation. Upon hearing this, Tang Yuan nodded slightly. Your direction is indeed correct. The current state of domestic security companies is akin to a stagnant pool. Many are on the brink of devolving into mere security dispatch firms, with both professional standards and dedication being of great concern. Since you already have a plan, let us proceed with a market survey to gauge the situation, after which we can discuss the acquisition. I'll give you a week. Is that sufficient? Tang Yuan inquired further. That will suffice, Xiao Yayue replied with a nod. Then continued, Mr. Tang, do you have any specific requirements regarding the standalone villa? What is the budget? My only requirement is to be as close to the city center as possible, preferably a newly constructed property. As for the budget, there is no upper limit. You may choose as you see fit, Tang Yuan responded casually. No upper limit? Xiao Yayue mused, gaining a renewed appreciation for Tang Yuan's wealth. In such a valuable area as Zhonghai, even executives from listed companies would hesitate to utter the words no upper limit when considering real estate purchases. It is worth noting that many standalone villas in Zhonghai start in the hundreds of millions, often reaching several hundred million, which is by no means a trivial sum. Xiao Yayue marveled internally while maintaining a composed exterior. After discussing business matters, the two gazed at the river view and engaged in casual conversation before rising to leave. Xiao Yayue resided in the Mingxing district, not far from Tang Yuan's school, making it convenient for him to offer her a ride home before returning to campus. After a long day, by the time Tang Yuan returned to school, night had already descended. Chapter 44. A late-night video from Wenmuxue that evening. Upon returning to the dormitory and finding Guan Yuntao absent, Tang Yuan headed straight to his room, placing his concealed fan into the safe. He then took his towel and toiletries to the bathroom for a refreshing hot shower. After bathing, noticing that there was still time, he pulled out his phone and flirted with Su Xiaoxiao, inviting her out for dinner in the cafeteria. They then took a leisurely stroll around the playground before parting ways just before 9. Back in the dormitory, Guan Yuntao had yet to return. He is probably out enjoying the weekend, Tang Yuan speculated, feeling somewhat aimless. He lay on his bed, scrolling through Douyin and watching live streams to pass the time. Before he realized it, it was already 11 at night. Remembering the unused facial optimization card, Tang Yuan felt a surge of excitement. Just as he settled into bed, ready to use the card, his phone on the nightstand vibrated twice. Glancing over, he saw a WeChat message and, despite his desire to ignore it, his compulsive nature compelled him to pick it up. A message from Wenmuxue? Tang Yuan's interest peaked as he opened the message, revealing a video over 3 minutes long, with no other content. A video? Raising an eyebrow, he gently tapped to play it. As the visuals unfolded, upbeat music filled the air, accompanied by the words puppet flashing across the screen, soon followed by Wenmuxue's figure appearing. At the moment he laid eyes on her, Tang Yuan could hardly remain composed. The attire she wore was exceedingly tantalizing, with a deep V purple long sleeve, black leather shorts, black stockings, and glossy black high heels. Even an average-looking girl would command attention in such an ensemble, let alone Wenmuxue, whose figure and beauty were extraordinary, especially those long legs clad in black stockings, reaching new heights of allure. However, this was merely the beginning. As Wenmuxue began to dance to the music, her sultry movements and captivating form caused Tang Yuan's heart to race, and he felt overwhelmed in more ways than one. As the captain of the school cheerleading squad, her dance skills were undeniably impressive, rivaling those of K-pop idols in Tang Yuan's eyes. After watching the entirety of the 3.5-minute video, the impact was more intense than witnessing a thrilling film. Damn, what a sin, Tang Yuan sighed, taking a deep breath, unable to suppress his frustration. He saved the video and closed it, only to find another voice message from Wenmuxue, lasting just over 10 seconds. Senior, I intended to send that video to my best friend for her school's welcome party. She asked me to create a tutorial video, but I accidentally sent it to you while I was in the shower. Please, don't share it. Wenmuxue's voice was soft and tender, exuding a subtle allure that made one feel an urge to protect her. Accidentally? Tang Yuan didn't by it. He composed himself and replied in a slightly magnetic tone. I'm already in bed. I want to share it, don't worry. After saying this, he tossed the phone aside. If Wenmuxue messages me again tonight, and I look at it, I'll consider myself a fool, Tang Yuan silently vowed, closing his eyes to clear his mind. Yet, after a moment, he couldn't help but reflect, youth is indeed wonderful. The passion is quite overwhelming. With that thought, he ceased his futile struggles. Since overcoming his physiological urges was impractical, he decided to utilize the enhancement. Quietly, he accessed the system page and selected the extraction of the facial optimization card, choosing the option for his eyes. As the card was successfully used, he felt a coolness envelop his eyes, deepening until he swiftly succumbed to slumber. In the girls' dormitory, when Mushue sat with her knees hugged to her chest, gazing at her phone screen, where Tang Yuan had yet to respond, biting her lip, she was filled with a sense of uncertainty. As a seasoned flirter and skilled in the art of seduction, she recognized that her current state was amiss. However, as the saying goes, it is often difficult to heal oneself. Despite knowing she should see such behavior, she couldn't resist seeking validation from Tang Yuan. Feeling aggrieved by his indifference and unable to bear seeing him grow closer to Su Xiaoxiao. Thus, in the past couple of days, she first sent a series of yoga outfit photos visible only to Tang Yuan, and today, she used the excuse of a slip of the hand to send him a video she had intentionally filmed. Such provocative photos and videos were unprecedented for her. She initially believed they would ignite Tang Yuan's interest, rekindling the warmth and affection from that night. Yet she was met with his continued indifference. This left her questioning whether there was something amiss with his orientation. The video she had filmed, while captivating enough to mesmerize even her male roommate, elicited nothing more than a tepid response from Tang Yuan, plunging her into a profound sense of defeat. When Mushue waited for a considerable time, yet she received no reply from Tang Yuan. Realizing he must have fallen asleep, she felt a wave of despondency wash over her as she exited WeChat. Habitually, she opened the campus forum, intending to browse casually, but as she scrolled, she stumbled upon a post. It contained several photographs of Tang Yuan and Su Xiaoxiao dining in the cafeteria, as well as images of them strolling around the campus. In each photo, Su Xiaoxiao wore a radiant smile, causing a pang of discomfort in Wen Mushue's chest. Perhaps I should give it a couple of days more. If I still can't stir any interest online, I might need to adopt a different strategy. It seems I still owe him a meal, she mused, her mind swirling with thoughts. Taking a deep breath, she locked her phone screen, opting for the philosophy of out of sight, out of mind. With that, she allowed her soft and graceful form to unwind, gradually drifting into slumber, burdened by myriad thoughts. Chapter 45. The Jade Ring days passed, and it was noon. The autumn sun filtered softly through the thin clouds, warm yet not scorching, with gentle breezes providing a refreshing respite. Quick, pass it. Defend. Don't let him shoot a three-pointer. Grab the rebound. On the plastic basketball court, two teams exchanged swift plays. A slam dunk on one side followed by a three-point shot on the other, amidst a chorus of cheers, creating a lively atmosphere. With the sound of a whistle, the third quarter concluded, and both sides retreated to the sidelines for a break. Tao, let Qiming take my place for the fourth quarter. I've played 3 straight. I could use a breather, Tang Yuan, clad in a white basketball jersey and fiery red sneakers, remarked to his companion Guan Yuntao as he walked towards the sidelines. Absolutely, Guan Yuntao replied, hands on his hips as he trailed Tang Yuan. Brother Yuan, your stamina is truly impressive. Playing 3 quarters as a small forward? If it were me, I would have collapsed by the second. Tang Yuan chuckled, casting a glance at the score. In sports, participation is what counts. The opposing team is from the physical education department, and maintaining the score difference within 15 points is quite commendable. Ugh, these guys are beasts. Out of the 5, 3 can dunk. It's outrageous. Guan Yuntao shook his head. Despite his reluctance, he recognized the vast disparity in skill between the teams. Given the current state of the game, not being completely crushed was already a decent outcome. As they conversed, they joined their teammates on the benches beside the court, sipping on energy drinks to replenish their strength. 2 days prior, the annual campus basketball tournament had commenced, featuring dozens of teams competing by institution. Compared to the larger faculties, Gaojin College was rather sparse, barely managing to assemble a single team, which unfortunately faced off against the heavily favored physical education department right from the start. However, as Tang Yuan had mentioned, they entered the tournament with no expectations of ranking, merely aiming to enjoy the experience. Thus, even in the face of a significant score deficit, the team remained optimistic, laughing and joking amongst themselves. The atmosphere on the court was vibrant, with students from the physical education department and Gaojin College rallying to cheer for their teams. Even many MBA students from Gaojin College, who were usually quite affluent, joined the fray, bringing in boxes upon boxes of drinks, stacking them into a small mountain, showcasing their wealth. Tang Yuan gazed at the lively scene before him, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Over the past 6 days, he had enjoyed a leisurely routine, attending classes during the day, playing video games at night, occasionally shopping for cars, flirting with Su Xiaoxiao, and teasing Wen Muxue. Life seemed mundane, yet he reveled in its simplicity. During this time, the system's fourth experiential task had been released the day after Tang Yuan completed the third. Experiential Task 4-5, collect 5 jade rings, grade requirement, gem level, time limit, 15 days, reward, unknown. It was still of gem level difficulty. Based on Tang Yuan's deductions, the fourth task was likely of the same caliber as the third. However, locating jade rings, akin to collecting fan treasures, posed a significant challenge within a short time frame. With the assistance of Xiao Yayue, this task was entrusted to her, leaving Tang Yuan to await her updates. Hey look, Wen Muxue is coming. Wen Muxue is a student from the physical education department. Her presence here is hardly surprising. Why make such a fuss? Don't forget, Tang Yuan is sitting right across from her. I'm practically fed up with all the gossip about the love-hate dynamics between Tang Yuan and the two campus beauties. Which version of the story is true? Does it matter? As long as it's entertaining. Look, Wen Muxue doesn't seem to be heading towards the physical education side. Is she approaching Tang Yuan? What is going on? Is Wen Muxue planning to counterattack Su Xiaoxiao? Is she really going to poach him in public? This is quite the spectacle. Finally, as Tang Yuan found himself momentarily distracted, a commotion erupted in the court. Guan Yuntao, seated beside him, nudged Tang Yuan with his elbow upon noticing Wen Muxue approaching. Brother Yuan, Wen Muxue is coming. Reacting instinctively to Guan Yuntao's alert, Tang Yuan looked up to see Wen Muxue, adorned in a gray halter top, cream-colored bodycon skirt, and soft yellow heels, gracefully making her way towards him. It was evident that she had put significant effort into her appearance today, her hair cascading naturally with gentle waves, her delicate features adorned with minimal makeup. Her long, smooth legs and arms glimmered under the sunlight, and as she drew nearer, a delightful fragrance of gardenia wafted through the air. Cough, cough. Oh dear. It's almost time to get back on the court. Let us stretch a bit. Guan Yuntao, ever perceptive, cleared his throat, making his intentions known. He stood up from the bench and moved towards the sidelines. In response to Guan Yuntao's not-so-subtle hint, the other players on the bench also rose, creating a space for Wen Muxue and Tang Yuan to converse privately. During this exchange, Wen Muxue stood quietly, smiling as she watched Guan Yuntao and the others depart. Afterward, she walked over to Tang Yuan and effortlessly took a seat beside him. As Wen Muxue gazed at Tang Yuan, she felt a mix of surprise and confusion. The Tang Yuan before her seemed a world apart from the one she had encountered over half a month ago. His once soft features had sharpened, his facial structure now more defined, and his eyes, she struggled to find the right words to describe them, were simply mesmerizing. The deep, clear pupils seemed to hold a light of their own, causing her heart to race each time he looked her way. If the Tang Yuan from half a month ago only merited a score of 75 in her eyes, now, without considering his captivating gaze, he might barely reach 80. Yet, with those entrancing eyes taken into account, his appeal surged to an impressive 90. It was evident how striking his eyes were, and for women, a man with beautiful eyes could often be more alluring than one boasting a chiseled physique. How handsome! Wen Muxue silently marveled. Previously, Tang Yuan had merely occupied a position of affluence and stature in her heart, but now he undeniably epitomized the epithet of a wealthy and handsome man. Yet, why had she not perceived Tang Yuan's charm just half a month ago? Could it be her incessant preoccupation with him during this time that clouded her judgment? As Wen Muxue pondered this perplexity, she ultimately concocted a rationale for herself. At the same time, she began to comprehend why Su Xiaoxiao, even amidst a whirlwind of gossip at school, remained steadfastly by Tang Yuan's side. A young man who was not only tall and handsome but also extraordinarily wealthy was a prime target for admiration. Anyone would be unable to resist pursuing him. To think she had squandered a golden opportunity by attempting to adopt a wait-and-see strategy was simply foolish. With this realization, a wave of regret washed over Wen Muxue. Chapter 46. The Queen's Revenge. Wen Muxue's thoughts meandered, yet reality was fleeting. What brings you here? Tang Yuan inquired, glancing at her and gesturing towards the opposite side. Your sports department is over there. Wen Muxue brushed back a strand of hair, softly replying, They are merely juniors whom I do not know. Why would I go over there? I came here specifically for you. Upon hearing this, Tang Yuan raised an eyebrow ever so slightly. Finally, Has she succumbed to her feelings? Over the past 6 days, Wen Muxue had transformed into a benefactor of sorts, sending an array of high-definition images in various styles to Tang Yuan's social media late into the night, accompanied by the occasional accidental video slip. Thus, Tang Yuan found himself in a state of bittersweet agony. He would glare at the ceiling while asleep, yet awaken invigorated. On 2 occasions, had it not been for strategic considerations, he might have summoned Su Xiaoxiao for an early engagement. Concurrently, Wen Muxue had become increasingly proactive on WeChat, frequently initiating conversations with various excuses, thereby enhancing their interactions. However, fully aware of her tea-sipping demeanor, Tang Yuan maintained an elusive distance, neither overly warm nor cold. Initially, Tang Yuan believed he could afford to give Wen Muxue more time, expecting her to shift her offensive from online to offline. To his surprise, she approached him today, catching him off guard. "Are you here to incite jealousy?" Tang Yuan observed the sports players radiating palpable resentment and remarked, "Thank goodness I'm not playing in the 4th quarter. Otherwise, I would be targeted by your department as players. This is a surefire reverse strategy." Upon witnessing Tang Yuan's somewhat helpless expression, Wen Muxue concealed her smile behind her hand. After her laughter subsided, she handed him a bottle of sports drink. However, the players from the sports department, at that moment, displayed an unusual fervor, akin to unleashed tigers, executing impressive dunks and three-pointers, quickly extending the score gap to an astonishing 27 points within the first 2 minutes of the 4th quarter, leaving Guan Yuntao and his teammates in disarray. "Damn! Why are these brutes taking their frustrations out on us? We haven't stolen their goddess," grumbled a player from Gaojin Academy, hands resting on his hips, his face a portrait of exasperation after being blocked. On the sidelines, as Wen Muxue offered Tang Yuan the drink, he had just finished his own sports beverage and accepted it without hesitation. "Wait, hold on," Wen Muxue called out just as he took a sip. "What is wrong?" Tang Yuan looked at her, puzzled. "This drink isn't meant for you. I just wanted you to open it for me." She then handed him another bottle of mineral water, saying, "You've already had plenty of sports drinks. It's better for you to drink this now." Surprised, Tang Yuan replied, "Why didn't you say so earlier? I've already taken a sip." "No worries, just give it to me," she said playfully, exchanging the drinks. After receiving the sports drink, she casually took a sip, her demeanor suggesting she was unfazed by the fact that it had been Tang Yuan's. Instantly, gasps echoed throughout the court. Wow, when Muxue just drank from Tang Yuan's bottle, not only did she drink from it, but she also looked so nonchalant about it. I now have ample reason to suspect that these two have shared a kiss. What? Tang Yuan and Wen Muxue have kissed? Brothers, my CPU is overheating. Can anyone enlighten me on the relationship between Tang Yuan, Wen Muxue, and Su Xiaoxiao? As a student, please inform me if you know the truth. Thank you. Such a scene was undeniably sensational. After all, sharing a drink is often perceived as an act reserved for couples, particularly those with a high degree of intimacy. The sight of Tang Yuan, who had been ambiguous with Su Xiaoxiao, sharing a drink with Wen Muxue ignited a flurry of speculation among the onlookers, many of whom conjured the phrase, "the Queen's revenge." In truth, Tang Yuan himself was quite taken aback. Although he had sensed that Wen Muxue might be altering her approach upon her arrival, he did not expect her to unveil such a bold tactic after such a long separation. Faced with the amorous gazes of the crowd, Tang Yuan felt utterly disoriented. Well, there goes my reputation as Su Hui's notorious playboy. He mused that it was best to avoid going out at night until the security company acquisition was complete, as he genuinely feared being blindsided by one of Wen Muxue or Su Xiaoxiao's admirers. You. Tang Yuan looked at Wen Muxue, his mouth opening, yet he found himself at a loss for words. What is wrong? Wen Muxue inquired, a glimmer of mischief dancing in her beautiful eyes, feigning innocence. Nothing. Tang Yuan shook his head, aware that Wen Muxue was intentionally provoking him. He chose to treat the incident as if it had never happened, redirecting his attention back to the game, attempting to maintain composure. On the court, Guan Yuntao observed the sports players, their eyes ablaze with intensity. His throat tightened as he felt an inexplicable anxiety. Oh dear, please don't provoke these brutes any further. If you do, it will escalate into a violent game of basketball. Guan Yuntao silently prayed while keeping a wary eye on Tang Yuan and Wen Muxue at the edge of the court. After witnessing their shared drink, he felt a slight relief when their interactions ceased to be flirtatious. However, just as he exhaled, he witnessed Wen Muxue suddenly retrieve a tissue from her bag and gently dab Tang Yuan's forehead with affectionate tenderness. This is it. We're done for. Guan Yuntao felt the rising hostility from the opposing team and lamented silently as he watched the athletes charge toward them like tanks. Brothers, restrain yourselves. This is just a game. Don't act impulsively. With a clear and prolonged whistle, the match concluded with a score of 102-69. And the sports department triumphed over Gaojin Academy by more than 30 points, a truly formidable victory. Although the students of Gaojin Academy suffered a crushing defeat, their demeanor remained remarkably composed, devoid of any signs of disappointment. They cheerfully exited the court and quickly began chatting with their classmates. In stark contrast, the members of the sports department, despite being the victors, wore somber expressions, casting envious glances at Tang Yuan, who stood beside the beautiful ones. Tang Yuan, accustomed to such hostile stares, stood alongside Guan Yuntao and the others, laughing and blending seamlessly into their camaraderie. It's all right. There are a total of 8 matches in the regular season. We can regard this first match as a learning experience. We still have 7 matches to play well and have a chance to advance to the knockout stage, he cheerfully offered, passing water to the players while providing comfort. The east wind blows and the war drums beat. Who could Gaojin Academy possibly fear? Our total number of students is fewer than 200, so losing is entirely normal. But if we accidentally advance, that would be extraordinary, Guan Yuntao exclaimed optimistically, pouring half a bottle of mineral water over his head. Let us just give it our all. Our next match is against the Humanities College. I feel our strengths are evenly matched, and we have a chance to win. Let us gather intelligence on them. The group chattered animatedly, creating a lively atmosphere. Throughout this time, when Mushues silently stood beside Tang Yuan, her charming demeanor reminiscent of a devoted partner, leading many onlookers to reaffirm their speculation about their special relationship. As the match concluded, players and spectators gradually departed the arena. Tang Yuan had initially intended to return to the dormitory with Guan Yuntao and the others, but noticing when Mushue following him, he inquired, "What is the matter? Do you need something? Tang Yuan, have you forgotten? I still owe you a meal," when Mushue said, her eyes sparkling with a smile. "Do you have time this afternoon? May I have the opportunity to repay you for that meal?" Under her earnest gaze, Tang Yuan subtly raised the corners of his lips and replied, "I'm afraid I can't today. I have something important this afternoon. Perhaps another day?" "Oh, I see." When Mushue's expression dimmed slightly upon being declined, but understanding his prior commitments, she refrained from pressing further. "What a pity. Then let us reschedule." "All right. We'll arrange it for another day." They exchanged a few more words before parting ways. After expending considerable energy that morning, Tang Yuan took a shower and promptly fell asleep, only to awaken close to 2 in the afternoon. Stretching luxuriously, he quickly regained his alertness. The advantage of youth is that no matter how severely one's energy is depleted, a good nap can swiftly restore vitality. Glancing at the time, he picked up his phone from the bedside table and called Xiao Yayue. "I'll come by to view the house in half an hour," he stated succinctly. "All right. I will contact the salesperson for you," Xiao Yayue responded immediately. "Great. See you soon." With that, they hung up. Tang Yuan had not lied to Wen Mushue. He genuinely had matters to attend to that afternoon. A week prior, he had asked Xiao Yayue to gather information on the sale of standalone villas in Zhonghai. Remarkably, she compiled an extensive and detailed list of property information within just 4 days, covering everything from area to decoration style, location, resource availability, pricing, and potential appreciation, complemented by numerous photographs and videos. Satisfied with her first report, Tang Yuan had been perusing the information diligently and had settled on a clear objective. Today, he intended to conduct an on-site inspection. If the actual conditions matched the provided information, he would proceed to sign a contract to purchase the villa. After finalizing plans with Xiao Yayue, Tang Yuan quickly dressed and noticed the sun still blazing outside. Grabbing a fan from the table, he briskly exited the dormitory and made his way toward the college parking lot. Meanwhile, just a few kilometers away in the library, Su Xiaoxiao was fuming as she scrolled through photos and comments on the campus forum, nearly boiling over with anger. That moment, she felt as if she were playing a game of Honor of Kings, diligently progressing through the early stages only to have Wen Mushue sneakily steal 2 towers, leaving her feeling besieged. How shameful. What kind of relationship do you have with Tang Yuan? Just sharing a bottle of water. I haven't even had a sip, as she grumbled. An inexplicable sense of grievance washed over her. After all, in a girl's mind, sharing a drink is akin to an indirect kiss. Initially, Su Xiaoxiao was drawn to Tang Yuan due to his mysterious background and impressive wealth, hoping to leverage their connection for personal gain and to compete with Wen Mushue. However, after spending time with him, she discovered that Tang Yuan was not only humorous but also possessed wisdom and maturity far beyond his years. Being around him had taught her much. Aside from his captivating personality, which had begun to enchant her, Su Xiaoxiao found herself increasingly attracted to Tang Yuan. His deep, dark eyes seemed to hold a glimmer of light, causing her heart to race whenever they locked gazes. Recently, she had even dreamt about him, often in rather intimate scenarios. Now, she had genuinely begun to develop feelings for him, which explained her intense frustration upon seeing the recent news. However, she had to concede that when Mu Xue had indeed come well prepared today, her makeup and outfit were undeniably striking. Just as Su Xiaoxiao felt a twinge of insecurity, she glanced down at her own recently enhanced appearance, regaining a measure of confidence. With her thoughts in disarray from the news, she could no longer concentrate on her studies. Instead, she took out her phone, opened Tang Yuan's WeChat, and called him. "Hello? Senior, are you free this afternoon? I just found a promising izakaya while scrolling through Xiaohongshu. Shall we go eat?" Su Xiaoxiao's voice was naturally melodious, but she intentionally added a hint of flirtation, making her invitation all the more alluring, a privilege that had always been reserved for Tang Yuan. Chapter 48. The mindset explodes at that moment. Within the Suhui campus of Zhonghai Transportation University, aside from Gaojin Academy, the China-Europe International Business School and the International Education Institute had independent dormitories, while all other college dormitories were situated in one location, divided into male and female sections. This time, Tang Yuan drove his sleek black Ferrari LaFerrari Aperta to the girls' dormitory area, parking directly beneath Su Xiaoxiao's building. Just 10 minutes earlier, Tang Yuan had received Su Xiaoxiao's call as he exited his dormitory. Initially intending to decline her invitation, he ultimately changed his mind at the last moment, agreeing to her proposal. The reason was simple. Tang Yuan wanted to put some pressure on Mu Xue. Although Mu Xue exhibited a proactive and audacious demeanor on the court today, Tang Yuan was certain that should he choose to escalate their interaction further, Mu Xue would likely retreat a step, seeking to regain control and revert to a phase of tug-of-war. Having been adored since childhood, Mu Xue embodies pride, ingrained in her very essence. If she were so easily subdued by Tang Yuan, she would cease to be the spirited Mu Xue. Similarly, Su Xiaoxiao, despite her seemingly enthusiastic and assertive approach, harbors aspirations of becoming Tang Yuan's official girlfriend, or even his future lawful wife. Should she become aware of Tang Yuan's true intentions, her demeanor might transform instantaneously. A woman, possessing beauty coupled with any card, wields a formidable advantage. However, playing a single card leads to a stalemate. Both Su Xiaoxiao and Mu Xue are evidently not mere decorative vases. They possess academic credentials, ambition, and burgeoning careers. Although their professional journeys have only just commenced, they stand out among their contemporaries, both merely 20 years of age. With such an array of advantages at their disposal, persuading them to remain as mere companions to Tang Yuan, devoid of formal recognition, presents a significant challenge. After all, beyond their impressive attributes, they each hold a more substantial card, their unblemished integrity. With this card in play, given their conditions, it would require only a slight maneuver to attract the attention of billionaires willing to marry them. Of course, distinctions exist among billionaires. Those of ordinary wealth cannot be compared to Tang Yuan. Just as Tang Yuan contemplated these nuances, Su Xiaoxiao, having hurried back from the library to change, dashed out of the dormitory. "Senior," she called out cheerfully from a distance, her youthful, exquisite face radiant with joy. Upon hearing her voice, Tang Yuan turned to see Su Xiaoxiao adorned in a gray American-style bodycon dress, the unique design accentuating her shoulders into a striking silhouette. The dress, renowned for revealing one's true form, was flawlessly worn by Su Xiaoxiao, showcasing her alluring figure in a manner that bordered on audacity, complemented by white sneakers that imbued her appearance with both sexiness and freshness. As Tang Yuan admired Su Xiaoxiao's graceful form, she swiftly approached his car. "Get in," he urged, leaning over to open the door for her. Having known each other for just over half a month, this marked Su Xiaoxiao's first time in Tang Yuan's vehicle, and her excitement for their outing beyond campus was palpable. Once inside, she fastened her seatbelt. "I have a few matters to attend to. Once I'm done, we can go for dinner, all right?" Tang Yuan mentioned. "That's fine. I'm not hungry yet," Su Xiaoxiao replied, her youthful demeanor evident as she playfully added, "Senior, your car is so luxurious. How do I fasten the seatbelt? I'm a bit unsure." With her eyes wide, she gazed at Tang Yuan, her implication unmistakable. Tang Yuan, recognizing her intent, felt a touch of helplessness and leaned over to grasp the seatbelt, narrowing the distance between them to a mere half a fist's length. As Su Xiaoxiao caught sight of Tang Yuan's profile so close, she suddenly, almost impulsively, kissed him. This unexpected kiss left Tang Yuan momentarily stunned, his gaze fixed on Su Xiaoxiao, who, blushing fiercely, averted her eyes to the window, too shy to meet his gaze. "Senior, let's go quickly. Don't you have something to do?" she chided playfully, deliberately avoiding mention of the kiss. Tang Yuan shook his head, saying nothing in return. With a thunderous roar, Tang Yuan drove his LaFerrari Aperta away from campus, leaving a crowd of astonished onlookers in his wake. Did I just see that correctly? Did they just kiss? No. You're not mistaken. Su Xiaoxiao kissed Tang Yuan. I can't comprehend this. With the dynamics between these three, it could inspire an entire romance novel. As the gossip circulated, when Mu Xue, on a balcony in the girls' dormitory, hanging laundry, heard the roaring engine below, she instinctively looked down and caught sight of Tang Yuan driving away with Su Xiaoxiao. In that moment, memories of Tang Yuan's earlier words echoed in her mind. I can't today. I have something important this afternoon. Let's reschedule. Oh, that important matter of yours is a date with Su Xiaoxiao. I assent it? You turn me down for her? In an instant, when Mu Xue's composure shattered. Chapter 49. Gubei No. 1 on the bustling streets. Tang Yuan's sleek black LaFerrari Aperta glided like a bolt of lightning, attracting countless glances. Inside, Su Xiaoxiao watched Tang Yuan, effortlessly steering with one hand, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Senior, where are we headed? To look at a property, Tang Yuan replied, keeping his focus on the road. A property? Are you planning to buy a house? Su Xiaoxiao blinked, astonished. Tang Yuan nodded slightly in affirmation. Wow, senior, that's impressive, she exclaimed, her excitement mixed with intrigue about the day's plans. 15 minutes later, as Tang Yuan's speed diminished, a grand, arched stone gate came into view, inscribed with the words Gubei No. 1. Su Xiaoxiao's eyes widened in astonishment. P.S. Looking at a property here. Gubei No. 1? Though not a local, Su Xiaoxiao had lived in Zhonghai for over 2 years and, given the current digital age, was well aware of Gubei No. 1's prestigious reputation in the real estate market. It was no exaggeration to say that Gubei No. 1 was the new king of Zhonghai's real estate scene. While Tang Chunyi Pin was commendable, it was a relic from over a decade ago, whereas Gubei No. 1, completed in 2015 and officially launched in late 2016, boasted a mere 2 years of age, with most units still unoccupied. It is said that the opening price is 100,000 per square meter, with unit areas ranging from 265 square meters to 680 square meters. Over the past 2 years, the prices of high-end residences in Zhonghai have further escalated, with the prices of Gubei No. 1 consistently on the rise. Currently, even the smallest unit commands a market price exceeding 40 million. Su Xiaoxiao gazed at the arched stone gate before her, observing the impeccably dressed and upright doorman, and a vivid image of the upper-class lifestyle she had always fantasized about suddenly materialized in her mind. Unbeknownst to Su Xiaoxiao, Tang Yuan was unaware of her thoughts. He smoothly parked his black LaFerrari Aperta in front of the entrance of Gubei No. 1, precisely beside a silver Bentley Bentayga. Shortly thereafter, the door of the driver's seat of the silver Bentley swung open, and Xiao Yayue stepped out. She glanced at Su Xiaoxiao, who was in the passenger seat, and briskly approached Tang Yuan, slightly bowing as she spoke. Mr. Tang, the sales manager has been waiting for us in the house. Shall we proceed directly? Let's go in directly. You lead the way, and I will follow. Tang Yuan replied softly, nodding slightly to Xiao Yao. Understood, she responded, quickly returning to the silver Bentley, starting the engine, and driving into Gubei No. 1. This silver Bentley Bentayga was a business vehicle prepared by Tang Yuan for Xiao Yayue, a 2017 model with a 6.0T full luxury package, costing nearly 5 million upon delivery. Of course, Xiao Yayue only possessed the right to use the vehicle. The actual owner remained Tang Yuan. However, as long as Xiao Yayue was willing to work diligently for Tang Yuan, this car would continue to be her mode of transportation, rendering the question of ownership rather inconsequential. Thus, under Xiao Yayue's guidance and the doorman's respectful salute, Tang Yuan steered his black LaFerrari Aperta through the arched stone gate of Gubei No. 1. Senior, that lady just now was. From the moment Xiao Yayue exited the car to approach Tang Yuan, to her return to the vehicle, Su Xiaoxiao had refrained from speaking, overwhelmed by the elegance of the other woman, particularly her mature charm and commanding presence, which felt like a formidable blow to Su Xiaoxiao. Only now did she muster the courage to speak. She is my personal secretary, You may call her Sister Xiao, Tang Yuan replied, focused on driving as he casually responded to Su Xiaoxiao's inquiry. Personal secretary? Driving a Bentley Bentayga? Su Xiaoxiao couldn't help but marvel at the revelation. Soon, under Xiao Yayue's guidance, Tang Yuan arrived at the standalone villa he intended to view that day. Please exit the vehicle, Tang Yuan instructed as he parked and turned off the engine, directing his words to Su Xiaoxiao. At that moment, Su Xiaoxiao gazed at the standalone villa before her, her delicate pink lips unconsciously forming an O shape, sparking the imagination of those who beheld her. She felt her mouth grow dry and stammered, "Senior, the house you wish to see today, it cannot be this standalone villa, can it?" "Indeed, it is this standalone villa." "What of it?" Tang Yuan replied nonchalantly as he stepped out of the car. "How much would this cost?" Su Xiaoxiao asked, a hint of disbelief in her tone. However, at this moment, Tang Yuan paid her no mind, as the sales manager of Gubei No. 1, with a beaming smile, approached him. "Mr. Tang, welcome. I am Wang Guofei, the sales manager here. You can call me Xiao Wang or Xiao Fei." In response to Wang Guofei's outstretched hands, Tang Yuan shook hands with him. "Manager Wang, I have heard that it is customary to verify funds before viewing properties at Gubei No. 1. Should we verify them before proceeding?" "Mr. Tang, you jest," Wang Guofei said, his smile as radiant as a blossoming chrysanthemum. "Just the 2 cars you own are worth nearly $500 million. Your strength is beyond doubt. There is no need for a fund verification. We may proceed directly to view the property." Upon hearing this, Tang Yuan raised an eyebrow, considering Wang Guofei to be quite perceptive, as his adaptability and insight were qualities often lacking in many others. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Wang Guofei led Tang Yuan and his companions toward the standalone villa, sharing details as they walked. "Mr. Tang, the villa we are currently viewing is No. 29 among the only 15 standalone villas at Gubei No. 1, and it is the pinnacle among them. The above-ground area is 1,840 square meters, more than double that of a typical villa, with an underground area of 1,000 square meters. Including the front and back gardens, the total land area reaches an impressive 6 acres. In truth, the information Wang Guofei provided was already detailed in the sales information list given by Xiao Yayue. However, since Wang Guofei was willing to elaborate, Tang Yuan did not interrupt him, understanding that his insights as the sales manager would be more comprehensive than those Xiao Yayue had gathered. Thus, under Wang Guofei's guidance, Tang Yuan and his companions embarked on an immersive property viewing experience. Chapter 50. Not for Sale. Gubei No. 1 is situated at the intersection of the MH and CN districts in Zhonghai City, covering a total area of 82,000 square meters with a total construction area of 143,000 square meters. It comprises 8 17-story buildings with 315 units, 15 standalone villas, and a clubhouse. Relying on the Hongqiao Business District, adjacent to a 160,000 square meter golf course, with convenient transportation, a thriving economy, mature amenities, and immense potential. The community's landscape design is crafted by Singapore's top team, Belgo Lin, featuring 5 levels of vertical greenery and exquisite seasonal floral arrangements. With a building density of 17 and a comprehensive floor area ratio of 1.75, while the greening rate reaches a remarkable 35, encompassing a greening area of 28,707 square meters. Additionally, a private clubhouse exclusively for owners spans 18,000 square meters, equipped with a cinema, golf room, children's playground, wine and cigar bar, CAF, spa, and high-end private medical clinic, meeting the daily leisure needs of the residents. Following Wang Guofei's lead, Tang Yuan toured the garden of Villa No. 29, absorbing the details shared by his guide. From the overall features of Gubei No. 1 to the specifics of the villa, Tang Yuan gained a comprehensive understanding of the property. Before long, under Wang Guofei's direction, Tang Yuan had explored the entire garden of Villa No. 29, finding that the actual conditions aligned closely with the information provided by Xiao Yayue, indeed proving to be quite impressive. The lush vegetation was harmoniously arranged, creating a layered effect. The verdant lawn offered a breathtaking view, refreshing the spirit. As Wang Guofei led Tang Yuan and his companions around the villa, they returned to the front of the villa, where he swiftly approached the double doors, opened them, and cordially invited. "Mr. Tang, that concludes the overview of the garden. Now, please step inside the villa for the tour." Upon hearing this, Tang Yuan nodded slightly, saying nothing further, and led Xiao Yayue and Su Xiaoxiao into the villa. Both the high-rise residential and villa styles at Gubei No. 1 are characterized by a modern minimalist aesthetic, emphasizing spaciousness, symmetry, into a robust yet contemporary mansion quality, with an overall simplicity and exquisite detailing. This architectural style and design philosophy resonated well with the sensibilities of a young person like Tang Yuan, and the interior design of the villa before him echoed the modern minimalist theme of its exterior. Mr. Tang, this villa number 29 has 4 floors above and 2 below. The ground floor serves as the reception and dining area, while the second floor is designated for office space. The third and fourth floors are reserved as rest areas, with the former featuring 4 guest suites, each approximately 80 square meters in size, and the latter entirely comprising the master suite for the sole enjoyment of the owner. The 2 underground levels primarily house leisure and entertainment facilities, including a private swimming pool, a spa, a private cinema, a gym, a wine cellar, a tasting area, and a banquet hall. The design of skylights and sunken courtyards ensures that the underground spaces are spacious and well-lit. As Tang Yuan and his companions entered the villa, Wang Guofei resumed his loquacious mode, providing an exhaustive description of the villa's overall layout and the functional distribution of each floor. Throughout this process, Tang Yuan walked at a leisurely pace at the forefront, while Wang Guofei trailed half a step behind, ever watchful of Tang Yuan's expressions. Whenever he detected Tang Yuan's interest in something, he would immediately offer insights. On the other side of Tang Yuan stood Xiao Yayue, her demeanor serene and unobtrusive, resembling a shadow that only flickered into presence when Tang Yuan summoned her. At the end of the procession was Su Xiaoxiao, who gazed in awe at the opulent mansion before her, feeling a sense of disorientation, as this was a realm she had never encountered or even imagined. Her curiosity about Tang Yuan's world was insatiable, yet today, she had merely glimpsed a fragment of it, which profoundly challenged her previously innocent worldview and values. Unbeknownst to Tang Yuan, Su Xiaoxiao was undergoing an intense psychological experience as they traversed the villa, which spanned over 800 square meters. In just half an hour, Tang Yuan managed to explore the entire property. Eventually, the group reconvened on the first floor in the business reception area, which connected to the second floor and boasted a remarkable height of 10 meters, adorned with a priceless crystal chandelier and flanked by expansive, transparent floor-to-ceiling windows on both the north and south sides. Mr. Tang, are you satisfied with the decor style of this villa? Wang Guofei inquired, reclining slightly on the sofa. Tang Yuan nodded slightly in affirmation, remarking, "It is indeed quite exquisite. The quality and taste are evident, whether in the materials used or the choice of furnishings. Everything is top-notch, embodying simplicity and luxury. The renovation alone must have cost over 100 million, correct?" "Precisely 140 million, Wang Guofei replied, gesturing with 2 fingers. "And that's at the internal price. If we consider the market price, it would likely increase by at least an additional 30 million. An internal price of 140 million? A market price of 170 million. Su Xiaoxiao gasped, unable to restrain her astonishment at the figures Wang Guofei disclosed. The thought of spending 140 million solely on renovations was staggering. She could scarcely fathom the price of acquiring the entire villa, as its value exceeded her comprehension. "Manager Wang, may I inquire why the owner, having invested 140 million in renovations, has never resided here yet is now looking to sell?" Tang Yuan asked, raising an eyebrow with curiosity. Wang Guofei, seemingly unperturbed by the question, set down his water bottle and smiled. "Mr. Tang, to be candid, the owner of Villa 29 is the chairman of our developer, Fulai International. Initially, this villa was intended for his personal use, which is why both the structural and interior designs are of the highest caliber. However, due to recent regulatory challenges in the real estate sector, the chairman has encountered financial difficulties and reluctantly must sell this newly renovated villa to alleviate his immediate concerns." As Wang Guofei concluded, he sighed, lamenting the unfortunate circumstance surrounding his boss's decision to sell the villa. For Tang Yuan, there was no doubt regarding the authenticity of Wang Guofei's explanation. While such matters may be difficult for the average person to ascertain, someone of Tang Yuan's stature could easily verify the truth with minimal inquiry. Outside, the slanting sun cast golden rays, leaving dappled patterns of light in the living room. Tang Yuan, seated confidently, addressed Wang Guofei, "Manager Wang, let us dispense with pleasantries. I am quite fond of this villa, and if the price is agreeable, we can finalize the contract today. I am not short on funds, but I do not waste money. Thus, I will offer you 2 chances. If you can provide a price that satisfies me, we will proceed with the formalities. However, if both of your offers fail to meet my expectations, I regret to inform you that this villa will be permanently excluded from my considerations. Now, Manager Wang, please present your initial quotation." Tang Yuan straightened, fixing an unwavering gaze on Wang Guofei, his presence radiating an undeniable aura of authority. Mr. Tang, the villas in Gubei No. 1 were priced at 180 million when they first launched 2 years ago, with Villa 29 being over twice the size of the others. Hence its purchase price was 370 million. Taking into account the appreciation over the past 2 years and the 140 million spent on renovations, my best offer is 630 million. Under Tang Yuan's intense scrutiny, Wang Guofei felt a surge of nervousness mixed with excitement. Despite the lower commission from selling luxury properties compared to larger units, the sheer value of the transaction still promised a substantial reward. Manager Wang, that was your first offer. You have one final opportunity, Tang Yuan stated calmly. If your authority is insufficient, feel free to contact your chairman. After all, he is in need of funds, and you can inform him that I am prepared to pay in full. Though unspoken, the implication of Tang Yuan's words resonated with Wang Guofei, who recognized the gravity of the situation. The prospect of a full cash payment exceeding 600 million was staggering. Having spent over a decade in luxury real estate sales, Wang Guofei understood the profound implications of Tang Yuan's statement. It was no exaggeration to say that over 90% of executives in publicly listed companies would struggle to amass such a sum in one go, let alone remain as composed as Tang Yuan in the face of such financial magnitude. In that fleeting moment, Wang Guofei realized he was in the presence of a genuine heir. Mr. Tang, please grant me 5 minutes to consult with our chairman, he said, his voice low and urgent. Tang Yuan nodded slightly, gesturing for him to proceed. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Guofei quickly stood and moved to a secluded area to call the chairman of Gubei No. 1. Mr. Tang, are you not considering other properties? Xiao Yayue inquired during the brief interlude. If the price is right, I will purchase here, Tang Yuan replied decisively. Tang Yuan responded, this place is very close to my school. If traffic is smooth, it takes only 15 minutes by car. Other locations either have too much distance, too small villas, or are in older complexes. Considering my current requirements, this is the most optimal choice. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yue fell into a brief silence before saying, Mr. Tang, there's actually no need for a full payment. A lump sum is straightforward, but installments are too cumbersome, and I dislike them. Tang Yuan did not elaborate further. There was no need to explain to Xiao Yayue. I dislike it. That single phrase sufficed. Xiao Yayue, being perceptive, recognized her overstepping and chose to remain silent, refraining from further discussion. Moments passed swiftly. Suddenly, with hurried footsteps, Wang Guofei rushed back from a distance. Mr. Tang, our boss stated that if you can make a full payment, he is willing to waive a zero, meaning you only need to pay 600 million for the villa number 29. Wang Guofei spoke quickly, his face lit with a hint of joy. A concession of 30 million is no small matter. With confidence in his second offer, he gazed at Tang Yuan with sincere anticipation. Your boss is indeed bold and sincere. In that case, I shall not say much. I will take this villa. You can now prepare the purchase intention letter, and I will pay a deposit today. Once all procedures are complete in a couple of days, I will settle the full payment. Tang Yuan displayed a hint of satisfaction, clearly stating his intent to secure the villa. Upon hearing Tang Yuan's decision, Wang Guofei's expression brightened, filled with uncontainable elation. All right, Mr. Tang, please rest for a moment. I will immediately prepare the purchase intention letter. Wang Guofei stood up from the sofa, speaking rapidly. Tang Yuan waved his hand, saying nothing. Soon, Wang Guofei left the villa at great speed to handle the purchase intention letter at the sales center. Inside the villa, Tang Yuan, Xiao Yayue, and Su Xiaoxiao sat in a triangular formation. At this moment, Su Xiaoxiao appeared somewhat dazed. 600 million. A staggering sum. Her mind was consumed by this lengthy figure. Today, the shock Tang Yuan delivered was immense. While she had always known he was wealthy, her understanding had been somewhat abstract, limited to the confines of their campus. However, once she left the school environment, she witnessed the true extent of Tang Yuan's financial power. With a mere wave, he acquired a villa worth 600 million without batting an eye. Previously, Su Xiaoxiao believed her beauty, physique, education, and abilities made her deserving of any man. Now, she felt like a frog in a well, questioning whether she could genuinely win Tang Yuan's heart. In that moment, self-doubt enveloped her. Chapter 52. Jinwei Security. The sky was a brilliant blue, adorned with uniquely shaped white clouds, while the sun hung high, radiating boundless light and warmth. After Wang Guofei departed, Tang Yuan did not linger in the living room but instead stepped outside the villa, strolling on the verdant lawn, basking in the warm sunlight. Mr. Tang, I wish to report something to you, Xiao Yayue said softly as she walked alongside him in the courtyard. Upon hearing this, Tang Yuan paused and turned with a smile. If I am not mistaken, what you wish to discuss pertains to the security company, correct? Xiao Yaiyue nodded, confirming his guess, yet she refrained from speaking immediately. Casting a glance at Su Xiaoxiao beside Tang Yuan, her eyes hinting at discretion. Su Xiaoxiao, being astute, recognized that Xiao Yaiyue had matters to discuss with Tang Yuan. So she tactfully suggested, Senior, I would like to take a stroll in the backyard and will return shortly. Go ahead, Tang Yuan replied gently. After Su Xiaoxiao left, Tang Yuan ceased his leisurely walk and sat down with Xiao Yaiyue. Let's discuss. What results have you obtained regarding the market research on acquiring the security company? Tang Yuan inquired straightforwardly. Mr. Tang, based on your needs, I have compiled a list of potential acquisition candidates from numerous domestic security companies. Along with detailed introductions for your selection, Xiao Yaiyue said, retrieving a document about half a centimeter thick from her bag and presenting it to Tang Yuan. He accepted the document and casually asked, are these companies all focused on an elite approach? Indeed, Xiao Yaiyue confirmed. After receiving her response, Tang Yuan examined the document carefully, which consisted of over 20 pages, with approximately 2 pages dedicated to each security company. As time passed, he swiftly reviewed the entire document. Do you have any recommendations? Tang Yuan placed the document on the round table in front of him and inquired. Mr. Tang, among these 12 security companies, I hold the highest regard for Jinwei Security, Xiao Yaiyue replied directly, exhibiting her professional opinion. Why is that? Tang Yuan pressed further. Jinwei Security, established in 1998 and headquartered in Port City, has maintained an excellent reputation within the industry for 2 decades. From its inception, the company has adhered to an elite model. Its personnel primarily originate from 3 sources. First, elite officers recruited from the Port City Police Force's VIP Protection Unit, the SWAT team, and Airport Special Police. Second, retired soldiers from Domestic Special Forces. And third, retired personnel from the British Army's Special Air Service. Jinwei Security employs a total of 107 personnel, with a male-to-female ratio of 4:1, all of whom have undergone rigorous training and are subject to a stringent evaluation process, conducted biannually, with those failing to meet standards being dismissed. Additionally, Jinwei Security boasts 3 senior security consultants, including a former head of the Port City Police's VIP Protection Unit, a former Special Operations Commander for the British Foreign Legion, and a former chief instructor for close protection at the top global security firm AMA. The comprehensive quality of the lower-tier personnel, the experience of the senior advisors, and the internal training and evaluation mechanisms create a stable pyramid structure within Jinwei Security. As long as you do not venture into war-torn regions like Afghanistan or Syria, Jinwei Security's current configuration will adequately meet your security needs both domestically and internationally. Xiao Yaiyue articulated her reasoning clearly, possessing a wealth of knowledge about Jinwei Security. Tang Yuan nodded slightly. Having finished the document, he too had the highest regard for this company. Other firms either seemed overly large and unwieldy or had variable personnel quality. But Jinwei Security stood out for its elite approach and moderate size. Among the 12 security companies, Jinwei Security was indeed the most suitable. Tang Yuan affirmed Xiao Yaiyue's recommendation and then inquired, what is the estimated valuation of Jinwei Security? Is there a possibility of a full acquisition? Mr. Tang, the valuation of Jinwei Security is approximately 80 million. Currently, its operational status is commendable, with stable profits. If a full acquisition is desired, it would necessitate a premium purchase. As for the required premium, based on my calculations, it should not be less than 25, and it may even exceed that. Xiao Yaiyue pondered for a moment before responding to Tang Yuan. This matter is entrusted to you. Tomorrow, you shall head to Hong Kong. You have full authority to decide as long as the premium is below 30, with Jinwei Security being the optimal choice. Tang Yuan did not hesitate further and promptly assigned the acquisition task to Xiao Yaiyue. When it comes to personal safety, Tang Yuan would not flinch at any expenditure. Understood. Xiao Yaiyue nodded in agreement. After discussing the matter, Tang Yuan noticed that Wang Guofei had yet to return, so he turned to Xiao Yaiyue once more. A few days ago, I asked you to keep an eye on the domestic and international jade finger ring auctions. Do you have any updates? I do. Xiao Yaiyue straightened her posture and replied, Sotheby's and Christie's will both hold their 2018 autumn auctions within the next week, where a selection of exquisite jade finger rings will be presented. A week? Tang Yuan silently calculated in his mind. It was barely sufficient. If you receive any information, inform me immediately. Tang Yuan understood that some matters could not be rushed, so he advised Xiao Yaiyue and refrained from saying more. As they conversed while seated in a rattan chair, time flew by. Approximately 20 minutes after Wang Guofei's departure, he hurried back to the villa with two subordinates. Mr. Tang, thank you for your patience, Wang Guofei said, beads of sweat dotting his forehead as he bowed in apology upon seeing Tang Yuan. No matter. Tang Yuan waved his hand nonchalantly. The sun is quite pleasant today. It's nice to soak in some sunlight. Mr. Tang, the purchase intention letter is ready. What do you think? Wang Guofei presented the purchase contract before Tang Yuan, his face adorned with a hint of ingratiating smile. Without uttering a word, Tang Yuan examined the contract, and upon confirming its accuracy, he picked up a pen and signed his name in the designated area. Here. You can swipe the deposit directly. After completing the formalities, Tang Yuan retrieved a bank card from his pocket and handed it to Wang Guofei with a smile. As dusk fell, the fiery sun gradually descended towards the horizon, painting the sky with a vibrant red hue. Standing before the bright floor-to-ceiling windows of Villa No. 29 at Gubei No. 1, Tang Yuan, who had just finalized all procedures, was engaged in a phone call. All right, please send me the address. Su Xiaoxiao is with me. We will head over together. Yes, see you shortly. Upon ending the call, Tang Yuan turned back to the living room. Xiaoxiao, the brothers from our college basketball team want to gather for dinner tonight. He approached Su Xiaoxiao. Would you like to join me? If you're not keen, we can just take a look there, and then proceed to that izakaya you mentioned. At that moment, Su Xiaoxiao had recovered from the shock of Tang Yuan's property purchase. Responding to his inquiry, she beamed with a flower-like smile. Senior, it's more lively with the crowd. We can always visit the izakaya later. I would love to join you for dinner. Dining with Tang Yuan's classmates presented the perfect opportunity to integrate into his life. Su Xiaoxiao was no fool and would not decline. All right, let's head straight to the restaurant. After Tang Yuan spoke, he did not sit down again but directed his gaze towards Xiao Yaiyue, who was coordinating the property matters with Wang Guofei. Secretary Xiao, please come over. Xiao Yaiyue, upon hearing his call, swiftly approached Tang Yuan. Mr. Tang, what is it? Continue liaising with Manager Wang regarding the remaining matters. I have a few things to attend to, so I will take Xiaoxiao and leave first. After a pause, Tang Yuan recalled something and added, once you finish with the matters in Hong Kong, please return to Zhonghai and assist me in hiring a professional housekeeping team for this villa, keeping the number within 10. Understood, Xiao Yaiyue nodded, committing the task to memory. After delegating all necessary responsibilities, Tang Yuan wasted no time, beckoned Su Xiaoxiao, and under Wang Guofei's courteous escort, swiftly departed from Gubei No. 1 in his black LaFerrari Aperta. As time leisurely passed, night gradually enveloped the city, and the bright moon hung high in the sky, casting a silvery glow. Under the night's cover, Zhonghai transformed into a magical metropolis, with countless brilliant lights illuminating the cityscape. In the bustling metropolis at night, congestion was commonplace. Even the nearly 40 million supercar LaFerrari found itself inching forward like a sardine in traffic. Senior, once the house at Gubei No. 1 is ready, are you planning to move out of the school? Su Xiaoxiao inquired quietly, gazing at Tang Yuan's chiseled profile. Tang Yuan, upon hearing her, turned to look at Su Xiaoxiao with a bemused expression. Why would I move out of the school? The house at Gubei No. 1 is meant for holidays and weekends. I will still reside at school during the week. Living alone? Just the thought of it seems rather dull. Although the school is smaller, it is filled with interesting classmates, playing games, shooting hoops, enjoying a few drinks, and engaging in banter. This is what makes life vibrant. After all, humans are social creatures. Ha. That is good to hear. Su Xiaoxiao's spirits lifted at Tang Yuan's response. Why? Are you so happy that I will remain at school? You'll miss me? Tang Yuan teased, keeping his eyes on the road. Yes, I will definitely miss you. If you move out, won't I be left alone for morning exercises? Su Xiaoxiao boldly responded to Tang Yuan's playful banter. Wasn't it you who exercised alone before you knew me? Tang Yuan countered with a grin. From frugality to luxury is easy. From luxury to frugality is hard, Su Xiaoxiao asserted, puffing her chest. I have grown accustomed to you running with me every day. If you're not around, I might lose all motivation. Oh, so you're relying on me now? Yes, I am. Just as their conversation turned slightly flirtatious, Tang Yuan finally navigated out of the congested area and, following the GPS, made several turns before arriving at the location for that evening's basketball team dinner. It was a Japanese yakitori restaurant, an independent 3-story establishment hidden beneath the bustle of the metropolis. A myriad of luxury cars lined the entrance, including Guan Yuntao's green Lamborghini and Li Qiming's purple McLaren. Tang Yuan parked his black LaFerrari Aperta in a designated spot and, alongside Su Xiaoxiao, entered the yakitori restaurant. Upon entering, They were greeted by a sizable work counter where numerous chefs clad in pristine white uniforms busied themselves. The lights above illuminated the chefs, making them appear as if they were glowing from a distance. Surrounding the work counter were tables for patrons, filled with freshly off-duty professionals and couples savoring the culinary artistry while enjoying delectable food and fine wine. At just 7 o'clock, the patron tables were nearly full. In contrast, the independent dining tables encircling the work area were spaced apart, with dimmer lighting creating a unique ambience. After Tang Yuan entered with Su Xiaoxiao, he quickly glanced around and informed the waiter of the seat number given to him by Guan Yuntao. With the waiter's guidance, he soon found Guan Yuntao and the others seated in a corner. Brother Yuan is here. We saved you a seat. Sit here. As Tang Yuan and Su Xiaoxiao approached, Guan Yuntao and the others quickly noticed them and stood up to greet Tang Yuan. The basketball team from Gaojin Academy comprised a total of 8 members, 5 starters and 3 substitutes. However, there were 11 people seated at the table, with an additional 4 girls undoubtedly being the companions of some of the men present. In such a scenario, introductions were inevitable. Tang Yuan had long known that Li Qiming had a girlfriend named Song Qingru, whom he had been dating since university for 4 years. She was currently pursuing a master's and doctoral degree at Fudan University, a veritable academic overachiever. Although Tang Yuan had heard much about her, this was the first time he met her in person. She wore round glasses and appeared delicate, exuding an air of scholarly elegance, which contrasted sharply with Li Qiming's extroverted personality. Yet, their relationship seemed to flourish, nearing the stage of discussing marriage. Tang Yuan was not surprised that Li Qiming had a girlfriend, but he was taken aback by Guan Yuntao's companion. Observing the fashionable, alluring girl beside Guan Yuntao left him momentarily stunned. When did you get a girlfriend? He whispered to Guan Yuntao as everyone settled back into their seats. Brother Yuan, don't misunderstand. She is not my girlfriend, just a very good drinking buddy. Guan Yuntao winked and replied softly. A drinking buddy? Tang Yuan paused, momentarily confused. She is a female friend with whom physical relations easily occur after drinking. Guan Yuntao chuckled, his expression sincere. Chapter 54. The Arena of Despair. Once Tang Yuan and Su Xiaoxiao were seated, the gathering was complete. It was evident that Guan Yuntao was a regular at this Japanese yakitori restaurant, as he skillfully called over the waiter and began ordering dishes. The menu included a variety of grilled items such as a yakitori platter, grilled pig tendons, chicken livers, grilled pigeon breast, Japanese sukiyaki, golden pomfret, and raw beef salad, nearly covering the entire menu. After placing the order, Guan Yuntao turned to the group and asked, Gentlemen, shall we have some drinks? Since this is our first meal and I arranged the venue, I'll treat everyone tonight. No one will compete with you. Tang Yuan laughed, taking the menu from Guan Yuntao and passing it to Su Xiaoxiao. See if there's anything you want to eat, just order it without hesitation. Oh, Brother Yuan is so considerate. Sister-in-law is so lucky. The group erupted in playful banter, with Chen Yongbing, the point guard, praising Tang Yuan. The mention of sister-in-law shifted the atmosphere at the table to a peculiar one. Su Xiaoxiao, who was perusing the menu, felt her heart race at the term. She discreetly glanced at Tang Yuan, only to find him unperturbed and offering no clarification, her fair cheeks flushing a soft pink while she feigned calmness, refraining from providing any explanation. The others at the table, aside from the oblivious Chen Yongbing, were bewildered. Had they tacitly acknowledged their relationship? Were Tang Yuan and Su Xiaoxiao truly together? What about when Mu Xue from earlier that morning? The confusion was palpable. Just then, Tang Yuan took the initiative to steer the conversation elsewhere. I drove here today, so I want to be drinking. You all can enjoy yourselves. If anyone wants to drink, raise your hand. It's entirely voluntary. Guan Yuntao echoed Tang Yuan, calling out to the group, prompting many to respond positively. As young people of the same age group, they quickly delved into lively discussions while awaiting their food. Approximately 15 minutes later, a series of beautifully plated grilled items and dishes were served at their table. All right. According to tradition, the girls take photos first. Once that's done, we can dig in, Guan Yuntao announced, clapping his hands with a smile as the dishes arrived. You really understand girls, Li Qiming remarked with a sly smile as the girls eagerly took out their phones to capture the moment. The girl sitting next to Guan Yuntao instinctively turned her gaze towards him, her eyes scrutinizing. Guan Yuntao, who had been smiling, felt his expression stiffen under her gaze. I know nothing about girls. I just saw it online, he quickly retorted. Relieved as the crisis passed, Guan Yuntao shot a glare at the nearly laughing Li Qiming. Amid their light-hearted banter, the girls completed their pre-meal ritual, each satisfied with their photos. Su Xiaoxiao was no exception, having taken numerous shots herself. She then selected the most visually appealing one, posting it to her social media with her location tagged as Zhongjiao University, Suwei Campus. In the girls' dormitory, when Mu Xue glanced at Su Xiaoxiao's post from a minute ago, her delicate fingers tightening around her phone, feeling a surge of frustration akin to a fishbone lodged in her throat. Although Tang Yuan was absent from the photo, the presence of Guan Yuntao and the others was unmistakable. Having cheered for Tang Yuan at the basketball court that morning, she recognized them all too well. It was evident that this gathering was a party for the Gaojin Academy basketball team. The only plausible explanation for Su Xiaoxiao's presence was that Tang Yuan brought her. The realization that he had chosen to decline her invitation earlier that day to take Su Xiaoxiao to such an intimate gathering struck her deeply, causing her innate pride to plummet. Sitting in her chair, her heart was in disarray. As she gazed at the address of the yakitori restaurant beneath Su Xiaoxiao's post, a glimmer of determination sparked within her. Abandoning the thought? Impossible. The words give up had never existed in her vocabulary. Following the girls' photo session, everyone eagerly began to eat. As a restaurant specializing in yakitori, confidently situated in the prime location of the Bund, the culinary skills were exceptional. Each skewer was perfectly grilled, exuding a tantalizing aroma and juiciness, with the grilled chicken livers bursting with flavor and devoid of any fishy taste, delivering a remarkable palate experience. Besides the yakitori, the restaurant's specialty grilled ray fins were equally impressive, best savored slowly with mayonnaise, allowing the rich seafood flavors to unfold. After a long day, Tang Yuan savored the delicious food, feeling his appetite awaken. He chatted casually with Guan Yuntao and the others while gradually filling his stomach. In the blink of an eye, half an hour had passed. Just as the atmosphere was lively and spirited, an unexpected figure appeared, bringing the entire gathering to an abrupt halt. Everyone, including Tang Yuan and Su Xiaoxiao, stared in astonishment at the elegant silhouette before them. No one could have anticipated that when Mu Xue would suddenly appear at this moment. The renowned Su Hui Shuangzhu, together in one frame, standing at a height of 178 centimeters. When Mu Xue donned a loose lavender shirt paired with denim shorts and white sneakers, she stood by the table, gazing down at Su Xiaoxiao, emanating an air of superiority that almost resembled the scene of a legitimate wife catching her cheating spouse. Initially, Su Xiaoxiao felt a twinge of apprehension, as her 2-year-long rivalry with Mu Xue had resulted in more losses than victories. However, she quickly regained her composure, recognizing the advantage lay clearly with her in the current situation. Thus, Su Xiaoxiao straightened her posture and met Mu Xue's gaze without a hint of fear. The atmosphere charged with tension. An invisible fog of conflict enveloped the dining area. The young men at the table sensed the charged atmosphere, holding their breath, while the women, bewildered by the situation, became increasingly silent, their eyes gleaming with curiosity. The battlefield belonging to Tang Yuan had arrived. Chapter 55. The so-called growth. What on earth is happening? Who exactly is the elder sister? The genuine elder sister, or the fake one? The oblivious Chen Yongbing, with a grilled chicken skewer in his left hand and French bellin oysters in his right, stared vacantly at Mu Xue, mumbling to himself. Just eat your oysters and keep quiet. Li Qiming shot a sidelong glance at Chen Yongbing and whispered. At that moment, an odd atmosphere enveloped the entire dining table. After exchanging glances for several seconds, Mu Xue subtly averted her gaze and turned it towards Tang Yuan, who sat beside Su Xiaoxiao. A smile blossomed on her exquisitely delicate face as she remarked, "What a coincidence. I didn't expect to run into you here while dining." Upon hearing Mu Xue's cliché opening line, Su Xiaoxiao couldn't help but roll her eyes, feeling a pang of regret for her impulsive decision to post on social media, unnecessarily tagging her location. Su Xiaoxiao admitted that her act of posting was somewhat petty. She had chosen the most visually rich photo deliberately for Mu Xue to see, intending to demonstrate that she was currently with Tang Yuan. Indeed, it was a blatant show of defiance. However, Su Xiaoxiao never anticipated that Mu Xue would choose to come over without hesitation after seeing her post, leading to such an awkward situation. Tang Yuan was unaware of Su Xiaoxiao's inner thoughts. He didn't even know she had just posted online. Although he was initially surprised by Mu Xue's sudden appearance, he quickly regained his usual calm demeanor. A battlefield? Nonsense. He was not officially dating either Mu Xue or Su Xiaoxiao. They were merely friends. Was there anything wrong with having dinner with friends? Absolutely not. Mu Xue's status meant she had no right to criticize Tang Yuan, so he had nothing to worry about. In this high-stakes scenario, where the game was one of repeated maneuvers, Tang Yuan stood up calmly under Wen Mushue's gaze and smiled as he asked, "Are you here alone?" "Yes. I was just shopping nearby and felt a bit hungry, so I thought I'd grab a bite. I didn't expect to run into you all here." Wen Mushue smiled and casually provided an excuse. "If you don't mind, you can sit down and join us." Tang Yuan gestured towards Guan Yuntao and the others. "They are all members of our basketball team from Gaojin Academy. You should have met them this morning. Are you splitting the bill, or is one of the seniors treating?" Wen Mushue hesitated slightly. "Is it okay if I join? Today, I'm treating. I'm Yuan Gu's roommate. We're all alumni, and since we've met, it's fate. Just sit down and enjoy. You don't need to worry about anything." Guan Yuntao immediately stood up, thumping his chest. Although he was equally puzzled about the relationship among the three, he felt compelled to support Tang Yuan in this moment. "Thank you, senior. Next time you have a game, I'll buy drinks for you." Wen Mushue ceased her hesitation, thanked Guan Yuntao, and naturally took a seat beside Tang Yuan, while Guan Yuntao slid to the other side. The server was quick to bring over an additional chair, and Wen Mushue settled down next to Tang Yuan. Thus, the two renowned goddesses, known as Su Hui Shuangzhu from Zhonghai Jiaotong University, sat on either side of Tang Yuan. One as cool and serene as the moon, the other sweet and pure. This scene, even Li Qiming and the others could hardly dream of. Once seated, Wen Mushue ordered a few skewers of grilled chicken and a drink, then quietly sat beside Tang Yuan. Having battled Su Xiaoxiao for over 2 years, Wen Mushue was acutely aware of her strengths and weaknesses. Therefore, she had opted for a loose-fitting women's shirt tonight to cleverly conceal her less advantageous curves. After sitting down, she gracefully tied the somewhat long hem of her shirt around her slender waist while unbuttoning the top 2 buttons. Her exquisite collarbone and elongated neck, the result of years of dance practice, allowed her to maintain an elegant posture, radiating an inner confidence that made her shine like a pearl against the night sky. Additionally, her long, exposed legs, elegantly crossed, revealed full, rounded thighs and slender, taut calves. Although Wen Mushue had recently become more alluring, causing Tang Yuan to develop some resistance to her beauty, photographs could never compare to the real thing. As she sat before him, in the next moment, Li Qiming's eyes widened in disbelief, as if he had fallen under the spell of Garen's silence. Chapter 56. Confrontation. Old Guan. Old Guan. Guan Yuntao. Li Qiming fixated intently on the fan in Su Xiaoxiao's hand, simultaneously calling out to Guan Yuntao, who was engrossed in conversation with a female companion nearby. "What is going on?" Guan Yuntao, momentarily interrupted from his chat, turned to Li Qiming with a hint of irritation, raising his glass to take a sip of his drink. Li Qiming pointed towards Su Xiaoxiao, murmuring, "Look." Guan Yuntao furrowed his brow and followed Li Qiming's gesture. Initially casual, his demeanor shifted when he spotted the fan in Su Xiaoxiao's possession. Just as he was about to swallow his drink, he abruptly spewed it out, creating a mist of white droplets that enveloped the surrounding air. Due to the presence of girls on either side of him, his drink splashed directly onto Chen Yongbing's face. "Ouch! Old Guan, are you giving me a face wash?" Chen Yongbing exclaimed, wiping his face, completely taken aback by the unexpected shower of liquor. Sorry, Brother Bing. I just couldn't hold it in." Guan Yuntao quickly apologized, hastily pulling out a clean tissue to dab at Chen Yongbing's face, his expression filled with embarrassment. Meanwhile, the commotion drew the attention of everyone at the table. "What happened?" Su Xiaoxiao, noticing the exaggerated reactions of Li Qiming and Guan Yuntao, instinctively placed the fan on the table and retrieved a small mirror from her bag. "Is there something on my face?" Hey, don't." Li Qiming and Guan Yuntao, alarmed by her actions, felt a rush of anxiety. Li Qiming, closest to her, sprang up and deftly caught the fan with his hands, preventing it from touching the table. At this moment, even Su Xiaoxiao, slow to react, realized that the fan gifted to her by Tang Yuan was far from ordinary. Given the intense reactions from both Li Qiming and Guan Yuntao, "Brother Yuan, this fan, you use it to fan yourself?" Guan Yuntao exclaimed, his disbelief palpable as his voice pitched higher. What else could it be for? Tang Yuan, busy shucking oysters, glanced at Guan Yuntao with confusion. But Guan Yuntao was momentarily at a loss for words, his mouth opening and closing as he struggled to articulate his thoughts. Is there something special about this fan? With all eyes now fixed on her, Su Xiaoxiao cautiously picked up the fan again, glancing between Tang Yuan and the others. Is this fan worth 8 million? Guan Yuntao took a deep breath and spoke slowly. Instantly, the room fell silent. Old Guan, are you joking? What fan could possibly be worth 8 million? Even one made of pure gold wouldn't fetch that much. After a moment, Chen Yongbing voiced his skepticism, disbelief etched across his face, mirrored by the expressions of the others present, as it seemed utterly implausible. It's true. Li Qiming interjected earnestly. This fan is a collector's item. Huh. You two must have colluded. Chen Yongbing leaned back in his chair, crossing his arms with an expression of mock enlightenment, his eyes gleaming with navet. Guan Yuntao sighed in resignation, pulling out his phone and opening the UC browser. Moments later, he held the screen up to Chen Yongbing's eyes. Look. At the Yinjing Poly Auction House S special auction for collectors fans held in September 2018, this fan sold for 8 million. It's identical to the one in Su Xiaoxiao's hand. With no evidence to the contrary, he presented the proof. Chen Yongbing, initially confident, was now left in stunned silence as he beheld the undeniable evidence before him. Holy cow, he repeated, his eyes widening in astonishment as he compared the promotional image on the phone with the fan in Su Xiaoxiao's hand. They matched perfectly. This fan is truly worth 8 million. Chen Yongbing mumbled, his gaze blank, as if grappling with the revelation. Is this real? Show me. My God. This one fan is worth an entire apartment in Zhonghai? My poverty limits my imagination. This is absurd. Don't hand it to me. I wouldn't dare touch it. If it gets stained, I do brother Yuan more than I could repay. The crowd erupted in excitement at Chen Yongbing's reaction, eagerly leaning in to peer at Guan Yuntao's phone as they browsed the online images. Amidst the buzz, Su Xiaoxiao, still holding the collector's fan, stared at it in awe, feeling its weight as if it had suddenly become incredibly significant and even a bit daunting. With wide, shimmering eyes, she looked at Tang Yuan and softly remarked, Senior, this fan is so valuable, and you just handed it to me. Aren't you afraid I might tarnish it? This collector's fan is not as delicate as you might think. Its surface is protected by a special sealing technology, making it resistant to water, fire, and corrosion. Unless you intentionally damage it, it should hold up just fine under normal use, Tang Yuan replied with a smile, casually taking the fan back from Su Xiaoxiao and gently fanning himself while explaining. I have a keen interest in antiques and artifacts. Recently, I accompanied a senior to a private collection museum, and I recall your interest in seals. I assumed you were aware of this. At that moment, when Mu Xue, who had been quiet since their arrival, suddenly smiled and directed her gaze at Su Xiaoxiao. It's quite simple. It seems you've just learned about this. Her remark subtly diminished Su Xiaoxiao's stature. Though when Mu Xue was aware of Tang Yuan's passion for antiques, Su Xiaoxiao was not, leading to an instant comparison between them. I only just found out. Su Xiaoxiao's smile faltered briefly, but she quickly regained her composure and turned to Tang Yuan, her tone sweet as she said, Senior, we see each other every morning for practice and breakfast. Why have I never heard you mention this before? Every day. She emphasized the last two words deliberately. Upon hearing this, when Mu Xue's smile faltered, and she momentarily held her breath as the atmosphere thickened with tension. The unintentional revelation of Tang Yuan's remarkable wealth had ensnared both women completely. With rumors swirling around the school, they found themselves placing all their bets on him. Giving up? That was out of the question. Chapter 57. An empty seat will always be filled. Caught between one Mu Xue and Su Xiaoxiao, Tang Yuan sensed the rising tension in the air and cleared his throat. I'll take a quick trip to the restroom. You all carry on. I'll go too. Guan Yuntao, on the edge of the brewing storm, stood up immediately after Tang Yuan. I'll accompany one of you. Li Qiming observed as Tang Yuan and Guan Yuntao made their way to the restroom, and he silently followed suit. In the blink of an eye, a vacuum circle formed around Su Xiaoxiao and Wen Mu Xue. Su Xiaoxiao, I have known Tang Yuan longer than you. Is this really appropriate? After Tang Yuan and the others departed, Wen Mu Xue paused for a moment before turning to Su Xiaoxiao, her voice barely above a whisper, audible only to the two of them. You may have known him first, but have you truly cherished this opportunity? With the air cleared, Su Xiaoxiao did not hold back. She met Wen Mu Xue's gaze unwaveringly and retorted, an empty seat will always be filled by someone else. The opportunity you fail to value will naturally be cherished by another. I like Tang Yuan, and I will not relinquish him to you. Su Xiaoxiao's words struck a chord with Wen Mu Xue, who pressed her lips together. Though her voice was quiet, it carried an undeniable conviction. Like? Are you certain? Su Xiaoxiao raised an eyebrow, her tone tinged with sarcasm. Wen Mu Xue's gaze flickered, and she refrained from responding to Su Xiaoxiao's retort. At this juncture, even she struggled to articulate her own feelings for Tang Yuan, having invested so much emotional value in him over time. When a girl finds herself constantly preoccupied with a boy, Feeling anxious when he disregards her and agitated when he appears close to another girl, it is inevitable that she will eventually succumb to her feelings. Seeing Wen Muxue silent, Su Xiaoxiao turned away and said calmly, "Since you wish to compete, let us wait and see." Meanwhile, having exited the storm's eye, Tang Yuan and his companions lingered in the restroom, leisurely lighting cigarettes while leaning against the sink. Amidst the swirling smoke, Guan Yuntao turned to Tang Yuan and inquired, "Brother Yuan, between Wen Muxue and Su Xiaoxiao, how do you intend to choose this century-old dilemma? Choose? Why must this be a single-choice question? Why not a multiple-choice one?" Tang Yuan replied with a faint, enigmatic smile. Multiple choice? Guan Yuntao paused, quickly grasping the implication of Tang Yuan's words. "No way, Brother Yuan. Are you seriously considering that possibility?" His eyes widened in astonishment. "How would you know it doesn't exist if you don't try?" Tang Yuan chuckled, realizing that both women had already revealed their intentions, and he saw no need to keep his cards close to his chest any longer. As a seasoned hunter, he felt it was nearly time to net his catch. "Brother Yuan, you are a role model for us. I lack your prowess. With just one girl at home, I cannot handle it. Sometimes, I find girls to be incredibly endearing, yet at other times, I believe they can be utterly infuriating." As he spoke, Li Qiming joined the discussion, gradually shifting the focus from Tang Yuan to his own experiences. Earlier, she had suddenly pointed at a sea urchin and remarked that he resembled it. When he asked why, she responded, "Because you think I am like a sea urchin, tough on the outside, soft on the inside?" And then, to everyone's surprise, she replied, "You merely resemble a sea urchin in shape. You are ugly on the outside and yellow on the inside." "Can you believe that?" Li Qiming exclaimed, his chest heaving with indignation. After taking a deep drag from his cigarette, he added, "Isn't that infuriating?" As he concluded, he was visibly agitated, stomping his feet in frustration. "Ha ha ha." Tang Yuan and Guan Yuntao roared with laughter, their mirth unrestrained. "Ugly on the outside, yellow on the inside. Ha ha ha. Who would have thought your girlfriend has a good sense of humor?" Guan Yuntao, having known Li Qiming the longest, laughed the hardest. "Brother Yuan, with such an exasperating girlfriend, should you not give her a good thrashing?" Li Qiming said with his hands on his hips, his face a picture of indignation. Hey, what nonsense are you talking? As a man, how can one strike a woman?" Guan Yuntao, who had been laughing heartily, quickly sobered at Li Qiming's words, lightly punching him on the arm as he protested. "Well, it's not entirely out of the question, as long as one is careful about the method. A good thrashing isn't entirely unacceptable." At that moment, Tang Yuan interjected earnestly, "Brother Yuan, I cannot agree with that. No matter the method, hitting a woman is unacceptable." Guan Yuntao asserted, furrowing his brow. "Brother Yuan, I was merely speaking casually. Women are meant to be cherished, and no matter how maddening they may be, one should never lay a hand on them." Li Qiming chimed in, his expression somewhat sheepish. "Well, it depends on how you strike. If you hit while clothed, that is definitely domestic violence." Tang Yuan observed the two, who seemed to have clear boundaries, as a smirk played at the corners of his mouth. But if one were to remove their clothes and then strike, that would not be considered domestic violence. That would be called flirting. Both Guan Yuntao and Li Qiming froze, their eyes locking in disbelief. "Heh. In the next moment, both burst into laughter, their faces reflecting an unspoken understanding. In the blink of an eye, as they enjoyed their cigarettes, the time slipped away. Upon returning to the dining table, the earlier tension had dissipated entirely. Su Xiaoxiao was animatedly chatting with Song Qingru, while Wen Muxue was engaged in casual conversation with Guan Yuntao's female friends. After the three returned, they quickly reintegrated into the group. In the ensuing moments, Tang Yuan maintained a neutral stance, ensuring equal attention to both women. He served Su Xiaoxiao a scallop and then offered Wen Muxue an abalone. Before long, another half hour slipped by. Once everyone was satiated, Guan Yuntao settled the bill, and they began to head outside together. As Tang Yuan walked towards his sleek black LaFerrari Aperta, a choice loomed before him. Who should occupy the passenger seat? Su Xiaoxiao or Wen Muxue? This was a question that could only be answered with a single choice. Chapter 58. Breaking down defenses in the stillness of the night. The full moon hung high in the sky, casting a delicate silver glow, while countless stars twinkled brilliantly above. In the parking lot, under the gaze of the crowd, Tang Yuan hesitated briefly before striding to the car. He opened the butterfly door of the driver's seat and turned to Su Xiaoxiao in the crowd. "Get in. What are you waiting for?" In the end, Tang Yuan chose Su Xiaoxiao for this single-choice dilemma. After all, He had brought Su Xiaoxiao to this meal, and regardless of the reasons, he could not leave her behind. Having arrived with her, it was his duty to ensure her safe return. Initially apprehensive, Su Xiaoxiao felt a weight lift from her heart upon hearing Tang Yuan's invitation. A radiant smile blossomed on her sweet, innocent face, and her steps grew lighter. While some rejoiced, others bore the weight of disappointment. When Mu Xue, the excluded option in this dilemma, felt the weight of the surrounding gazes, she bit her lip, striving to maintain her composure. However, when she saw Su Xiaoxiao seated in the nearly 40 million black LaFerrari Aperta, beaming and waving in her direction, all of Wen Mushue's pride crumbled like a house of cards. At the outset, she was the first woman to occupy the passenger seat beside Tang Yuan. Yet now she stands here, forcing a smile as she gazes at the position that rightfully belonged to her, now occupied by another woman, her arch-nemesis. The emotional walls have crumbled. Buzz, buzz. Accompanied by the thunderous roar, Tang Yuan swiftly drove his black LaFerrari Aperta away from the Bird Sun Yakitori restaurant, heading towards the Su Hui campus of Zhonghai Transportation University. Inside the enclosed cabin, the melodious love songs of Liang Jingru floated through the air. With the road unobstructed, the unparalleled maneuverability and acceleration of the LaFerrari Aperta rendered the scenery outside a blur. Tang Yuan remained focused on the road ahead, while Su Xiaoxiao sat in the passenger seat, intently observing him. It is often said that a man who is absorbed in his task is the most alluring. At this moment, as Tang Yuan drove with unwavering concentration, his deep, dark eyes resembled a mysterious night sky, captivating Su Xiaoxiao more and more, leaving her enchanted. How could there exist such mesmerizing eyes in this world? This was the most genuine thought in Su Xiaoxiao's heart. Unbeknownst to her, she became entranced, even losing track of time. It was only when the vehicle came to a standstill for an extended period that she realized they had arrived at her doorstep. At this hour, your dormitory should have locked down for the night, Tang Yuan remarked, turning his head with a hint of tenderness in his voice. Go home and rest early. No morning exercises tomorrow. Enjoy a nice lion. Their eyes met, and suddenly, Su Xiaoxiao reached out her hands to gently rest them upon Tang Yuan's right hand, her expression earnest as she declared, Senior, let's be in a relationship. This bold confession, perhaps spurred by the pressure from Wen Mushui, the display of Tang Yuan's considerable wealth that day, or the allure of his entrancing eyes, or even his mature and charming personality, led Su Xiaoxiao to cast aside her reservations and take the initiative for the first time in her life. A surge of emotions, nervousness, anticipation, and unease swirled within her, an experience entirely new. As the recipient of her confession, Tang Yuan found himself slightly taken aback by Su Xiaoxiao's unexpected proposal, yet he maintained his composure. After a brief silence, he spoke slowly, Xiaoxiao, marriage is not currently part of my life plan. Tang Yuan's response took Su Xiaoxiao by surprise. Senior, dating is about romance. What does that have to do with marriage? She questioned, perplexed. Everything, Tang Yuan replied with gravity. A great man once said that any relationship not aimed at marriage is a frivolity. Since I have no intention of marrying, pursuing a romantic relationship would be nothing but a frivolous act. Su Xiaoxiao was taken aback, unable to fathom how such a statement could be uttered. Senior, it's perfectly normal that you don't plan to marry at this stage, she insisted, her voice rising in urgency. But as you grow older, you will inevitably consider marriage. We can date for now, and when you are ready to discuss marriage, we can talk about it then. I'm not in a rush. Tang Yuan shook his head. Xiaoxiao, you may have misunderstood. What I mean is that I have no intention to marry at all. Upon hearing this, Su Xiaoxiao paused, piecing together Tang Yuan's earlier statements, and began to grasp his intention. Xiaoxiao, I am only 22 years old. I am a mere mortal, and I acknowledge that I cannot reach such lofty ideals. Whether in marriage or romance, the foremost requirement is fidelity to one's partner, both physically and emotionally, and at this stage, I cannot commit to that. You may label me a scoundrel, but I am being honest. If you've heard me out and still wish to be with me, aside from loyalty, I can provide you with all the material comforts you desire, be it a luxurious mansion, a high-end car, or the life you dream of. Let us be candid. While this may seem overly pragmatic, it is the most straightforward and effective solution. Tang Yuan adhered to his principles, opting to be an unapologetic scoundrel rather than resorting to deceit. As the saying goes, a lie requires countless others to cover it. If one chooses dishonesty from the outset, the end result will be nothing but exhaustion. Therefore, it is far better to adopt a straightforward approach from the beginning. Those who are willing to take the bait will come forth. Tang Yuan's words confirmed Su Xiaoxiao's earlier suspicions. In that moment, Su Xiaoxiao's gaze became a whirlwind of emotions. If I agree to this, does it mean I must share you with other women? Indeed, Tang Yuan replied candidly. Su Xiaoxiao stared at the man before her, his stark realism shattering her every fantasy. To agree or not to agree? In that instant, she felt utterly lost. Ultimately, she said nothing, opened the car door, and slowly vanished from Tang Yuan's sight. After all, she was merely 20 years old, and such a choice was daunting for one still ensconced in the ivory tower of youth. Tang Yuan watched Su Xiaoxiao's retreating figure, devoid of regret or sorrow, his expression tranquil. He believed in living freely within certain bounds, which encompassed both legal constraints and his personal principles. To deceive or lie for the sake of a beautiful girl would lead him to disdain himself. He had expressed everything he needed to say, the rest was left to the passage of time. With a soft murmur, Tang Yuan turned the steering wheel, the roar of the engine resonating as he drove towards the nearby Su Hui campus of Zhonghai Transportation University. That night, two girls tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Chapter 59. Establishing a branch office. Time flew by, like a fleeting shadow. In the blink of an eye. Several days had passed since that moment of open-heartedness. Since then, Su Xiaoxiao, who had been by Tang Yuan's side daily, had vanished, leaving their WeChat conversations frozen in time. Not only Su Xiaoxiao, but also Wen Mu Shui, who had consistently provided nightly companionship, had gone silent over the past few days. Suddenly, Tang Yuan's romantic life became remarkably tranquil. However, the absence of the two women did not disrupt Tang Yuan's routine. In fact, he had been quite busy and had little time to ponder their situations. 4 days prior, he had completed the full payment for the standalone villa at Gubei No. 1, marking the acquisition of this 600 million yuan property as his private residence. 3 days ago, Xiao Yayue returned from the coastal city, bringing with her a cadre of elite bodyguards from the Jinwei Security Company, along with a share transfer document valued at 110 million yuan. This company, with a 2-decade history and ranking among the top 10 in the national high-end security industry, yielded to Tang Yuan's financial prowess, lowering its previously lofty head. The entire Jinwei Security Company had now become Tang Yuan's personal security team, shifting its focus from generating economic profit to prioritizing Tang Yuan's safety. The elite bodyguards brought back by Xiao Yayue would establish a branch of Jinwei Security in Zhonghai, with the singular mission of providing comprehensive security services for Tang Yuan. Accompanying Xiao Yayue to Zhonghai were not only dozens of elite bodyguards, but also a number of administrative and logistical staff. Among them was Lin Zhengwei, one of the 3 senior security consultants of Jinwei Security, who had previously served as the leader of the VIP protection unit of the Hong Kong police force. Upon returning to Zhonghai with Lin Zhengwei and others, Tang Yuan, as the proprietor, graciously hosted a banquet. Following this, he swiftly arranged office space and vehicles for Lin Zhengwei and his team, ensuring that the security operations could commence without delay. Additionally, Xiao Yayue brought back good news for Tang Yuan. On September 29th, at the Sotheby's auction house in Hong Kong, a highly valuable set of ancient Chinese jade rings would be auctioned, comprising 7 pieces, far exceeding the 5-piece requirement set by the system task. The rain fell heavily, with the wind whipping the raindrops against the car windows like a multitude of lashes, creating a cacophony of sound. The relentless thunder rumbled on, while silver flashes of lightning illuminated the darkened world. The downpour seemed to fall endlessly, and all vehicles on the streets were flashing their hazard lights as they moved forward at a snail's pace. The rain was indeed torrential. Seated in the rear of a Rolls-Royce Cullinan, Tang Yuan gazed at the curtain of rain on the window, his voice tinged with reflection. Mr. Tang, the meteorological station has just issued a yellow rainstorm warning. Su Kai, Tang Yuan's personal bodyguard in the front passenger seat, informed him with a slight turn of his head. A yellow rainstorm warning? Tang Yuan furrowed his brow. With such heavy rain, will our flight still take off on time? Su Kai paused for a moment before replying. Mr. Tang, I just checked our flight. It is currently delayed by 1 hour and 23 minutes. Since it hasn't been cancelled, it should still fly. As long as it can fly, Tang Yuan murmured, returning his gaze to the rain-soaked view outside. It was only 4 o'clock. Yet the outside world resembled the darkness of 8 o'clock at night, with heavy clouds obscuring the sunlight completely. The city appeared particularly desolate under the deluge. With a delay of nearly 1.5 hours and 3 hours remaining until boarding, the time that had felt slightly tight suddenly expanded. Tang Yuan calculated internally. Remaining calm, there was still a full day before the Sotheby's auction for ancient Chinese jade, and even if tonight's flight were cancelled due to the storm, he could catch a morning flight the next day to Hong Kong without issue. As he contemplated his plans, his phone vibrated twice beside him. Upon glancing at the screen, he noticed a message from Wen Muxue, who had been silent for several days. Tang Yuan raised an eyebrow and opened the message. Wen Muxue, Senior, I twisted my ankle while dancing, and with this heavy rain, I can't get a taxi. Could you come and pick me up? Attached was a photo revealing her once delicate ankle, now swollen and red, indicating a serious injury. Following the image, she sent a pitiful emoji. Seeing the message, Tang Yuan pondered for a moment before asking, Where are you? Wen Muxue responded almost instantly. Tang Yuan opened the location she sent and saw that her dance studio was approximately 3 kilometers diagonally ahead of his current position. Don't you have any other friends? Why not ask them to pick you up? Tang Yuan intentionally used them instead of her, clearly referring to her admirers and suitors. Wen Muxue, I just want you to come. Her simple 9-word reply infused their conversation with a hint of intimacy. Tang Yuan smiled slightly at her response. Do you have a Hong Kong-Macau travel permit? He inquired suddenly. Wen Muxue, yes, why? Following those 4 words, she sent a cute, puzzled emoji. Without further reply, Tang Yuan forwarded her location to his driver, Yuan Ming, instructing him, Yuan Ming, I've sent the address to your phone. Please take a slight detour. I have something to handle. Understood, Yuan Ming replied seriously, promptly adjusting the route to the new destination provided by Tang Yuan. Through the torrential rain, the luxurious Rolls-Royce Cullinan, valued at over 7 million, activated its red tail lights and veered off the original path to navigate through the storm. Chapter 60. The princess carried amid the downpour at the GH dance studio near Walikio. Wen Muxue sat by the window, hugging her knees, as raindrops relentlessly hammered against the glass. She stared at the unresponsive chat window, her once bright eyes dimming with disappointment. Xiaoxue, your ankle looks quite swollen. Let me drive you to the hospital. A warm male voice broke through her gloom. Zhang Yujian, the owner of the studio, well known in Zhonghai for his GH dance company. He was young, talented, and handsome. Had she not met Tang Yuan, he would have certainly been a coveted prospect in Wen Muxue's eyes. However, after encountering Tang Yuan, her standards had risen dramatically. The wealth of millions could hardly compare to the power he wielded. From modesty to extravagance is easy. From extravagance to modesty is hard. Tang Yuan was like the blazing sun in the sky, and how could Wen Muxue, accustomed to basking in sunlight, ever settle for the light of the moon? When Zhang Yujian offered his assistance, Wen Muxue silently locked her phone screen, lifting her serene face to softly decline. No, I can't take a taxi back to school. Xiaoxue, the meteorological station has just issued a blue rainstorm warning. This heavy rain is likely to persist for a while, and it's rush hour. You won't be able to catch a taxi, Zhang Yujian insisted, gazing at her ethereal beauty with fervent eyes. Let me drive you home. He reached out his right hand to assist her. However, just as his hand was about to touch her delicate arm, a tall and handsome figure stepped in between them. Zhang Yujian furrowed his brow at the imposing young man before him. Who are you? Are you a student from our dance studio? Who let you in? Step aside. Ignoring the barrage of questions, Tang Yuan's gaze remained indifferent as he turned to focus on Wen Muxue, who was still seated on the floor, hugging her knees. Dressed in a reddish-brown dance outfit paired with black leggings, her long hair was elegantly tied up, and her fair neck connected to a graceful spine, accentuating her slender waist and the gentle curves of her form. Even seated, Wen Muxue exuded a beauty akin to that of a painting, a testament to the exceptional grace cultivated through years of diligent dance practice. At this very moment, Wen Muxue reopened her phone screen, gazing intently at the chat interface with Tang Yuan, completely oblivious to the fact that the man she had been longing for stood right beside her. It was only when Tang Yuan's voice echoed in her ear that she became aware. Can you still stand? His tone was not particularly gentle, yet this seemingly brusque voice resonated in Wen Muxue's ears like a celestial melody. Startled, she lifted her head and met Tang Yuan's calm gaze. Today, Tang Yuan was clad in a black overcoat paired with a brown shirt, black casual trousers, and polished black leather shoes. His attire leaned towards a business casual style but retained an air of nonchalance, as he had left 2 buttons of his shirt undone, lending him an effortlessly chic demeanor. Such a look is often difficult for many young men to pull off, yet within Tang Yuan's youthful physique resided a mature soul, imbuing him with an indescribable charisma that only heightened his allure. As Wen Muxue stared into Tang Yuan's deep, dark eyes, an inexplicable sense of grievance surged within her, causing the usually strong-willed woman to momentarily redden her eyes, her voice tinged with a rare vulnerability. My feet hurt. I can't stand. The contrast between her delicate, plaintive tone and her cool, moonlit visage was striking, her expressive features possessing a formidable charm. Faced with Wen Mushue's display of vulnerability, Tang Yuan paused in silence before saying nothing and bending down. He slipped his right arm under her knee and wrapped his left arm around her slender waist, gently lifting her into a princess carry. Wen Mushue was taken aback by his sudden gesture, instinctively wrapping her arms around his neck, letting out a soft gasp. "Is there anything of yours here?" Tang Yuan inquired quietly, his expression unruffled as he gazed at the close proximity of Wen Mushue. All right," he conceded, though he could not entirely mask the underlying tension. Despite her slender frame, he discovered that she was surprisingly well-proportioned, her body remarkably firm and smooth, reminiscent of exquisite jade. "I have a backpack." When Mushue had never experienced such intimate contact with any man, her cheeks flushing with a charming hue as she gestured toward a nearby full-length mirror, her voice barely above a whisper. Tang Yuan nodded slightly and strode towards the mirror, carrying her effortlessly. As they approached, a girl who spotted them promptly handed Wen Mushue her backpack, her eyes wide with curiosity. "Sister Shui, is this your boyfriend?" Upon hearing this, Wen Mushue instinctively glanced at Tang Yuan, hesitating for a moment before gently nodding, offering no further response. Tang Yuan noticed her reaction but remained silent, leading her towards the exit of the dance studio. Zhang Jinyu, the studio owner, watched in dismay as he observed the blushing Wen Mushue in Tang Yuan's arms. In such inclement weather, with a solitary man and woman together, one could only wonder if the man would behave with decorum. The thought of Wen Mushue's long, elegant legs possibly entwined with another man's that night filled him with an acute sense of heartache. Under the watchful eyes of those in the dance studio, Tang Yuan swiftly exited the GH dance studio, descending the stairs. Soon, they reached the entrance of the building. Gazing at the torrential rain outside, Wen Mushue suddenly realized, exclaiming, "Senior, wait a moment. I have an umbrella in my backpack." However, Tang Yuan seemed to disregard her warning, his pace unyielding, and before she could unzip her bag, he had already reached the door. "Senior, wait," she called out, urgency evident in her tone as they neared the rain. Yet, before she could finish her thought, an astonishing scene unfolded before her. Two imposing figures clad in black suits stood sentinel at the entrance. Their robust physiques and piercing gazes, combined with earpieces and an air of authority, signaled their formidable presence just as Tang Yuan and Wen Mushue were about to step into the downpour. "Mr. Tang." The two men bowed their heads in unison, addressing Tang Yuan with respect. He continued walking, his demeanor placid as he uttered two words, "Get in the car." "Yes." They replied in unison, promptly following his lead, their expressions unchanged despite being drenched by the rain. As thunder rumbled and lightning danced across the sky, Wen Mushue found a newfound sense of security in the presence of the man beside her. Outside, a sleek black Rolls-Royce Cullinan awaited them, its illuminated hood ornament glistening in the night. Shtong Kai, Tang Yuan's personal bodyguard, stood by the rear door, also holding a large black umbrella. Upon seeing Tang Yuan approach with Wen Mushue, he swiftly opened the door for them. Surrounding the luxurious Rolls-Royce were 4 black Land Rover Range Rovers, each manned by 2 stern bodyguards holding black umbrellas, all mirroring Shtong Kai's attire. The atmosphere was solemn and imposing, and at that moment, Wen Mushue felt as though she had stepped into the realm of a romantic novel, where a domineering CEO had come to life. "Senior, who are they?" she murmured, nestled within Tang Yuan's embrace, her voice trembling slightly. "They are my personal bodyguards," he replied calmly. "So many." Her suspicions confirmed. Wen Mushue couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Unbeknownst to her, the individuals she beheld were merely a fraction of Tang Yuan's security detail, not the entirety of it. His usual security consisted of 4 vehicles with a total of 16 personnel, divided into 4 teams, each assigned to protect him around the clock. If ever needed, they would appear at a moment's notice to ensure his utmost safety. In no time, they arrived at the Rolls-Royce, where Tang Yuan first placed Wen Mushue inside before making his way around to join her. Once both were settled, Shtong Kai and the others followed suit, and the convoy resumed its journey toward the airport. "Shtong Kai, send someone to the nearest pharmacy for a bottle of Yunnan Baiyao spray and some ointment for swelling and bruising," Tang Yuan instructed as the convoy set off. Shtong Kai acknowledged the command and swiftly grabbed his walkie-talkie to relay the orders. As Tang Yuan finished speaking, he gently pressed a button on the console, raising the soundproof barrier between the front and rear compartments. Moments later, a distinct space formed in the rear of the car. In this dim ambience, the Rolls-Royce starlight ceiling became the focal point, adorned with sparkling diamonds that transformed the roof into a resplendent galaxy. Stunning. Ethereal. As when Mushue gazed at the starlit ceiling, a hint of fascination sparkled in her eyes. How did you twist your foot? Tang Yuan, having completed his task, finally turned his attention to Wen Mushue. I got distracted while dancing, she replied softly. Tang Yuan shook his head and opened the car's mini fridge, retrieving a chilled bottle of MOT champagne. Here. This is for you. It may not be very cold, but it will suffice for now. Thank you, Wen Mushue said as she accepted the champagne, pressing it against her swollen ankle, expressing her gratitude. Are we heading back to school? After that, she looked up to inquire. No, Tang Yuan replied, shaking his head. We are en route to the airport. The airport? A look of astonishment crossed Wen Mushue's face. Tang Yuan nodded slightly. I have some matters to attend to in Port City, and my flight is at 7 tonight. I noticed you were nearby, so I thought I'd come pick you up. Hearing his explanation, Wen Mushue felt a pang of disappointment. So, he didn't come specifically to fetch me. The realization dimmed the sparkle in her bright eyes. With only 2 hours left before my flight, I can't take you back to school, Tang Yuan continued. You have 2 choices. First, after we reach the airport, I can arrange a car to take you back to school. Wen Mushue bit her lip, her gaze intense as she asked, what is the second option? Having finally secured a chance to be alone with Tang Yuan, the mere half-hour journey to Pudong Airport felt insufficient to satisfy her yearning. The second option is for you to accompany me to Port City, for 3 to 5 days at most. With the National Day holiday approaching, if you have no other plans, you could join me for a few days of fun. Tang Yuan's gaze held a depth as he slowly revealed the second option to her. To Port City? The suggestion left Wen Mushue momentarily speechless, as it exceeded her expectations. You can choose between the 2 options, he added. But let me clarify. If you opt for the second choice and then wish to return to the dorm late at night, I want to be able to help. As Wen Mushue stood lost in thought, Tang Yuan spoke again, his words laden with meaning. She was not naive. She understood the implications of his subtle hints. A man and a woman traveling together might not remain unscathed in the stillness of night. It was inevitable that they would share profound insights about life. By the time they returned to Zhonghai, their relationship might evolve into one of mutual understanding. Should I accept? That moment, a flicker of conflict and confusion crossed Wen Mushue's eyes. Chapter 62. A bold leap upon arriving at the airport. I'll have a car take you back to school, Tang Yuan said, noticing her prolonged silence and evident inner turmoil. In the adult world, any lack of a clear affirmation often translates as rejection. So Wen Mushue's silence felt like a veiled refusal to Tang Yuan. No, I don't want to go back to school. I want to go with you to Port City. Her expression shifted, and a decisive clarity washed over her as she spoke fervently to Tang Yuan. Reflecting on the past, she recalled how her indecision had allowed Su Xiaoxiao to seize an opportunity. Had she chosen to go with Tang Yuan to the hotel that night instead of returning to school, perhaps none of Su Xiaoxiao's antics would have transpired. With the lesson of past mistakes fresh in her mind, Wen Mushue resolved not to repeat them. Rather than hesitating and second-guessing herself, she decided to cast aside her reservations and take a leap of faith. The winding thoughts solidified her determination. Wen Mushue's final decision surprised Tang Yuan slightly, but since she had agreed, he welcomed her choice. Do you have your ID? I do. What about your Hong Kong-Macau travel permit? It should be in my wallet with my ID. Get it out. I'll arrange a temporary ticket for you, he instructed. Okay. Without further ado, Tang Yuan took her ID and travel permit, contacting Xiao Yayue to request a last-minute ticket. After completing this, he returned her documents with a smile. You look lovely in this photo. Photo? Wen Mushue blinked in surprise, then glanced at her ID, realizing what he meant. What is so nice about it? This was taken when I was 16. I look silly, not pretty at all. Silly? I didn't notice that. Let me take a closer look. Not a chance. Don't worry, I took some photos myself. I can check them on my phone. Hey, that is annoying. Delete them. As Wen Mushue made her choice, their relationship began to evolve quietly yet noticeably. Laughter and conversation made the time fly. 40 minutes later, the Rolls-Royce Cullinan came to a smooth stop in front of the VIP lounge at Zhonghai Pudong International Airport. Unbeknownst to them, the rain had lightened significantly, transforming from a torrential downpour to a gentle drizzle. Beneath the dim sky, the airport's VIP lounge shone brightly. Xiao Yayue stood at the entrance, dressed in a light yellow business suit, draped in an LV coat, with 2 seemingly ordinary yet exceptionally competent female bodyguards holding umbrellas for her. Upon Tang Yuan's arrival, Xiong Kai and others swiftly exited the vehicle, opening the door and shielding him with an umbrella, the entire process executed with seamless professionalism. Such a grand display drew the astonished gazes of passengers stranded by the rain-induced flight delays. Inside the car, Tang Yuan turned to Wen Muxue and asked, "Can you walk on your own? If not, I can carry you." "Carry me?" Without hesitation, Wen Muxue extended her arms, her serene face revealing a hint of playful charm. Seeing her eagerness, Tang Yuan paused, then shook his head with a hint of exasperation. "You've become addicted to being carried. Do you realize you're rather heavy? I'm 178 centimeters tall and only weigh 102 pounds. How can you call me heavy?" The topic of weight is often sensitive for women, and in that moment, Wen Muxue resembled a puffed-up kitten, her face radiating indignation. "I only said you felt heavy. I never said you were fat. Heavy and fat are essentially the same. All right, you're not heavy." Tang Yuan soothed her like a child, lifting her from the car. In late September, after a heavy rain, the night air in Zhonghai turned brisk. Dressed only in her dance attire and leggings, Wen Muxue shivered as the evening breeze enveloped her. In front of the VIP lounge, Xiao Yayue observed as Tang Yuan approached, cradling a girl in his arms. A flicker of astonishment crossed her eyes. Yet she was well-versed in decorum and refrained from further inquiries. Instead, she reported in a composed manner, "Mr. Tang, your and Miss Wen's tickets have been successfully checked in. You will be seated next to each other. Our flight is scheduled to board at 6:40, which is still 50 minutes away. You may take Miss Wen to the VIP lounge to rest for a while." "Very well." Tang Yuan nodded slightly and made his way into the lounge. As his personal bodyguard, Xiong Kai accompanied him inside, while the other bodyguards, under Yuan Meng's lead, took care of parking the vehicles before proceeding to the regular check-in counter. The two female bodyguards beside Xiao Yayue also departed from the lounge, leaving her to follow Tang Yuan inside. Under the guidance of the lounge staff, Tang Yuan and his companions swiftly arrived at the VIP area. "Xiong Kai, where are the medicines I asked you to purchase?" After settling Wen Muxue into a seat, Tang Yuan turned to inquire. "Here they are, Mr. Tang." Xiong Kai promptly handed over the medications. Tang Yuan accepted them and immediately passed them to Wen Muxue, saying, "As an athlete, you know how to use these medicines effectively, correct?" "Yes." Wen Muxue nodded, her face displaying a compliant demeanor. Once Tang Yuan concluded his attention on her, Xiao Yayue stepped forward and whispered, "Mr. Tang, I would like to seek your opinion on a matter." "What is it?" Tang Yuan responded, moving aside. Xiao Yayue followed him and continued, "The headquarters of Jinwei Security in Harbor City has heard of your arrival and wishes to host a welcoming dinner for you. May I ask your thoughts on this?" "Tonight?" he asked. "Indeed." After a brief contemplation, Tang Yuan agreed, recognizing that as the owner of Jinwei Security, meeting with his subordinates was a customary obligation. To decline would convey an unwarranted arrogance, detrimental to fostering unity. Having addressed the matter at hand, Tang Yuan produced a black gold credit card from his pocket and handed it to Xiao Yayue. "Secretary Xiao, as there is still some time before boarding, please take my card and purchase a few outfits for Miss Wen at the airport boutique. She is dressed too lightly. Is there a budget?" Xiao Yayue inquired with a smile. "Just buy as you see fit," Tang Yuan replied, shaking his head with a smile. "Understood. I shall return promptly." With that, Xiao Yayue tucked the credit card into her pocket and swiftly exited the VIP area. 20 minutes later, Xiao Yayue returned to the VIP lounge, laden with luxurious shopping bags, her demeanor evidently buoyant. Although the items weren't for her, the experience of shopping during work hours was undeniably delightful. "Back already?" Tang Yuan, engaged in conversation with Wen Muxue, recognized the sound of high heels approaching and anticipated Xiao Yayue's return. "Had you delayed any longer, we would have been pressed for time." Xiao Yayue approached Tang Yuan and set down the array of high-end shopping bags. She then handed him the black gold credit card along with the receipts, saying, "Please let Miss Wen try them on. If the sizes are incorrect, I can still exchange them." Tang Yuan accepted the card and receipts without a glance, tucking them into his pocket before turning his attention to Wen Muxue. "You are underdressed. These garments were selected by Secretary Xiao for you. Please try them on in the restroom and see if they fit." Wen Muxue was taken aback, astonished by the amount of items purchased for her in such a short span. As she looked at the luxurious shopping bags, Chanel, Gucci, LV, Dior, she realized none bore ordinary labels. "Senior, we have 20 minutes until boarding. Hurry and try them on," Tang Yuan urged with a gentle smile. "Okay. I will go try them on, thank you, senior." Under the pressure of Tang Yuan's encouragement and Xiao Yayue's scrutiny, Wen Muxue hurriedly gathered the shopping bags and made her way to the restroom. The restroom in the VIP lounge was spacious. Once inside, when Mu Xue closed the door and leaned against it, her heart racing. As her emotions settled, she glanced at the heavy shopping bags in her hands and began to explore their contents. A Gucci dress, Chanel ready-to-wear, a Dior trench coat, an LV handbag, and Prada heels. Each item was the latest collection from esteemed luxury brands. Even the least expensive heels exceeded 10,000 yuan. If she totaled the value of all the items, it would surpass 200,000 yuan, all gifted to her by Tang Yuan without a second thought. Gently caressing the silk dress, a glimmer of inexplicable joy flickered in her eyes as she murmured, "It seems I made the right choice this time." 5 minutes later, clad in the Gucci dress and Prada heels, when Mu Xue emerged from the restroom, the Gucci autumn-winter dress, made of soft, flowing silk chiffon, featured a low neckline and delicate straps, adorned with intricate embroidery that accentuated her waist. The lace long sleeves were embroidered with exquisite flowers, while the back boasted a simple tie design that revealed her skin. Previously tied in a ponytail, when Mu Xue let her long, dark hair cascade over her fair shoulders, the meticulously tailored black lace dress perfectly showcasing her figure. Her legs appeared even longer and straighter in the heels. Dressed elegantly, she exuded an air of nobility that complemented her naturally cool demeanor. As Tang Yuan's intense gaze met hers and Xiao Yayue admired her, when Mu Xue felt a twinge of nervousness. Instinctively, she tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and softly asked, "Senior, do I look good?" "Absolutely stunning," Tang Yuan replied sincerely, his voice laced with admiration. Hearing such praise, a delightful blush crept onto when Mu Xue's fair cheeks. "Miss One, that dress truly enhances your grace," Xiao Yayue genuinely complimented, then inquired, "Have you tried on the other outfits? Do they fit?" "I've tried them all. They fit perfectly. Thank you, Sister Xiao." When Mu Xue nodded appreciatively, Xiao Yayue merely smiled, choosing not to elaborate further. Moments later, when Mu Xue returned with all the shopping bags from the restroom and resumed her seat beside Tang Yuan. Over her dress, she donned a white embroidered wool jacket from Chanel, further elevating her appearance. The saying clothes make the man rings true. Even someone as naturally beautiful as when Mu Xue exhibited a notable transformation in demeanor upon donning internationally renowned luxury attire, let alone ordinary individuals. Observing the metamorphosis in when Mu Xue, Tang Yuan smiled, "That outfit suits you quite well. Once we arrive in Harbor City, I have a banquet to attend, and you shall accompany me in this attire. It is perfectly fitting. I can just grab a jacket. These clothes are rather expensive." When Mu Xue murmured quietly, "In recent days, you have accompanied me to the bustling port city for various matters, and there are occasions that necessitate such attire. You may wear it with ease." Tang Yuan smiled, adding, "Moreover, these garments look truly splendid on you. Having such a beautiful companion enhances my own appearance." Well then, with Tang Yuan's words, if when Mu Xue were to offer any further remarks, it might come across as overly sentimental. 20 minutes slipped by in an instant. Upon the staff's reminder in the VIP lounge, Tang Yuan and the others proceeded to the exclusive security checkpoint designated for VIPs. After clearing security, they boarded a private shuttle to their flight's departure point. The aircraft chosen for Tang Yuan's journey to the port city was a large Airbus 333 operated by Eastern Airlines, and he, along with Xiao Yiyu, Wen Mu Xue, and 2 bodyguards, occupied first-class seating. The other accompanying bodyguards were seated in economy class. As first-class guests, the service provided by the lounge staff and flight attendants was seamless. Gentle welcomes and meticulous attention to detail were all tangible manifestations of the exorbitant ticket price, as a single first-class fare could equate to 10 economy tickets. Since his arrival in this new world, it was Tang Yuan's first flight. For him, the first-class service in both realms was strikingly similar, offering no discernible differences. Thus he received the flight attendant service with a sense of familiarity. When Mu Xue, however, was experiencing first class for the first time, confronted with the exceptionally warm hospitality of the attendants, she appeared somewhat flustered yet adapted swiftly to the luxurious environment. Once everyone was seated, a cacophony of noise began to arise from the rear, indicating that passengers in business and economy classes were boarding. This process lasted approximately 20 minutes. By 7 o'clock, the rain had ceased. Under the captain's skilled control, the immense marvel of human engineering, after a brief turbulence, soared gracefully southward. Chapter 64. Welcome, Director Tang, to the port city. The port city, bordered by the Pearl River to the east, Australia City to the west, Peng City to the north, and Zhuhai to the south, is a thriving free port and an international metropolis. It stands as the third largest financial center globally, a vital hub for international finance, trade, shipping, and innovation, and is regarded as one of the world's freest economies and most competitive cities. Prosperity has always been synonymous with the port city. On a mere 100 square kilometers of land, nearly 7.5 million people reside, resulting in land prices that remain significantly higher than those of inland areas. Even in the 21st century, it is a paradise for the wealthy and a restricted zone for the impoverished. As the clock approached 10, after approximately 3 hours of flight, accompanied by the flight attendant's gentle voice, the Airbus 333 began its descent towards Port City International Airport. Having slept for nearly 2 hours on the flight, Tang Yuan gradually adjusted his seat to an upright position, lifted the sunshade, and gazed out the window. The dazzling Victoria Harbor appeared as a brilliant jewel embedded in the port city, with the dense skyline illustrating its remarkable vibrancy. This night scene was undeniably enchanting. As Tang Yuan admired the port city's splendid nocturnal panorama, the aircraft descended lower and lower, ultimately stabilizing after a bout of vigorous shaking. Dear passengers, you are now arriving at Port City International Airport on China Eastern Airlines Flight MU569. The flight attendant's soothing voice resonated through the intercom, prompting Tang Yuan and his companions to unfasten their seatbelts, gather their belongings, and begin an orderly disembarkation. How is your foot? In the process of exiting the aircraft, Tang Yuan noticed Wen Mu Shui walking with some difficulty and inquired with concern. The swelling has subsided significantly. It's nearly healed, Wen Mu Shui replied, lifting her right foot to show him her ankle. Take it slow, Tang Yuan advised, extending his right hand. Allow me to assist you. Wen Mu Shui looked at Tang Yuan's outstretched hand, a gentle smile gracing her face, and she placed her delicate left hand in his. Thank you, senior. Tang Yuan smiled in return, saying nothing further as he guided Wen Mu Shui towards the exit. As first-class passengers, Tang Yuan and his companions not only had the privilege of disembarking first, but also the right to a dedicated shuttle service for expedited clearance at the VIP lounge. After exiting the plane, they swiftly boarded the private shuttle and arrived at the Port City International Airport VIP lounge, which featured exclusive customs channels solely for esteemed guests, eliminating the need for queues and ensuring remarkably swift processing. In late September, the average temperature in the port city still ranged from 22 to 30 degrees Celsius. Even in the dead of night, the chill was imperceptible. Outside the VIP lounge of Port City International Airport, 15 black Audi A6s were neatly lined up along the roadside, each vehicle attended by several well-dressed, robust bodyguards of varying ethnicities, including many Caucasian and African figures. In total, there were nearly 50 individuals, standing tall and poised, their gazes sharp and unwavering, embodying professionalism to the utmost degree. At this moment, 5 middle-aged men stood in a row before these formidable bodyguards, their expressions notably grave. Not long ago, Mr. Xiao had relayed that Director Tang had successfully cleared customs and was expected to emerge from the lounge in 2 minutes. The man standing at the center, though his temples were graying, possessed a tall and sturdy physique, radiating an aura of strength that belied his 55 years. His name was Zhao Haiwei, formerly the executive president of Jinwei Security, now serving as the vice president and general manager of the Port City headquarters, overseeing numerous management affairs, and he was the highest-ranking administrator in Jinwei Security, aside from Tang Yuan and Xiao Yiyu. As Zhao Haiwei's words resonated, the middle-aged man to his right promptly grabbed a walkie-talkie. Attention everyone, Director Tang has cleared customs and is expected to exit the VIP lounge in 2 minutes. His announcement echoed through the air, heightening the already tense atmosphere. This man, tasked with delivering the message, was Wu Hongfei, a former chief instructor of close protection at the elite security firm AMA and now a senior advisor at Jinwei Security. Beside him stood Wilson, a former commander of the British Foreign Legion's Special Operations, also serving as a senior advisor. The 2 middle-aged men to Zhao Haiwei's right were Lu Hao and Zhang Tao, both deputy general managers at the Port City headquarters, high-ranking executives in administration. These 5 individuals comprised the core executive team of Jinwei Security. They had all gathered to await Tang Yuan's arrival. Such an impressive display caught the attention of many passengers, who paused to speculate on the significance of the event. Is a prominent foreign dignitary visiting? This setup is quite intimidating. These robust men in suits. I've hired such elite bodyguards before, and each one was exceptionally costly. Now there are dozens of them. It's utterly ridiculous. I think I'll stay here to see what is happening. Could it be a superstar arriving in the port city? Brother, can you broaden your perspective a bit? Not even a superstar would receive such treatment. Even their managers wouldn't enjoy this level of service. Curious onlookers, captivated by the grandeur of the VIP lounge, halted their steps to catch a glimpse of the spectacle. Just as Zhao Highway and the others were intently watching the entrance of the VIP lounge, the sound of hurried footsteps heralded the arrival of Tang Yuan and his companions, who gradually emerged from the lounge. At the moment Tang Yuan and his companions stepped out of the VIP building, they were met with the sight of Zhao Highway and his 5 associates, along with dozens of bodyguards, collectively bowing in greeting. "Welcome, Director Tang, to the port city." Their synchronized voices echoed like thunder, reverberating in front of the VIP building. At that moment, even the worldly wise Tang Yuan was taken aback by the grandeur of the welcome. What is spectacle? What is nobility? Suddenly, he had a newfound understanding of these terms. In that instant, Tang Yuan felt that his decision to acquire a security company was indeed sagacious. Chapter 65. Yin Huang. When Muxue gazed at the densely packed crowd before her, she had thought that her journey alongside Tang Yuan had broadened her horizons considerably. Yet the scene before her left her profoundly shaken. What sort of feeling is this? Standing above the throng, in supreme majesty. Such a sensation is difficult to articulate, yet it is irresistibly compelling. In this moment, when Muxue instinctively turned her gaze toward Tang Yuan, whose sharply defined profile was etched with calm, his deep, dark eyes unwavering, exuding an air of distinguished elegance. Could this be his true nature? When Muxue pondered silently, her thoughts spiraling, Tang Yuan, unaware of her musings, was momentarily stunned by the grand reception. However, he quickly regained his composure, offering a few perfunctory remarks. Following the introduction by Xiao Yayue, Zhao Highway and his associates took turns presenting themselves to Tang Yuan. As the core management of Jinwei Security, their profiles were already familiar to him, and upon meeting, he swiftly matched their faces with the information he had. After a brief exchange of pleasantries in front of the VIP building, Tang Yuan, along with Wen Muxue and Xiong Kai, boarded the armored Mercedes Maybach prepared for them by Zhao Highway and his team. Once Tang Yuan settled into the car, Zhao Highway and the others followed suit. Soon, the convoy departed from the airport, speeding toward the heart of Port City. Seated comfortably in the spacious, climate-controlled interior, Tang Yuan gazed out the window for a moment before withdrawing his gaze, as the post-airport scenery was rather desolate and unremarkable. Upon turning back, he noticed Wen Muxue staring at him, her expression almost dreamy, which left him somewhat perplexed. "What's the matter? Is there something on my face?" Tang Yuan instinctively touched his own cheek, bewildered. "Senior, your family isn't involved in the underworld, are they?" Wen Muxue asked hesitantly in response to Tang Yuan's inquiry. Taken aback at first, Tang Yuan found her line of thought amusing, especially after recalling the scene at the VIP building where dozens of burly men in black bowed in unison. In retrospect, her assumption seemed quite reasonable. Intrigued, Tang Yuan decided to tease Wen Muxue. The next moment, he adopted a more somber expression, his demeanor turning enigmatic as he spoke in a gravelly voice. "Some matters are best left unspoken, don't you think?" Seeing Tang Yuan's sudden shift, Wen Muxue's eyes widened, and she became inexplicably anxious. "Senior, what? What do you want?" "What do I want?" Tang Yuan leaned closer to Wen Muxue, their proximity almost intimate. With a devilish grin, he declared, "Now that you've uncovered my secret, I cannot allow you to leave Port City. From this moment on, you shall be my captive, destined to remain by my side for all eternity." When Muxue instinctively recoiled, her enchanting eyes blinking innocently as she weakly replied, "Then you must keep your word." Tang Yuan was momentarily speechless by her response, before he resumed a more menacing demeanor. "I say I will confine you to Port City, and I may even engage in some rather excessive activities. After all, I am the prince of the underworld, and my family possesses various intriguing implements. Really? Would it hurt?" When Muxue's eyes suddenly sparkled, her expression hinting at a flicker of anticipation, Tang Yuan, witnessing her reaction, could no longer maintain the charade. Goodness, he had intended to frighten her, but her look of eager expectation was utterly unexpected. "Underworld Prince, what has happened to you? Are you having second thoughts?" When Muxue, with a playful smile in her eyes, edged closer, her tone teasingly flirtatious. The term brother nearly made Tang Yuan spring to his feet. Second thoughts? Who has second thoughts? That would be foolish. Tang Yuan shot her a glare, emphasizing his point. As when Muxue observed Tang Yuan's flustered expression, she found it amusing. This was the first time she had gained the upper hand over him, prompting her to stifle a laugh behind her hand. While Tang Yuan and Wen Muxue were engaged in their playful banter, The convoy had already entered the urban district of Port City. When Tang Yuan turned to look, he was met with the dazzling spectacle of the city's nightscape, a sight truly enchanting. They all call you Director Tang. Are you the chairman of their company? When Mu Shui's gentle voice broke through as Tang Yuan admired the night view. Indeed, I acquired their company, he replied with a slight nod, offering no secrets. When Mu Shui's suspicions were confirmed, and her earlier musings about the underworld and its princes were merely playful banter. In this nation, malevolence could never truly thrive. Such forces inevitably faced eradication. The Xiang family of Port City, once imperious before the city's reversion, had since diminished in stature and influence. Naturally, they remained a formidable presence within the entertainment circle, their complex web of connections developed over years of dominance. With her curiosity piqued but wisely restrained, when Mu Shui chose not to press further, aware that some inquiries could lead to unnecessary complications, the conversation waned, enveloping the car in silence. In that moment, as Tang Yuan gazed out at the radiant cityscape, his thoughts drifted to the suffering and humiliation endured by the nation a century prior. 100 years ago, the landscape was fractured, tumultuous. The land was ravaged, a site of devastation. As a former inhabitant of the Blue Star, Tang Yuan reflected on a time when China stood proudly at the summit, never having faced such disgrace. Prosperity was the eternal hallmark of China, its national confidence etched deep within the souls of its people over millennia. It was this very history of humiliation that resonated so profoundly with Tang Yuan. Fortunately, this ancient civilization, after enduring trials by fire, has emerged renewed, reborn. Hence, he held deep respect and admiration for the martyrs of the past, while harboring profound hatred and contempt for their adversaries, for they all shared the same bloodline. They were all known as descendants of Yin and Huang. Chapter 66. The right to say no. Casually as the convoy made its way from the Hong Kong International Airport to Central, it traversed a significant portion of the city, finally coming to a gradual halt in front of the International Finance Center. This area connects to the commercial heart of Hong Kong, boasting a well-developed transportation network, with the iconic Victoria Peak looming in the background, marking it as the most coveted prime location in the city, where even the phrase "every inch of land is priceless" scarcely captures its value. Once the convoy settled, Zhong Kai, seated in the front passenger seat, promptly opened the door for Tang Yuan. Meanwhile, security personnel from the other vehicles swiftly gathered around the luxurious Maybach, positioning themselves strategically to provide Tang Yuan with the utmost professional and comprehensive protection. Tang Yuan did not decline their high-standard security measures, as he was well aware of the disparities in social safety between Hong Kong and the mainland. Exercising caution is always prudent. After Tang Yuan and when Mu Shui emerged from the car, they proceeded towards the International Finance Center, or more precisely, towards the Four Seasons Hotel located within it. Welcomed respectfully by the hotel staff, they ascended directly to the 4th floor of the Four Seasons Hotel via the elevator. Upon exiting, 3 elegantly scripted characters caught Tang Yuan's eye. Long Jingxian. It was evident that this was the venue where Zhao Highway and others would host a banquet for Tang Yuan that evening. Mr. Tang, you must try the delicacies at Long Jingxian while in Hong Kong, Zhao Highway said, beaming as he led the way for Tang Yuan, introducing him to the restaurant. Long Jingxian is globally renowned for its Cantonese cuisine. It was the first Chinese restaurant in the world to receive a Michelin 3-star rating and has maintained this prestigious honor ever since. It is also a domestic Black Pearl 3-diamond restaurant, favored by numerous diners both locally and internationally. Having descended from the plane at 10 o'clock in the evening, and after going through customs and various procedures, the current time was nearing 11. Typically, Long Jingxian would have closed by this hour. However, as Tang Yuan entered, the restaurant was ablaze with lights, a testament to the effort Zhao Highway had invested in this meal, which Tang Yuan duly noted. Manager Zhao, your thoughtfulness is appreciated, Tang Yuan said with a slight smile, nodding gently. These simple words conveyed profound meaning. Zhao Highway, seasoned in the business world for decades, understood the underlying sentiment, which only broadened the smile on his face, filling him with admiration. The art of conversation lies in its subtleties, where unspoken understanding can elevate one's stature. Tang Yuan's youthful wisdom surely stemmed from his upbringing and long-standing high position. This realization further intensified Zhao Highway's regard for Tang Yuan, prompting a more respectful demeanor. Guided by the staff of Long Jingxian, Tang Yuan and his companions arrived at their reserved private room, where a 270-degree panoramic window revealed the dazzling cityscape of Hong Kong. Inside the room, apart from the restaurant staff, were only Tang Yuan, Wen Mushui, Xiao Yayue, and Zhao Highway, totaling 8 individuals, seated around a grand round table. Once everyone settled, Xiao Yayue, seated to Tang Yuan's right, handed him 2 room cards, saying, "Mr. Tang, this is the room manager Zhao has prepared for you. A sea view suite at the Four Seasons Hotel, located just above Longjing Xian. After the meal, you can head directly to your suite for a rest." Tang Yuan accepted the cards without further comment. "Mr. Tang, would you like to have a drink?" Zhao Highway inquired tentatively from across the table. Tang Yuan glanced at Wu Hongfei and the others, noting their eager expressions, and realized they were fond of wine. Having just rested for 2 hours on the plane, Tang Yuan felt invigorated. Since his subordinates wished to drink, he saw no need to dampen their spirits and nodded slightly. Smiling, "Manager Zhao, please arrange as you see fit." "Very well." Zhao Highway responded enthusiastically and called over a server to order 4 bottles of 2010 vintage red wine from the prestigious Amuriya winery. At that moment, when Mu Xue, who had been perusing the wine list, instinctively sought out the wine Zhao Highway mentioned. Upon seeing its price, she couldn't help but gasp internally. It was hard to fathom that a single bottle of wine was priced at 53,000 Hong Kong dollars. Although that was in Hong Kong dollars, the exchange rate with RMB was roughly 1, meaning the bottle's cost would exceed 50,000 RMB. With the captivating city views, Michelin 3-star restaurant services, and exquisite dishes crafted by top chefs, complemented by wine comparable to liquid gold. When Mu Xue, hailing from an ordinary family, found herself in a world that felt entirely foreign to her upbringing. Now, she held a ticket to this new world, albeit one that came with a hefty price. Her gaze inadvertently fell upon the room card for the Seaview Suite beside Tang Yuan, and she gently bit her alluring red lip. That moment, she had made her final decision. With a crisp pop, the cork of the nearly 50,000 RMB wine was removed, releasing the rich ruby liquid that flowed gracefully into the crystal-clear glass, exuding a delightful and enticing aroma. The staff of Longjing Xian poured wine for Tang Yuan and the others. "Would you like a drink?" Tang Yuan asked gently as the server approached Wen Muxue with the wine bottle. "Do not feel constrained. Here, you possess the right to say no at your leisure." Upon hearing those words, a sense of unprecedented safety enveloped Wen Muxue, alongside the realization of Tang Yuan's respect and gallantry. In the past, at gatherings where men were present, she had abstained from alcohol, fully aware of the allure her beauty held for them. Thus, she always maintained a clear mind. However, now that she had resolved her decision, being overly clear-headed might not serve her well. She desired a slight intoxication, a sensation that alcohol could provide. With Tang Yuan's assurance, she shook her head and softly replied, "I would like to have a little." Chapter 67. A community of interests in the spacious and bright private room. Glasses clinked in celebration. Longjing Xian's status as the world's first Michelin 3-star Chinese restaurant is well-deserved, especially in the realm of Cantonese cuisine, where its mastery is truly exceptional. The first dish, Long Prince steamed dumplings, featured succulent lobster meat, perfectly harmonized with scallops and Eastern star grouper, encased in spinach-dyed translucent skin. A single bite unleashed a cascade of fresh, sweet flavors that lingered delightfully. The second dish, abalone chicken flakes, showcased the head chef's skill in braising plump, thick abalone to perfection, generously topped with rich abalone sauce, alongside neatly arranged shiitake mushrooms and chicken. A gentle sip released a wave of rich flavor, while the delicate pastry beneath the abalone offered a buttery essence that melted in the mouth, allowing diners to savor the ultimate finesse. The third dish, seasoned frog legs, is enveloped in a delicate, almost ethereal layer of batter, so light that it leaves no greasy residue. The exterior is piping hot, and upon biting into it, a burst of flavorful juices escapes, releasing an aromatic bouquet. The seasoning is subtly balanced, never overshadowing the inherent tenderness and springy texture of the ingredients. One after another, the signature dishes of Longjingxuan are presented by the staff, accompanied by a bottle of exquisite red wine valued at nearly 50,000 yuan, which, after a brief respite of several minutes, has fully awakened. The deep, alluring liquid intertwines rich notes of smoke and herbs, achieving a harmonious balance of moderate acidity and concentrated dark fruit flavors, resulting in a full-bodied, smooth mouthfeel with a refreshing finish. Such an opulent dining experience feels somewhat distant for Wen Muxue, who remains silent, savoring the exquisite food and wine while observing Tang Yuan, who navigates the social intricacies with remarkable ease. A sense of admiration and respect stirs within her. Undoubtedly, this is a skill and an innate ability. In his previous life, Tang Yuan was the president of a multinational conglomerate with tens of thousands of employees spanning numerous countries. Thus, this capability has become second nature to him. The scene before him is trivial and insignificant. As glasses clinked and the atmosphere reached a crescendo, 2 bottles of the costly wine were swiftly consumed. In this heightened state, Tang Yuan slowly raised his goblet. The previously animated conversation among Zhao Highway and others came to an abrupt halt, and they assumed a posture of attentive listeners, rendering the room silent. All present were key figures within Jinwei Security, a leading entity in the security industry both in Port City and nationally. For the better future of Jinwei Security, I hereby announce 2 decisions, Tang Yuan declared, his voice steady yet commanding. Upon hearing his words, Zhao Highway and others, slightly intoxicated moments ago, suddenly sobered, their complete focus now on Tang Yuan, their hearts racing with anticipation. Decisions can herald good or ill tidings. With the eyes of Zhao Highway and the others upon him, Tang Yuan smiled gently and continued in a calm tone. The first decision is that effective immediately, I will allocate 25 of Jinwei Security's actual shares to establish an equity incentive pool. From the president to the most ordinary employee, anyone who demonstrates exceptional performance in their work will have the opportunity to receive actual share rewards without charge. At this announcement, the expressions of Zhao Highway and his colleagues transformed into fervent excitement. Actual shares. The very notion. Even Zhao Highway, who has worked at Jinwei Security for nearly 2 decades, had only possessed a mere 5 dividend entitlement prior to the acquisition, which granted him substantial year-end bonuses. The 4 principal types of equity incentives in business include dividend rights, appreciation rights, options, and actual shares. Dividend rights, commonly known as dry shares, are the most prevalent form of equity incentive, while appreciation rights are typically associated with large tech companies, and options are reserved for publicly traded firms. Actual shares, however, are rarely granted by established companies unless they are startups. What do actual shares signify? They represent tangible and valid ownership. They confer all shareholder rights. They mean one becomes a part owner of the company. In the case of the acquisition, had Zhao Highway possessed actual shares instead of dividend shares, his 5 stake would have yielded him a windfall of 6 million in equity gains. Dry shares amount to mere illusions. Through this acquisition, Zhao Highway and the others grasped the significance of actual shares, which is why they were overwhelmed with enthusiasm upon hearing Tang Yuan's offer of 25 actual shares as an incentive. Mr. Tang, are you serious? Zhao Highway's voice quivered with disbelief. A gentleman's word is as binding as a chariot drawn by 4 horses. Tang Yuan replied with a measured smile, his voice resonating with authority. As the sole acquirer of Jinwei Security, he holds 100 ownership. However, to maintain control over the company, he only requires a stake of at least 67. The remaining 33 is of little consequence to him, as he does not intend to rely on Jinwei Security for profit, but merely seeks reliable security services. How did ancient emperors win the hearts of their subjects? By granting land. This practice established a symbiotic relationship between them and their subjects, ensuring mutual benefit from the nation's prosperity. By offering actual shares as an equity incentive, Tang Yuan's strategy mirrors that of ancient rulers. Distributing actual shares to Zhao Highway and others creates a vested interest, diminishing the likelihood of betrayal, as internal treachery can be the most lethal. This first strategy of winning hearts through actual shares is complemented by a second strategy, to expand and strengthen Jinwei Security. This endeavor will not only enhance the overall capability of the firm, ensuring a more elite, robust, and loyal security team, but also increase the company's overall value, thereby making the actual shares even more desirable and further solidifying the allegiance of shareholders to Tang Yuan. With his thoughts racing, Tang Yuan continued, the second decision involves an investment of 50 million yuan into Jinwei Security, specifically earmarked for upgrading security equipment, training facilities, recruiting professionals, enhancing employee welfare, and expanding the advisory team. This substantial sum will be overseen by General Shao, with a strict mandate to ensure every penny is judiciously utilized. In 6 months, I expect to see a Jinwei Security that is stronger, more professional, and more loyal. If the results are promising, I may continue to invest further, aiming to position Jinwei Security as the largest, even the foremost security group in Asia and globally. If Tang Yuan's first decision elicited astonished joy from Zhao Highway and his colleagues, the second decision struck them like thunder from a clear sky. Prior to the acquisition, the entire company was valued at a mere 80 million yuan, and now Tang Yuan, with a mere flick of his wrist, pledged 5 million yuan, over half of the company's original valuation. Imagining the transformative potential of this immense investment, Zhao Highway and his colleagues could hardly contain their excitement. The advanced security equipment they previously hesitated to procure, now they could. The outdated security vehicles, they would be replaced. With this dedicated funding, Jinwei Security, once languishing, would soon burst forth with vitality and undergo a remarkable transformation. At the same time, the value of the equity would soar. Overwhelmed by the advantages this funding would bestow upon Jinwei Security and themselves, Zhao Highway and the others could no longer remain seated. Zhao Highway was the first to rise, followed by Wu Hongfei and the others. Zhao Highway seized the decanter, filling his goblet, and soon, the others followed suit. The last of the wine poured from the 2 bottles now drained. Mr. Tang, with your vision and determination, I pledge my life to you, serving wholeheartedly until my last breath. Zhao Highway, trembling with excitement, declared, no more words, I'll drink first. To Director Tang, I raise my glass. Director Tang, I drink to you. Cheers. Following his lead, Wu Hongfei and others followed suit, downing their drinks in unison. In an instant, the entire private room fell silent, save for the sound of Zhao Highway and his companions swallowing the wine. Tang Yuan merely smiled, accepting their gestures without objection. After a brief moment, the last drops of wine were consumed. Despite Zhao Highway and the others' considerable capacity for alcohol, a slight flush adorned their faces, yet their eyes remained quite clear, indicating they had not yet reached their limit. Manager Zhao, I can understand your excitement, but you've cleared the wine. What shall we drink next? Tang Yuan chuckled, gesturing towards the empty decanter. The restaurant hasn't even finished serving the dishes. Upon hearing this, Zhao Highway promptly rushed to the door. Waiter, bring me 3 bottles of the 2010 vintage from the premier vineyard of the Amurasha winery. After placing the order, he hurried back, exclaiming, Director Tang, you must eat and drink well tonight. If we missed anything in our hospitality, please do let us know. Returning to the table, Zhao Highway's demeanor had shifted to one of greater respect and reverence, his eyes subtly reflecting admiration. After all, he had devoted 20 years of his life to Jinwei Security, nurturing it from its inception to its current state, viewing it as his own child. Unlike the shareholders who merely saw Jinwei Security as a cash cow, Zhao Highway had grown disheartened after numerous setbacks. Yet now, he saw hope in Tang Yuan, a possibility to truly elevate Jinwei Security. As Zhao Highway expressed his sentiments, the waiter re-entered, distributing bottles of red wine to each guest and approaching Tang Yuan with an inquisitive glance. Tang Yuan casually waved his hand. Open them all. The waitstaff complied, utilizing an electric corkscrew to uncork the 3 bottles, pouring the contents into the decanter. Next to Tang Yuan, when Muxue was still reeling from the promise of a 50 million investment, and her eyes widened at the sight of the 3 bottles valued at a total of 150,000 yuan being uncorked so nonchalantly. The cost of the wine alone approached 350,000 yuan, a sum that for one Mushue's parents would take years of diligent saving to accumulate, yet it was being consumed as if it were mere water. The toast Zhao Highway had just made represented nearly half a year of her parents' wages. Gazing at the ruby-red liquid, when Muxue found herself momentarily lost in thought, while Zhao Highway and the others eagerly raised their glasses once more to toast Tang Yuan. Have you forgotten General Xiao? Tang Yuan quipped, remember, she is responsible for approving this special fund. Be cautious not to overlook her, or she might make things difficult for you later. Oh dear. Yes. We should toast General Xiao. Zhao Highway responded, slapping his forehead. General Xiao, I raise my glass to you, thanking you for choosing Jinwei Security amid the vast sea of people. I hope you will guide us as we strive to grow and strengthen Jinwei Security. As he spoke, Zhao Highway filled his glass again from the decanter, signaling to Xiao Yuyue before downing it entirely. Xiao Yuyue raised her glass, reciprocating with a smile and finishing her wine, saying, It was Director Tang who chose you. I merely offered a trivial suggestion. With that, she turned to Tang Yuan. Their eyes met, and they shared a subtle smile, a silent understanding passing between them. Tang Yuan's earlier gesture to redirect Zhao Highway's toast toward Xiao Yuyue was intended to elevate her status within Jinwei Security and confer the respect she deserved. The clever Xiao Yuyue grasped the significance of this, choosing to reciprocate Zhao Highway's praise while also honoring Tang Yuan, fostering mutual respect and achievement. Tang Yuan's initial display at the gathering was indeed impressive to Xiao Yuyue. After Zhao Highway's toast, Wu Hongfei and others followed suit, approaching Xiao Yuyue to toast her, elevating the atmosphere of the evening to a new crescendo. As Xiao Yuyue and Zhao Highway exchanged pleasantries, Tang Yuan turned his attention to Wen Muxue. who had consumed 2 glasses of red wine. A faint blush graced her fair cheeks, adding a touch of allure to her otherwise cool demeanor. "Is the dinner to your liking?" he inquired. "It's delicious," Wen Muxue nodded softly in response. Tang Yuan smiled. "Could you do me a favor?" "What favor?" she asked, puzzled. "Slip out quietly and settle the bill for me," he said, producing his black gold credit card from his pocket and placing it in her hand. "Settle the bill?" Wen Muxue was taken aback, glancing at Zhao Highway nearby. "But isn't Manager Zhao treating you?" Tang Yuan shook his head gently. "Indeed, Manager Zhao is hosting this meal, and I appreciate his gesture. However, he should not bear the financial burden." They had already consumed enough to exceed 400,000 yuan, a sum that would consume a significant portion of his annual salary, even including bonuses. It felt inappropriate for him, as the employer, to burden his subordinate with such an expense. "Large favors breed enmity, small favors breed gratitude," he explained, a timeless wisdom that had persisted through the ages. "You understand so much," Wen Muxue admired, a hint of reverence in her eyes. "With experience, you will understand as well," Tang Yuan replied, gently patting her hand. "Go now. This card allows for contactless payment. Just swipe it." "All right." Wen Muxue nodded, her cheeks flushed from his affectionate gesture, before rising to gracefully exit the private room. Credit card in hand. Miss Wen, the female bodyguard, who had been stationed outside, immediately approached her, offering respectful greetings and taking her position behind her to ensure her protection. "Ma'am, how may I assist you?" A staff member from Longjingxian eagerly inquired, approaching Wen Muxue with utmost enthusiasm. At that moment, Wen Muxue stood still, feeling the weight of respect from both her own bodyguards and the Longjingxian staff, all regarding her with admiration. In that instant, she felt as if she were the sole focus of this world. For the past 20 years since her birth, Wen Muxue had never experienced such treatment. The feeling of being above others deeply satisfied her inner vanity. Under the gaze of the crowd, she felt slightly dazed but quickly suppressed her fluctuating emotions, striving to appear calm and composed. She then addressed the staff of Longjingxian, stating, "I would like to settle the bill." "Certainly, madam. Please follow me." The staff member of Longjingxian replied respectfully, slightly bowing as she guided Wen Muxue to the checkout counter. 2 female bodyguards trailed closely behind her like shadows. "Madam, your total expenditure amounts to 465,900 yuan. However, as Mr. Zhao is a valued guest of our establishment, you need only pay 460,000 yuan. The front desk attendant stood straight, her demeanor respectful as she handed the bill to Wen Muxue with both hands. A meal costing 460,000 yuan. Even though she had anticipated this figure, her heart still trembled slightly upon hearing it. How extravagant! Wen Muxue thought to herself, while outwardly she retrieved the black gold credit card given to her by Tang Yuan, saying to the staff, "Please charge it directly." The staff, without a word, accepted the black gold credit card with both hands. Beep. After 3 seconds, accompanied by the white noise of the invoice printer, it indicated that the payment of 460,000 yuan had been completed. "Here is your invoice and credit card. Please take care." Wen Muxue accepted the invoice and credit card, then turned and walked towards the private room. Upon returning to the private room, Wen Muxue returned the invoice and credit card to Tang Yuan, accurately reporting the total cost of the meal. Tang Yuan merely nodded in response. The dinner lasted nearly 2 hours, with 8 individuals consuming 7 bottles of red wine. Tang Yuan drank half a bottle, while Wen Muxue and Xiao Yue shared the other half. The remaining 6 bottles were consumed by Zhao Highway and his companions. As they dispersed, Zhao Highway and his friends exhibited signs of inebriation. Both Tang Yuan and Xiao Yue were staying at the Four Seasons Hotel in Port City, and since Longjingxian was located within the hotel, they could conveniently take the internal elevator upstairs after the dinner. "Mr. Tang, if you require anything in the coming days, please feel free to contact us." "Xiao, have a good rest. Good night." "Miss Wen, enjoy your time in Port City." The 5 individuals surrounding the elevator bid farewell to Tang Yuan and his companions, only sighing in relief once the elevator doors closed. Silence fell. Leaning against the wall beside the elevator, Zhao Highway and his companions took a moment to recuperate. Such high-pressure social engagements were indeed mentally exhausting. Our Mr. Tang, though seemingly young, is remarkably astute. Not only is he mature and composed, but his ability to manage others is truly extraordinary. Wu Hongfei suddenly sighed, his tone filled with admiration. Comparing oneself to others can be disheartening. After spending 2 hours with Mr. Tang, I now look at my son, who is about the same age, and realize he pales in comparison. It's infuriating to think about. I must give him a good talking to when I get home. Lu Hao, the deputy general manager of Jinwei Security, chimed in agreement. Zhang Tao, another deputy general manager, chuckled and shook his head. Old Lu, comparing ourselves is pointless, but Mr. Tang is indeed impressive. Just 2 casual decisions from him have compelled us old-timers to strive harder. The 50 million special fund and the stock rewards are irresistibly attractive. The group leaned against the wall, smoking while sharing their thoughts. After a moment, Wu Hongfei turned to Zhao Highway and said, Old Zhao, we certainly racked up quite a bill tonight, having opened 7 bottles of 2010 red wine. I think the cost for tonight— Stop right there. Zhao Highway interrupted, waving his hand to cut off Wu Hongfei's suggestion. Old Wu, don't waste your breath. Since I initially stated that I would treat, I will do just that. If you want a treat, go find Mr. Tang. You stubborn mule. If you want a treat, just do it. I'm curious how you'll explain it to your wife when you get home. Wu Hongfei glared at Zhao Highway, grumbling. Zhao Highway waved his hand dismissively and turned back towards Long Jingshuan. You all head back to rest. No need to wait for me. Seeing Zhao Highway's resolute stance, Wu Hongfei felt a bit helpless and followed Zhang Tao and the others into the elevator, leaving Long Jingshuan. Beautiful lady, I would like to settle the bill. Zhao Highway returned to Long Jingshuan, making his way confidently to the front desk. The front desk girl looked momentarily taken aback. Mr. Zhao, didn't you already settle the bill? Settled the bill? Zhao Highway was puzzled. Who paid? A particularly stunning young woman, tall, slender, and fair-skinned, possessed an extraordinary aura. She was even more beautiful than many celebrities and influencers. The front desk girl recalled when Mu Shui's appearance and truthfully replied to Zhao Highway. Upon hearing her description, Zhao Highway's mind immediately conjured up when Mu Shui's image, recognizing that she was Tang Yuan's companion, which left little room for doubt. Upon this realization, Zhao Highway's expression shifted to one of complexity. This level of elegance. It's hard not to feel a sense of inferiority. Chapter 70. Midnight Hour Ding. At midnight, Tang Yuan arrived at the 45th floor from Long Jingshuan, using the room card Xiao Yue had given him to unlock the door of Suite 4504. As he stepped inside, the luxurious suite was instantly illuminated, and behind him, when Mu Shui, gazing at the opulence of the room, felt a flush of color rise to her already rosy cheeks. She followed Tang Yuan's lead, stepping inside with a delicate grace. Click. The heavy door gently closed behind them with a soft sound, and Tang Yuan, hearing the noise, paused and turned slowly to face the graceful Wen Muxue, his deep, dark eyes glimmering with intensity. A month had passed since his journey began. Today, let us witness Tang Yuan as he opens the gateway to new possibilities. Under Tang Yuan's ardent gaze, Wen Muxue's blush deepened. I would like to take a shower first. The atmosphere thickened with a hint of intimacy, and Wen Muxue felt shy, struggling to meet Tang Yuan's eyes. Her voice barely audible like a whisper. This is the bathroom. There's a bathtub inside if you wish to soak. In contrast to Wen Muxue's nervousness, Tang Yuan remained composed, adding, there's also a shower area in the in-suite bathroom, which is sufficient for me. All right. Wen Muxue nodded gently, then, under Tang Yuan's watchful gaze, she hurriedly entered the bathroom like a startled fawn. Soon, the sound of running water began to echo from within. Sigh. Tang Yuan took a deep breath and walked directly into the bedroom. An hour later, with a towel wrapped around her head and another around her body, Wen Muxue, wearing cotton slippers, quietly emerged from the bathroom. Her naturally fair complexion, enhanced by the bath, made her skin appear flawless, and even without makeup. Her delicate features were captivating. Her bare shoulders and legs were exposed, and her toes, adorned with pale yellow nail polish, appeared dainty and charming, emanating the sweet and youthful fragrance of a blossoming maiden. At that moment, the suite was dimly lit, save for the night light, while the door leading to the bedroom was slightly ajar, casting a soft glow illuminated by the silvery moonlight. When Muxue tiptoed closer, slowly making her way to the window. Upon seeing Tang Yuan, seemingly fast asleep, she bit her red lip, her heart a tumult of emotions, uncertain whether to feel joy or sorrow. The Ocean View Suite, as the pinnacle of the Four Seasons Hotel in Port City, commanded a staggering price of nearly $20,000, even in off-peak seasons. With the National Day holiday approaching, the rate had soared to almost $30,000 per night. Quality dictates price. As when Muxue pulled back the covers and gently sat on the bed, she experienced a level of softness and comfort she had never known. Throughout this process, she was exceedingly cautious, fearing she might disturb Tang Yuan, who appeared to be sound asleep. However, just as she settled on the bed, before she could breathe a sigh of relief, a strong arm suddenly encircled her slender waist. You weren't asleep? Feeling the warmth and strength around her waist, when Mushue instinctively glanced to the side, only to find that the previously supine Tang Yuan had turned towards her, his keen eyes devoid of any slumberous haze. If you had come back any later, I might have truly fallen asleep, he said as he propped himself up against the headboard. I wasn't asleep. Are you surprised or disappointed? With his sitting up, Tang Yuan was fully exposed to the air, and when Mushue couldn't help but steal a glance, her cheeks instantly flushing as if ablaze. Yet this time, she did not shy away from his gaze. She could sense the intense desire radiating from his eyes, along with the weighty rhythm of his breath. In this moment, she witnessed a side of Tang Yuan that was unrestrained, a stark contrast to the calm and composed demeanor he had always maintained since they met. When Mushue did not answer his question, instead, she gently removed the towel that had been wrapped around her hair. In an instant, her long, dark hair cascaded down like a waterfall. The moonlight illuminated her exquisite face, cool as the moon, resembling a celestial being that had descended to the mortal realm. Senior, could you be a little gentler? The twinkle in her eyes resembled stars, her voice sweet and soft like warm maple syrup, embodying a tenderness that could penetrate any man's defenses. At this juncture, words were superfluous. As their eyes locked, the distance between them diminished. Yet just as their lips were about to intertwine, Tang Yuan hesitated. From now on, you are not allowed to post those photos on social media. And no more recording videos for others, he said earnestly, mere inches apart. When Mushue, who had already closed her eyes, opened them again, a smile flickering across her face. Senior, those are only visible to you. After speaking, she closed her eyes once more. Half an hour later, everything was prepared. With a soft click, two uniquely shaped souls fit seamlessly together. The ensuing tale could only be understood, not articulated. Such a splendid moment. If one were to share poetry with friends, it would be, do not betray the heart of spring, nor the beauty of time. The next day dawned bright and sunny, the sky a pristine blue, the sun blazing. The thin veil hardly concealed the golden midday light. When Mushue's long eyelashes fluttered gently before she slowly opened her eyes. Instinctively, she tried to turn over, but a sudden realization made her hesitate, her awareness sharpening. Holding her breath, she cautiously glanced beside her, only to find Tang Yuan already awake, propped against the headboard. Engrossed in a historical biography, she quickly shut her eyes again. When Mushue realized that a girl could do more than just apply makeup and brush her hair in front of a mirror, a pillow need not always rest beneath her head. Whether her future with Tang Yuan would be a happy one was still uncertain. Just as she reminisced about the previous night, Tang Yuan's gentle yet teasing voice unexpectedly broke the silence. How much longer do you plan to pretend to be asleep? I've been waiting for half an hour. If you don't get up soon, I might just go have breakfast on my own. His voice pulled when Mushue back to reality. How did you know? She murmured, her pretense of sleep exposed, gazing at Tang Yuan's eyes that sparkled with amusement. Breathing doesn't lie, he replied, closing the book. When in slumber, breathing follows a steady rhythm, just as yours did. So, once your tranquil breaths ceased, I knew you were likely awake. You seem to know quite a bit, when Mushue muttered softly. Indeed, I possess a wealth of knowledge, Tang Yuan said with a mischievous smile, emphasizing the word knowledge. When Mushue blushed once more at the double entendre, recalling how her face had just begun to regain its composure, Tang Yuan, captivated by her bashful allure, reached out to smooth the stray strands of hair from her forehead before pulling her into his embrace. In his arms, when Mushue nestled against his chest, her long, dark hair cascading down her fair back like a waterfall, the scene reminiscent of young lovers savoring forbidden fruit, warm and tranquil. Feeling each other's warmth, they listened to the rhythm of their heartbeats. After a long moment, when Mushue could no longer contain herself and looked up at Tang Yuan, softly asking, Tang Yuan, what kind of relationship do we have now? As her words fell, Tang Yuan's fingers, which had been gently tracing her back, abruptly paused. Does the nature of our relationship truly matter? All you need to know is that I can provide you with the life you desire. He responded softly, meeting her gaze without flinching. What if I say I want love? When Mushue pressed, biting her lip, Tang Yuan chuckled and shook his head lightly. Among your myriad admirers, there are many who are taller and more handsome than I, who cherish you as a treasure, dedicating their entire hearts and focus to you. If you sought love, you would not have come to Port City with me, nor would you be lying in this bed. I cannot offer you love. If you cannot accept this truth, I can help you grow your social media following to 5 million as compensation, and we can pretend nothing occurred last night. I will keep it a secret. If you accept and are willing to be my woman, I will provide you with the best conditions to fulfill your many desires and dreams." With the topic laid bare, Tang Yuan made no attempt to obscure his intentions, for his style was one of candor. "If you are willing, we shall continue, and I will treat you well in the future. If not, I will not take advantage of you, offering sufficient compensation for a good parting." When Mu Xue gazed into Tang Yuan's clear eyes, her heart a whirlwind of emotions, feeling somewhat lost. Love and bread. Ever since she had witnessed the splendor of the big city, this choice had become a fill-in-the-blank question. She would invariably choose bread without hesitation, tirelessly striving toward that goal. Of course, she had once dared to dream that this choice could be a multiple-choice question, allowing her to have both love and bread. Yet, reality was undeniably cruel. Over 2 years had passed, and she had yet to encounter such a person. Returning to the crux of the matter, was love important? Compared to her future life and development, when Mu Xue's answer was, not important. The assistance that Tang Yuan could offer her was truly immense. With his support, she could effortlessly remain in Zhonghai, leading a life of abundance free from financial worries, with ample resources to pursue her dreams and save her life. Furthermore, Tang Yuan was remarkably youthful, possessing a charm that could only be described as handsome. His height, physique, and overall presence were deeply satisfying to Mu Xue. Moreover, Tang Yuan's mature and profound thoughts, coupled with his humorous personality and carefree demeanor, made Mu Xue enjoy his company immensely. Even after their intimate encounter the previous night, she felt no sense of resistance or distaste in her heart. Being with Tang Yuan brought her a sense of ease and joy, and his occasional tenderness and thoughtfulness stirred feelings within her that she could hardly contain. Had the person making such a proposal not been Tang Yuan, but rather an unattractive, overweight, middle-aged man, Mu Xue would have refused without hesitation and certainly would not have considered accompanying him to Hong Kong. Observing Mu Xue lost in thought, Tang Yuan raised an eyebrow and inquired, "Is this question particularly difficult for you? Would you like me to give you some time to reflect?" "No need for consideration." His voice snapped when Mu Xue back to reality, and a glimmer of determination flashed in her eyes as she replied, "I can accept, but you must treat me well, providing emotional support and nourishment regularly." "Nourishment? What kind of nourishment do you mean?" Tang Yuan was momentarily taken aback, but quickly grasped her meaning, a mischievous smile creeping onto his lips. When Mu Xue's cheeks flushed slightly, and she offered no response, fully aware that Tang Yuan understood her intent. "I can agree to your request," Tang Yuan acknowledged, aware that Mu Xue was currently feeling shy. He continued, "However, I have my own stipulation that you must adhere to." "What stipulation?" When Mu Xue inquired. "There is but one. You must not betray me. If one day you grow weary of this relationship, you may propose to part ways amicably. However, should you dare to secretly keep another man, be prepared to lose everything." As he concluded, Tang Yuan's expression turned serious, and his tone grew weighty. "Then, can I keep a woman?" When Mu Xue blinked, a glint of mischief flickering in her eyes, Tang Yuan replied, "In principle, no." After a moment's contemplation, he responded with sincerity, "In principle?" When Mu Xue tilted her head, a hint of confusion evident on her face. "Unless she is as attractive as you." He grinned, revealing a set of perfectly aligned white teeth. When Mu Xue paused, then playfully pouted, her cheeks tinged with red. "Is that really a principle? I feel embarrassed to call you out on it." "Little Mu Xue, you should know that I have always maintained a morning exercise routine." With that, Tang Yuan flipped over and pinned Mu Xue beneath him, his fingers gently tracing her delicate, fair face, a playful smile lingering on his lips. "It's already noon." When Mu Xue mumbled in defense, but as she spoke, she suddenly seemed to recall something, her expression shifting to one of mild annoyance. "Besides, isn't your morning exercise partner always Su Xiaoxiao? What does that have to do with me?" "Ah, who has knocked over the vinegar jar this early in the day?" Tang Yuan observed, amusement dancing in his eyes as he regarded the jealous Mu Xue, reclining on the bed, her hair slightly disheveled. When Mu Xue gazed into Tang Yuan's captivating eyes, she gently bit her lip and reached out to caress his smooth cheek, suddenly asking, "Am I the first?" "What?" Tang Yuan was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend her question. "Am I your first woman?" When Mu Xue looked at him softly, her voice barely above a whisper. "The first," Tang Yuan replied quietly. "Is that so? The first in this lifetime? Really?" When Mu Xue seemed skeptical. "Indeed. I swear on my integrity." Tang Yuan held up his right hand, fingers forming A4, sincerity radiating from his gaze. Upon hearing this, Wen Mushue's eyes sparkled with excitement. So, yesterday was the first, Tang Yuan interjected, fully aware of her thoughts. The first, the very first. Upon hearing his response, Wen Mushue's eyes curved into crescent moons, and she cupped his face in her hands, lightly kissing his lips like a dragonfly skimming the water. Tang Yuan smiled, then leaned down, kissing her in return. Some 30 minutes later, having completed their morning exercises, Tang Yuan and Wen Mushue sat by the floor-to-ceiling window. A splendid array of Hong Kong-style dim sum laid out before them. Shall we take a photo? Tang Yuan inquired, chopsticks poised, glancing at Wen Mushue. Yes. Wen Mushue, shedding her usual aloof demeanor, displayed a playful side, resembling any ordinary girl. She quickly snapped a photo of the table, while Tang Yuan watched her with a patient smile. Let us have a light meal to tide us over. After we finish our business tonight, I will treat you to a grand feast. Tang Yuan picked up his chopsticks and served her a shrimp dumpling. All right, Wen Mushue replied sweetly, and they began to eat. Having gone nearly 15 hours without food and engaged in several physically demanding activities, they were both ravenous. Faced with the colorful, aromatic dim sum, they hardly exchanged words as they feasted. Ding dong. Just as they were nearing the end of their meal, the doorbell rang unexpectedly. Who could it be? I'll get it, Wen Mushue said, glancing at Tang Yuan as she prepared to rise. Tang Yuan placed a hand on her shoulder, smiling. You should stay seated. Let me handle it. Upon hearing those words, Wen Mushue's cheeks flushed, and with a tinge of annoyance, she murmured, It's still your fault. Tang Yuan chuckled, not denying it. He swiftly made his way to the entrance, opening the door to reveal a female security guard from Jinwei, holding 2 shopping bags. Mr. Tang, these are the items that Manager Xiao purchased for you, the guard said respectfully as she handed the bags to him. Thank you for your hard work. Tang Yuan replied with a smile. The guard bowed slightly. It's my duty. After thanking her, he closed the door and returned to the dining table. Here. After we finish eating, let us check the sizes. Tang Yuan placed the bags at Wen Mushue's feet, casually commenting. What is this? Wen Mushue inquired, eyeing the bags adorned with the Valentino logo, her expression one of curiosity as she picked them up. Inside each bag was a shoebox. Tang Yuan did not answer her question, resuming his feast of dim sum. Noticing his lack of response, Wen Mushue took it upon herself to extract the shoeboxes, and upon opening one, she found a pair of white flats nestled inside. Having finished his meal, Tang Yuan wiped his mouth with a napkin and turned to Wen Mushue. Though you look stunning in high heels, considering your condition, it's better for you to wear flats. Thank you. Though it was a minor detail, it was particularly heartwarming, filling Wen Mushue's gaze towards Tang Yuan with a gentle warmth reminiscent of flowing water. After their meal, Tang Yuan and Wen Mushue took turns showering, following which Wen Mushue applied her makeup while Tang Yuan retrieved a suit he had prepared from his luggage, using the hotel's steam iron to press it. Well, I suppose this will do for now. Upon returning from the bustling port city, it is anticipated that the custom attire ordered from Fangrong will be ready for collection. Dressed in a tailored suit, Tang Yuan gazed at his reflection in the full-length mirror, exhaling deeply as discomfort enveloped him. Mushue, have you finished? All done. Let us go. Chapter 73. A special exhibition of world-renowned wines. 10 minutes later, Tang Yuan, holding Wen Mushue's right hand and surrounded by several bodyguards, emerged from the Port City Four Seasons Hotel. As the clock approached 4 in the afternoon, the sky remained a brilliant blue, adorned with clouds of various shapes, while the sun hung high, radiating boundless light and warmth. The streets bustled with traffic, and pedestrians and tourists thronged about, creating a lively and vibrant atmosphere. Good afternoon, Mr. Tang. Xiao Yiyu, who had arrived early to await their arrival at the hotel entrance, removed her sunglasses upon noticing them. She greeted Tang Yuan before turning to Wen Mushue, asking, Miss Wen, do you still like the style of the flats? I adore them, thank you, Sister Xiao. Wen Mushue replied with a warm smile, her tone polite. Seeing her approval, Xiao Yiyu smiled slightly but refrained from further comments. Instead turning to Tang Yuan to say, Mr. Tang, the time is almost upon us. We can depart now. Let us go. Tang Yuan nodded slightly and led the way toward the waiting Mercedes Maybach. The bodyguards efficiently took their positions, and soon everyone was aboard, slowly departing from the Four Seasons Hotel. Where are we headed? Wen Mushue inquired curiously once they were in the car. You will find out shortly, Tang Yuan replied, his gaze fixed on the bustling crowd outside, not turning back. All right then. Wen Mushue sensed his reluctance to divulge more and chose to remain silent. quietly pulling out her phone to continue editing her holiday photos. 15 minutes later, they arrived at the Port City Convention and Exhibition Center. As one of the city's landmark structures, its design resembles a bird in flight. Even in 2018, it stands as one of the largest exhibition halls globally. Since its establishment in 1988, it has hosted countless large-scale exhibitions, solidifying Port City's status as a hub for trade activities in Asia. At that moment, the exterior of the Port City Convention and Exhibition Center was adorned with colorful promotional displays, and a steady stream of people moved in and out, creating a lively scene. Port City Sotheby's 2018 Autumn Auction Exhibition? When Mu Shui read the words on the promotional display aloud, Tang Yuan, holding her hand and surrounded by bodyguards, approached the main entrance of the convention center. The Sotheby's staff, noticing the impressive entourage, quickly recognized Tang Yuan's esteemed status and approached him. "We are here to attend the ancient Chinese jade auction scheduled for 5 o'clock. Tang Yuan stated his purpose directly, gesturing to Xiao Yiyu, Secretary Xiao. "Please show them the invitation." Acknowledging his request, Xiao Yiyu retrieved 2 gilded invitations from her handbag and presented them to the Sotheby's staff. According to the regulations, each invitation allows an additional guest entry, correct? Indeed. The Sotheby's staff responded, taking the gilded invitations and scanning the barcodes to verify their authenticity. After confirming, he bowed respectfully to Tang Yuan, stating, "Dear esteemed guest, the auction will be held in Hall 2 on the 2nd floor. Please follow me." Tang Yuan nodded slightly and instructed Xiong Kai, "Xiong Kai, you will accompany us inside. The rest of you may return to the car and wait." Understood. Xiong Kai and the others acknowledged in unison. Subsequently, the 4 of them, guided by the Sotheby's staff, entered the Port City Convention and Exhibition Center. "Mr. Tang, there are still 54 minutes until the ancient Chinese jade auction begins. Currently, the special auction of world-renowned wines is taking place in Hall 5. If you are interested, you may enter early to observe or bid. If not, parts of the auction items from Port City Sotheby's 2018 Autumn Auction are on display in Halls 1 and 2, which you may visit until the jade auction begins." Standing in the expansive hall of the Port City Convention and Exhibition Center, the Sotheby's staff provided Tang Yuan with 2 options for his consideration. Exhibition? Special auction of world-renowned wines? Tang Yuan found both enticing and turned to Mu Shui, his eyes reflecting a hint of inquiry. Noticing that Tang Yuan had entrusted the decision to her, Mu Shui felt a sweet thrill mingled with a touch of bashfulness. Under the gaze of Tang Yuan and the others, her cheeks flushed a soft hue as she tiptoed closer to his ear, whispering, "It hurts." Though it was but a single word, Tang Yuan instantly grasped her meaning. Cough cough. With over 50 minutes left, we wouldn't finish exploring the exhibition halls. Let us head straight to Hall 5. Tang Yuan cleared his throat and addressed the Sotheby's staff with a serious expression. "Very well. Please follow me, Mr. Tang." The Sotheby's staff, though feeling a bit puzzled by Tang Yuan and Mu Shui's exchange, maintained a respectful demeanor and led the way. The Port City Convention and Exhibition Center was expansive enough that one required a shuttle to navigate between different exhibition halls swiftly. Upon reaching Hall 5, Xiao Yiyu presented their invitations once more, and after a brief inspection, the 4 of them smoothly entered the hall. Hall 5 was a vast circular space, nearly 20,000 square meters in size, illuminated brilliantly. The central VIP seating could comfortably accommodate thousands of guests, while around it, numerous Sotheby's staff members managed phone and online bids. With the Port City Sotheby's 2018 Autumn Auction just commencing, and the National Day holiday drawing crowds, the attendance for the live auction was significantly higher than usual. Even the world-renowned wines special auction, serving as a prelude to the main event, had nearly reached a 50 occupancy. The atmosphere buzzed with excitement, the air filled with the sounds of paddles being raised for bids. Once inside the venue, Xiao Yiyu headed to a nearby desk to secure a bidding number while Tang Yuan and the others waited in place. An auction was a concept Mu Shui had only encountered online, never having attended one in person. Now, she found herself amidst the live atmosphere, which filled her with a sense of anticipation and delight. Chapter 74. The Value of Rarity. A few minutes later, Xiao Yiyu returned with the bidding number in hand, accompanied by an auction staff member. "Mr. Tang, your bidding number is 566. We can now take our seats." Upon hearing this, Tang Yuan smiled and remarked, 5 and 6 combined. What a charming number. Indeed, quite a coincidence. Xiao Yiyu responded with a smile. After exchanging a few casual remarks, they followed the auction staff toward their seats without lingering at the entrance. Their seats were positioned slightly to the left of the central area, providing a clear view of the auction stage, perfectly situated neither too close nor too far. The seats in the central VIP area are all independent single sofas, each accompanied by a small round table adorned with an array of candies and snacks, alongside a beverage menu offering paid drink services for the guests. Tang Yuan settled into the center, with Wen Muxue to his left and Xiao Yayue to his right, while their bodyguard, Xiong Kai, took a position to Xiao Yayue's right. Here is the catalog for the auction of world-renowned wines. If you are interested, feel free to take a look. As for the upcoming auction of ancient Chinese jade artifacts, the on-site staff will present that catalog to us before the next auction begins. After taking her seat, Xiao Yayue handed the catalog and her bidding number to Tang Yuan. Upon receiving them, Tang Yuan suddenly seemed to recall something. Isn't there a wine cellar in the basement of the standalone villa number 29 in Gubei number 1, specifically for storing wines? Indeed, Xiao Yayue replied with a smile. It spans nearly 100 square meters, featuring a dedicated temperature-controlled wine cabinet for red wines and display cabinets suitable for storing foreign spirits and white wines. It is quite spacious inside. Tang Yuan nodded slightly and inquired further. How is the villa coming along? Have you made any progress in finding the butler team I requested? Thus far, the entire villa has undergone a round of rough cleaning followed by a meticulous cleaning. In accordance with your instructions, all necessary living and household items have been fully equipped, allowing for immediate occupancy upon your return from Port City. Regarding the butler team, I will provide you with 4 different configurations by tomorrow afternoon for your selection. The butler team is expected to officially commence work in your villa by October 6th at the latest. Xiao Yayue responded to Tang Yuan's inquiries one by one. Tang Yuan nodded again, gazing at the auction stage, murmuring to himself, since it is ready for occupancy, it means the wine cellar beneath the villa can finally be put to use. With this thought, Tang Yuan felt a surge of interest and began to flip through the auction catalog in his hands. The selection included foreign wines, spirits, and red wines, all of them world-class vintages, with each bottle priced no less than tens of thousands. The aged vintages commanded even higher prices, leaving the common folk, even those from the middle class, utterly astonished. According to the information in the catalog, the auction for world-renowned wines commenced at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and at this moment, we were reaching the climax, with significant lots being presented successively on the bidding stage. Ladies and gentlemen, we now present lot number 46, Kawazawa 1963 single cask single malt whiskey, starting bid 200,000 Hong Kong dollars. Following the successful sale of the previous item, the next one was promptly brought forth by the staff, accompanied by the auctioneer's impassioned voice. 210,000, 230,000, 240,000. As the bidding commenced, a flurry of bids erupted in the venue. Wen Muxue, who had been eagerly watching the auction since taking her seat, was taken aback when she saw a bottle of whiskey starting at 200,000 and realized how many people were vying for it. She had thought that the nearly 50,000 red wine they drank the previous night was already the pinnacle of beverages, but compared to this whiskey, it seemed quite trivial. What justifies such an exorbitant price for this whiskey? Wen Muxue leaned closer, quietly inquiring of Tang Yuan. In the global secondary market for whiskey, Japanese whiskey holds the highest investment value, and this Kawazawa whiskey currently up for auction is undoubtedly its king, Tang Yuan explained, combining his past knowledge with the information from the auction catalog. Isn't whiskey originally from Ireland? Why is Japanese whiskey the most valuable for investment? Wen Muxue asked, slightly puzzled. There's a saying, rarity breeds value. Tang Yuan smiled, displaying his usual patience with her. In the late 20th century, Japan's domestic market showed little interest in Japanese whiskey, as shochu and sake dominated, leaving little room for whiskey, which led to the demise of many renowned Japanese distilleries in the early 21st century. However, after the closures, the representative brands of Japanese whiskey, such as Yamazaki and Hibiki, began winning awards at spirit competitions worldwide, resulting in a surge in popularity for Japanese whiskey. Enthusiasts eagerly sought to purchase and collect it. With many distilleries having closed, the remaining stocks of Japanese whiskey became rare treasures, leading to skyrocketing prices in the global secondary whiskey market, which continue to reach new heights today. The price of commodities is always determined by market supply and demand. When supply exceeds demand, prices drop, and when demand exceeds supply, prices rise. When supply is cut off while demand continues to grow, the product becomes a luxury or a collectible. Wow, you are truly remarkable. You possess such knowledge. I had never even heard of this before, Wen Muxue exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with admiration as she gazed at Tang Yuan. Indeed, I am quite knowledgeable, Tang Yuan replied, raising an eyebrow with a playful smirk. Seeing Tang Yuan smile and recalling his words, Wen Muxue realized he was teasing her again, causing her cheeks to flush as she playfully glared at him with reproachful eyes. Tang Yuan, delighting in her playful demeanor, smiled even more broadly. In the midst of their conversation, the price of the 1963 Karawazawa whiskey had already soared to 387,000 Hong Kong dollars. Guest number 696 bids 387,000. Guest number 364 bids 390,000. Ladies and gentlemen, this 50-year-old Karawazawa whiskey is undoubtedly a rare vintage, commanding a very high price. Oh, guest number 297 bids 394,000. The price of the 1963 Karawazawa whiskey continued to ascend. Tang Yuan, observing Wen Muxue's intrigued expression, chuckled and handed her his bidding number. What are you doing? Wen Muxue asked, her eyes revealing a hint of confusion at his gesture. Place the bid for me. Help me secure this bottle, Tang Yuan calmly instructed, pointing toward the auction stage. Me? Bid? Wen Muxue was taken aback, shaking her head vehemently. No, I've never participated in an auction. You should do it yourself. Just try it once. You'll gain experience, Tang Yuan insisted, placing the bidding number directly in her hands. With me beside you, what is there to fear? Quickly raise the paddle and place your bid. The auctioneer is about to call it. As they conversed, the price of the 1963 Karawazawa whiskey surged again by 23,000, surpassing the 400,000 mark, reaching a total value of 417,000 Hong Kong dollars. Faced with Tang Yuan's encouragement and urging, Wen Muxue took a deep breath, her entire demeanor radiating both tension and excitement. Her upright posture resembled that of a slender poplar, and the graceful lines of her neck and shoulders added to her allure, revealing a hint of cuteness amidst her serious expression. With her left fist clenched tightly and her right hand slowly raising the bidding paddle, she called out, albeit with a slight tremor in her voice, for 18 million. In this prestigious auction for world-renowned wines, the minimum increment for bids was set at 1,000 Hong Kong dollars, which meant that Wen Muxue's initial offer was simply an increment from the previous price. Guest 566 bids for 18 million. Although her voice lacked confidence, the auctioneer perceptively caught her bid and promptly echoed it back. The thrill of successfully placing her first bid filled Wen Muxue with an exhilarating sense of novelty. She then turned to Tang Yuan, cautiously asking, Senior, should we continue bidding? Proceed. Tang Yuan nodded slightly, smiling as he instructed. As long as I don't say stop, continue to call out. You can determine the increments between 1,000 to 10,000 Hong Kong dollars based on the situation. Understood. Wen Muxue obediently replied, turning her gaze back to the auction stage. As she faced the fresh bids from other competitors, she raised her paddle once more. Guest 398 bids for 2 million. Guest 566 bids for 21 million. Guest 1691 bids for 48 million. Guest 566 bids for 49 million. Guest 3404 bids for 82 million. Guest 566 bids for 83 million. In the ensuing minutes, each time the bidding became intense, Wen Muxue would lift her delicate arm, raising her paddle with precise increments of 1,000 Hong Kong dollars. Gradually, she became accustomed to the process, transforming from her initial anxiety into a state of composed confidence. Bang! Congratulations to guest 566 for successfully bidding on lot 46. As the auctioneer's gavel fell, Wen Muxue triumphantly secured the 1963 Yamazaki whiskey for 483 million Hong Kong dollars. With a sigh of relief, she felt an immense weight lifted off her shoulders. How do you feel? Tang Yuan inquired, noticing the flush of excitement on Wen Muxue's cheeks as he handed her an unopened bottle of mineral water. It's a bit exhilarating, she replied softly after taking a sip. Shall we continue? Tang Yuan gestured towards the auction stage, raising an eyebrow. Following the successful bid for Lot 46, Lot 47 was promptly presented. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now auction Lot 47. The auctioneer's voice boomed with enthusiasm as he introduced the exquisite 1997 Romani Conti wine collection, consisting of 16 bottles of 750 milliliters each. The starting bid was set at 1,000 Hong Kong dollars. When Muxue gasped, Senior, do you mean you want to continue bidding on this Romani Conti collection? She was momentarily bewildered. Precisely, Tang Yuan replied with a smile. You will raise the paddle again, and as before, I want to say stop, so you can continue. Senior, why are you bidding on so many wines? When Mu Shue's eyes reflected her confusion regarding Tang Yuan's extravagant spending. Recently, I purchased a standalone villa at Gubei No. 1, which has a wine cellar of over 100 square meters in the basement. Once we return from the harbor city, we can move in. So I figured I'd fill the cellar with some fine wines while I'm at it. Tang Yuan explained, his tone lighthearted. Gubei No. 1? A standalone villa? When Mu Shue marveled internally at Tang Yuan's seemingly limitless wealth. Once we return, I'll take you to see my home, he added, leaning closer to her, whispering, and we can test if my new mattress is soft enough. A blush crept across Wen Mu Shue's face at his remark. Let us bid, she declared. The Romani Conti wines were highly sought after globally, making them a superb choice for both gifting and personal enjoyment, and they retained their value remarkably well. Tang Yuan nodded, encouraging her to raise the paddle once more. Okay. When Mu Shue responded, rallying her spirit and starting to bid again, each time increasing by 1,000 Hong Kong dollars, giving the impression of reaching her limits while actually having no boundaries. The Romani Conti collection, encompassing almost every premier vineyard from the estate, attracted significant interest, and the price escalated rapidly. After several rounds of bidding, when Mu Shue triumphantly secured the collection for 1,896 million Hong Kong dollars, with each bottle valued at nearly 120,000 Hong Kong dollars. In the subsequent half hour, under Tang Yuan's guidance, when Mu Shue entered full shopping mode, bidding on red wines, spirits, and liquors, as long as they possessed sufficient collectible value and no one maliciously raised the prices. Their actions made them the center of attention, drawing astonished gazes from onlookers. Are these two young people here to stock up? This is absurd. In just half an hour, they've spent nearly 10 million. Do they treat money like it's nothing? Many speculated that they must be raising bids without intention. However, each bidding number required a deposit, and Sotheby's auction house provided a bidding limit of 5 times the deposit amount. Given that their bids were consistently valid, it indicated that their deposits were substantial enough to support such levels of bidding. In this moment, the young individuals exhibit a blatant disregard for decorum. Nevertheless, let us merely observe this grand spectacle of world-renowned fine wines, for the true highlight shall be the forthcoming auction of ancient Chinese jade artifacts. As the attendees engaged in fervent discussions, speculating about the identities of Tang Yuan and Wen Mu Shue, Tang Yuan was actively directing Wen Mu Shue in bidding for the highly coveted Lot 63. Guest number 3021 placed a bid of 2.46 million Hong Kong dollars for a bottle of the first edition Yamazaki 50-year-old single malt whiskey. Esteemed guests, this is the oldest bottled whiskey in the illustrious history of the Yamazaki distillery, with only 50 bottles in existence, making it a rare and invaluable collectible. Truly a treasure that one can encounter only by fortunate happenstance. Despite the auction having progressed for nearly 2 hours, the auctioneer's enthusiasm and vigor remained unabated, particularly for this centerpiece item, as they implored the attendees to actively participate in the bidding. In such an atmosphere, the spotlight once again fell on Wen Mu Shue, who gracefully raised her bidding paddle, her cool voice resonating, 461 million. Consistently maintaining her signature style, she adhered to the unwavering increment of 1,000 Hong Kong dollars, exhibiting remarkable steadiness. Alas, number 566 has made another move. There's no need to observe further. Her involvement essentially signals the end for others. Such misfortune, for this is the Yamazaki 50-year-old. To miss it today would render future encounters exceedingly rare. Truly, there appears to be no limit to her audacity, offering no morsel for others to savor. Upon witnessing Wen Mu Shue's renewed bid, many participants displayed a hint of resignation. There is simply no competition. Their financial backing is formidable, and they show no regard for the estimated value of the item. Unless someone were to engage in malicious price inflation, any item they set their sights on is virtually assured of being secured. Unbeknownst to all, Wen Mu Shue had become the dominant force at this auction, prompting many hopeful bidders for the Yamazaki 50-year-old to promptly disclose their maximum price expectations upon seeing her participation. Guest number 2069 bid 2.57 million Hong Kong dollars. Guest number 1069 bid 2.67 million Hong Kong dollars. Guest number 3068 bid 2.74 million Hong Kong dollars. Guest number 566 bid 2.741 million Hong Kong dollars. Suddenly, the pace of the auction accelerated at a visible rate, and after several rounds of competition, the Yamazaki 50-year-old whiskey was successfully acquired by Wen Mu Shui for 788 million Hong Kong dollars. With that, all significant items at this auction had been bid upon, culminating in a selection of 2002 Krug champagne. As the auction concluded, many guests vacated Exhibition Hall 5, while others, like Tang Yuan and his companions, remained comfortably seated on the sofa, awaiting the commencement of the next auction. Having successfully concluded her bidding endeavors, Wen Mu Shui felt a wave of relaxation wash over her. She stretched her delicate arms, letting out a languid sigh. Tang Yuan, observing her graceful form, felt a surge of desire to whisk her away to a hotel, were it not for the importance of the next auction. Although the staff at Sotheby's had just provided them with a platter of fruits, he knew that homegrown strawberries are the sweetest, and only the finest grapes would suffice. Once Wen Mu Shui finished her stretch, she reclined fully against the sofa. How was the bidding? Was it enjoyable? Tang Yuan inquired, noticing her vibrant demeanor. Indeed, it was quite engaging, she affirmed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. If the opportunity arises, you shall bid again. While they conversed, several Sotheby's staff members approached Tang Yuan with haste, some presenting elegantly arranged pastries, while others offered an array of beverages, all wearing welcoming smiles. Mr. Tang, greetings. I am Yang Ying, the Vice President of Sotheby's Greater China. You have just spent over 10 million Hong Kong dollars at our auction house, and your identity has been automatically added to our global VVIP client list. In the future, you will enjoy VVIP services at any Sotheby's location worldwide. May I inquire if you were satisfied with our auction services? The woman at the forefront, donned in a tailored business suit, exuded poise and grace as she addressed Tang Yuan with a respectful demeanor, devoid of any airs befitting her esteemed position. Upon encountering Yang Ying and her colleagues, Tang Yuan was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. The auction house operates on the patronage of the upper echelon, and in many respects, they rely even more on these affluent individuals than luxury brands do. Consequently, the standards for service in such industries are exceptionally high. Though Tang Yuan's spending was merely a preliminary test, the sum of 10 million Hong Kong dollars warranted the attention of an executive of Yang Ying's caliber, as they could not ascertain the full extent of his purchasing potential. In summary, it is prudent to accord him the utmost respect. Chapter 77. Qing Dynasty Imperial Jade and Hatian Jade Ring. Within the spacious and brightly lit Exhibition Hall 5, the atmosphere was vibrant and bustling. Many guests who had attended the fine wine auction were departing, while a notable influx of others had just obtained their bidding paddles for the ancient Chinese jade auction. Overall, the number of guests entering far exceeded those leaving. In the central seating area, Tang Yuan regarded the poised Yang Ying and nodded gently. The auction services have been commendable. I am quite satisfied for now. Yang Ying's smile broadened at this acknowledgement. Mr. Tang, there are currently 4 vacant seats in the prime area. Would you like to relocate? As she spoke, Yang Ying gestured towards the direction of the prime area, which Tang Yuan observed was situated directly in front of the auction stage, offering more spacious and comfortable seating with greater separation between guests, accompanied by dedicated service personnel ready to assist at any moment. Very well. Relocating sounds agreeable. Tang Yuan considered the growing crowd and, after a brief pause, consented to her proposal. This way, please, Mr. Tang. Upon receiving his affirmation, Yang Ying gestured for him to follow and led Tang Yuan and his companions to the VIP seating area. Soon, the staff behind Yang Ying set down the exquisite pastries and an assortment of beverages on the round table beside Tang Yuan and his party. Mr. Tang, here is my business card. Should you require anything later, feel free to reach out to me directly. Furthermore, if you wish to participate in future auctions, do not hesitate to contact me. Once Tang Yuan's party was comfortably settled, Yang Ying returned to him, presenting her business card with both hands. Thank you. Tang Yuan accepted the card and exchanged a glance with Xiao Yue. Understanding his cue, she promptly stood and approached Yang Ying, handing over her own card. Ms. Yang, I am Mr. Tang's personal secretary. We shall be in touch frequently. Yang Ying had long taken note of Xiao Yue, who exuded an air of elegance and grace, akin to the subtle fragrance of orchids. The remarkable demeanor she possessed was indicative of an extraordinary background. Just moments ago, she had been speculating about the woman's identity, only to discover that she was merely the personal secretary of the young man before her. To possess such poise as a mere secretary made Yang Ying ponder the true nature of Mr. Tang. She couldn't help but marvel internally, her heart brimming with admiration. Yet, despite her feelings of astonishment, Yang Ying maintained her composure. Accepting the business card offered by Xiao Yue before retrieving her own from her pocket, presenting it with both hands. Secretary Xiao, let us keep in touch. After exchanging cards and engaging in a brief exchange of pleasantries, Yang Ying once again extended her regards to Tang Yuan before departing to greet other distinguished guests. After this brief interlude, when Tang Yuan turned to glance back, he found the venue teeming with attendees, a buzz of excitement resonating throughout the hall. Half an hour after the conclusion of the world-renowned wine tasting session, the much-anticipated auction of ancient Chinese jade artifacts at Sotheby's in Hong Kong commenced. Esteemed guests, welcome to the session on ancient Chinese jade, announced the auctioneer, Yu Min. Now presenting our first item, a Ming Dynasty white jade dragon-shaped pendant, starting bid at 500,000 Hong Kong dollars. The new auctioneer approached the podium, forgoing any superfluous remarks after a brief self-introduction, and immediately launched into the bidding for the first item. In the audience, Wen Shui was taken aback by the staggering opening bid of 500,000 HKD for the initial item. This is merely an appetizer. Just wait and see, the subsequent items will only escalate in value. By mid to late auction, I suspect each item's final price will easily surpass 10 million. And the total auction proceeds will likely exceed 100 million, Tang Yuan remarked with a smile as he noticed Wen Shui's astonishment. 100 million? She murmured, her lips parting slightly, a look of disbelief crossing her features. Once, such figures seemed utterly unattainable to her, yet ever since she began accompanying Tang Yuan, these numbers had become a frequent presence in her life, rendering her less sensitive to the notion of millions. This subtle transformation had gone unnoticed by Wen Shui herself. It seems this auction will last for at least 2 hours. Let us have a bite to eat to tide us over until it concludes, and then we can enjoy a proper meal, Tang Yuan suggested. He remained oblivious to the dazed expression in Wen Shui's eyes as he picked up a green macaron, pairing it with a warm cup of coffee while observing the lively atmosphere of the bidding and indulging in the complimentary pastries and drinks. Wen Shui nodded softly in agreement, opting for silence. In the following 2 hours, Tang Yuan appeared to transform into a mere spectator, not once raising his bidding paddle. While Wen Shui, once a formidable presence in the previous auction, occupied her time taking photos, enhancing images, sampling pastries, and conversing with Tang Yuan, entirely unbothered by boredom. As the auction approached its conclusion, the auctioneer's voice resonated through the hall, announcing, "Ladies and gentlemen, the next item is the highlight of today's auction." Tang Yuan, who had maintained a relaxed demeanor, suddenly perked up, straightening his posture upon hearing the announcement. The final item, Lot 53, features a set of 7 Qing Dynasty Qianlong-era jade rings and a carved red sandalwood cover depicting flowing water and fish. The auctioneer continued, "This extraordinary collection is regarded as one of the most significant Qing court artifacts in existence, with an opening bid set at 50,000,000 Hong Kong dollars." As the auctioneer concluded, images of the jade rings and intricately carved cover were displayed on the large LED screen, accompanied by descriptive text. The 7 jade rings were uniformly sized and styled, crafted with popular patterns such as the wave pattern or swastika border. The set included 2 white jade rings, 2 green jade rings, 1 Han white jade ring, 1 blue jade ring, and 1 red-skinned green jade ring. The cover, composed of the carved sandalwood, featured intricate designs and inscriptions celebrating the artistry of the Qing court. The audience, captivated by the visuals and descriptions, erupted with excitement. Chapter 78. The Gentleman's Virtue and Jade. The jade ring served as a personal accessory, worn on the archer's thumb to protect it from bowstring injuries. Throughout China's millennia of history, the Qing Emperor Qianlong's passion for jade rings was unparalleled among the emperors. Perhaps due to a desire to uphold traditional culture and national identity or influenced by the Confucian ideals of virtue and jade. This set of imperial jade rings was among Qianlong's most cherished possessions, taking nearly 30 years for him to commission these 7 rings, with poetry inscribed on 4 of them, showcasing his deep affection for this collection. It is no exaggeration to assert that the packed audience at today's ancient jade auction owes much of its success to these Qing Dynasty imperial jade rings. As the auctioneer's words echoed, the starting bid of 50 million Hong Kong dollars could not quell the fervor of the wealthy attendees. 51 million, 55 million, 57 million, 60 million. In an instant, the price for this set of imperial jade rings soared past 60 million HKD, with each increment starting at 1 million, creating an atmosphere charged with excitement. Many VVIP guests seated in the core area, including Tang Yuan, found themselves unable to resist the allure of such a rare imperial court artifact and began raising their paddles to join the bidding. At that moment, Wen Shui, seated beside Tang Yuan, gazed at the fervent auction scene with her mouth slightly agape, her eyes wide with astonishment. Each price increase sent a thrill coursing through her. Simultaneously, Tang Yuan's expression shifted upon viewing the set of imperial jade rings, a change that did not escape her notice. Just as a thought began to form in Wen Mushue's mind, Tang Yuan's subsequent action confirmed her suspicions. After remaining silent for over 2 hours, he finally made a move. 70 million. Tang Yuan raised his bidding paddle, his eyes glinting with determination as he called out to the auctioneer, bidder 556, offering 70 million Hong Kong dollars. The auctioneer's eyes lit up, promptly repeating Tang Yuan's bid, which elevated the price from 65 million Hong Kong dollars to 70 million Hong Kong dollars in one swift motion, an increase of 5 million. The surrounding guests were taken aback by the audacity of the young man. Bidder 556? That number sounds familiar. What a remarkable memory you possess. Number 556 was indeed the young woman who made a substantial purchase at the last world-class wine auction. It appears that this young man is the true protagonist. With a daring bid of 70 million Hong Kong dollars, it seems that his previous shopping spree was merely a playful endeavor, as he clearly did not regard that sum of over 1 million as significant. Does anyone know him? He is likely not from our city. I am acquainted with the heirs of the prominent families here. One can tell by his accent that he is probably from a notable family in the mainland. The depth of the mainland's waters is indeed profound. As soon as guests at the previous auction spotted number 556 making another appearance, hushed whispers filled the air. Many VVIP clients seated in the core area cast curious, scrutinizing, and evaluative glances toward Tang Yuan. The bid of 70 million Hong Kong dollars was a substantial threshold, leaving many eager competitors feeling somewhat powerless. Despite their sense of regret, they found themselves unable to continue the bidding due to insufficient funds and were left with no choice but to withdraw. 70, 5 million, 71 million, 71, 3 million. The price of 70 million Hong Kong dollars was soon surpassed again. The remaining bidders who had the means to continue were predominantly VVIP guests situated in the core area, and the pace of the auction began to slow. Just as the bidding appeared to reach a standstill, Tang Yuan displayed no intention of taking it slow. He raised his bidding paddle once more and boldly declared 80 million Hong Kong dollars. A wave of astonishment rippled through the audience as Tang Yuan's voice echoed, an increase of nearly 10 million Hong Kong dollars. In an instant, Tang Yuan became the center of attention. According to experts, the valuation of this exquisite set of Qianlong Imperial Green Jade and Hatian Jade rings ranged between 50 million and 80 million Hong Kong dollars. Tang Yuan's bold move effectively capped the valuation. Unfazed by the collective gaze of the audience, Tang Yuan remained composed. Valuation? What is that? For others, bidding involves subjective preferences, considerations of collectible value, appreciation potential, and personal financial constraints. However, for Tang Yuan, none of these factors were within his purview. Based on his analysis, a treasure-level collection task would yield a base reward of no less than 100 million, especially considering that the system offers numerous surreal rewards beyond cash. It is no exaggeration to say that regardless of the final transaction price, Tang Yuan could not possibly incur a loss. It was a sure profit. Furthermore, Tang Yuan genuinely appreciated this set of Qianlong Imperial Jade and Hatian Jade rings. Coming from a culture rich in tradition, he naturally held a fondness for such historically significant artifacts. Bid of 80 million Hong Kong dollars for number 556. The Qianlong Imperial Green Jade and Hatian Jade rings are regarded as imperial treasures of the Qing dynasty, a rare and well-preserved set of 7 pieces. If missed, one may never have the chance to see them again. Upon hearing Tang Yuan's bid, the auctioneer became increasingly animated, his speech quickening as he stirred the emotions of those interested in bidding. The substantial increase of nearly 10 million Hong Kong dollars propelled the item's price to a new threshold. Even many VVIP guests in the core area found it difficult to continue bidding, their faces revealing traces of regret. 81 million. After a moment of fervor in the room, an elderly gentleman seated to Tang Yuan's right hesitated before raising his bidding paddle again. 85 million. Tang Yuan, showing no signs of hesitation, promptly raised his bid by 4 million Hong Kong dollars. The elder sighed and shook his head, relinquishing his bidding paddle, clearly unable to continue. Noticing the elder's expression, Tang Yuan turned his gaze to a middle-aged man behind him, his eyes questioning yet calm, devoid of any provocation. 88 million Hong Kong dollars. This is my limit. If you can surpass this price, the set of Qianlong Imperial Green Jade and Hatian Jade rings is yours. The middle-aged man, also looking at Tang Yuan, initially called out a bid before raising his champagne glass toward him. Tang Yuan nodded respectfully in response and, without hesitation, raised his bidding paddle again. 90 million Hong Kong dollars. Chapter 79. The client comes first. Bang. Congratulations to bidder number 566 for successfully acquiring the Qianlong Imperial Green Jade and Hatian Jade rings for 90 million Hong Kong dollars. As the auctioneer's gavel fell, applause erupted in waves throughout the room. A transaction of 90 million Hong Kong dollars is significant enough to place among the top 10 in global auction houses for the year 2018. Such a splendid auction deserves the applause it receives, and Tang Yuan's integrity has garnered him much respect. In the final moments, the middle-aged man revealed his bottom-line price. Upon learning this, Tang Yuan refrained from offering a slightly humiliating bid of 88.01 million. Instead, he decided to increase his bid by 2 million Hong Kong dollars, granting the other party the dignity they deserved. The applause swelled, continuing for 2 full minutes before the atmosphere calmed. The concluding item was a Ming Dynasty Yellow Jade Auspicious Beast, which was eventually sold for 780,000 Hong Kong dollars after several rounds of bidding. Thus, the nearly 3-hour auction drew to a close. After the auctioneer exited, attendees began to rise and move toward the entrance of Exhibition Hall 5. Tang Yuan intended to do the same, but as he stood from his seat, 2 VVIP clients from the core area approached him briskly. In no time, a throng of Sotheby's VVIP clients gathered around Tang Yuan, including local magnates from Hong Kong, influential figures from the mainland, and wealthy overseas Chinese merchants from Southeast Asia. Xiao Yayue, witnessing this, exchanged a knowing glance with Xiong Kai, who promptly moved to Tang Yuan's side, assuming a protective stance, while Xiao Yayue dialed the general manager of Jinwei Security, Zhao Haiwei, requesting additional personnel to ensure safety. Given that Tang Yuan had spent over 100 million Hong Kong dollars at Sotheby's today, there was no telling whether anyone might harbor ill intentions upon hearing this news. In the face of those who approached him, Tang Yuan exhibited remarkable patience, displaying humility and courtesy, embodying grace and composure while engaging in cordial exchanges. The interaction lasted approximately 15 minutes. The individuals who approached him were all distinguished VVIP clients from the core area, each understanding the importance of brevity. No one lingered excessively, as mere acquaintance sufficed. Once the crowd dispersed, Tang Yuan's gaze shifted toward Wen Muxue, and he offered a gentle smile, raising his left hand. Upon noticing this, Wen Muxue hurried over, naturally extending her soft right hand into Tang Yuan's broad palm. Let us go. It is time to settle the payment. We wouldn't want to keep them waiting. Tang Yuan glanced at Yang Ying and the others, who were eagerly awaiting, smiled at Wen Muxue and Xiao Yayue, and strode purposefully toward Yang Ying. The attentive Yang Ying and her team, upon seeing Tang Yuan approach, quickly moved to greet him. Mr. Tang, congratulations on your successful bid. Upon meeting Tang Yuan, Yang Ying immediately extended her heartfelt congratulations, her face radiating a brilliant smile, and her respect for Tang Yuan had significantly surpassed that of merely 3 hours prior. In just one evening, the total expenditure soared to over 100 million. Such a prestigious client would be revered in any auction house. Offending such a significant patron could result in dire consequences, as a single complaint could lead to the dismissal of even a high-ranking vice president like Yang Ying. The principle of customer supremacy flows through the veins of everyone in the luxury service industry, serving as the core tenet of their professional conduct. Thank you. Tang Yuan nodded slightly. Ms. Yang, could you please assist me in settling tonight's expenses? Mr. Tang, as our esteemed VVIP client at Sotheby's, please make your way to the VIP room, where we will provide you with dedicated settlement services, Yang Ying replied, bowing slightly before gesturing for him to proceed. Tang Yuan, accompanied by Wen Muxue and others, followed Yang Ying to the Sotheby's VIP room, which spanned nearly 50 square meters and bore a resemblance to an airport lounge. The room was staffed by 4 young, beautiful Sotheby's employees, each adorned with exquisite makeup and displaying utmost respect. After entering the VIP room, Tang Yuan was invited to sit on the central circular sofa, where the staff promptly presented him and his companions with the freshest fruit platters and delicate pastries, gently inquiring about their drink preferences. With 4 individuals present, alongside Yang Ying's accompanying 4 staff members, the service was undeniably meticulous. Mr. Tang, this is the itemized statement of your expenditures prepared by our financial team. Please review it for any discrepancies, Yang Ying said, squatting slightly before him as she presented the statement with both hands. Although Yang Ying was over 30, her diligent self-care maintained her youthful beauty, and there was an alluring maturity about her that contrasted with younger women. Clad in her professional attire with black stockings, her presence was indeed captivating. However, Tang Yuan merely glanced at her before shifting his focus to the statement. While Yang Ying's legs were undeniably attractive, they paled in comparison to the exquisite limbs of Wen Muxue, which resembled a work of art even when simply crossed. Seeing Tang Yuan only spare a glance at her before returning his attention to the document stirred a hint of disappointment within Yang Ying. She cast a glance at Wen Muxue, who exuded youthful vitality, and a complex emotion flickered in her eyes as she wistfully reflected on the beauty of youth. Unbeknownst to Yang Ying, Tang Yuan was entirely absorbed in the itemized statement in his hands. The details outlined included Lot 46 from the World Fine Wine Auction, Karawazawa 1963 Single Cask Single Malt Whiskey, Hammer Price 483,000 HKD, Commission Fee 96, 600 Hong Kong dollars. Total amount 579, 600 Hong Kong dollars. Lot 47, Domaine de la Roman E. Connie Selected Set 1997, 16 bottles of 750 milliliters, Hammer Price 1, 896,000 HKD, Commission Fee 379, 200 Hong Kong dollars. Total amount 275, 200 Hong Kong dollars. Lot 50, Macallan 50-year-old single malt whiskey, Hammer Price 347,000 HKD, Commission Fee 69, 400 Hong Kong dollars. Total amount 416, 400 Hong Kong dollars. Tang Yuan reviewed the statement, noting that the initial entries were all from the World Fine Wine Auction. He briefly scanned the totals before directing his gaze to the bottom of the document. Lot 63, Yamazaki 50-year-old first edition single malt whiskey, Hammer Price 2,788,000 HKD, Commission Fee 557, 600 Hong Kong dollars. Total amount 345, 600 Hong Kong dollars. Lot 53 from the Ancient Chinese Jade Auction. 7 pieces of Qianlong Emperor's jade finger cots and a carved red sandalwood cover featuring the flowing water and 3 fish pattern. Hammer Price 90,000 HKD, Commission Fee 13,350,000 HKD. Total amount 103,350,000 HKD. Total amount for all items 118,592,000 700 Hong Kong dollars. Tang Yuan had long since mastered the bidding rules of the world's premier auction houses. The hammer price differs from the final settlement price. The hammer price is the amount paid to the seller, while the buyer must also pay a commission on top of the hammer price. Auction houses are not charitable organizations. Their primary source of income derives from the commissions paid by buyers upon successful bids. Renowned auction houses like Christie's, Sotheby's, China Guardian, and Beijing Poly share similar commission structures. For items with a hammer price of 5 million Hong Kong dollars or less, the commission is 20. For prices between 5 million and 20 million Hong Kong dollars, the commission is 17. And for amounts exceeding 20 million Hong Kong dollars, the commission is 14. In tonight's auction, only the jade finger cots exceeded a hammer price of 20 million Hong Kong dollars, while the rest were below 5 million Hong Kong dollars. Tang Yuan realized that he alone had generated nearly 16 million Hong Kong dollars in revenue for Sotheby's. Such profit margins were astonishing, explaining the reverence with which he was treated. Maintaining his composure, Tang Yuan reflected inwardly. After a cursory calculation of the 2 major items, he opted not to delve further. Sotheby's, with nearly 300 years of history, had established a reliable reputation. After all, the foundation of an auction house lies in its credibility. If an auction house loses its reputation, who would dare to buy or sell through Sotheby's? Noticing that Tang Yuan had set down the statement, Yang Ying inquired tentatively, Mr. Tang, is there an issue with the expenditure statement? No issues. Tang Yuan shook his head and then asked, I do not have sufficient HKD in my account. May I settle in USD instead? Currently, Tang Yuan possessed over 6 billion in cash, but due to recent property purchases and an acquisition, his RMB reserves had dwindled to less than 1 billion, while the remainder was all in USD, totaling 9 billion. Converting a substantial amount of USD to RMB required a bank visit, and although the president of the China Merchants Bank had been reaching out every few days, Tang Yuan's busy schedule had delayed the currency exchange, leading to a subtle tone of disappointment in the bank president's recent calls. Tang Yuan reassured him, I will certainly handle it next time. Yang Ying's eyes brightened at Tang Yuan's intent to settle in USD, and she replied with a smile, certainly. Our Sotheby's auction house accepts any currency for settlement. We will calculate the exchange rate based on the previous business day's rate from HSBC. Please be informed. That works. Tang Yuan affirmed. Tang Yuan gave a slight nod, expressing no disagreement with Yang Ying's remarks. As her explanation of the currency conversion method adhered to the regulations of Sotheby's auction house, a rule that has remained unchanged for decades. Very well, please hold on a moment. After receiving Tang Yuan's affirmative response, Yang Ying acknowledged him with a nod, stood up, and briskly walked out of the VIP room in her high heels. Once she left, Tang Yuan took a sip of the hot tea, savoring its fragrant aroma and rich flavor. He recognized it instantly as Da Hong Pao. But not just any Da Hong Pao. This was the finest variety, evident from its lingering aftertaste. If you are curious, feel free to take a good look. It's not a confidential document worth sneaking glances at. Tang Yuan noticed when Mu Xue's gaze repeatedly drifting towards the consumption details he had casually placed on the table. With a hint of exasperation, he shook his head and handed the details directly to her. Upon seeing the figures, when Mu Xue's face flushed slightly, she had intended to say something but was taken aback when her eyes fell on the staggering commission fee of 35 million Hong Kong dollars for the Qing Dynasty Imperial Jade and Hatian Jade ring, leaving her momentarily stunned. Senior, is the commission for this Qing Dynasty Jade ring really 35 million Hong Kong dollars? There must be some mistake, she stammered, pointing to the end of the consumption list. The commission is correct. It is indeed 35 million, Tang Yuan replied with a smile. Noticing that Yang Ying had not yet returned and with some time to spare, he began to explain the commission structures of various auction houses to Wen Muxue. Despite her strong academic background at Zhonghai Jiaotong University, the exorbitant commission still left her feeling somewhat dazed. Are you saying that the total value of all the fine wines we bid on at the auction barely compares to the commission for this jade ring? Pretty much. Tang Yuan nodded with a grin before adding, but the costs are not something you need to worry about right now. You should consider what we might eat after we leave here. What do you want to eat? I'm open to anything. You decide. All right, let me look it up. Just as Tang Yuan and Wen Muxue were deliberating their dining options, Yang Ying returned to the VIP room with a financial officer from Sotheby's after a brief 5-minute absence. Mr. Tang, I just checked the exchange rate for Hong Kong dollars to US dollars at HSBC yesterday. It was 7.82. Here is the rate sheet for your review. Yang Ying bowed slightly in greeting before presenting the rate sheet to Tang Yuan. Tang Yuan glanced at the sheet before placing it on the table. How much does that total in US dollars? $165 million. Please provide your corporate account details. I'll call the bank now. After saying this, Tang Yuan dialed the exclusive hotline for private banking clients at China Merchants Bank. Given the scale of the transfer exceeding 100 million, he knew the bank would call him upon processing his card, so he preferred to call them directly to facilitate the transaction. Of course, such a substantial amount necessitated various verification procedures, which Tang Yuan fully understood, as it was a matter of ensuring the safety of the funds. Approximately 10 minutes later, as Sotheby's account received the transfer notification, the transaction was officially completed. Following Yang Ying's guidance, Tang Yuan began signing documents furiously. Wen Muxue watched Tang Yuan with a dazed expression, astonished that nearly 120 million had just been spent. Chapter 81. A perfect fit at the Hong Kong Convention and Exhibition Center, throngs of people and luxury cars filled the scene. As Tang Yuan led Wen Muxue through the crowd, Zhao Highway and others, who had received advance notice, quickly surrounded him for protection. Mr. Tang, Zhao Highway approached, greeting him while his gaze involuntarily fixated on the small safe Tang Yuan was carrying. A look of astonishment flickered in his eyes. As a core executive of Jinwei Security, Zhao Highway was well aware of the precious items contained within that small safe. 7 pieces of Qing Dynasty Imperial Jade and Hatian Jade rings, valued at 90 million Hong Kong dollars. To put it in perspective, the entire Jinwei Security was valued at merely 80 million prior to Tang Yuan's acquisition, meaning that the contents of this small safe alone surpassed the total worth of the entire company. What constitutes a significant expenditure? This is it. Manager Zhao, just increase the manpower. There's no need for you to personally come. Tang Yuan smiled at Zhao Highway, who was approaching him. After settling the auction fees and commissions, Tang Yuan opted to collect the Qing Dynasty jade rings on site, while he entrusted Sotheby's to ship the remaining fine wines to his villa in Gubei-no. One in Zhonghai. Of course, Zhao Highway replied with a smile, then inquired, Mr. Tang, shall we head straight back to the hotel? Tang Yuan glanced at Wen Muxue beside him. Have you decided what you want to eat? Senior, I think we should return to the hotel first. The pastries and fruits at the auction were quite filling. I'm not very hungry right now. Wen Muxue was taken aback at the thought of Tang Yuan carrying the 90 million Hong Kong dollar jade rings to dinner, and she spoke somewhat hesitantly. Very well. Since you're not hungry, let us return to the hotel, and we can eat when we are. After spending over 4 hours at the auction, Tang Yuan felt a bit fatigued. Upon hearing this, he did not insist further, but turned to Zhao Highway. Manager Zhao, Please arrange for us to be taken back to the hotel. Initially, when Zhao Highway learned that Tang Yuan intended to take the jade rings to dinner, he had felt his heart race and a cold sweat break out on his forehead. Only after Tang Yuan dismissed the idea did he finally breathe a sigh of relief. Mr. Tang, please. Following Tang Yuan's instruction, Zhao Highway promptly led the way, directing the security personnel to ensure there were no safety lapses around Tang Yuan. Under this meticulous protection, Tang Yuan and Wen Muxue soon entered the same Mercedes Maybach they arrived in, and the convoy began its journey to the Four Seasons Hotel in Hong Kong. 15 minutes later, Tang Yuan, holding Wen Muxue's hand with one hand and the small safe with the other, returned to the Seaview suite at the Four Seasons Hotel. Not hungry at all? He asked, casually placing the small safe on the coffee table while removing his suit jacket. Not at all, Wen Muxue replied, slipping into a new pair of cotton slippers. The pastries from Sotheby's are truly delightful. I think they are even better than those from five-star hotels. I couldn't resist and ended up eating several pieces. They were quite satisfying. All right, if you feel hungry later, just let me know, and I'll have someone bring some late-night snacks. Tang Yuan nodded slightly in agreement. Feeling Tang Yuan's concern, Wen Muxue's delicate features broke into a sweet smile as she addressed him. Senior, do you have any other matters to attend to? If not, I'd like to take a bath first. Nothing pressing. Go ahead, Tang Yuan replied warmly, waving his hand. Okay. Wen Muxue responded softly and then retrieved a brand new, pristine white bathrobe from the wardrobe, padding barefoot into the bathroom. Soon, the sound of running water began to waft through the air, becoming faintly audible. After Wen Muxue had entered the bathroom, Tang Yuan's gaze fell upon the small safe before him, a flicker of fervor igniting in his eyes. This compact safe employed both fingerprint and password dual unlocking methods. Following the technique taught to him by Yang Ying, Tang Yuan swiftly unlocked the safe, retrieving a lacquered red sandalwood box adorned with intricate floral patterns and 3 swimming fish, inside which lay 7 exquisite jade and Hatian jade rings crafted during the Qianlong era. Under the illumination of the light, the crimson hue of the box appeared vibrant yet not gaudy. The lid fit seamlessly, embodying a natural elegance. The 3 fish were rendered with such lifelike precision that they seemed to swim through the air, showcasing the unparalleled artistry of ancient lacquer craftsmanship. After admiring it for a moment, Tang Yuan gently lifted the lid. There, upon a bed of golden silk, rested the 7 rings, each a different hue, their clarity and brilliance far surpassing the photographs displayed at the auction, making it nearly impossible to divert one's gaze. Tang Yuan took out a wet wipe, meticulously cleaning his hands before allowing them to dry. He then extended his right hand to extract a jade ring, its surface smooth and delicate, a vivid green that exuded a sense of understated luxury. The ring was finely carved, inscribed with 4 lines of poetic verse. One cannot forget the essence of virtue. To wear it is not mere idle talk. The inner light shines bright, harmonizing the myriad principles. Tang Yuan examined the inscription for a long while, marveling at the ancient wisdom and craftsmanship encapsulated in such a small object. To his surprise, the ring's inner diameter perfectly matched his thumb. After playing with it for a moment, an idea struck him, prompting him to try wearing it. Upon doing so, he found that apart from being slightly snug, it fit wonderfully. This minor issue was trivial to Tang Yuan. A snug fit was preferable to a loose one. He proceeded to try on the remaining 6 rings, discovering that they too fit similarly, each snug but not constrictive. Compared to any necklace or jewelry, these jade rings were incomparable treasures, items of immense value and significance. Once belonging to an emperor, Tang Yuan gazed at the jade ring on his thumb, a glimmer of obsession in his eyes. He was utterly captivated by these 7 rings, playing with them for nearly half an hour before returning them to their box. Now, it was time to attend to more pressing matters. As night fell and the moonlight cast a gentle glow, the dazzling cityscape reflected in the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, accompanied by the sound of flowing water. Tang Yuan focused intently on the 7 jade rings before him. Congratulations on successfully completing Experience Task 4-5. Collect 5 jade rings. Great assessment. Qualified. Congratulations on triggering a new player bonus. 90-fold critical reward. Congratulations. You are about to receive the following rewards. 100 equity transfer document for Zhonghai Jiahui International Hospital. 1. 4 billion US dollars. Note: the 100 equity transfer document for Zhonghai Jiahui International Hospital will be delivered to the host within 3 days. Please remain in your current city during this time. The transfer is legitimate and can be accepted with confidence. A multitude of system notifications flashed before Tang Yuan's eyes. Yet he paid particular attention to the final reward. Luck was on his side. He had triggered a 90-fold critical reward. After reading through all the information, he felt elated. The cash reward reaffirmed his suspicions, amounting to $4 billion, which, at the current exchange rate, equated to approximately 9 billion renminbi, mirroring the base amount from his previous treasure-level system task. This substantial reward further enriched his already affluent household, bringing his total assets to nearly $29 billion, or a staggering 2 billion renminbi. Truly, a fortune beyond measure, devoid of any embellishments. Having silently calculated his current assets, Tang Yuan shifted his focus to the next reward. Zhonghai Jiahui International Hospital? Was it a private institution? As a healthy and vivacious young man, the concept of a hospital felt somewhat distant for him, aside from a few well-known top-tier establishments. Thus, Tang Yuan discreetly took out his phone, opened a search engine, and entered the name of the hospital. In mere moments, information about Zhonghai Jiahui International Hospital unfolded before him. After about 10 minutes, he set his phone down, his eyes reflecting a hint of surprise. Established in 2012 and officially opened in 2017, it was a comprehensive private hospital of international standards, ranking just below the Zhonghai International Medical Center led by the local government. Spanning nearly 180,000 square meters, with 500 beds and hundreds of top-tier medical professionals from around the globe, every bed was a private suite equipped with comprehensive medical facilities, including independent bathrooms, living rooms, and balconies. In terms of medical environment, it surpassed all public hospitals. However, the essence of a hospital lies in its medical services. Unlike most private institutions that focus solely on examinations and obstetrics, Zhonghai Jiahui International Hospital stood out as a beacon of excellence. In March 2017, it signed a strategic partnership with Massachusetts General Hospital, enhancing its medical capabilities significantly. In the realm of American healthcare, alongside the legendary Mayo Clinic, Massachusetts General is renowned, attesting to its formidable medical prowess. Following the strategic agreement, the hospital excelled in oncology, women's health, and sports medicine, particularly in oncology, rivaling the cancer centers of top-tier domestic hospitals. Furthermore, the hospital maintained close ties with many leading specialists who were readily available for consultations upon prior appointment. In an instant, ownership of this prestigious private hospital, previously held entirely by foreign investors, had transferred to Tang Yuan. Such a mysterious and remarkable capability was nothing short of astonishing. Yet, recalling the previous system rewards related to physical enhancement and facial optimization, the nature of this reward was no longer difficult for him to accept. According to the information he had just reviewed, the construction costs of Zhonghai Jiahui International Hospital alone exceeded $500 million. When factoring in interior decoration, medical equipment procurement, and the recruitment of top-tier specialists, the total expenses likely reached into the billions. These were merely tangible costs. If one were to account for intangible costs such as time, social capital, and procedural expenses, the financial implications would be equally staggering. Quietly, he found himself the owner of a top-tier private hospital, a marvel in itself. Tang Yuan strolled to the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down at the twinkling neon lights outside, his eyes glimmering with a peculiar brilliance. In his past life as a titan of the business realm, Tang Yuan's perspective on matters was never superficial. Indeed, the overall value of the Zhonghai Jiahui International Hospital was exceptionally high. However, for someone like Tang Yuan, who possessed assets worth billions, his thirst for wealth had long since diminished. The reason he placed such importance on this reward was that acquiring the Zhonghai Jiahui International Hospital would significantly elevate his social standing. Life and death. Whether one is a mere commoner or a sovereign ruler, at the brink of death, even the great Qin Shi Huang yearned desperately for the hope of life. By possessing the Zhonghai Jiahui International Hospital, Tang Yuan gained access to the vast medical resources it harbored. Regardless of one's wealth or power, when stricken by illness, the renowned physicians one cannot find, I can procure. The hospital beds that elude you, I can provide. At such a moment, Tang Yuan would become a lifeline in the eyes of countless dignitaries. Within the realm of his capabilities, a mere gesture of goodwill from Tang Yuan would be seen as an act of salvation. Even ordinary esteemed doctors command immense respect. How much more so for Tang Yuan, who wielded extensive medical resources. It is no exaggeration to say that merely by virtue of his position as chairman of the Zhonghai Jiahui International Hospital, Tang Yuan would command sufficient dignity and status across all societal strata in Zhonghai. As he surveyed the vibrant cityscape, his thoughts swirled and emotions surged. After a considerable pause, Tang Yuan turned and entered the living room, placing the 7 jade rings into a box, which he then locked in a small safe, ultimately storing the safe within the hotel suite's vault. Having completed all of this, Tang Yuan shed his clothing and made his way directly to the bathroom where Wen Muxue was. Chapter 83. Private Management Team. After a night passed, as dawn broke, faint white light emerged on the distant horizon, merging with the cold, silent darkness, creating a hazy, indistinct atmosphere, akin to the blush of a fish's belly. In the fitness center of the Four Seasons Hotel in the harbor city, Tang Yuan, clad in sportswear, relentlessly ran on the treadmill. With each swing of his arms, the kilometers displayed on the machine increment. After completing a full 10 kilometers, Tang Yuan gradually decreased the treadmill's speed, slowing his pace as he adjusted his breathing. Mr. Tang, who had been waiting behind him, immediately handed Tang Yuan a clean towel as soon as he finished running. Tang Yuan thanked him and wiped the sweat from his forehead and cheeks. Mr. Tang, I didn't expect you to have a habit of morning exercises? Just as Tang Yuan was stabilizing his breath, the voice of Xiao Yeyue suddenly resonated in his ear. Turning to look, he saw her in a light blue tracksuit, holding a water bottle in her left hand and a phone in her right, appearing on the treadmill beside him. I indeed have a morning exercise routine. Tang Yuan, slightly surprised to see Xiao Yeyue also enjoyed morning workouts, added, however, I prefer an open playground over a closed gym, inhaling the fresh air, basked in the warm morning light, listening to the whispers of the wind. That feeling is truly delightful. Speaking of morning exercises and playgrounds, the pure visage of Su Xiaoxiao, reminiscent of dawn, along with her melodious laughter, involuntarily surfaced in Tang Yuan's mind. Ever since that night, they had not been in contact. It had nearly been a week. That sounds quite wonderful. When I return to Zhonghai, I will also try the experience of outdoor morning exercises at a nearby park. Xiao Yeyue replied with a smile as she adjusted her treadmill. Tang Yuan nodded slightly, then continued, Secretary Xiao, please book a flight back to Zhonghai for tomorrow. There is an important matter that requires your attention. Xiao Yeyue, who was about to increase her running speed, slowly lowered her hand that was poised to press the button and turned to face Tang Yuan, her expression turning serious as she awaited further details. Recently, I fully acquired a private hospital. The transfer of shares will be finalized in the next couple of days, at which point the ownership of this private hospital will officially be mine. I want you to return to Zhonghai early to handle the transition. Swiftly ascertain and comprehend the operational status of this private hospital, ensuring its normal functioning and stabilizing morale. Tang Yuan looked at Xiao Yeyue, mixing truth with a hint of jest. A private hospital? Which one? Xiao Yeyue asked, momentarily taken aback, as she had not anticipated that Tang Yuan had quietly acquired a private hospital, which exceeded her expectations. Zhonghai Jiahui International Hospital. Have you heard of it? Tang Yuan stated the name, his tone slightly uncertain, knowing that due to her age, Xiao Yeyue might not be well acquainted with the local medical establishments. What? Zhonghai Jiahui International Hospital? You mean the private hospital you acquired is Zhonghai Jiahui International Hospital? Upon hearing Tang Yuan's response, Xiao Yeyue gasped. Her eyes filled with uncontainable shock and astonishment, her tone elevating. This was the first time in her role as Tang Yuan's private secretary that she displayed such a lack of composure. She had initially assumed that even if Tang Yuan acquired a private hospital, it would likely be a small, unremarkable one. She could never have imagined that he had acquired the Zhonghai Jiahui International Hospital, a comprehensive facility that ranks among the best in the national high-end private hospital system. How much must this have cost? What kind of connections did it require? Xiao Yeyue pondered, as this was beyond her comprehension. Do you know it? Tang Yuan discerned from her expression that she was familiar with the Zhonghai Jiahui International Hospital. I know. Xiao Yeyue took a deep breath, striving to steady her fluctuating emotions. When I first returned to the country, I had my medical examination at Zhonghai Jiahui International Hospital. Since you know, then I need not elaborate further. This is the private hospital in question. Once the transition is complete, you will assume the role of executive director, managing the administrative aspects. Tang Yuan stated succinctly, issuing his instructions once more. Hearing this, Xiao Yeyue hesitated slightly, opened her mouth, yet ultimately said nothing. However, her expression conveyed everything to Tang Yuan. Is there a problem? If you encounter difficulties, do not hesitate to express them. Waiting until issues arise would be too late. Tang Yuan addressed Xiao Yeyue, his tone gentle, his demeanor calm. Mr. Tang, I appreciate your trust in assigning me such a significant responsibility. However, I am acutely aware of my limitations. If I were to solely focus on managing the hospital, I am confident I could do well. However, my primary role is to serve you comprehensively, and my focus cannot entirely shift to the hospital. We both understand the scale of Zhonghai Jiahui International Hospital. If you expect me to juggle both responsibilities, it is likely that I would falter, failing to serve you adequately while also mismanaging the hospital. Xiao Yayue articulated her concerns candidly. Indeed, your assessment of the situation is pragmatic. Human energy is indeed finite. I must admit, I had not considered this fully. Tang Yuan gave a slight nod, reflecting for a moment before speaking again. Secretary Xiao, upon our return to Zhonghai, you should first attend to the handover tasks and familiarize yourself with the situation. Once you have a clear understanding, proceed to rent an office floor in the Zhonghai Central Building. After the National Day holiday, I plan to establish a capital management company. At that time, you shall publish recruitment information under the company's name and assemble a management team according to your needs. In the future, your role will remain a full-time service to me. As for the management and development of the hospital and security company, you will need to delineate those responsibilities and delegate them to others in the company, allowing them to share the workload. Tang Yuan contemplated for a moment and deemed the establishment of an investment management company essential, as he anticipated acquiring several companies dedicated to serving him. Relying solely on Xiao Yayue for management was impractical. Therefore, creating an investment management firm and recruiting new management talent to support Xiao Yayue and expand Tang Yuan's private management team was indeed necessary. Though Tang Yuan had no desire for entrepreneurship and management in this lifetime, when it came to his own assets and interests, he would ensure their protection, refusing to allow any detriment to himself for the benefit of others. If that's the case, I am confident in managing all tasks. Xiao Yayue pondered seriously and then earnestly replied, neither inflating nor downplaying her abilities, but rather acting within her means. This was the wisdom she had gleaned from years of work, as both excessive self-aggrandizement and undue self-deprecation would ultimately lead to retribution. All right, upon your return to Zhonghai, follow my instructions. Once everything is arranged, a smile graced Tang Yuan's face. I plan to enjoy a few more days in Port City, expecting to return to Zhonghai on October 5th or 6th. During this time, let us communicate frequently by phone. Very well. I will book my flight back to Zhonghai for tomorrow. Is there anything else you need me to handle while I'm there? Xiao Yayue inquired. I have indeed thought of a few small matters that require your attention. As he considered her question, Tang Yuan recalled several tasks that he could conveniently assign to Xiao Yayue during their morning exercise. Chapter 84. Transcendent Grade. After their morning exercise, Tang Yuan returned to his room, invigorated, and coincidentally encountered Wen Muxue, who had just emerged from the bathroom. Did you go for morning exercise? Their eyes met, and Wen Muxue regarded Tang Yuan's attire with skepticism. Indeed, Tang Yuan replied with a slight nod, as if it were a matter of course. Wen Muxue's expression shifted to one of complexity. Aren't you tired? Still within my limits, Tang Yuan smiled, then leaned closer to whisper mischievously in her ear. If you wish to keep me in bed, my dear comrade, you must continue to strive harder. Just wait. I will drain you dry. Wen Muxue pouted defiantly. Then, why not seize the day? Today is the day. Tang Yuan raised an eyebrow, a hint of mischief in his demeanor. Not now. Upon hearing this, Wen Muxue quickly stepped back, resembling a startled fawn, her expression a mixture of playful reproach. If you insist now, by the time we're done, it will likely be afternoon. Didn't you say you wanted to visit Lantau Island? I'm not teasing you anymore. Gather your things. I'll take a shower, and then we can go out for dinner. Tang Yuan decided against further teasing, moving towards the bathroom as he spoke. All right. Wen Muxue sighed in relief. As the water cascaded over him, Tang Yuan stood beneath the shower, letting the powerful flow wash over him. Suddenly, with a crisp chime echoing in his mind, he opened his eyes. Experience Task 5-5. Collect a jade plaque. Grade requirement. Transcendent. Time limit. 30 days. Reward. Unknown. A series of virtual system prompts appeared before Tang Yuan, and he quickly absorbed their contents. The thought of completing this system experience task and officially unlocking the Grand Collector system filled him with anticipation. After calming his excitement, he refocused on the system task. The newly assigned task grade clearly indicated an escalation in difficulty. Transcendent? Tang Yuan mused, then inquired of the system. What defines the transcendent grade? Transcendent, possessing significant historical, scientific, artistic, and economic value. Rare in terms of quantity both unearthed and in circulation. Capable of enduring through the ages. The system promptly provided its customary response. To endure through the ages. Merely those 4 words were sufficient to convey the gravity of the task. Compared to the precious grade, the definition of transcendent shifted from high value to significant value, illustrating the vast gulf in difficulty. A transcendent jade plaque would be quite challenging to locate. Tang Yuan turned off the shower, deep in thought. Fortunately, major auction houses were currently hosting autumn auctions. With diligent searching, he might uncover some leads. With that thought, he felt a renewed sense of purpose, dried himself with a towel, and donned his slippers as he exited the bathroom. Lantau Island lies to the southwest of Port City, the largest island in the area, characterized by its winding coastline, picturesque bays and sandy beaches, harmoniously juxtaposed with towering mountains and flowing streams. It boasts renowned attractions such as Lin Monastery, Tian Tan Buddha, Tsingma Bridge, and Disneyland, as well as the most beautiful camping site in Port City. In the morning, Tang Yuan and Wen Muxue visited Lin Monastery and Tian Tan Buddha. Though Tang Yuan was not a believer, he thought it prudent to pay homage and purchased a few incense sticks to contribute to the temple's offerings. In the afternoon, they experienced the famed Ngongping 360 cable car and toured the Tsingma Bridge. As dusk approached, they arrived at the picturesque camping site of Dog Bay on Lantau Island. At sunset, the shimmering surface of the sea reflected a brilliant crimson glow. Tang Yuan and Wen Muxue walked barefoot on the damp, soft sand, allowing the sea breeze infused with a hint of salt to caress their faces. They strolled hand in hand like an ordinary couple, reveling in the lively atmosphere around them, which was accompanied by melodious songs and joyful laughter since their arrival. Mom! A fairy sister! Suddenly, a young child appeared before Wen Muxue, pointing at her while calling out to his mother. Startled by the sudden appearance of the child, Wen Muxue hesitated for a moment, then smiled gently, kneeling down to pinch the round cheek of the little one. "What is your name, little one?" "I'm Yong Yong," the child exclaimed, gazing at Wen Muxue with wide eyes. "Fairy sister, you're so beautiful. Will you marry me when I grow up?" "Yong Yong, don't say such things." The child's mother admonished him, offering an apologetic glance towards Wen Muxue and Tang Yuan. "I'm sorry. This child doesn't understand, and we spoiled him. It's quite all right. He is very adorable," Wen Muxue replied with a gentle shake of her head and a smile. Tang Yuan stood nearby, watching Wen Muxue, who was kneeling and playfully interacting with the charming child, a smile of warmth flickering in his eyes. It must be said that Wen Muxue's attire today is undeniably exquisite. Clad in a pure white, flowing spaghetti-strap dress, she emanates an ethereal and serene beauty. The occasional gentle tuck of her loose strands of hair reveals a captivating charm, enchanting to both the elderly and the young alike. With such a stunning companion by his side, Tang Yuan has undoubtedly inspired envy and jealousy numerous times throughout their journey. There are even those who, despite knowing Wen Muxue is accompanied, are still entranced and wish to orchestrate a scene of confrontation before Tang Yuan. Naturally, both Tang Yuan and Wen Muxue chose to ignore such individuals, leaving their handling to the bodyguards discreetly stationed around them. Buzzing. Just as Tang Yuan patiently watched Wen Muxue play with a delightful child, his phone, nestled in his pocket, suddenly vibrated. Upon taking it out, he noted an unknown number from Hong Kong. Raising an eyebrow at the unfamiliar caller, he hesitated momentarily before deciding to answer. "Hello, I am Huang Jiwen, the legal director of Jixin Capital. May I speak with Mr. Tang Yuan?" "Jixin Capital?" Upon hearing the introduction, Tang Yuan glanced at Wen Muxue beside him and discreetly stepped aside. From inquiries he had made the previous day, Tang Yuan learned that the investor behind the Zhonghai Jiahui International Hospital was indeed Jixin Capital, which held a 100% stake. Intrigued by this revelation, he had conducted further research on the firm. Founded in 2006 by former Shengda CFO Li Shujun, Jixin Capital is a foreign investment fund management platform focused on the Chinese market, managing private equity funds worth billions of dollars. Its primary funding sources include renowned university foundations in the United States, internationally recognized investment institutions, and influential private investors, such as the Columbia University Foundation, the Stanford University Foundation, and Singapore's Temasek Holdings, all of whom are significant shareholders. The Zhonghai Jiahui International Hospital was established with Jixin Capital's investment, and its ability to forge a strategic partnership with the prestigious Massachusetts General Hospital shortly after its inception is closely tied to Jixin's capital structure. As Tang Yuan's thoughts raced, Huang Jiwen's voice broke through the haze of his contemplation. "Hello, Mr. Tang. We have completed the transfer agreement for your acquisition of Zhonghai Jiahui International Hospital. We are now just awaiting your signature. Do you have time today? If you provide me with an address, I can come to you." Upon confirming Tang Yuan's identity, Huang's demeanor became increasingly respectful, his inquiries laced with caution, acutely aware of the significance of the individual he was addressing, one capable of a full acquisition of the hospital, a titan in their midst. The Zhonghai Jiahui International Hospital represents Jixin Capital's most substantial and time-consuming medical project since its inception, having only begun operations last year. Now, just a year later, it is on the verge of becoming someone else's asset. This news has caused quite a stir within the company. Yet the board has remained silent in the face of internal speculation. However, the speed of the transfer process is nothing short of astonishing. Given the gravity of the situation, Huang Jiwen dared not be negligent, fully aware that offending Tang Yuan could lead to dire consequences for him. I am in Hong Kong. It's a bit late today. Perhaps we can meet tomorrow instead? I will contact you, and we can find a place to finalize the paperwork, if that is agreeable. Though framed as a question, Tang Yuan's tone left no room for dissent. Certainly, I will accommodate your schedule. I am available at any time, Huang Jiwen replied promptly. With that, their conversation came to a close. Tang Yuan politely ended the call and turned back to Wen Muxue, only to find that the charming child had vanished. What is the matter? Is something wrong? Wen Muxue inquired, her large, expressive eyes gazing at Tang Yuan with curiosity. It's just a minor issue that I need to attend to, Tang Yuan reassured her with a smile. No need to worry. I promise to accompany you to Disneyland tomorrow, and I shall keep my word. Who else worried? Certainly not me, Wen Muxue playfully retorted as she naturally wrapped her arms around Tang Yuan's. Really? I had planned for us to stay at the adjacent hotel near Disneyland tonight, allowing us to enter the park an hour earlier than other visitors. We could take advantage of the quieter hours to hire a professional photographer for some lovely pictures of you. Since you seem less enthusiastic about that idea, perhaps we can just wander around tomorrow. Tang Yuan's teasing tone elicited a spirited response from Wen Muxue. Senior, you are truly wonderful, she exclaimed, her face glowing with delight as she leapt into Tang Yuan's embrace, her arms tightly encircling his neck. The warmth and fragrance of her presence was intoxicating. Tang Yuan gently wrapped his arms around her waist. In the distance, the sun sank slowly beneath the horizon, surrendering the world to the encroaching darkness. As night fell, bonfires erupted at the campsite, igniting the already vibrant beach atmosphere. The two stood still, savoring the rhythm of each other's heartbeats. Senior, when we return to Zhonghai, can we continue like this? Wen Muxue's voice was soft as she leaned against Tang Yuan's shoulder. As long as you wish for it, we certainly can, Tang Yuan replied calmly. Upon hearing his words, Wen Muxue fell silent once more. After a moment, she lifted her head, cupping Tang Yuan's face in her hands, her beautiful eyes searching his with earnestness. Senior, do you have feelings for me? Even just a little? If you had asked me this 2 days ago, my answer would have undoubtedly been no, Tang Yuan replied candidly. However, if you ask me now, I must admit there is indeed a flicker of affection. Wen Muxue's eyes sparkled at his admission. Really? Indeed, he affirmed with a nod. While Tang Yuan recognized that Wen Muxue might fit into the category of bad girl, her mischief was not of a truly negative nature. Her feelings, though not entirely pure, stemmed from a desire to elevate her status through love or marriage. Such aspirations are not uncommon among many young women in contemporary society. Yet, this does not diminish their right to love and care. They simply yearn for more. Love, throughout history, has always been a luxury. In this materialistic age, genuine affection has become exceedingly rare, and thus Tang Yuan does not harbor disdain for Wen Muxue. As he once expressed by the Huangpu River, let others be themselves, and allow oneself to be oneself. Each individual possesses their own means of pursuing life, and the autonomy to shape their destiny. Setting aside utilitarian motives, Wen Muxue indeed shines with many admirable qualities, deserving of affection and care. After all, Tang Yuan is not devoid of emotion. It is entirely natural to develop feelings through shared experiences. Since these feelings have arisen, he will neither suppress nor artificially enhance them. He will simply allow them to unfold in their own time. A little will suffice. In Wen Muxue's beautiful eyes, it seemed as though a glimmer of light flickered as she softly inquired, "Is there any way to transform this little bit of love into something more?" Indeed, there is a way. Tang Yuan pondered for a moment, his face wearing a serious expression. What is it? Wen Muxue asked eagerly. Have you heard of the saying love grows over time? At this, a mischievous smile crept onto Tang Yuan's face, and he leaned closer to Wen Muxue's ear, whispering, Experiments have shown that while love may not necessarily grow over time, deep affection requires time. So, he chuckled at the end of his sentence. Upon hearing Tang Yuan's words, Wen Mushua's cheeks flushed, and she playfully shot him a glance, whispering in a voice as delicate as a whispering breeze, "I'm tired. I want to return to the hotel." Xiongkai, prepare the car. To the Disney Resort Hotel, immediately. Chapter 86. Money and time. The following morning, Tang Yuan and Wen Muxue boarded the hotel shuttle and entered the enchanting world of Disney Resort. Armed with their exclusive VIP experience card purchased at a premium price the previous day, their guide was already waiting for them at the entrance. "Mr. Tang, Ms. Wan, greetings. I am your guide, Han Han. You may call me Xiao Han." The young girl greeted them with a warm smile. "Thank you for your assistance today, Han." Wen Muxue replied courteously, and Tang Yuan nodded in acknowledgement. "Ms. Wan, you are too kind," Han Han replied with a smile, gesturing for them to follow as she began her day's work. The exclusive VIP experience card, priced at nearly 3,000 Hong Kong dollars, offered privileges far beyond the standard admission ticket. This card not only provided priority access to the park, but also unlimited fast passes, exclusive viewing seats, personalized guided tours, and priority meet and greets with select characters. In essence, possessing this card equated to having a dedicated concierge service, ensuring that they enjoyed the highest level of access among all park visitors. While others waited 2 hours, they needed only 2 minutes. They could even repeat any attraction as many times as they wished until they were thoroughly satisfied. Many assert that money cannot buy time. Yet in certain instances, it indeed can. For example, when others must spend 2 hours queuing to enjoy an attraction, Tang Yuan can use his resources to erase that wait, thus utilizing the saved time for his own desires. In a sense, this exemplifies the transaction of money for time. With an hour remaining before the official opening of Disney, the park appeared somewhat empty. Following their plan from the previous day, they swiftly traversed the park's renowned attractions, with Han Han capturing numerous photographs, predominantly of Wen Muxue, with only a few featuring both of them. By the time they had explored every corner of the park, it was time for Disney to officially open its gates. As the National Day holiday commenced, a flood of visitors surged into the park, transforming the previously tranquil atmosphere into one of vibrant excitement. Under Han Han's guidance, Tang Yuan and Wen Muxue began to enjoy various attractions. With seamless access, they managed to experience most of the rides within just one morning. "How about it? Are you hungry?" After watching the parade, Tang Yuan turned to Wen Muxue, who wore rabbit ears akin to those of the character Duffy, and asked with a smile, "I had so much fun earlier. I've worked up quite an appetite." Wen Muxue replied, resting her delicate chin on Tang Yuan's shoulder, her lips slightly pouting in a charming manner. "Let us find a restaurant to enjoy a meal. Afterward, we can return to the hotel for a brief respite. And as evening approaches, we can re-enter the park to revisit your favorite attractions and finally watch the fireworks display in front of the castle. How does that sound?" Tang Yuan gently kissed Wen Muxue's soft lips and inquired with tenderness. "Sounds perfect." Wen Muxue felt a wave of sweetness wash over her in response to Tang Yuan's affection. "Then let us proceed." With that, Tang Yuan took Wen Muxue's hand, allowing their guide Han Han to lead them toward the most popular restaurant in Disney Resort. Just 2 minutes after Tang Yuan and Wen Muxue departed, a young man and woman arrived at the spot where the couple had just stood, staring in astonishment at their retreating figures. "It's confirmed. Tang Yuan and Wen Muxue are indeed together," the girl exclaimed with excitement sparkling in her eyes. "They even kissed." "There's no doubt about it," the boy remarked, fiddling with his camera. "Just look at the photos. Their sweetness is undeniable, proof positive." The girl leaned closer to look at the images captured by the boy's camera, then turned to him with a grin. "Darling, wouldn't it be more fun to share this news with everyone? How about we play the role of news editors for our school?" "You mean, post these photos on our school forum? Wouldn't that be a bit inappropriate?" The boy hesitated, his expression revealing uncertainty. "Why not? People often post gossip about Tang Yuan, Wen Muxue, and Su Xiaoxiao on the forum. If others can share, why can't we?" The girl insisted, her tone slightly displeased. "Sweetheart, just because many people are doing it doesn't mean it's right," the boy patiently explained his viewpoint. Upon hearing his response, the girl fixed him with an intense gaze. "Zhang Tao, are you reluctant to see your goddess fall from grace? Are you still secretly in love with Wen Muxue? Is her image what occupies your mind during our intimate moments?" Faced with her barrage of questions, the boy felt overwhelmed. "Li Huanhuan, what are you even talking about? This is completely nonsensical. Since we got together, I haven't liked Wen Muxue at all. Please don't force me to argue with you in what should be our happy place." So you would rather argue with me over Wen Muxue?" the girl retorted, her voice rising with a hint of tears forming in her eyes. "What sort of convoluted logic is this? Can we not be more coherent?" The boy sighed in exasperation. Finally, he raised his hands in defeat. All right, sweetheart, I was wrong. Post the pictures if you wish. I'll follow your lead. That's more like it. The moment the boy relented, her tears vanished and she muttered, Since we're in such a joyful place, I want to press you about your mistake. Chapter 87. The four major law firms in the afternoon. While throngs of visitors endured the scorching sun and the long queues, Tang Yuan and Wen Muxue had already experienced every attraction at Disney Resort. After enjoying lunch in the central castle, they leisurely returned to the hotel, ready to take a brief rest. You may ascend first. I have a few matters to attend to here. Inside the elevator, Tang Yuan pressed the button for the floor of the hotel conference room and turned to Wen Muxue beside him, saying, All right. Understanding the situation, Wen Muxue refrained from probing further and simply replied obediently. Ding. As the crisp electronic sound resonated, the elevator doors opened slowly to reveal Xiao Yayue, who had been waiting patiently outside, accompanied by several sharply dressed bodyguards. Mr. Tang, they all greeted in unison, bowing slightly as Tang Yuan stepped out of the elevator, striding directly toward the conference room. Have they arrived? Tang Yuan inquired as he walked. They arrived half an hour ago, Xiao Yayue responded, keeping pace behind him. They're quite early, Tang Yuan murmured, then casually asked, What time is the flight tonight? 7 o'clock. We still have time, replied Xiao Yayue. Upon hearing this, Tang Yuan, glancing at the conference room now within reach, chose not to speak further. At that moment, two security personnel from Jinwei, upon recognizing Tang Yuan, immediately opened the conference room doors. Inside the spacious conference room sat four middle-aged men in black business suits, ties neatly fastened, briefcases beside them. Upon seeing Tang Yuan enter, they stood up in unison, realizing the principal had arrived. However, upon noticing Tang Yuan's remarkably youthful face, a hint of uncertainty flickered in their expressions. Mr. Huang. This is Mr. Tang Yuan. Xiao Yayue observed their hesitation and smiled gently as she introduced him. With Xiao Yayue's confirmation, Huang Jiwen no longer hesitated and stepped forward eagerly. Mr. Tang, it is an honor to meet you. Mr. Huang, I appreciate your efforts in coming here, Tang Yuan replied, shaking Huang Jiwen's outstretched hand with a cheerful smile. Not at all. It's my duty, Huang Jiwen said, slightly flustered. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Tang Yuan promptly shifted to the main topic. Mr. Huang, let's proceed swiftly and sign the contract now. Certainly, please take a seat. Huang Jiwen responded repeatedly, moving to pull out a chair for Tang Yuan. Once seated, Huang Jiwen gestured to two middle-aged men beside him, introducing them to Tang Yuan. Mr. Tang, these gentlemen are senior notaries from the Port City Notary Association, appointed by the judges of the Port City High Court and recognized as senior lawyers by the Ministry of Justice of the People's Republic of China. This is Lawyer Hong Yu and Lawyer Wang Mao. Greetings, Tang Yuan said, smiling as he acknowledged them. Hello, Mr. Tang, both Hong Yu and Wang Mao. Despite being elite lawyers earning millions annually and accustomed to the highest echelons of office life, displayed no arrogance in Tang Yuan's presence, speaking with utmost respect. Mr. Tang, this is the equity transfer document for Zhonghai Jiahui International Hospital. All directors of our board have signed it and affixed our company seal. If you find no issues upon review, it will take effect immediately upon your signature and seal, Huang Jiwen stated as he presented the prepared document to Tang Yuan. The document was approximately as thick as an adult's thumb, bilingual in Chinese and English, filled with dense text that could easily induce dizziness. Tang Yuan glanced at the equity transfer document and set it down on the table, then turned his gaze to Xiao Yayue, who understood his cue and exited the conference room. After about half a minute, Xiao Yayue returned, accompanied by 6 middle-aged men and women, all dressed impeccably. These 6 lawyers hailed from the Pingcheng branch of King Wood Mallesons and were responsible for verifying the equity transfer document. Once the 6 lawyers entered, Xiao Yayue briefly introduced them. As both parties were legal professionals and given the proximity between Pingcheng and Port City, they exchanged pleasantries before the lawyers took their seats and commenced their work, bringing a hush over the conference room. The day prior, after receiving a call from Huang Jiwen, Tang Yuan had contacted Xiao Yayue on his way to the hotel, delegating numerous tasks to her. Although the equity from Zhonghai Jiahui International Hospital was a system reward with minimal risk of complications, Tang Yuan, prioritizing caution, had instructed Xiao Yayue to engage the Pingcheng branch of King Wood Mallesons, one of the 4 leading law firms in China, to ensure thorough scrutiny by professionals. Meanwhile, while Tang Yuan was engrossed in the verification of the equity transfer document, intimate photographs of him and Wen Muxue at the Port City Disneyland quietly circulated throughout the campus forum of Zhonghai Jiaodong University, igniting a sudden frenzy in what had been a quiet holiday atmosphere. From the campus forum to group chats, the news spread rapidly, garnering immense attention within the undergraduate and graduate circles of Zhonghai Jiaotong University, prompting countless lamentations from male admirers. Damn it, I wondered why I didn't see my goddess before the holiday. Turns out she went to Port City with that playboy, Tang Yuan. Thankfully, my goddess Xiao Xiao resisted the temptation. Oh, please, Wen Muxue, if you go to Port City with Tang Yuan, can you not kiss him? Bro upstairs. Did you miss the memo? You should check the campus forum. They were already kissing at Disneyland? Fine. Kissing is one thing. But please, Wen Muxue, promise me you won't share a room with Tang Yuan. Bro upstairs, something seems off in your reasoning. Do you think they would sleep apart in Port City? Or in separate beds? Do you even believe what you're saying? The mere thought of Tang Yuan holding his goddess while sleeping was more unbearable than death. My youth has come to an end. My goddess has ultimately become someone else's. Chapter 88. What matters is not being ill, but not being broke. Outside the waiting room of the hepatobiliary surgery department at Zhonghai Ruijin Hospital, under the bright white lights, a row of waiting chairs was filled with a diverse array of men and women, creating a slightly noisy yet somber atmosphere. Su Xiaoxiao sat among them, staring blankly at the polished marble floor, her pupils seemingly devoid of focus. Buzz. Her phone, tucked away in her pocket, vibrated intermittently, yet Su Xiaoxiao appeared oblivious, her slightly haggard face reflecting a look of desolation. Just 2 days prior, she had been preparing to return home for the holiday when she unexpectedly encountered her parents, who were supposed to be in their hometown of Rongqing, in Zhonghai. Then, a devastating piece of news struck her like a bolt from the blue. Her father had been suspected of having liver cancer at a hospital in Rongqing. Although labeled as suspected, it was merely a psychological comfort for Su Xiaoxiao and her mother. Despite the disparity in medical conditions between Rongqing and Zhonghai, the likelihood of misdiagnosis was minimal. They had come to Zhonghai for treatment, driven by hope, but primarily for healing. Thus, Su Xiaoxiao's holiday plans were completely derailed. She hurriedly brought her parents to her modest apartment of less than 50 square meters, offering her large bed to her ailing father while she made do with a makeshift bed in the cramped living room. As the saying goes, better to have nothing than to be ill, better to be broke than to be sick. The medical resources in Zhonghai undoubtedly surpass those in Rongqing. However, the population in Zhonghai is also significantly larger. Moreover, there are many patients, like Su Xiaoxiao's parents, who have traveled from afar seeking medical assistance. For a consultation appointment with a liver and gallbladder specialist at Zhonghai Ruijin Hospital, Su Xiaoxiao nearly exhausted herself running around for the past few days. Eventually, through a local classmate, she managed to secure an appointment with a top liver and gallbladder expert at Ruijin Hospital for a high price. It took 3 entire days for her father to complete the necessary examinations, and now they must await the expert's diagnosis. Observing the throngs of patients and their families within the hospital, the thought of competing for the limited inpatient beds after the diagnosis overwhelmed her with a sense of helplessness. In that moment, Su Xiaoxiao truly felt her insignificance. Suddenly, as she stared blankly at the smooth marble floor, her phone, tucked in her pocket, vibrated repeatedly. This time, she snapped back to reality. As the screen illuminated, she was met with a flood of unread messages that nearly filled the display. What could have happened? Su Xiaoxiao furrowed her brows in confusion and quickly opened her WeChat. Xiaoxiao, Tang Yuan and Wen Muxue have gone to Port City. Someone spotted them at Disneyland. And these photos are on the campus forum. What is going on between you and Tang Yuan? Upon reading her roommate's message and seeing the accompanying photos, Su Xiaoxiao was rendered speechless, completely unprepared for this revelation. A sense of breathlessness washed over her, accompanied by a dull, tearing pain in her heart. Wen Muxue, you truly are daring. Even without a name or status, you pursue this unreservedly? Taking a deep breath, the pain lingered. She believed that the words Tang Yuan had spoken to her that night were likely echoed to Wen Muxue, except she had chosen to refuse while Wen Muxue accepted. Yet, despite her earlier resolve to disregard the man who made absurd and unreasonable demands, witnessing the sweetness between the two in the photographs stirred feelings of reluctance and heartbreak within her. Already in a foul mood, this unexpected news plunged Su Xiaoxiao into despair, and before she knew it, tears welled in her eyes. Xiaoxiao? At that moment, a gentle voice broke through her thoughts, prompting her to look up instinctively. Xiaoxiao, what is wrong? Why are you crying? Standing before her was her mother, Zhao Shuyun, her face etched with concern as she regarded her daughter's reddened eyes. It's nothing. Upon seeing her mother, Su Xiaoxiao quickly wiped her eyes and asked, Where is Dad? The weather is lovely outside, so I let your father enjoy some sunlight. Zhao Shuyun paused, lowering her voice slightly. The examination results are out. We should go find the doctor and see what they say. Let us not inform him of the diagnosis to spare him any psychological burden. All right, let us go. At that moment, Su Xiaoxiao pushed aside her thoughts of Tang Yuan and quickly rose from her seat, clutching the examination reports as she headed toward the specialist's office. In the liver and gallbladder department S consultation room number 2, the atmosphere was markedly quiet compared to the chaos outside. An elderly liver and gallbladder expert sat before a computer, flanked by 2 young residents. As Su Xiaoxiao and Zhao Shuyun entered, the professor was reviewing her father Su Jingsheng's examination reports. Doctor Hu, we are the family of Su Jingsheng. All the examination reports are ready. Could you please take a look? Zhao Shuyun carefully closed the door to the consultation room and approached the professor, her eyes filled with hope and humility. Su Xiaoxiao observed her mother's demeanor, feeling a pang in her heart. She understood that, given their family's circumstances, obtaining this appointment was already a significant achievement. Before such a renowned expert, they could only rely on sincerity and humility in hopes of receiving attentive care during the diagnosis. Ah, I remember you. Your daughter is a student at Zhonghai University's Foreign Language Institute. This morning, there were too many patients for me to attend to you properly. By the way, I am a professor at Zhonghai University Medical School. Technically, your daughter could call me teacher, the elderly professor said with a warm smile, her gaze gentle as she looked at Su Xiaoxiao. Really? Zhao Shuyun's face brightened slightly at this connection and turned to Su Xiaoxiao, urging, Xiaoxiao, did you hear that? Quickly greet the teacher. Hello, teacher. Su Xiaoxiao stepped forward, greeting the elderly woman with a polite bow. Perhaps due to the lengthy consultation, the professor took a moment to chat casually with the mother and daughter. However, it was not long before the conversation shifted back to Su Jingsheng's condition. Yet, the first words from the professor made their hearts plummet. Su Jingsheng has primary liver cancer, and the situation is not optimistic. Chapter 89. Critical liver not optimistic. Doctor, does this mean that our father has metastasized? Zhao Shuyun's face turned ashen, her voice trembling as she struggled to maintain her composure. Do not jump to conclusions. The cancer cells have not metastasized, the elderly woman reassured them, shaking her head. Then what did you mean earlier? Zhao Shuyun asked, her voice steadier as she sought clarification. You are the patient's wife and should be the most informed about his condition, the professor continued with a serious expression. The patient likely has a long history of alcohol consumption and smoking, with poor lifestyle habits. Liver cancer typically results from recurrent hepatitis and cirrhosis, leading to severely compromised liver function. In our view, his liver is nearing a critical state. Critical liver? Zhao Shuyun's heart sank further upon seeing the professor's grave demeanor. I assume you have already researched treatment methods for liver cancer prior to coming here. Based on current medical technology, for cancer patients whose cancer cells have not metastasized, the most effective treatment to prevent further deterioration is surgical resection of the malignant tumor. If the tumor can be completely removed and proper rehabilitation post-surgery is followed, the chances of recurrence can be minimized, the professor explained. In normal adults without cirrhosis, the maximum tolerable liver resection is 80. In cases with cirrhosis, it drops to 50. However, for your husband, with a critical liver condition, the maximum tolerable resection will be even lower. If the resection exceeds this limit, the patient may not survive the surgery. Even if they do, they might not leave the ICU. However, to remove the malignant tumor, it is essential to excise both the cancerous tissue and the surrounding non-cancerous tissue that may harbor proliferating cancer cells. Given your father's condition, it is highly likely that attempting to remove all cancerous and potentially cancerous tissue will exceed the maximum tolerable resection capacity. Perhaps out of compassion for the mother and daughter or recognizing Su Xiaoxiao as a student from Zhonghai University, the elderly professor shared her decades of experience candidly, leaving no details about Su Jingsheng's condition concealed from Zhao Shuyun and Su Xiaoxiao. Cancerous and potentially cancerous tissues must be meticulously excised. Otherwise, the surgery would be rendered futile. The recurrence rate of liver cancer is notoriously high, and if the resection is incomplete, any short-term relapse would be a harrowing experience for the patient. Conversely, opting against malignant tumor excision in favor of conservative treatment significantly increases the likelihood of cancer cell metastasis. In a patient already at the brink of liver failure, the spread of cancer to other organs would render even the most skilled physician powerless to intervene. As the elderly woman spoke, Zhao Shuyun and Su Xiaoxiao, unbeknownst to themselves, found tears streaming down their cheeks. Through the doctor's explanation, they understood that Su Jingsheng was perilously close to crossing into the realm of the deceased. Choosing surgery entails tremendous risk, with the possibility of not surviving the operating table, yet it offers a glimmer of hope. On the other hand, rejecting surgery in favor of conservative care essentially equates to a waiting game for death, albeit with a little time left to fulfill last wishes and spend moments with family. How to choose? The decision weighed heavily. Doctor, what is the likelihood of success if we proceed with the surgery? Zhao Shuyun, not one to be easily cowed, wiped her tears and fixed her gaze on the elderly woman. Unfortunately, I cannot provide an answer to that, the elderly woman replied after a moment's contemplation, shaking her head slowly. Such a complex procedure is beyond the qualifications of a standard attending physician. It requires at least an associate chief physician to even be considered. And even then, that is merely a qualification. To ensure a reasonable success rate, only the nation's top hepatobiliary surgical experts can guarantee a substantial outcome. Upon hearing this, Zhao Shuyun's eyes sparkled with newfound hope, as if she had grasped a lifeline. Doctor, may I ask if you are capable of performing such a surgery? Me? The elderly woman shook her head, sighing. I am already 72 years old, and I can barely hold a scalpel steady, let alone operate. Zhao Shuyun was momentarily taken aback, her earlier glimmer of hope swiftly dimming. Are there any other top hepatobiliary surgical experts at Ruijin Hospital aside from you? No matter the cost, we would be willing to do anything. Su Xiaoxiao interjected, her eyes reflecting determination as she inquired of the elderly woman. Our chief physician, Mr. Zhao Mingwu, is indeed one of the leading hepatobiliary surgical experts in the country, and he has even garnered some international recognition. However, his schedule for malignant tumor excision surgeries is booked for a month out. Whether the patient can afford to wait that long is uncertain. No one knows if the cancer cells will spread or worsen in the meantime. The elderly woman concluded, emphasizing that the sooner the surgery, the better. Teacher, my father's condition cannot be delayed any longer. Is there any way you could persuade Director Zhao to expedite my father's surgery? Su Xiaoxiao's voice trembled with urgency. Though she understood that this would be an act of queue jumping, her desperation for her beloved father rendered her oblivious to such concerns. At only 20 years old, she was not ready to lose him. The elderly woman remained silent, neither affirming nor denying Su Xiaoxiao's request. Not one to be easily misled, Su Xiaoxiao, having gained admission to Zhonghai Jiaodong University, was clearly intelligent. Her ability to navigate social situations suggested she possessed high emotional intelligence, allowing her to quickly grasp the elderly woman's implication. While it was indeed possible to expedite the surgery, it would hinge on whether they could leverage sufficient influence to persuade someone of the director's stature. In such cases, mere monetary incentives would likely fail to sway him. However, should the offer be in the realm of several million or even tens of millions, it might just entice him to make an exception. Yet, Su Xiaoxiao hailed from an ordinary family, unable to muster such an irresistible offer. Lacking both substantial financial resources and formidable connections, the likelihood of obtaining an exception seemed exceedingly slim. It may seem harsh, but such is the reality. If exceptions became commonplace, chaos would ensue. Thus, to uphold the integrity of medical order, the situation was bound to be challenging. I have said all that needs to be said, the elderly woman sighed. Accustomed to the cycle of life and death, your immediate priority is to admit the patient. Our hepatobiliary department has only a few beds left. If you delay any longer, there may not be a bed available. Understood. Su Xiaoxiao murmured in response, bowing deeply to the elderly woman. Accepting the gesture with grace, the elderly woman waved her hand, indicating that they could leave. As Su Xiaoxiao supported Zhao Shuyun out of examination room 2, she gazed at the bustling crowd outside, suddenly engulfed in confusion. Could it truly be that there was no way out? As dusk fell, the sky was painted with deep crimson hues, casting a magnificent roseate glow over the distant Sleeping Beauty Castle. For 3 full hours, 6 lawyers from the Pingcheng branch of King Wood Malisons meticulously reviewed the stock transfer agreement for Zhonghai Jiaohui International Hospital. Mr. Tang, this stock transfer agreement is flawless. You may sign with confidence. The head of the team, wearing a serious expression, handed the document to Tang Yuan with gravity. Very well. With the dual assurance of the system and the esteemed law firm, coupled with his own recent review, Tang Yuan hesitated no longer. He picked up the pen and began signing in all the required places. Moments later, as Tang Yuan's right hand came to a halt, the stock transfer agreement officially came into effect, signifying that Zhonghai Jiaohui International Hospital had now become his personal property. Mr. Huang, thank you for your hard work. Tang Yuan returned the stock transfer document belonging to Jixin Capital to Huang Jiwen, smiling in appreciation. Mr. Tang, you are too kind. This is my duty. Huang Jiwen accepted the document with both hands, bowing slightly in acknowledgement. Tang Yuan nodded slightly and turned his attention to the 6 lawyers from Kingwood Mallisons. "Thank you all for your efforts." In response, the group smiled and assured him that it was no trouble at all. With the formalities concluded, Huang Jiwen and the others quickly departed the conference room. Just in time, Yu Haven T left yet. After watching them exit, Tang Yuan turned to Xiao Yayue and said, "There's a photocopier here. Please make a copy of this stock transfer agreement. Having a copy will facilitate your handover work at Zhonghai Jihui International Hospital tomorrow." "Understood." Xiao Yayue agreed, accepting the original document from Tang Yuan. She then inquired, "Should I also scan an electronic version?" "Certainly, do as you see fit," Tang Yuan replied, then sat back down and took out his phone to send a WeChat message to Wen Muxue, asking her to come down to find him. About 10 minutes later, Wen Muxue, now dressed in a different outfit, arrived at the conference room via the elevator. Observing the multitude of black-clad bodyguards outside, she couldn't help but feel a sense of surprise. "How did your rest go?" Tang Yuan asked with a smile as she stepped through the door. "Quite well." Wen Muxue tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear, her demeanor suggesting she had something to say but hesitated. Noticing her unusual expression, Tang Yuan's curiosity was piqued. "What's on your mind?" "When we were watching the float parade at noon, we happened to be spotted by some students from our school, and they even managed to take candid photos of us." Wen Muxue paused momentarily before somewhat hesitantly stating, "The photos from our joint outing have already spread throughout the entire school via the campus forum." Tang Yuan, engrossed in reviewing the equity transfer document for Zhonghai Jia International Hospital, had not glanced at his phone, thus remained oblivious to the fact that his pictures with Wen Muxue had circulated widely. Upon hearing this news, Tang Yuan was momentarily taken aback, but his expression quickly returned to its natural state as he casually remarked, "A single man and a single woman caught on camera. What's the fuss? I am indifferent, but if you feel uncomfortable, I can contact the forum administrator to have the post removed. It's already widespread. What's the use in deleting it now?" Wen Muxue murmured in response. "What did you say?" Tang Yuan, slightly unclear, furrowed his brows and inquired. "I said I don't mind either," Wen Muxue replied, her face lighting up with a playful expression. "Since it is already common knowledge, may I post our photo on my social media? If you like, go ahead," Tang Yuan replied, a mischievous smile tugging at his lips as he leaned closer to Wen Muxue and whispered, "I think the one we took in front of the floor-to-ceiling window last night is quite good." "In front of the floor-to-ceiling window? That photo?" Wen Muxue blinked in surprise, and in an instant, her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. With a playful pout, she lightly hit Tang Yuan, exclaiming, "You're insufferable." Tang Yuan couldn't help but chuckle at Wen Muxue's bashful demeanor. Just then, Xiao Yayue, having finished scanning the equity transfer document, walked over to Tang Yuan, leaving the original document with him. "Tang, if there's nothing else, I'll head to the airport now," she indicated. "Off you go," Tang Yuan said, glancing at the time, which was already past 5 o'clock. "Be safe on the road. Let me know once you reach Zhonghai, and feel free to contact me if anything arises." After Xiao Yayue acknowledged him, she nodded at Wen Muxue before swiftly exiting the meeting room. Once Xiao Yayue had departed, Tang Yuan took Wen Muxue back to his room, secured the original document in the safe, and then left, leveraging his VIP status to re-enter the park. The two then revisited the attractions they had enjoyed earlier in the day, and as night approached, they leisurely made their way to the Sleeping Beauty Castle. By this time, the area in front of the castle was teeming with people, many arriving 3 hours early to secure prime viewing spots for the fireworks show. However, for Tang Yuan and Wen Muxue, who possessed ample resources, there was no need to queue or jostle for position. The park had reserved a spacious, prime viewing area for them, complete with a professional photographer. Although each photograph taken by the photographer came at a considerable cost, it posed no issue for Tang Yuan. Thus, under the gaze of countless envious onlookers, they confidently entered their exclusive viewing area. At precisely 8 o'clock, the Dream Star fireworks display commenced. As the enchanting melodies filled the air, an array of Disney characters began to appear before the Sleeping Beauty Castle, and amidst a dazzling array of lights, the Disneyland fireworks lit up the night sky. Bursts of fireworks pierced the darkness, illuminating the world and transforming Disneyland into a veritable fairy tale realm. That moment, as the final explosion of fireworks echoed in the sky, Wen Muxue, who had been rather still, suddenly turned to Tang Yuan, cradled his face in her hands, and kissed him passionately. Click. The photographer, who had been attentively observing, captured this fleeting moment with a gentle press of the shutter. The scene was forever immortalized in this instant. Chapter 91. A corner in the harbor city. In the following days, having concluded his official duties, Tang Yuan embarked on a holiday journey with Wen Muxue, indulging in culinary delights, shopping excursions, and occasional visits to renowned landmarks. They even spent 2 days in Australia, with excursions to scenic spots a daily ritual, primarily during the night or early morning. Throughout this period, the two were inseparable, their affection and intimacy soaring to new heights. Under Tang Yuan's meticulous guidance, Wen Muxue's equestrian skills, though still somewhat unpolished, showed remarkable improvement. She now instinctively knew when it was time to absorb new knowledge. Meanwhile, upon returning to Zhonghai, Xiao Yaiyue diligently undertook various tasks as per Tang Yuan's directives, successfully completing the transition for Zhonghai Jia International Hospital, selecting a new office location, and posting recruitment information for Wanbei Xinghua, among other responsibilities, showcasing exceptional efficiency. As the National Day holiday drew to a close, Tang Yuan and Wen Muxue, having enjoyed their time in Hong Kong and Macau, prepared to return home. Late at night, in a nondescript corner of the harbor city, there existed a modest establishment, merely a few dozen square meters in size, containing 2 long tables and 7 small ones. Outside, a gentle drizzle fell like silk threads, enveloping the city. Inside, the atmosphere was warm and inviting, with only a man and a woman seated at the long table, while the other tables lay unoccupied. The Hong Kong-style hot pot simmered with a golden broth, its rich aroma wafting through the air, accompanied by an array of local delicacies: shrimp and scrambled eggs, milk custard, typhoon shelter fried shrimp, har gow, and many more. Truly a feast for the senses. Special roasted goose is here. A robust middle-aged man emerged from the kitchen, his voice resonant. He glanced toward the entrance, where 4 imposing bodyguards clad in black suits stood like statues, expressionless and unwavering. The middle-aged man dared not linger, quickly placing the roasted goose before the only patrons in the establishment. "Thank you," the young man at the table replied politely. "You're welcome." The middle-aged man nodded slightly, retreating hastily. After he left, the young man picked up his chopsticks, savored a piece of the special roasted goose, and as he chewed, his eyes began to sparkle with delight. "What do you think? Is it delicious?" the young woman opposite him asked, her eyes glimmering with anticipation. "Well, personally, I find this roasted goose even better than the one from Deep Well," the young man declared. "Is that true?" Wen Muxue replied, her expression tinged with skepticism. "You're not just saying that to spare my feelings, are you? Delicious is delicious, and not delicious is not delicious. If you don't believe me, why not try it for yourself?" Tang Yuan responded with a cheerful grin, deftly lifting a slice of marbled beef from the bubbling broth, dipping it in satay sauce, and savoring it. In that instant, Tang Yuan felt his taste buds rejoice, a profound sense of satisfaction enveloping him. After wandering around the bustling city for several days, indulging in various Michelin-starred and Black Pearl restaurants, I never anticipated that the most authentic and delectable dining establishment would be nestled in such a hidden corner. It truly evokes the sentiment of searching endlessly for a person, only to find them in a dimly lit place. The venue you selected is indeed commendable. Our advance reservation for a private dining experience was not in vain. Tang Yuan sighed, his words tinged with nostalgia. I, too, was taken aback by how each dish at this restaurant is so astonishingly exquisite. Wen Muxue resonated with his sentiment. Had it not been for my friend's fervent recommendation, we might have missed this gem entirely. As they savored their meal, the two engaged in lively conversation. Despite having already dined earlier in the afternoon, the allure of such culinary delights proved irresistible. Even with a sense of fullness, they found it difficult to set down their chopsticks, a testament to the extraordinary flavors on their plates. "I'm so full, yet I yearn for more. The thought of returning to Zhonghai, where I won't be able to enjoy this again, fills me with a tinge of melancholy." Wen Muxue gently caressed her flat abdomen, her glossy lips slightly pouting, adding a touch of earthly warmth to her otherwise ethereal beauty. This contrast is precisely what captivates Tang Yuan the most. Who could possibly resist the enchanting goddess? Her flushed face raised in a silent plea, her eyes sparkling with innocence. Tang Yuan, unable to withstand the charm, chuckled softly, then turned his gaze toward a middle-aged man behind the counter and beckoned. "Excuse me, could you come over for a moment?" The man immediately stepped out from behind the counter and approached, inquiring, "Sir, how may I assist you?" "There's nothing I require," Tang Yuan replied with a smile, gesturing toward the array of dishes before him. "I overheard you mention that this establishment is family-run. May I inquire who is in charge of the kitchen?" "Sir, Is there a dish that does not suit your palate? The middle-aged man assumed Tang Yuan was dissatisfied and, recognizing his affluent demeanor, felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. Please, do not misunderstand, Tang Yuan reassured with a warm smile. Each dish has been delightful, leaving us utterly astonished. We simply wish to meet the culinary artist behind this exquisite fare, if it is not too much trouble. Upon hearing Tang Yuan's explanation, the man visibly relaxed and a smile returned to his face. Sir, we operate as a small workshop. Initially, my grandfather was the chef, my grandmother handled the cash register, and then my father took over the cooking while my mother managed the register. A few years ago, when my mother's health declined, I assumed her duties. By your account, your family has been passing down this tradition for 3 generations. This restaurant must have been established for quite some time. Then, Tang Yuan mused, a hint of curiosity in his tone. My grandfather opened this establishment over 80 years ago, the middle-aged man replied, pride evident in his eyes. In just over a decade, we will reach the centenary mark, which is indeed no small feat. Tang Yuan expressed his admiration, then inquired, if it is not too much trouble, may I meet your father? Chapter 92. The Private Chef Invitation. May I ask your name, Master Chef? My surname is Wu, with the single character, Master Wu. May I inquire about your age? After this year, I will be 60. At first glance, Master Wu hardly appeared to be in his 60s. Upon Tang Yuan's request, the middle-aged man summoned his father from the kitchen. The elder, clad in a plain white apron, with graying hair, appeared amiable and quite talkative. After taking a seat at the table, he and Tang Yuan engaged in conversation. When the elder heard Tang Yuan lavish praise on his culinary skills, asserting that they surpassed those of Michelin-starred chefs, his joy was palpable, and his fondness for Tang Yuan grew. Your quaint establishment may not be large, yet it seems to flourish quite well, Tang Yuan remarked as he conversed with Wu Tai and his father, gradually steering the discussion towards more serious matters. Having been in business for so many years, have you never considered relocating to a larger venue? In response to Tang Yuan's inquiry, Wu Tai shook his head, chuckling. Young man, I can tell from your accent that you hail from the mainland, so you might not be aware of the local circumstances. It's not that we don't wish to move to a larger space. The costs associated with such a transition are simply too steep. We had contemplated it in the past, but after careful calculations, we realized that if we were to move to a venue twice the size of our current establishment, our monthly rent would increase by more than 3-fold. Additionally, with a larger space, it would be impossible for just the 2 of us to manage it alone, necessitating hiring additional staff, which would further inflate our labor costs. After considering various factors, we concluded that expanding might yield less profit than we currently enjoy, along with significantly increased risk, leading to a potentially thankless endeavor. Having worked tirelessly throughout the day, Wu Tai relished a rare moment of respite, particularly after the significant fee Tang Yuan had paid for the private dining experience, which exceeded their earnings for an entire week. As they conversed, he became increasingly animated. Tang Yuan nodded slightly, aware that Wu Tai's sentiments were not unfounded, as they mirrored the common challenges faced by many family-run businesses. The smaller the scale, the more vibrant the business tends to be. Conversely, expansion often leads to mediocrity. Such scenarios abound in the real world, and for Wu Tai and his family to maintain clarity of purpose and diligence is indeed commendable. Master Wu, if I may inquire, Tang Yuan ventured, after toiling throughout the year, how much do you manage to earn? After a moment's contemplation, he posed the question again to Wu Tai. Well, Wu Tai's son, Wu Liang, hesitated, taken aback by Tang Yuan's sudden inquiry into such a personal matter, becoming somewhat flustered. Since he is interested, you might as well be forthright. Wu Tai chided his son with a sideways glance. Do you think he would be interested in our modest earnings? Cough, cough. That is also true. Wu Liang responded, slightly embarrassed. Observing Tang Yuan's imposing bodyguard in the sleek black suit and the luxurious cars parked outside, he felt his earlier apprehensions were unwarranted. He forced a nervous smile and replied to Tang Yuan, after deducting rent and expenses, during prosperous years, we managed to earn around $1 million. During less favorable years, it hovers around 800,000. Tang Yuan, upon hearing Wu Liang's response, displayed no signs of astonishment. In his view, the figures presented were not particularly impressive. Rather, they seemed rather modest. An annual profit of $1 million sounds considerable, yet it must be noted that this profit is shared among Wu Liang's family of 3, resulting in an average annual income of merely over 300,000. According to a recent survey conducted in 2018, the median income of residents in the bustling city is approximately 15,000, with an average salary of 20,000. Thus, when averaged out, Wu Liang's family's earnings barely exceed the city's average income, which, in light of their laborious efforts, is indeed inadequate. The cost of living in this city is exorbitantly high. It is somewhat embarrassing to admit that this humble establishment, which has been nurtured by my family for nearly a century, still cannot afford even a modest storefront. Each year, half of our hard-earned income is claimed by the landlord. As Wu Tai spoke, he let out a helpless sigh, embodying the current state of affairs in the harbor city. As natives of this place, they found themselves with no alternative but to maintain the status quo. Accompanying Wu Tai's sigh, a brief silence engulfed the entire establishment. Master Wu, would you be interested in a change of environment? Suddenly, Tang Yuan broke the stillness, directing his inquiry at Wu Tai. A change of environment? Wu Tai was somewhat perplexed, left in a state of confusion by Tang Yuan's words. Noticing his bewilderment, Tang Yuan offered a slight smile. What I mean is, Master Wu, would you be inclined to come to Zhonghai to be my private chef? I am offering an annual salary of 2 million. Upon hearing Tang Yuan's proposition, not only were Wu Tai and his son momentarily taken aback, but even when Mu Xue, seated across from Tang Yuan, appeared equally astonished. After a considerable pause, Wu Tai and his son slowly regained their composure. Private chef? An annual salary of 2 million? The father and son exchanged glances, both feeling a surge of temptation. They worked tirelessly throughout the year, only managing to earn a modest 1 million in prosperous times. Yet here was this young man, casually proposing to double their annual income. However, despite their intrigue, Wu Tai hesitated for a moment before ultimately shaking his head. If the young man lived in the harbor city, he would have readily accepted without a second thought. Yet, the prospect of relocating to Zhonghai was daunting. He had grown up in the harbor city and had never ventured beyond its borders. The thought of leaving everything behind for Zhonghai felt like an insurmountable challenge. Just as Wu Tai was about to decline, he noticed Tang Yuan raising his hand, signaling him to remain calm. Tang Yuan then continued, Master Wu, please do not rush to refuse. Wait until you have heard all my conditions before making your decision. Upon hearing this, the words of rejection that had been on the tip of Wu Tai's tongue were swallowed back down. Master Wu, if you agree to come to Zhonghai as my private chef, I will invest 20 million to open a restaurant for you on the bustling bund of Zhonghai. You or your son can serve as the manager, and I will grant you a 49% stake in the restaurant. Your annual salary will consist of a fixed 2 million plus dividends from the restaurant. Moreover, as long as you maintain your culinary skills at the level you demonstrate today, after 5 years of service, I will completely transfer the 49% equity to you, allowing you to become a bona fide major shareholder. What do you think, Master Wu? With this added condition, how does it sound? After speaking, Tang Yuan took a sip of the harbor city's milk tea, his face beaming with a smile as he awaited the response from Wu Tai and his son.